ideas. And like Stealth pointed out, there are people who are under the guise of Catholicism advocating for violence against gays, against Jews, even against other churches who they feel are not in agreement with them. That was actually a thing that the guy said they should go and burn down other churches. That is Inquisition style language. And it's being put out on large platforms where it's not being checked. And that's very dangerous. Like we as Jews, we have our guard up, okay? Other churches, when I hear as a Jew, a Christian person on a podcast talking about burning down churches that disagree with them, that's fucking scary. That's really scary. And CCF, you agree that that's a level of radicalism and radical rhetoric that is not historically present in America. Burning
Yeah, but
churches, Inquisition
but
style tactics
my
is
point
not
is
common in America.
my point is the number is small, and not only is it small, but you can tell, and you can tell where they're at, because the more of the mainstream Catholics don't attribute themselves to this rhetoric, and then if they go crazy with this rhetoric, they're literally pushed out of the main like the main chapels, whatever, this isn't like, it's not, I'm just saying, I get what you're pointing out, but this isn't like a mainstream Catholic idea that's happening all throughout Catholicism right now. And I think that Roden was mentioning something that I actually was kind of worried about, if it's true, because in order to change anything in the Catholic Church, it has to come down from above. Right? It has to come from the Pope and from the cardinals. Until you show me popes and cardinals and other important people in the Catholic Church that are pushing this rhetoric, I'm not going to be very concerned.
That's why, unfortunately, that fake news.
You didn't hear me that whole time?
Oh, there you are.
Where did I cut off?
No, you cut off pretty quickly when you started playing the video.
About 5
Are you
minutes ago.
kidding me? The whole time you guys couldn't hear what I was saying? Somebody muted my mic then. Holy shit. Wait, you didn't hear any of the audio or the evidence that I just provided to you?
No, we've been talking the whole time because we thought you were going for a little bit.
Wait, you didn't hear this part?
I'm in St. Mary's, Kansas.
You didn't hear this part, Stefan?
No, we heard none of that, Self.
No.
Oh my God, you muted my mic.
At the largest Society of Pope Pius X church.
How? Who muted you?
What do you mean? There's people down below muting on purpose. This is what happens.
World, but certainly the country. This is the immaculate.
Oh, the bots.
You didn't hear this?
Deluding themselves that they think
no, ma'am.
This is some kind of triumph of tradition to say, look, we too can find a place in the Novus Ordo Pantheon. They have a place for us too. Is that all traditional Catholics really want? No, they want the Novus Ordo and modernism as evils to disappear. They want the traditional Catholic faith in its entirety. They do not accept the new Mass. They do not accept the new sacraments. They don't accept a modernist product of a new religion. They don't accept the Synodal Church. So it's not that we're hoping that they'll find some kind of closet or place that we can occupy in their nice new brand spanking new Synodal Church. It's not as though that's all we're hoping for. We want the Synodal Church to go away. We want nothing to do with it. And we refuse to have anything to do with it because it's not the Catholic Church. I think.
So that's a major. You didn't hear this part either? The excommunication?
So it incurs an excommunication. You may have read in the news that the Superior General of the Society announced on February 2nd that on July 1st, they are going to have consecrated more bishops, which is a big deal because to do so without pontifical mandate is excommunicable. All right, it's a latae sententiae, or it incurs a latae sententiae excommunication. The Society has only done this once before, and it was a source of great consternation and strife. By ordaining without pontifical mandate, they are going to incur a latae sententiae excommunication. The way forward for the SSPX is in the Catholic Church. All right, the way forward will always be in the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church wants everyone.
Okay, so this is like a whole. I don't know where you didn't hear, but there's all of this is on YouTube. The whole argument, the fights between these groups. Here's the
Vatican Council.
There's a whole 300,000. Oh wow, this is interesting.
Well, I heard the first clip about the condemnation.
So let me send this over. Official Catholic groups explain. Here, you can go and study your own religion. I'm sorry, I don't need to do this for everybody else. And you can go and learn what the problem is. Right now, Pastor questions vaccine skeptics support for the Iran war. So this, guess who this is? Okay, this is Joel Webbon. But listen to what Vigano stated on his feed. He's literally quote tweeting and being retweeted by Dugin and by Kirill and by Russian Orthodox. This is Vigano was used. Look, Catholic Church under siege by General Flynn. How is the Catholic Church under siege? There's 1.2 billion Catholics. There
Is
is under
General
siege by
Flynn
them
a
being killed.
Catholic?
Yeah, well, yes, he's now a Catholic. He was, yes, he's always been a Catholic, but he wasn't practicing. He was leaning towards evangelical Christian. But now he's come out with this
Oh,
whole this. He is the one who runs Catholic for Catholics. That's the one with Bannon, CTF. You never listening to me and Bree talking about this? You never
No,
read
I
any of the
mostly
articles?
ignore most of the psyops. To be
The
honest with you, they're not
psyops,
healthy. Yeah,
psyops.
they're
You're
not
talking
healthy.
about how is it not healthy when literally he
You
was in
know,
the
I
administration
mean,
is currently
once it
running a
gets
counter op to the
yeah,
president.
once it gets big enough, then I'll pay attention to it. But I was
It's
talking
the
about this
it's the
months ago.
biggest op.
Remember, everybody thought I was crazy about the Catholic churches all over Virginia. It's not all of them, but there's like these little remnants of the Catholic churches that like we're doing some really weird non-Catholic stuff. Like I go to Catholic churches, so I know what the Catholics do. I'm not Catholic, right? But I go sometimes just to be in the presence of God and bring back some memories from when I was younger. But you can clearly tell like the people that aren't like there's like a very specific tradition to Catholicism, and when they start to stray from that, it's very obvious. I don't know how else to point that out. That's what I was trying to get at with cyber.
that's such a great way to put it. It's the most predictable, ritualistic thing that you can like find. Like it doesn't matter what state, what country, town, city. It should be pretty much like 95 to
But it's not
99% the same thing.
Well, they're changing it or
Well, I'm just
trying
because
to
it
telling
went
you
change
that
it.
woke on
that
the left. It went woke lefty, and then it went woke right.
Well,
well,
mainline
I
is
I
it, it,
personally
it literally has a
I don't
series of
experience
steps that
that.
it goes through, and you can go to a foreign language mass and still get the whole thing and do the whole thing. It's very ritualistic. So mainline Catholicism,
Correct.
I mean, I understand the splinter groups are a big problem.
Okay,
You go there, you expect this. They can't change the hymns. They can't change the scripture. There might be some personality differences between the priests, but even then, it's not like you're gonna have like huge
so it was
swings.
huge swings. That's why they tried to rope it in. So just listen to Vigano, the Russophile. This is the second who's excommunicated. Just listen to this. Occasion on which I have the honor of speaking at the International Congress of Russophiles. I thank all of you and the organizers of this event for inviting me to give this reflection, which follows by a few weeks the historic interview that President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin granted to the American journalist Tucker Carlson. The reaction of the Western mainstream media shows how scary the truth is in a world that lives on lies and is based on falsehood. Okay, so that was just one short clip of his February 26, 2024, where you have an excommunicated Catholic, one of the highest levels you can get in the US, sent by the Vatican to handle things here, gets captured in this whole Russian op situation with Dugin. Your Excellencies. And I posted it, and I'm gonna get the full speech because that's just a portion of it. And then you go and look. What is going on with airdropping? Keep holding nearby to share. This is interesting. What's going on? Go look at go actually look and do research. I always say research before you speak about things for this reason, so that you can see the infrastructure of what's going on. And Bree was not only she bought it to Kingdom Come because she posted all the stuff that we're talking about. Here's one from one of the church fathers. Evangelicals want this war. This is the Catholic response. You can see the manipulation even online by the propaganda going on and who the infrastructure is related to. So, and here is Dugin quote tweeting it. One more Zio woke and he's calling Bree a Zionist, Bree Daly, who's traditional Catholic. There are numerous now, but Laura Loomer is simply the best. So Dugan quote tweeted Bree. Did you guys see that? Did you even know that? Did any of you know that?
I did.
Okay. So if you don't know that, it's very hard to understand how sophisticated the situation is because we're literally breaking up their entire operation as we speak. And it's a bunch of online influencers that are exposing a 20-year sophisticated op by the Russians infiltrating the church with a whole American movement that has integrated itself from Flynn on down through the first administration to now the second administration, where they have literally taken over not only TPUSA, but the YAP groups, the college Republicans that are running a counter op with through the America First thing with Fuentes. Like, do you not see how significant this is?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
aware of all those, but
They're
they're
not one-offs.
one-offs.
They're
They're
What
not
do you mean they're not
permeating.
permeating? You just had Joe
Yeah, the
Kent.
way that the
You
church
just
is
had
ran,
fucking
the way
Joe
that the
Kent decide to
church,
do corporate espionage against the U.S. government allegedly, and you're saying they're not permeating? Are you kidding me?
well, because they rotate and they have changes. Like I said, like a lot of this structure in Northern Virginia was actually eliminated because when they make changes, you have new people that come in, you have new leadership, and then those people, along with their father or whoever is involved, they get ousted. I don't know how else to explain it. Like I see what you're saying, but the protection inside of the tradition of Catholicism, I think, was done very intentionally a long, long time ago. I
The
never understood
KGB infiltrated
Catholicism.
the Vatican, like
I,
what in the 50s?
I,
Rodin, in the 50s and
yeah,
60s,
that's what I'm saying.
the
Like, but
40s.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think that a lot of
but
the,
okay. So my question is, and I
They're
understand
not
all
getting
of
it.
you,
It's okay.
but
They're not getting it. They
okay,
don't get it.
no,
It's
but my
fine.
question is, and I'm gonna ask this question just pretty simple. So I know that, for example, somebody goes to our church and they said that, okay, I hate the Jews, I hate the Israel, I hate this, I hate that. Our pastor is gonna go and say, how about I hate you, goodbye. Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out, why the Catholic Church does not say anything to Candace Owens, to Tucker Carlson, to anybody that
yeah, but
actually
what church?
spews hate, because
Yeah, but
Christianity
what
is not
church
I,
about
though? That's
hate.
what I'm
The
that's
saying.
just
Catholic
a,
Like,
that's
Church,
just
the
a,
Vatican, and
that's
their
just
bishops,
that's
the
just a
U.S. bishops.
misunderstanding of just a misunderstanding of Catholicism. Respectfully,
Well, that's what I'm trying to find
I don't
out,
know
because I'm not.
what your expectation is.
I'm really honestly, I have no
you'd
idea.
have to know her church. You'd have to know what her church is, and that might actually be
No,
a
no,
problem.
no,
It might
no.
be
They're
one.
not getting it, Rodin. They're still not getting it. They're intentionally being oppositionally defiant. You're not seeing it. So,
No, 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 no.
no, no, no.
Stels,
They're really, no, it's
this is what my
intentional. It's
problem is.
intentional. It's
I
I'm
could
trying to
intentional.
explain
figure
it.
out, because
No, you
I
can't
know that
explain
there
it,
is so
GTF.
many
Because if you could
different.
explain it, you would need me to explain it to
No,
you.
no, no. Stels, hold on. I know there is so many different churches. Like in our city, there is 5 different Catholic churches, and our city is very small. So I know every one of them, and I know people that goes there. They have never talked like this. So I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
That's my
Yeah,
point.
I could tell you what the
You don't
father
hear
would
any of
tell
this
them.
stuff at church. You don't hear any of this
Because we
stuff.
work with
They
all the
don't have.
There's
churches.
not.
We have the whole town works with every church, synagogue, and mosque. We work with them because we do a lot of, elderly and all the hospital visits and everything. So we work with everyone. I have never heard such a shit.
I literally just played for you, since you again were not listening, what is being said in the SSPX churches that counters what the Vatican is saying. The Vatican and the Pope is the ultimate voice, and his bishops and the cardinals he's picked. When you have people that are resisting and they have influencers with over 200 million views and statements, that is a problem. Absolutely not. So when you have that subversion and you are allowing people to wear the skin suit of a Catholic, that are directly going against what the Pope says and what the church is saying, including their own cardinals and bishops in the US, you are causing a schism, not only in your own church, but you're also causing scandal outside. Now, how do I know all this stuff? Because I've spent over 100 hours on phone calls with actual real Catholics of faith who are explaining what they are concerned about. Oh no, I haven't, G. Okay, so that's fine.
I'm
We
trying
can
to
leave.
ask you. So who are the names? Because these are not like secret organizations. So what's the name
I
of the
just said to
specific
you,
people? No,
SSPX.
the name. No,
All right, let
That's an
he
org.
over
That's
here.
like
I
a
don't know
whole
where he went.
organization of people. That's what I'm.
Okay, it's not, you're not understanding it. It is SSPX. This is, I'm telling you, there's three. I just posted out a video. You can go and study it. It's a long, lengthy video. The space was not about this. I have dozens of spaces where we spent hours publicly talking about it. You can go and re-listen to those spaces. I've posted the list of ones that are in schism currently with the Catholic Church, which the Pope himself right now is reviewing this, and have put out statements that unless they come back to the church.
Exactly. That's the process, Stealth. That's what I'm getting at. I get what you're saying. It is important, but what I'm telling you is that a lot of the
In
things that we're
1960.
seeing right now have been happening for a while. And then when they happen, they do something about it, right? Like you don't get to take over
It
a
takes
Catholic
them
church and start doing non-Catholic
no, it
stuff.
takes
It
them a
doesn't work
long
that way.
time to do things because they don't want people to leave the Catholic Church because they've had such scandals because of the spotlight and all these investigations where they literally had people that were in positions of power covering up the amount of mass molestation and rape of women and children and boys and girls. Do you understand? And the camps so when you have something like that that occurs at a systemic level and you're trying to bring people back to their faith, you don't want to then start to reprimand groups that are just asking to have a Latin mass and making that the contingency factor. But the problem is we're having conversations about things where there's actual Catholics that are completely unaware that this is going on because literally I've been studying this for 2 years with both Carolina, with Bree, now with others who are experts in this, including ones who run Catholic spaces. And if you're not seeing that it's an opposite aversion to, and because people are so obsessed thinking like that it's about the Jews or Israel, or they're obsessed with me as an influencer, or Brie as an influencer, or Carolina, and because they have these preconceptions, they're so retarded, they're not willing to do the research and work. Meanwhile, we've spent hundreds of hours trying to figure out what's going on because I'm sorry, I've grown up with Catholics. None of them talk like this or act like this. It is bizarre what is going on. And then when I have actual recordings of conversations of these people in spaces and what they're saying, how do I know this? It started in DeSantis spaces, Stefan, when you had actual people that are supposedly pro DeSantis that were actually subverting and were collecting compromat on DeSantis people inside of the DeSantis spaces. See, thumbs up. You know I have all the receipts. Just because I don't post things, because I do not dox people and I do not post their DMs. Okay? Or else I could
But
drop a
Stealth,
hammer on
you might
everybody.
Stealth. You're a
It's
brilliant
not about
person.
being brilliant. It's about
I
doing
don't
the
want.
work.
No. Just listen. Well, you have done the work. Anyone who disputes that is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. My point, though, my simple point is two things can be true at the same time. Everything that you're referring to that's an op, that's inappropriate, that's dangerous, full endorse. Punctuation mark, second sentence. It is not representative in a large scale, in a medium scale, and even a significant scale of the Catholic population of this planet. And I think that that's something to be encouraged by. That no matter how hard they've tried, with all these resources, with as far as they've gotten, this is actually only as far as they've gotten. And I'm not trying to discount the negative things that has happened as a result of their endeavor. What I'm just trying to say is that the whole thing's not corrupt. It has not permeated into the
You are
mainstream,
wrong,
and I think that that's a
Stefan. You are
good
wrong.
thing.
Go to YouTube and type in what I said, and you will see hundreds of millions of views. And the people who are looking at this stuff are not, a bunch of Pakistani bots. Go look at the infrastructure. There's conferences. It is a systemic issue. You may not be aware of it because you're not in the weeds on this, or maybe you're not dealing with this politically. But when you have the former FBI director being questioned by Tom Cotton nationally saying, and this coming up in the ADL and the SPLC, and you have full blown ops all over the world talking about this. This has permeated. When you have literally Garland saying, "Yeah, we were in. Why were you investigating these Catholic churches?" And they made a whole op that the Catholic Church was under attack in the US. The Catholic Church is under attack in Europe because they're burning down actual churches all over Europe. We have yet to see Catholic churches burned down in America. Thank you
Correct.
very much. They're them playing victim status with 1.2 billion people and them unwilling to say that the Islamic hordes attacking.
I say it all the time.
Not you. The Pope is not saying it. Not this Pope. Not the prior Pope. Not the prior. Not the priest.
I know,
People like.
but what I'm saying is that there's 80 million people on the planet that believe the Earth is flat. So I'm just saying, like, when it comes to numbers, I get that it's a problem and it's growing, but I'm just saying it's not as big right now, and it's good to talk about, and it's obviously becoming a.
Okay. So I'm going to say this: if you don't understand that it's not affecting the direct administration and the operations inside of the ODNI currently, where you see this going on, then you're being willfully blind. I'm sorry. It is directly affecting politics. Eschatology, which is none of our business, nor is it my business, really shouldn't be the business of anybody that's not a Catholic, in my opinion, nor should Judaism be any of your fucking businesses because you're not Jewish. We leave your shit alone, leave our shit alone. We will tend to ours, you tend to yours. Okay? We don't have a mass systemic rape and torture and all this shit going on in the Jewish community like you have in the Islamic community. And we don't have this shit going on, what was happening in the Catholic community, happening in the Jewish community. But yet both of those communities put it on the Jews. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking right now. You would never hear me talk about this. Never in my life did we ever talk about this. Why? Because I don't need Eastern Orthodox mentality and stuff from the European Vatican issues, along with American Vatican issues and Canadian and European and English, affecting at all my fucking politics in America. That's it. Separation of church and state. Now, if you want to change that, let us know. But we're not interested in that. Regular Americans who are Christian Zionists or Protestants or LDS or atheists or whatever they want to be, we don't care. Your SSPX stuff is none of our business. Why is it in the White House?
Most of the Christian nationalists that I know in politics are not Catholic. They're
Okay.
hardcore evangelical.
Yeah, but they're still brainwashed by the
Oh
whole
my God. Oh
mentality
my
of
God.
it.
Oh my God. I've gone in circles. Your unwillingness to research this and study and see for the fact that now Joe Kent, who is a Roman Catholic, like his wife is a Roman Catholic, he is operating under, it has nothing, it's so bizarre. Like you cannot see what is going on. It has nothing to do with the faith. These are people that are using their faith to drive a political movement. That is why that letter, the post that Barbie put went all the way up the ranks, which is why you have people pretending that Charlie Kirk was buried in a Catholic cemetery and had a Catholic funeral and who believe that he was about to become a Catholic. And if he was, great. I don't care. None of my business. But to the evangelical Christians and to Christian Zionists, it bothers them. And to Protestants, it bothers them because you're literally doing this to a person who just died. And what does it have to do with how he died? Do you think he's not going to go to heaven because he didn't become a Catholic? Because that is what you're saying. That is the literal problem. Michael Knowles to say I was working on trying to get Charlie Kirk to convert right before he was dying. It's not a normal thing to say about a targeted assassination of a political figure that was running the Conservative Party's recruitment for Congress and senators and presidents and vice presidents. Like, do you understand? That was in charge of voting. When TPSA brought up their faith department, is when you saw the accelerationism of Candace Owens' statements. Like, how do you not see what we are talking about? The Doug Wilson narrative is a whole other. Listen, the Doug Wilson thing is a whole other situation. Them saying that we should have Pete Hegseth evaluated because of Doug Wilson, because Doug Wilson has his own opinion about certain things. But Pete Hegseth is not an anti-Semite. You have a problem with anti-Semitism in the Christian faith from the church fathers from the origin. We can't fix that. You have to fix that. Vatican II was supposed to be fixing part of that, part of the thing, but not fully. But we don't argue about this with you because, but if you want to go there, then we will start to go there, and then you're going to start to see people turning from their faith, and that's not what Jews want. We do not want people to not believe in God. The whole purpose of Jews, a monotheistic religion, to believe in one God, was what we're to bring light and to bring good deeds and just do the basic 7 Noahide laws. Don't eat live flesh from a side of a cow. Like literally, don't sleep with your sister. Don't marry your mother. Don't gossip, don't kill. Those are the basic things we were asking you, and to believe in one God. And everything since then, you've done on your own. It's not on us. We
All I'm
cannot have
saying is
like
this is
idol
part
worship
of the
running
op.
around the planet right now. I'm
The
sorry.
reaction is always part of the op.
What is the reaction? What I'm saying right now, or Stefan's reaction, or your stupid reaction is part of the op? Which one? You're also silent? Okay, go ahead, Leslie.
I'm so scared of talking right now still.
You should be
But
afraid. You should be very afraid. Because unless you have an
but I
intelligent
have
opinion, don't say shit. Sit and
no.
learn. Go ahead, Leslie.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to bring in a perspective of somebody who didn't grow up in the United States, that grew up in a very heavily Catholic country. And, I'm sorry, but I dealt with it when I was a child. My nephews are dealing with it right now. Being blamed for killing Jesus, being told that we have horns in the head because we're Jews. I'm sorry, guys, but, you know, this is something that it is not, as somebody said, it might not be in every church, it might not be in the majority of the churches, but certainly it is an issue. Now, you want to address it, let's address it. You want to ignore it, let's ignore it. Now, what's going on in the United States, that's something else. They're attacking specifically Christian Zionists. They're comparing them to jihadists. They're saying their theology is dangerous for geopolitics. Now, you want to start mixing, as Stel said, church and state? You're crazy. What does my theology have to do with geopolitics? What is Mike Huckabee's theology have to do with geopolitics? If you want to start bringing up that, then let's start discussing everybody's theology and figure out which one is more dangerous. But you don't want to start doing that because that's just going to bring down the country. So why don't we address the fact that somebody's attacking the largest voting bloc on the right? That's what's going on in America. They're simply attacking the largest voting bloc. They're never going to convert them. They're never going to get them to hate the Jews. That's not going to happen. So what are they doing? They're casting them out. They want to take over their power. If you're not seeing that, I don't know how to help you, dude. I'm sorry. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
It's more than that. They get triggered because Charlie Kirk decided to keep. He's not keeping the Sabbath. If you even knew what it was to keep the Sabbath, you would not ever convert to Judaism or even want to have anything to do with it. The amount of work that it takes on a Thursday night till a Friday to keep the Sabbath. He just turned off his cell phone and stayed with his family. That's it. That's all that he did. But they cannot handle the fact that he said would say Shabbat Shalom. Only people that are triggered anti-Semites and retards would care that Charlie Kirk said Shabbat Shalom, which means turn off your phones, don't do social media, just be with your wife and family, don't answer emails. It didn't say that he didn't drive, that he didn't use money, that he didn't turn on the TV. It didn't say that he didn't turn on his stove, or the fact that you can't use a water cooler, or the fact that we have to turn off our light inside of our fridge, or the fact that we have to have 2 dishwashers and 2 sinks. He didn't turn off the fact that we have to use a plata. If you don't know what a plata is, it's like a heating a thing where we keep our food warm because we have or if you're like myself and others, we have an oven that has an automatic thing. So the
Hot plate.
a what plate?
It's a
A
hot
hot
plate.
plate, thank you. A large. Well, I have 3 large hot plates. So that the stuff, right? That we're not allowed to. You pour directly hot water. Like we have all these things. I mean, we can't use our dryer. We can't clean the floor. We can't throw out our trash. Nothing. There's all these restrictions. We have to walk everywhere. Okay, we can't carry things unless there's an Eruv. Do you want me to teach you about what a fucking Eruv is? No, you don't. It has to be do with walled cities. Like this is old school stuff from the Old Testament. None of you are going to study this, just like none of you have ever fucking read the Talmud. Okay? Please. Please. So it's like too much for you to even understand. Oh, why do some girls wear tights and why some girls don't wear tights on the Sabbath? Okay? Like you don't even want to get it. So mind you, like let alone to explain to guys, what family purity means. Your brains would melt. Okay, you wouldn't be able to do it. You wouldn't survive it. You couldn't handle it. So nobody puts that burden on you, and we don't do evangelical Judaism for that reason. Because nobody would do not even 0.001% of the things that we're actually supposed to do just on a normal given Sunday. Okay. Oh, you can't turn on your air conditioning. That whole joke about Shabbos goy. This is a hilarious thing. I haven't used the word goy until internet 3 weeks ago. It's like who even talks like that? We don't even say that. We think it's hilarious. We don't care. We never cared. We didn't discuss it. You don't see people. There's like one rabbi online that stops people from evangelizing Jews to make them into Jews for Jesus, which is something that we just don't even discuss because it's such a bizarre thing for us to even have to discuss. But we don't discuss other people's faith for the same reason that we don't want to demoralize people for them to not believe in their own faith. Once we sit there and we walk through and ask the questions that none of us want to really say or ever properly say, because Messiah has not come yet. Based on all the facts in the Old Testament and everything that's supposed to occur, it hasn't happened. You want me to say that to people that believe that Messiah came and he's about to come again? Why would I demoralize Christians that are following their faith and their good husbands and wives and fathers and kids? Let them believe whatever they need to believe. I want them to serve God. Period. Full stop. The one and true only God. God. That was revealed to us from the Old Testament for you guys till your New Testament. Why are we trying to preserve the faith more than your people are trying to preserve your faith? This is my problem. And I don't even argue about the fights you guys have inside of your own internal stuff. I don't care. I thought you Christians figured it out when you escaped from Europe and came to America. I thought you guys worked it out. But clearly, you've now imported Eastern European propaganda and slop, and there's internal fighting between guess who wins? Godless, atheist, hedonistic countries win, who believe in nothing and pretend to believe in God, who don't believe in God. They win when Christians fight amongst each other in America. That's the op.
Mega
I was gonna
churches are the devil.
I was gonna say exactly that, and my observation was absolutely gonna align with what you just said, Selt. I feel it's like Israel when first attacked Iran was last year. No, none of these influencers had that tone at all. They were all fine. They were all still MAGA. They were all still pro President Trump. There's something that happened this time around this attack that the shit has hit the ceiling, and it's nothing to do with Iran. It has nothing to do
No,
with
it started at the
sending.
12 day. The 12 day, the first one. Nope, it was the 12 day.
Yeah, this time it's something else. These influencers are placed strategically. They were placed strategically since the beginning of 2024 elections, and these were the insurance policy in case this administration went in certain direction, which it was not supposed to. But knowing Trump, it definitely went in that direction, and that's why these agents were sent to, okay, now let's disrupt the MAGA right movement. How can we do it? These people are willing. Let's divide the Catholic Church. Let's put Protestants against Catholics. Let's just have a shit show, and we will sit back and watch how this all plays out. So, my suggestion to all the Christians is exactly what you said. This is a psyop being operated on American Christian movement. As like, you guys need to be very careful who you're listening to. You need to be very cognizant of the fact there are ulterior motives of different nations, different countries who does not want this Operation Epic Fury to go successfully because it will put everybody in its place.
Rama, there is podcasters
Right.
on the right that are saying to go church by church and burn down the church and kill the pastors because they are not the type of faith that they are, and they're openly saying it on YouTube
Yeah.
and
That
nobody
is
is
not
doing about it.
Christianity. That is
Yeah, that's the sleeper cells,
yeah.
the Takia
I
sleeper
call it
cell,
Christian
white jihad.
Taliban. I call it the Christian Taliban. They're not
That's a good
Christian,
one too. Yeah.
but the problem is, Rama, that the people that believe this, that are saying this, are in the administration.
Of course, there's going to be leaks. Like I said, these people were placed in the MAGA movement to sabotage President Trump, and they knew that Iran confrontation with Iran was inevitable. Everybody knew. That's why they had placed all these people. All I'm saying is,
One
we
of them
need.
did a 10-part series with Nick Fuentes. Why would
Oh,
somebody who's anti-Catholicism do a 10-part series with Nick Fuentes talking about how we need to have a purification moment in America? That is rhetoric. That's an op. Neither of these guys are going to do anything because neither of them even know where to find their own penises, let alone, I don't
I
even know if
say
either of them have
when
ever touched a
the
woman.
day when these people stop watching porn is the when they can talk about purity and all that stuff. Until then, just shut the fuck up. Like, seriously, I've like
Well, whether
really
it's gay porn or straight porn is the question
whatever.
that we have.
Anyways, like, I'm
TMI.
not falling for this psyop. Like, I support President Trump. I think this operation is going very successfully, and that is exactly the reason why this anti-Trump, anti-baby Netanyahu, anti-Israel Semitism has surged up
You
again. Like,
cannot have somebody at DNI level like Joe Kent do what he did before the Senate intel hearing on threats to the United States, where Tulsi Gabbard includes Russia and China and Pakistan in those statements publicly, and not understand that they're putting drones above our bases. Understand that we did not do what should have been done under the Biden administration. We allowed things to happen to our country and to our military bases and to our allies. We lost South Korea. Do people know what our allies were prior to Biden administration going in? We had South Korea, we had Japan, we had Israel, we had what seems like to be Germany, and we might have had a UK, maybe like a 50-50, and we had an America. That's it.
yep. No, but
And now
all
we lost
this
South Korea.
all this Catholic versus Protestants and against anti-Semitism, everything, this all has to do with Operation Epic Fury. This is directly tied with Iranian being obliterated in the
It
Strait
started
of
during
Hormuz.
COVID also.
COVID, yeah,
Well,
I know.
none of this is in the Christian doctrine. I think that's the most important part. Like, Christians aren't commanded to do any of what you were just talking about, Stealth. So it's very easy to see who's not. Like,
I'm
Really
first.
though,
I'm not
but
trying
CTF,
to.
I remember,
T.
I
I know.
remember when
I'm first.
Protestants and Catholics were burning themselves and skinning each other at the stake. That wasn't part of Christian doctrine, was it, CTF?
No, and that's my point, right? Like, the commandments to a Christian in the New Testament are very clear, and yeah, I mean, a lot of times people struggle with following them, but it's it's just when they're not, then they're not representative of
What
Christianity,
happened to when
right?
God decides who is going to be saved and who's not going to be saved? It's nobody's. How can I determine who's
Well,
going to be saved?
Christians are supposed to actually, just okay. So, like, if you go by the strictest New Testament look at like what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to profess the name of Jesus to non-believers, right? And you're supposed to have communion, right, with your fellow believers. You're supposed to gather and speak about the good word. And you know what? When someone comes to kill you because you believe in Jesus, it's up to you. But if you get killed, like, that's actually in there that you're probably going to get killed for the belief in Jesus. If you read the whole New Testament and you believe in Jesus, you might get killed for it. That's one of the
We are not
main things.
pagans
And
that
you see
believe.
this,
We are
but you
not
see this in
pagans or
the Middle
Muslims
East.
that believe
But
in
I
martyrdom
know, Steph.
simply for
Look,
martyrdom.
in the Middle East, you see this, and I think that Christians in not okay in the Western world, it's much different. But you'll see Christians literally told, renounce Jesus's name and you live, and they won't, and
That's
they get
exactly what
killed, and
happened
it's
in
on
Soviet
camera.
Union too.
But
That's
But
that's
in
a
Soviet Union.
I'm
but
just
that's a
saying, like, that's how
different.
serious it is in other parts of the
Okay,
world. So
can I play? I'm going to play something for you guys to understand what happened with Joe Kent. This is from 2 months ago. Listen to this. Give me a second.
Hey guys, oldie buddy goodie here. This is a clip of Nick talking about Joe Kent, Tucker Carlson, Max Blumenthal, and Max's wife, and a hit piece that Max's wife put out on Nick Fuentes. This was from the summer before the Tucker interview, but I wanted to bring it up because it's been a while and people have kind of forgotten who Joe Kent really is. And that's the centerpiece of what we want to look at today, is who is the real Joe Kent. So without further ado, I'm going to get into the clip and then we're going to talk about why this matters and why it's important to bring it back up.
Sorry.
I called up Ryan Gerdusky, my friend. I called up a bunch of people that I was close to. And I said, who is good? Who is solidly America first? Who is a Trump ally that is worthy of my support and the support of the Groypers in the midterms in 2022? Because I would like to support them. I'd like to fundraise for them. I would like to get the Groypers on social media and on the ground to get them elected. I talked to somebody from the administration, not Ryan Gerdusky, and I'm not going to say who. But somebody passed me a list, and they said, these are the guys that have Trump's back. And some of the names were Joe Kent, who is running in Washington State, J.D. Vance, who is running for Senate in Ohio, Blake Masters, running for Senate in Arizona, Patrick Witt, who is running for Congress in Georgia, Gibbs, who is running for Congress in Michigan, And there were a number of other names too, but those are the ones that I remember, and those are the ones that I have in my notes from many, many years ago. Now, I got in touch with Joe Kent in 2021. We'll focus on him. I got in touch with Joe Kent through his campaign consultant, Matt Brainerd. Matt Brainerd was an exhibitor at my conference at AFPAC 2 in February 2020. Now, I want you to listen to this as if I was going to subvert. Let's say my target was Joe Kent and MAGA. And let's say I'm the operator. There's somebody listening below, so they know why I'm saying this for a reason. Okay. So if this person is, if you're going to try to target MAGA or Trump or to target the administration in any way, shape, or form, you have to go in, infiltrate, and divide. TPUSA was one vector, Heritage is another vector, campaigns are another vector, and this is decentralized assistance to campaigns that occurs. It occurs on the left. On the right, it's not been like as operationalized. That's how you know that this is a more of a left-wing operation subverting a right-wing operation, where you do decentralized, unofficial campaigning. Also, you're also collecting compromat. You also can then use those receipts later to run a sophisticated op against a person if they're going to be placed in a certain position. This is how you compromise people. I'm not going to say it perfectly because I'm not trained in this. I wouldn't know how to do this, but I can spot it. Like I can spot the symptoms that are causing a disease. This is what I'm good at, okay? 21. This is a month after the events of January 6th and the Senate runoff. So I knew Matt Brainerd. I had a relationship with him. I was introduced to him by Michelle Malkin. She was friends with him. He was very involved in Stop the Steal, as was she. Matt Brainerd put me in touch with Joe Kent. I had a phone call with Joe Kent, I believe in the summer of 2021. And the phone call went like this. I called up Joe Kent, which, by the way, he does not deny, and I have text messages with him. I said, well, listen up, Joe. We want to support you in this election. I said, we want to help you build up your social media. We want to retweet your profile. We want the Groypers to support you. We want to door knock for you. We want to fundraise for you. I said, but here's the caveat. I said, and you can take this or leave it. I said, but we want to help you. We believe you're America first. We want to get you into office. I was very pro Joe Kent. I said, but here's the deal. You can't disavow me. I said, now, if you want our support, it's contingent on that. I said, because although I'd like to keep this discreet, and we don't have to tell everybody that we're helping you, I said, but if the day ever comes that the left asks you about me for any reason, I said, you cannot disavow. I said, because if we start disavowing each other, this is how the right eats itself, and this is how the left wins. I said, today you're disavowing me, tomorrow somebody's disavowing you. What's more, I said, I don't want to help people. I barely have an operation. I don't want to use what little I have to help somebody if they're going to turn around and throw me under the bus. Because that's exactly what happened with Paul Gosar during AFPAC 2. He attended my conference, and then he disavowed me, pretended like he didn't know me the next day. And there were other events too, but that was the big one. So I told Joe, I said, here's the deal. You cannot disavow. We'll support you. And Joe Kent said, not a problem. He said, and you know what? They call you a racist. He said, the Democrats are the real racist. And I said, yeah, that's great, Joe. But I mean, that's really the deal. And so it was. Joe Kent actually spoke out in favor of me. When I was put on the no-fly list in May 2021, he put out a tweet defending my rights. When I was banned on Twitter, I believe he said something also. So we had a working relationship. We had talked on the phone. I was fully behind him. We were supporting his social media. We had planned to go to Washington State to campaign for him. And he did defend me on social media as well. Fast forward to February 2022. I did my third AFPAC, my third conference. Marjorie Taylor Greene spoke there. Paul Gosar spoke there. The Lieutenant Governor of Idaho spoke there. It was a pretty big deal. We had 1,200 people. It got a lot of negative media attention because of things I said about Russia, comments I made about Hitler, other things. Now, Joe Kent did not attend AFPAC 3. He had no relation to AFPAC 3. But he was accused by somebody who was in the race in his district of having a relationship with me. Someone who was in fourth place put out a tweet. It got about 15 likes on Twitter. She said, Joe Kent is like a Nick Fuentes type conservative. Joe Kent put out a tweet unprovoked on March 2nd, 2022. And I'll read to you what he said. He said, quote, "My opponents are again spreading lies about me. I strongly condemn Nick Fuentes' politics, especially in regards to our ally, Israel. I ignored his invitation to speak at his recent conference in Orlando, and I am not aware of, nor do I accept any endorsement from him." Later, he said no one should be deplatformed or put on a no-fly list for their political ideas. "I don't want Fuentes' endorsement due to his focus on race and religion. The fights he's picking are counterproductive. This is not my message of inclusive populism." So to be very clear, I talked to Joe Kent on the phone. I helped him, he helped me. And the agreement was I would help him discreetly. Contrary to what Tucker Carlson said, that my aim is to embrace people, to bring them down publicly, I told him, and we maintained a relationship in secret, in private, for almost a year before he, unprovoked, publicly went on the attack against me, condemning me completely on the basis of my opposition to our support for Israel, and because I talk about race and religion. He said that my version of America First, this is important, Kent said that my version of America First is condemnable because his version is inclusive, not focused on race and religion, and not critical of Israel. This is a very important concept, which is going to show up again and again and again on this show tonight. Joe Kent, who Tucker said is the epitome of a reasonable, credible, not crazy, not hateful, anti-neocon voice, Tucker said he is the archetype. He is emblematic of a credible, authentic opponent of the neocons. Tucker said that I attacked him in a targeted way, which was very conspicuous. I was put up to do this. I wrapped my arms around him to bring him down. Why? Because he's a credible voice fighting the neocons. Well, that is not the case at all. I did not wrap my arms around him. Contrary to what Candace said, it was not random. I did not target him, as Tucker said. We maintained a discreet relationship. I wanted to help him. And then he attacked me very hard over my views on Israel, on race and religion, and said that his version of America First is really inclusive populism. Now, I said it on a stream days later, and very intentionally. I said that there is something going on in the conservative movement right now. I said, you have authentic America First, which I represent, and then you have what I called at that time Populism Inc. Populism Inc. People that claim to be like me, sound like me, but are not like me. And there's some things they have in common. I said, number one, they're all supported by Peter Thiel. Joe Kent got $1 million from Peter Thiel in 2022. J.D. Vance got $15 million from Peter Thiel in 2022. So did Blake Masters, got $15 million. Gibbs in Michigan got money from Peter Thiel. Patrick Witt in Georgia got money from Peter Thiel. That's number one. Number two, all of them were downplaying the significance of race and religion. All of them were very pro-Israel. I said, so something is going on. There is an attempt, just like with Con Inc., Conservative Inc., just like with Rhinos, there was an attempt in light of the recent rightward shift of the base to skin suit what is an emerging America First constituency in the GOP. And to say, we sound like Nick Fuentes and Michelle Malkin, we sound like Pat Buchanan, but really we're more of the same. We're pro-Israel, race blind, and have no religion. I said, so this is a deliberate usurpation. They are trying to usurp America First. Joe Kent is offering a competing version of America First that does not talk about race or religion and is pro-Israel. I said, and if he wins in Congress, he will be the right wing's AOC. He's young, he's handsome, he's well-spoken. He would be the most right-wing member of Congress. He would suck all the oxygen out of the room. And people like him and J.D. Vance, they would get to define what comes after Donald Trump. This new generation, of representatives and senators who are coming up, funded by Peter Thiel, inclusive and pro-Israel, they would have the final word on what America First is going to be and how it will develop. And they will do it in a direction that's pro-Israel and all these other things. I said, that cannot be allowed to happen. He will become a danger, because if someone like that would disavow me, then there goes any possibility that someone like myself could influence Congress, or someone who has similar views to me could influence the government, because they will be swatted down by these usurpers who are telling the body politic, you don't want to listen to those racist, religious nut jobs, those anti-Israel people. Our America First is inclusive. I said, so he cannot win. What's more, I said, there needs to be a pain mechanism. I said, we need to make an example out of Joe Kent. He went out of his way to disavow me for being critical of Israel. And I said in a stream in 2022, after he said this, I stated my intentions openly. I said, we are going to make an example out of him in the same way that someone who goes against Israel is punished by AIPAC, so they think twice about criticizing Israel. I said, we need to do the opposite. If someone condemns someone that's critical of Israel and is pro-Israel, we need to make them afraid of losing their seat, so that they will think twice. They will say, I don't want to be like Joe Kent. Maybe I will just leave Nick Fuentes alone. Maybe I won't be super pro-Israel next time, because I don't want the Groypers to make me lose a close race. That was my intention. That was my stated, explicit intention back then. So we started up a campaign. We started up, contrary to what Tucker says, he said there were these super PACs. I started my own PAC. It was called Republicans Against Rhinos. The FEC filings are public. We spent about $100 on a website to develop and to buy a domain for a website. And the premise was Joe Kent is CIA. Now, the other thing about all these people is they have these connections to the CIA, which at that time I wasn't really aware of. But we found out that Joe Kent was a Green Beret who didn't even live in the United States for 20 years. He was involved as a contractor, as a mercenary with U.S. intelligence and the military. And so we actively went to Washington State and put up stickers and went to his town halls and went to his events to say, you can't trust this guy. This guy's in the CIA. This guy is of the deep state. Don't trust him. Don't vote for him. Now, in November 2022, Joe Kent lost by about 1%. He was favored to win. He lost by about 2,000 votes. The New York Times said it was the biggest upset of the 2022 midterm elections. We succeeded. We won. So there's the setup. These are the conditions leading up to. Now, if you're listening down below and you're former, in politics, or former FBI or former CIA or former anything, former military, if you hear that framing, you know what's going on. Okay, now if I have to explain it to you as a regular person, we're going to be moving too fast because it's late at night and I've got a bunch of hands. But this is what he was able to do. Now, at the time, I believe he was, if it's after January 6th, he was still allegedly working as an FBI informant. But apparently this no-fly list thing is a narrative shaping thing, which he raised money off of, and that's never been proven one way or the other. There was people that were told to not go to J6. Milo publicly said that he told Nick to not go. He didn't listen to him. Milo did an interview, spoke about that, but told other people to not go to J6 because there was going to be things that were going to be happening at J6. This is all open source stuff. Nothing I'm saying is private. You have to have followed all these different characters and everything since then. I want an open investigation into Charlottesville as well. I think it was an op to hurt MAGA. I mean, I've been called a white supremacist since Charlottesville, and I'm Jewish. So, although I can still be a white supremacist and be Jewish, I totally get that concept. But there was a narrative framing to pose that anybody who was pro-American, anti-communist, and who was in support of closed borders, like I think most of the people are in my space, we're not all white supremacists because we have that belief system. We also have different experiences with foreign policy and whatever. But if you see that sophisticated op, he's telling you behind the scenes. Now, I can only believe 20% of what he said, but the general framing is there. There's other players that are involved. He said something about the rhino removal project. You need to understand
where that narrative came from and who shaped this. The populist portion is the Bannon's narrative framing as well as Dugan's. So now, does Nick work for, I don't know, the guy who was running Thayer, the Silicon Valley billionaire who's a lefty and who was financing it? Or was he being financed allegedly by the fake gay Russian billionaire who we don't know if who's supposedly Roman Catholic, but we don't even know if any of that is true. All we do know is it's some Russian billionaire. Was he funded by that person? We don't know. The person that was found dead after the transfer of $250,000 allegedly in Bitcoin, to Nick Fuentes before January 6th. Do we know if any of that's true? It's in some of the open source in the legal papers. We don't know about that. Do we know anything about the judge that literally quit his job and became Nick Fuentes' personal lawyer right after the J6 thing? We don't know. We don't know if he was working for the Democrats all the time. We don't know if he's working for the Russians, the Chinese. We don't know if he's just working for himself in his basement, right? We don't know if he makes 50,000 per day or 500,000 per month or a million per month. We don't know. We don't know the level of infrastructure and how expansive it is under Ari Alexander. Like Lance Videos talks about this openly, how a lot of the young boys were recruited to give compromat and nude pictures of themselves. And there's people that knew about it and didn't know about that. That was going on in DC as well. These are all things that I never knew about until Twitter Spaces, where people were speaking way too much about things. And now you can just go look this up on Reddit. I never look these things up, nor do I care to. I'm like, these are young kids. Why is under 18-year-olds involved with anything? But the smearing of TPUSA as being like a child trafficking place where underage kids were having sex, or the whole Eliza Schaefer and Sarah Stock thing, where her marriage was blessed by the Pope, literally, and then he's having an affair with her and gets her pregnant, and that's a demoralization op if you're a Catholic, if you don't understand what's going on, or him running to El Salvador, or him now like and him living in China, and his and go look at how he posts things that are pro CCP. All I'm saying is this: I've never seen so many foreign malign influence operations going on a conservative movement on the right with some of the stupidest people, with the exception of some that are not stupid. And Nick is not a stupid person. His framing is much more sophisticated than Tucker. He is 10 times Tucker will ever be in terms of narrative shaping and framing, to the point that it's so seamless that he's better than most. The one thing that's kept him safe is he's neither with men or women physical, as far as we know. But as far as we know. But there's others who have married like Dugan's secretary, and then all of a sudden they go from being pro Russia to pro Ukraine. I don't know, or having gay porn going on in the background. I don't care. Nothing that you do in your personal life matters to me, as long as you're a proud American and you believe in closed borders, you believe in 1A and 2A, and you don't want to make identity politics your thing. And I don't know what this whole weird gay populist thing is going on with transhumanists. I'm not for that as well. Just a traditional constitutional conservative. Nothing needs to change. We don't need anything fancy or sexy. Church is church. Synagogue is synagogue. We don't need to make it all weird and pro LGBTQI plus and have weird things going on. God is stoic, and it is the same thing over and over again. And I know it may seem boring to some, but that's God. Okay, and same with America. The Constitution is there. Maybe it's not sexy enough for the pro populist movement coming out of Bannon's world or whatever, but that's because you're trying to subvert the United States and move it in a different direction because of foreign involvement, not Jewish involvement. Foreign involvement meaning the CCP and the Russians primarily, and then everything after that is just a proxy or a bank for those actions to occur. So again, including infecting the Vatican State Department with this craziness that's been going on with the Qataris and the Chinese and everything. This is all open. You can Google this. It's all over.
So still,
All over. Yeah.
what you're talking about is basically, if I had to wrap it in a nutshell, make it fit in a 15-second clip, for example, it would be that the whole black pilling um, movement, not necessarily movement, the whole black pill psyop is pushed by the Russian and the CCP. Basically, that's all psyop.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes. Go
there you
ahead,
go.
Big War. Yeah. Go ahead, Big War.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Yeah, I think I forgot my point because I dozed off. I'm so sorry. I think I'm gonna have to go to bed.
No worries. Good night. Good night. Okay, go
Thank
ahead. Go
you.
ahead, Ariel. Sure.
Thank you so much. I've been in this space several times, but I haven't formally introduced myself. My name is Ariel Yaniv Haor. Payne is my last name. I am the chairman of an organization called ADIFI, which stands for African American Delegation for Israel. I'm talking to you now from Jerusalem. I've been here for 10 years, and I'm going to be returning to the United States late spring, early summer, because we're going to be starting our um, summit, the summit portion of our campaigning. And basically, what we're doing is we're trying to pull African Americans away from the narrative that they don't need to be involved in international politics, specifically Middle Eastern politics. A lot of folks don't. I'm from Detroit originally, and a lot of people don't even know that. The UN peacekeeper, after he was murdered in the 1970s, I believe it was, the gentleman that was responsible for forming some level of, I don't want to say alliance, but understanding between the Arab and Jewish powers at the time was a gentleman named Ralph Bunche. He was from Detroit. Malcolm X came here. He was courted by the PLO because he was under influence from the Saudi government. And as I'm speaking to you now, there's 30,000 African Americans that actually live in Israel, and people just don't even know that the responsibility of pulling people away from being Islamists, like I said, I'm from Detroit, that are supposedly anti-white and pro-brown, as they say, that a lot of that has to do with the lack of education. So me and my folks are going around and making sure that that is something that dies within our lifetime. And I love spaces like this that have that conversation and folks who are aware like yourselves. And the last thing I'm gonna say before I mute up is please pay attention to the propaganda that Iran is putting on right now to get the pro-black audience. They're talking about how when the Ayatollah took prisoners and he had the interview with Mike Wallace, he said in a benevolent manner how he was letting all the women and black people go, but there was one black guy that was kept behind because he was a radio commander for the United States. He was a transmission commander for the United States Army. They're starting to circulate pictures of Muhammad Ali praying in Mecca, or not in Mecca, but praying in Iran. And it's just a lot of nonsense that people are falling for, and we're not going for it. I'm a regular dude. I mean, I go to the gun range, I work out, I go to the Bateman Garage, and that's it. So, no one's professing to be a professional because all of us are just regular folks. And there's a lot of nonsense that needs to be stopped, and we're going to be doing our part on this tour. Thank you guys so much.
Ariel, send me a DM. I want to bring you back for an interview on the space, and I'll bring Reverend Washington as well. We've been covering the fact that USAID was funding in the U.S. Imams from the mosques, one in particular from Texas, where that terrorist who did the attack in New Orleans, who killed Americans of all colors and faiths,
Yes, ma'am.
they pay $56,000 an hour for an imam to go to jails under the auspice of halal food and goes and speaks and is basically trying to convert young African American men. They've been doing this since the 60s, and now we were financing it with our U.S. tax dollars. And it's quite an op that was pushed out by the Muslim Brotherhood in the U.S. because the idea is to get either African American men to become either commies from the left, so those are like the old
Correct.
KGB ops, or on the right to think that you're going to become more based if you can convert them to Islam and radicalize them, and they offer them more money. Although,
I want to add to that.
yeah,
I want to add to
thank you.
that point. I don't mean to interrupt you, but a lot of us are familiar with the Million Man March that took place, and I believe it was 1996. No, it took place in 95. But anybody, if I'm wrong, please correct me. The year after, Muammar Gaddafi pledged publicly on Savior's Day, which is like the day of establishment for the Nation of Islam, that he was going to give $1 billion to the Nation of Islam to help them kickstart I guess it was reparations conversation or restoration for African Americans abroad. But what people fail to realize is that the reason the Million Man March happened was to show Muammar Gaddafi, who was pro globalist Islamist terror, that there were enough African American males to be radicalized. And that's what the $1 billion was for. It was to basically essentially pay the bills of their radicalization.
Yes,
And folks are just like, oh, well, we had no idea. He was under what is it called?
sanctions.
He was under sanctions from the Clinton administration, and all this is happening within 3 years of each other. So
Exactly.
at this point, people are just ignoring this information, and this goes back to when there was this quote unquote secret meeting, as it was called, with Judith Schwartz and the AJC in Atlanta, where she was quote unquote captured on camera saying that African American men are the biggest threat to Israel. And this so called secret meeting is on YouTube where everybody can watch it in its entirety. And what she's saying was 100% correct. She said people are courting African American males and pulling them to be Islamist so that they can threaten so called Jewish power. That is what she was making reference to, and
Exactly.
that is happening in real time.
So Ariel, the other interesting thing is if it's just so interesting we're having this conversation, was the recruitment to Moscow of African American women and men, but the women they focused on because they were great orators and they could put them into the universities to radicalize
Yes,
them, women to become commies. That was on the left. Then on the
yes,
right, you saw the applied pressure to make African American men um, Muslim, right? And that
yes.
stereotype, right? And then so it's interesting because during COVID, a lot of the medical freedom guys who were reaching out to me privately were Nation of Islam. Privately, they were not anti-Jewish in any way, shape, or form, but they used the most horrific rhetoric but they wanted to speak to me because I was trying to stop the mass vaccination, the COVID vaccination among young Black children, because there
No,
is a direct side effect with autoimmune disease. They reached out to
of
me.
course. Now,
Yeah.
now I will tell you, they are anti-Jewish from top to bottom.
Oh, I
But
know.
what they also are is they're also what you would call prison sneaky, because I don't know if you know this, but with African American women being at the peak of medical malpractice, behind them are African American children. They've and with all the money that they have and all the time that they've been open and active as an institution, they have no hospitals.
That's right.
If people are talking about poor food sourcing the African American communities, they have no grocery stores. And people are also talking about how African Americans are not given the same opportunities via finances of public or private banking institutions. They have no credit unions and no banks. So all they've been doing is sitting at the mantle for I don't know whom. I'm not a big conspiracy theorist because that's just a waste of my time. But I don't know what power they've been assuming. But the change that they said that they seek with the money that they have, they're not doing a good job at changing it because I think that they don't want to.
Sorry, I cut out for a second there. Yeah, we can have an extensive conversation because
No problem.
there was a massive issue that occurred with high rates of ADHD and autism post certain pediatric vaccines, and this was something that Eli Lilly was aware of. And I was on a research project regarding some contagion events that were occurring, and so I went out to every 50 states to do some research and analytics on what was going on. This is, oh my God, many years ago. It's 20 years ago, maybe a little bit more. Anyways, this is there's a lot of people that became very wealthy from the Nation of Islam, espousing certain rhetoric, but not actually doing what they should have done for their communities. The idea was to bring people back to faith and to stop licentious behavior, to get people to marry, and not be married. But in Christianity, you and men that go to church, they were staying with their wives, they were getting married, they were having families, they were having all that. But there was also a breakup of the family. We could go into long stuff, but also and there's also obviously a very large Jewish Ethiopian community as well.
Correct.
You're not having these problems in their communities either. It's an interesting phenomenon when you pull people away from their church or their synagogue. What happens when people are not going to the root and serving God, but not in a distorted, bizarre way, or not in a way that you're doing it to like do tequila to subvert and take over the United States of America or something. You know what I mean? Like
Correct.
this is like
No,
something else.
100%. So look,
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a direct message. I don't want to
Thank you.
hog the stage. And thank you guys so much for listening. God bless and please keep yourselves safe in
So
these
wait, so
dangerous
are you
times.
in yeshiva, Ariel, or are you in Beit Midrash, or what do you?
I work. I do Beit Midrash. I work and study at the same time.
Okay, good. Okay, good job. Okay, God bless you. Be
Thank you.
safe.
And you know what? More power to those that study full time because we are not successful unless God is on our side. And God has told us that the study of Torah is it's it. I mean, there's a reason why we had two arcs. One was for when we went to war, and the other one was just to travel with us. So
That's
the
right.
Torah precedes us in everything that we do. So
100%.
my respect to those that study full time. So yes, man, we'll be in touch, and I really appreciate you saying that you want to do a space. So
Definitely,
God bless. Be
definitely.
safe.
It
You
was
I'll
too.
send you a
nice
message
hearing
right now.
from you, Ariel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless you. I'll be safe.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so hands up. Where's Rodin? You've been very quiet. Rodin, are you writing articles or are you responding in DMs?
I was responding in DMs and doing a whole bunch of stuff.
Am I in trouble? How many people did I piss off?
A lot.
Everybody? Good.
No, I'm just
The
I'm not one of them.
no, I'm
Uh-huh.
trying to figure out. No, what I'm trying to figure out right now is why is Russian Orthodox Church is trying to get to Vatican. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
why are they trying to get involved? Because the unification, right? They want that
Well, that's what I'm
the
trying to figure out because they don't
it
want
has to do with the
unification.
UN and the vote and the Ukraine stuff also, and it's money. There's a lot of Russian oligarch money that in the
Right,
Vatican
right,
banks.
right. Well, that's what I'm researching right now because all of a
Look up the
sudden,
Vatican banks and the business relationships and also land ownership. Think about the land
well,
ownership side
that's
of
what I'm
Israel.
looking at. I'm looking at the land ownership because when Ukrainian Orthodox Church separated from Russian Orthodox Church, that is when we need to look at
You also
because
have to look at the Russian mafia and the Italian mafia and how
yeah,
that and the Albanian mafia. But then also what you have to look about is also Catholic owned lands throughout the Eastern Bloc and how they still have the deed rights,
they
but
took that away.
the Russians did.
Of course, they took
But then
that
also
away.
in
There is all the land that was on. Well, I don't know about the other places, but I know in the Soviets they took all the land away from the church.
okay, so then it's the Security Council, the votes also at the UN. So Leslie is a good person on this. So Leslie, is there a way for us to search what votes did the Vatican, because they're an observer state, and they're the ones who declared the Palestinian state as an observer state. I know that's wrote in the Vatican.
They
Do you know that
they don't vote still.
No,
they
they
The
don't
the
don't.
vote, but they have input in terms of saying we're not going to be part of the Trump's peace board. We want to bring it back to the UN. They do have sway, though.
yeah, okay, so that's different. If you're talking about sway, that's one thing. If you're talking about actual voting record, there's no voting
The
rights.
swaying. So how do they sway certain important things at the UN? That would be a direct issue for the president.
For Trump himself,
Well, for American interests. That's what I mean.
um, well, there's a lot of things. I mean, listen, the Vatican, for example, is a big supporter of all these UN
Aid programs.
conventions.
Aid
All these,
programs also. The
yeah,
UNHCR, they're all these different Catholic or aid organizations and raising funds and everything, including the open borders in the US, all that stuff to increase,
exactly.
right? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So all the open borders, refugees, climate, all these different things. The Vatican is a huge supporter of it. The NGOs around it, etc. But yeah, in terms of UN, they push a lot these sort of things. In terms of like, for example, Israel specifically, while publicly they always say Israel has the right to exist, Israel has the right to live in safety in its recognized borders, they always also talk about the two-state solution. For example, when it comes to visiting Israel, like the popes, for example, like they've gone to the wall, but they spend more time in the Palestinian territories in Ramallah, planting trees and doing all sorts of things. They're big supporters, for example, of internationalizing Jerusalem. That's one of their biggest pushes, forever.
Ah,
They want Jerusalem as a whole to be like an international area, not for Israel, not for Palestine, just an
they're the
international
ones
thing.
that tried to stop Jerusalem from being the capital of Israel. That's why.
Exactly. But they've done that from like a very long time still. Like
Right.
this is like very historical. It's not like from
Right, right. But what I'm trying to figure out, all of a sudden, Russian Orthodox Church, they separated from Ukrainian Orthodox Church.
Yeah.
So, and all of a sudden, Russian Orthodox Church are going for Vatican. They're going, I mean, they're trying to, because they've never got along before. But now all of a sudden, they're trying to get the peace deal going, which is not. I'm not understanding that Father Kirill is the one that's doing all this.
He's doing it with Rep Luna. So
listen, I'll tell you something, as I said, from growing up in a very Catholic influenced country. Um, you have to separate doctrine from politics. And unfortunately, in places where Catholicism is the main, branch of Christianity, they are heavily embedded in politics. every branch of Catholicism.
But that's not what's
Every
going
church.
on
Let
in
me,
Russia.
no, no, no.
Russia is
Let me finish. And
okay.
every branch of the Catholic Church is fighting for its own political power. So you have to look at it from that lens. Don't look at it from the doctrine. Look at it from the politics of it. What is it that they're gaining from what they're doing in the politics of Russia, for example, if this is the Russian church? That's the lens you need to start looking at it and not so much from the theological part. That's my
Thank
opinion.
you.
I could be wrong.
Okay, got it. That's what I'm going to look for right now because all of a sudden, I mean, I'm telling you, Father Kirill was always, always speaking out against Vatican. He was speaking out against Ukrainian Orthodox Church. He was speaking out against any other religion, Christians, everybody, just his Christianity. That's all what he wanted. He did not believe in any other form. And then all of a sudden, he just changed. I mean, literally overnight.
Bree woke up. Hey, Bree. It's been a rough one in my space. Did you get a lot of
Oh
DMs,
no.
Bree?
No, no, I'm just waking up.
Oh, okay. So it's been I waged war on I everything you've ever taught me. I spewed out in 30 minutes about what's going on
Wait a
with the
second.
Catholic
Dugan
Church.
just posted something about Islam. Hold on, let me
Okay,
look.
so Bree, just okay. It was a very interesting space. I pissed off people like because they don't understand
Oh.
about the subversion of okay. This the when did when vegan let's start with the Vigano thing just so that people understand this, okay? When Vigano was assigned in his position, did you see the recent statement by oh my gosh, you haven't seen this. Oh my gosh, wait. Okay. Do you have the full
Sorry. I
audio from
I I
Vigano's
haven't even
testimony in Russia, Bree?
no, but no. Oh, you mean the audio of the of his you mean at the
From that one
conference?
clip, the full conference one, yeah?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Did you tag it in there?
The full audio
Yeah.
in
In that
from the
post you
clip
made?
that
Yeah.
no. Why?
Yeah, I think we need it because people want to hear like what he fully said. But
Oh yeah, yeah. It's on his YouTube. We can find it real quick.
okay.
Do you want me to
So
Okay,
find
so
it?
Dugan just posted there is only one thing in Islam even worse than Gulf monarchies. It is Salafism. What the hell is that?
Salafism, Salafi, yeah, the Salafi movement, yes.
Another tool in the hands of Mossad and CIA,
Yeah, so
always against real Islam, always defending Israel and American interest.
so the Salafism, oh, wow, I can't believe he's talking about this. So it's the Sunni Islam movement. So the Gulf countries, the actual Gulf countries, which is it is in controversy to the Sunni, to the Shia. So Salafism is the major fundamental like revival movement within Sunni Islam. So repeat what he said again.
Okay, he said there is only one thing in Islam, even worse than Gulf monarchies. It is Salafism, another tool in the hands of Mossad and CIA, always against real Islam, always defending Israel and American
Okay,
interest.
so he's saying real Islam is Shia Islam, and he's upset, and he's saying that the CIA and the Mossad created Salafism, which is predates all of that, and it's the first form of. I mean, Rama, Rama, were you okay? It's basically Sunni Islam. So he's basically saying he's upset at the Gulf countries for attacking Russia's proxy, which is Iran.
So Salafism is in direct conflict with the Ayatollah Khomeini branch, which is
Yes.
Sistanis and all that stuff. And their main point of deflection is the end times, where the Shias believe the Mahdi is going to come, and Salafis believe that there is no such thing as Mahdi, and that's all made up. And the Salafi Muslims, the Sunnis, they're just waiting for Jesus' second return. But
Is that confirmed in the hadith? Because I was in a space listening to very confused people.
yeah, that's what the
That
Salafi is. But there are other things that they differ. But this is the main thing. One of their main things, like they do not adhere to the 12th Imams. The Imamiyat concept of Imamiyat itself is a very Shia concept. It does not occur in Wahhabi Salafi kind of branch of Sunnis. There are some Sunnis in India, Pakistan that do subscribe to the Imams and they're kind of confused. But the Gulf countries, the Saudis, the Khalijis, the UAE, the Qataris, they all are very, basically, they're the evangelicals of Islam. Basically, they're very, very like fundamental, very basic. Like, what did the God say? What did God say? We're just gonna follow the book. We're not gonna.
So it's actually Jesus though. I was in a
yeah, that's
space where
not.
they said it's
It's
not.
not
They said
Jesus.
it's not Jesus.
Yeah.
It's a different name, and it has nothing to
No,
do
no,
with
no. It
Jesus.
is.
But
It is
I don't
Jesus,
know.
the
Okay,
son
so
of
this is what.
Mary.
Wait, just Rama. Can I just read to you and you tell me
Sure,
if I'm
sure,
wrong based
sure.
on this? Okay. So on the day of judgment, so this is what the Salafi mixed with Wahhabi believe that there's going to be a smoke, a thick smoke that envelops the whole earth. That's number one. That's going to happen, and then you're going to have the Dajjal, which is the Antichrist or fake Messiah. It's a one-eyed liar who claims divinity, performs false miracles, and
Yeah.
leaves a massive fitna, which is tribulation. He emerges from the east, often linked to Jewish followers. Initially, last 40 days with distorted time perception, and is the greatest trial. So they believe that when Mashiach comes, which would be the Old Testament Mashiach comes, that he's really the Antichrist, which is just a narrative and framing. That's what. Okay. And then number three, they believe. Are you giggling because this is wild? Okay.
This is
So
wild. Yeah.
okay, so then they believe that three, there will be the descent of Isa ibn Maryam, which is
Jesus, son of
Jesus.
Mary.
Yeah, Jesus, son of Mary. Although, if you actually listen to them in their own spaces, they don't. Okay, anyways, they don't believe any of this, but this is a different. I don't even know what's Takia and what's real anymore, so it doesn't matter. We'll just
Yeah.
pretend that this is what they believe. It says that it'll be at the White Minaret, which I'm assuming is in Mecca, not in
Yes.
Jerusalem. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm coughing because my brain is having a hard time understanding all this.
Right. There's a
So,
lot of confusion. And keep going.
okay, then there's going to break of the cross. It will kill the Dajjal, so it's going to kill the actual Messiah.
Oh Lord.
And then they believe that it's going to abolish jizya, and then rules justly under Sharia law for a short period of time, and then prays behind the Mahdi. So they do believe that they pray behind the Mahdi.
Jesus
There,
is gonna pray behind the Mahdi.
yes, yeah,
Oh
he's going to be second.
Lord.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
Jesus is number second. The Son of God is number second.
Oh,
Mahdi.
well, they don't believe he's the son of God. They believe he's a prophet, not
Yeah,
the
yeah,
son
yeah,
of
yeah.
God.
I'm just saying. I'm just
Okay.
saying from
And then
this
the
perspective.
appearance of Yajuj and Majuj, so Gog and Magog, so they believe that as well. That's the
That's what Gog and Magog. Yeah.
yeah, of course, yeah. So barbaric hordes released to swarm the earth, causing destruction until Allah destroys them. So that would be Russia, China, and Iran would be the what Gog and Magog would be described, I
Yeah.
guess.
I've
Yeah.
heard that. I've heard that.
And
Yes.
then there's be the rising of the sun, the actual sun, like sun from the west, after which repentance is no longer accepted. So no, and then you're cooked. And then the beast from the earth, which I think they think is like I don't know somebody.
So,
You know, the
wait.
funny thing
So,
is that everything that you've said so far does not. It does the Quran. There's no mention of it in Quran. These are all stories made up
These
by
are all
these
stories made up that they
by
try to use from
scholars
the Old
from
Testament and the New
13th
Testament.
century to 15th
Yeah.
century. This is when a lot of school of thought was happening within Iraq, and that's where they cooked up all these stories, and they borrowed much from their Mesopotamian folklore, I would say.
Yes.
It has so
Yeah,
so
my
so
friend just
that's where.
texted me that's send n word story time stories.
Yeah,
Okay. Hold on. So then, so
sorry,
then,
did you say the sun is going to rise from the west?
yes, the
yeah.
sun is going to rise from the
The
west, and
basically
then
Earth is going to change its axis. It's going to
yeah.
go
So what? Earth is
backwards.
gonna flip over?
Yes,
Like,
the earth
Yes.
will flip over. Yeah, yeah. Wait, there's more. Three
no,
made.
no, no. Wait. No, this is super interesting because I was listening to these scientists that were talking about the Earth right now changing its pivot point and that it could potentially have like a flip over. Like that's why I was like, wait, what?
It's
Like the
changing. The
pole
North
switching?
Pole is changing. It's not gonna go
It's not going to go
anti-clockwise.
completely like that. Yes,
Yeah, it's
these
saying
are
it's
normal.
Now, where does Dan Crenshaw come in? You
Why?
said something
Why
about the
does Dan?
one-eyed
Oh
beast.
wait,
Okay,
Dan
so we're
Crenshaw.
all
Oh
gonna
my
die
god!
next month.
Oh my god! Wait,
he's saying
why?
Dane Crenshaw is the
Why is Dan
Antichrist
Crenshaw
because he
right
has
now
one
being
eye.
talked about? Because he lost his seat or his primary or what?
I don't know. When you said that, he came to mind. I don't know why. It might have been a message
I
from
would
God. I
take a
don't know.
dozen Dan Crenshaws over whatever the hell happened to Kent. I don't know what to tell you guys, but anyways, so let me read this. So, the beast from the earth, Debat al Ard, speaks to the people, marking believers and disbelievers. So we're gonna have a mark on us, the mark of the beast. Then three major landslides: east, west, and Arabian
So we're all
Peninsula.
gonna die, basically.
None of this is gonna happen because if you believe the Old Testament, anyways. Fire from
Okay.
Yemen will come out from the ground or Aden, driving people to the gathering place, which will be in Mecca. So there will be
Called the
like
land of
a
Arafat.
the end of Arafat. What did you say?
The land of Arafat.
Yes, and then other events like the destruction of the Kaaba will exist from by people from Ethiopia, by Dul Sawakatian from I don't know what they're going to do with the Kaaba. So they're going to destroy Morocco as well. I'm assuming, right? Is
And
that
you're forgetting the best, like the most funniest thing. Like all the Jews are gonna hide behind a certain tree, and the tree is gonna tell all the Muslims, like, "Come, come, there's a Jew hiding behind that." You forgot that part.
okay? Well,
Still,
it's not written in this
Hold on. When
differences.
was that
yeah,
written?
it's part
I
of
want to
it
know when
too.
that was
It
written.
was part of it.
1300?
That's
These
still the
all these
part from the
stories are
Lord of the
between
Rings, no? Like the trees that talk?
exactly. So
Yeah.
these all these stories are coming from between 13th century and 15th century. So those 300 years, they cooked up a lot of like stuff that was not backed up in Quran. Quran doesn't
There's a
mention it.
lot of drugs that were done in
Yep,
when people were bored at night in the desert with nothing
yep.
but goats and camels. There's a lot you can come up with. Anyways, all I'm just gonna say is this: I'm not gonna judge us other people's inspired books. I don't know how they were inspired, but I'm not gonna like. It's none of my business. But if you're training to be people that if to get 72 versions, if they blow up a bus with a bunch of kids inside of it, that's where it becomes my business.
Absolutely.
You can believe in everything. People think that there's such a thing as Palestine. It doesn't exist. There, it's Narnia. Listen, there's people that believe that they're secret alpha and two spirits and they're part wolf, and they watch and they read a lot of these fan fiction things, and they also think that anime is real, and they believe that if they put on a furry costume and they bark that they're dogs or they're whatever, they're wolves or whatever. There's a lot of weird stuff that goes on in young people's minds these days, and there's even adult furry play that goes on. Again, I'm this that is people that want to be vampires, they want to have fake teeth, they want to role play. That's all for whatever. Then there's the adults in the room, which is typically me with the exception of a few people. And the adults in the room are like, listen, we have a very sophisticated Old Testament that has a lot of details about the end of times or not end of time, so to speak. We have obviously the New Testament, which has less content than the Old Testament in terms of certain things. That's none of my business. At the end of the day, all I know is this. I believe in one God and thank you, God, and I bless you, God, and bless us, and that's great. And we need to make this planet a good place for people to live, and we need to stop with all this
Hashem is
crazy.
king.
That's right, God is king. So so everything else is people trying to figure out if they got it right or not. As a Jewish person, I'm not worried about that, like in any way, shape, or form.
Well, there's an easy tell.
And I
If
believe
you
all people have
kill
a right to go to
innocent
heaven.
people,
That's right.
Jump in
yeah,
front of
but
a bus, that's
if
the
you
easy tell.
What?
No,
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 no.
no.
The good tell is if you
Well, you'll
love
find
death more
out.
than life, then
Yes.
maybe you're on
Yeah,
the wrong
we love life more
the
than death,
wrong side.
and we do not like kill in this lifetime or blow ourselves up to go to the afterlife. That's not what the Old Testament is based on in any way, shape, or
Yeah, you
form.
don't get like a special coupon
Nothing.
if you do
Nothing.
something
No.
here really
No.
bad and then you go to heaven and then you get 72. I don't even understand where the
The
number 72 comes
72,
from
all this stuff.
because it's so irrational to any man that has ever been with a woman. It is so irrational that anyone would want
Let me tell you,
72.
CTF. If I go to all
It's
the Islamic
irrational.
spaces or pro-Islamic spaces, and I said you will get 72 of me if you blow yourself up, I'm going to guarantee you everybody's going to be converting out of that ideology. Imagine 72 of me. Like you don't, you most men.
It seems like something you tell a kid, though, right? Like that's what I always say about this
Yeah,
stuff. It seems like something that you can get away with
you
telling
will
a
get
kid,
a
but
whole
once you're an
bag of
adult,
Smarties.
you're like,
Yeah, you'll get a whole bag
like
of.
I'm not falling for that.
So there's a lot of stuff that the Islamic faith has
All
to.
I'm gonna go to Bree really quickly. Sorry, you
Sorry.
guys. I want to go to Bree because she woke up in the middle of the night. But I'm just gonna say this: most men can't handle one of me. 72 of me. You will not never want to sin or blow yourself up to think that that's what you're gonna get, because I will literally put you in check with just one of me. Let alone 72. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it.
Hell, most of
I could.
y'all gonna be stuck with one of me, so imagine. There ain't no way you can handle 4, let alone 72. Forget it.
But it's like telling somebody there's value where there's no value because they don't understand it. I'm not trying to disrespect women by saying this, but there's no value to having 72 virgins to one man. It's
But
not.
they
I
don't
mean,
care
what? I
about the
mean,
value. You understand?
but
They're
you
I
know what I'm
find it
saying? Like you
not.
highly
can't.
valuable to have 72 green berets at my disposal at any given time, and then not for physical
Now,
purposes.
now we're
This is what
talking.
I'm talking
Net
about.
72 Virgin Green
Yes,
Berets.
yes,
All
that's
right,
an
now we're
army of
talking.
God that you've never seen before. That's all I have to say. My God,
Man,
how
if
what a,
they got 72 of me to
I could
feed, they're gonna
solve
go
most of
broke
world
fast.
problems with 72 green beret virgins. Do you know how motivated they would be? My goodness. Go ahead, Bree. I can't even think
Oh
about it.
my
Like I'm
god,
blushing. I'm blushing
I'm
right now.
laughing
I'm blushing.
so.
Like I still blush. I don't know what's wrong with other people. I've not, like, I've seen a lot in life, but not in those areas. I still blush.
72 is a lot, Stealth. This is what I want
I
people
could
to
take
understand. That is a
over
whole lot of
governments with
people.
72 virgin green berets. You do not know what I would do with
It's
that.
insane. But I'm just saying 72 is a whole lot of people. I did the number I think made sense when you're talking shit about something, but when you actually break it down to reality, I don't think that I don't know.
Okay, so you
It's
just,
72 is a
there's
lot.
more to that story. I'll wait until I see. Okay, go ahead, Brie. Oh my God, help me, Brie. I'm blushing right now thinking about this. My God, she's only giggling because she feels the same way I do about this topic, and she's also
I
blushing.
love
Me and
this
The
her.
space
question is
because we go
why
from.
72 though? Because like the TikTok thing is 6, 7, 6, 7, but like
So
why
I'll
the
tell you why it
72?
is. You want to know, Josie?
Yes.
18 plus 18 is 36. 36 plus 36 is 72. It's chai. 18 means life in Judaism, so they picked 72 because they were using Jewish numerology to determine it. They were using gematria.
Mm.
So
and
you're
and
talking about,
Stealth, I learned something else like about gematria. Number 18 is the only number in entire mathematics, like infinite numbers that they exist. 18 is the only number that if you take the numericals, 1 plus 8 is 9, and when you divide 18 by half, it's still 9. It's the
yes,
only number
the
that
only
does it.
number. Yeah,
Yep.
Josie, bring in your buddy, our numerology expert. I want
Gary?
to talk to him about this. Gary,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes. Yeah, bring him in. Okay,
Well,
Bree, go
Stealth
ahead.
is my
Oh
birthday
no, we're gonna
today.
deal with
Happy
numerology
birthday!
and 72
Yeah, it's
virgins. Oh, I
18th
don't like
March,
that.
so I know a
Happy
Happy
lot about the
birthday.
number
birthday!
18. Thank you,
You
thank
know,
you.
on your birthday, if you're Jewish, you're supposed to give blessings to others. You don't
Yes,
receive
I've
blessings
been
yourself.
praying for Israel and America and all the Middle Eastern countries
Pray that
today.
my
So yeah,
president stays safe. United
yes,
Donald J.
every
Trump.
day, every day, every day, every day.
Thank you, thank you, and pray for the end of abortion. Go ahead, Bree.
And pray for me to
Oh
get a
You
yes.
Chanel
sound sick.
bag. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Sure, why not?
Thank
There are
Go
you.
ahead,
many
You
Bree.
sound
treasures
sick.
Okay,
in my
everybody's okay. You guys, I
father's
got to speak to
heaven.
Bree. I know you're excited. I know
You
you're
sound
excited.
sick. You
Go ahead,
sound
Bree.
sick. Number one, are you okay?
Me? No, I
Yeah.
had some very hot, spicy jalapeno potato chips dipped in guacamole that I was supposed to have last night, but I wasn't able to because somebody decided to take me after a an Irish event, Irish pub event. Some base conservatives decided to take me to the American Communist Party after hours party. I haven't talked to you. Yes, I'm going to call you.
Oh my.
Yeah,
So you need some omeprazole,
where? Let me tell you
basically?
where it was. It was in a
And you
special
were
place.
already like happy.
Wait,
Oh
wait.
no, because you don't drink.
It was
Okay,
in a
never mind.
bougie place that had only female cats inside. So like female cats that had been like adopted. This was female cats of the American Communist Party, and there was a line down the street to get in to this event. I don't know. I entered in another time zone, and then there was two over helicopters because they were searching for somebody affiliated with this. I'll tell you, I had.
You told me you were saying
It was the
something
middle of
about
night
this,
last
right?
night. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
fun.
yeah, yeah. And I had a quarter of a beer, and I ended up in a very, very bad spot with more.
Oh my gosh, you don't drink. You must have been completely a
You have to
quarter of a
listen to me in my
beer.
space last night.
Oh
It was
yeah, no, we
bad.
don't want to do that.
You should listen to what I'm saying. It's
Okay,
pretty
wait a
bad.
second. Did you see the post from Anna Polina Luna?
Yes, I know. That's why I literally, yes, that is why I put out a post before that last week saying she's at a risk. So she's saying that there's people that are working an op to destroy the peace between Russia and America. She is directly under Kirill's arm right now. It's very problematic. And I even posted and I sent a message privately to people in the administration saying, you guys need to extricate Rep. Anna Luna between the JFK files and the Epstein stuff and the deal with the Ukraine Russia stuff. She's out of her league. She doesn't speak Russian. She doesn't know what's going on. I don't think she's trained. Does she speak Russian? Does anybody know if she
She
has an
doesn't.
expertise? Somebody
She
needs to
doesn't.
get to her people or her team and her husband and get her on a phone because she's about to get scooped up in the worst possible op you've ever seen. It's very concerning. I mean, she's been like, you can see what RT has been posting about her now for about ever since Robert Armstrong went on Tucker's show and they were talking about the Russian Orthodox Church and the Ukraine Russia stuff. She came out and was running a full campaign for the Russian Orthodox Church, saying that they're being shut down inside of Ukraine as if it's a lack. There's plenty of Russian Orthodox Church. It was
No, no, no,
specifically
no, no, no,
inside
not
of
Russian
Ukraine.
Orthodox Church. They
Yes, there is. There are
separated.
still
Stealth.
Orthodox churches inside of Ukraine.
No, Stealth. They separated. They closed all the Russian Orthodox churches. They only left.
It's a reverse
Yeah.
honeypot.
It's a reverse
That's what
honeypot.
she's up
Yes,
to.
she's involved with a reverse honeypot. Yes, yes. And like I owe her to save her because of her I ordered a red Baywatch bathing suit. So I mean honestly, of course we can't wear it outside in public, just whatever. But it's because of her efforts with Hawaiian Tropic that I went and bought tanning oil even recently with
Oh
SPF.
my God.
I'm Bree is
Like
loving
it's
this.
4
She's dying.
a.m.
Okay.
Okay.
This is what
Hey,
happens when I sleep during the day, Bree.
yes,
Not good.
yes.
Not good.
Silly.
Not good for America.
Um, So, I posted up in the nest. If you have not seen the full statement from the U.S. Catholic bishops, this is a
Yes.
statement that was issued by the Congregation of U.S. Bishops. So, all of the bishops in the United States issued this together, except one again, and that one has been pretty captured by the trad movement. He lost his see. His bishopric, his
Who is that? You talking
it
about
was
Vigano or
yeah, but those are the
and
people who are supporting him are the ones who are going to be posting against what the bishop state, and these people are on their way out, guys. This they are about to schism
okay, so
themselves.
yeah, they are schism. So which bishop right now is countering this current bishop statement?
And it makes me sad because I know Joseph Strickland very well, but Bishop Strickland used to stand up for like pro-life issues. He used to speak out in a measured way, but then he
About
was
COVID.
adopted by about COVID. He was adopted by LifeSite, and he has his own show on LifeSite after he was removed from his see from by Pope Francis for his ever increasing posts on social media, including his rejection at one point of the he
Vatican II.
teetered on he well no he teetered on rejecting the Pope as legitimate, and at that point, this was right around the same time of Vigano, that tweet that he put out, which he later apologized for, but that tweet that he put out was sent to the Vatican, and his people who've been opposing him for other things used
Used
it
it.
as a way to say, look, he is not in union. And the Pope said, remove him from his, like, he sent a group of bishops over to look into the see to see if there were other things that were going on. And they removed him supposedly because of mishandling of funds in his see of Tyler. So like his small little, um parish, or well, like his small little group of parishes, a lot of people moved to Tyler because he had become Tyler, Texas. He had become very
like he was the only voice really speaking out against COVID, speaking for the pro-life movement. And we've talked about this before where
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
Carolina was very
shocked.
close to him. That's the problem we're having.
Yeah, yeah, no, I was too. But he would reach out to a group of us just to kind of keep his messaging balanced. And the
What
more
have you called
started
him?
going,
Have you called him?
oh, 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 look, like I sent him so many texts and called him and spoke with him, and he would listen, and then he would go and do this stuff. And it's like, what are you doing? Finally, the group of us were like, we can't. There's nothing more we can
Was he
do
not
in
handling his
advising
own
him.
comms?
No, he was.
I mean, you think he's really putting out the tweets on his feed? It's not being
Oh,
done by others?
100%. No, well, I don't know if LifeSite's taken over now, but I'm pretty sure it's him. And I mean, if you look at his videos and stuff, yeah, but he was surrounded by the John Henry Weston. Remember, I knew John
Yes.
Henry Weston. I knew Taylor Marshall. I knew them all. I knew Taylor and his kids. Like they came over to my house. Like this is not like this is not like firsthand knowledge of these people.
What about
They
Bishop
have
Michael
substantially
Hinton?
changed.
Do you know, like,
Who?
there's a bunch of bishops that listen to my space, except for
Mm,
Nicuss, they get a little bit upset, but they know that, like, we're doing the right work. Do you
mm.
know Bishop Michael Hinton?
I don't know him, and I don't think is he Catholic?
Yeah, he's Catholic.
Yeah, I don't know him directly.
Okay.
Mm-mm. No,
Has the
but you'll
London
see.
Oratory made a statement about this? What about Calvin, the other guy?
Oh, well, so Calvin's not Catholic. So
I
Calvin,
know, but he
yeah.
plays in the.
Well, like again, Calvin is not Catholic. He doesn't have a hierarchy. He keeps jumping from church to church. I think we have to like just you have to just recognize that imbalance and just take it for what it is in the scope of things that Calvin has said, but the U.S. Catholic bishops coming out on the eve of the Catholic for Catholics conference condemning anti-Semitism, it's worth hearing because, and this is Archbishop Sample. He is one of the most orthodox of the what I mean by that, the one of the most traditional of the bishops in the United States. And he's of Portland, Oregon, which is hilarious. But he says the traditional Latin Mass. He's a trad.
He is a trad. Okay, so
He's a
that's
trad. And
okay.
for him to come out and say what he said, it's very important to hear that in the context of what we've also seen with like the popes coming out and saying that the current state of Israel has the right to exist.
Okay, so let me play
You know.
this.
Harassment
Yes.
and even violence against our. As Catholics, we are called to walk in the truth and so to reject the conspiracies and lies that lead to harassment and even violence against our Jewish brothers and sisters. There is a strong connection between religious freedom and working to counter anti Semitism. As Nostra Aetate puts it, in a rejection of every persecution against any man, the Church, mindful of the patrimony she shares with the Jews, and moved not by political reasons, but by the gospel's spiritual love, decries hatred, persecutions, displays of anti Semitism directed against Jews at any time and by anyone. The Jewish community is attacked at a far higher rate than any other religious group in the United States. If we Catholics, in truly living out the gospel, are to defend religious freedom with integrity, we must clearly speak out against anti Semitism.
So that is a direct slap in the face
As
to Carrie
Catholics,
Prejean.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's that. That's yeah.
But it's also a message by the Catholic, the entire. So when the Catholic bishops come out in the entirety and issue a statement like this, even when we're having to deal with like their secular humanist immigration nonsense,
Right.
okay? You have to read it within the context of the universal church, i.e., the entirety of the church that has come out. He directly quotes from Nostra Aetate, which is a decree of it's a declaration of the Catholic Church. It is part of our doctrine. Okay, it's part of our magisterium. He makes that statement that it is rejected, by the way, that declaration is rejected by all of these traddy trads who reject Vatican II because that's where it came out of. Okay, so he makes this statement and he quotes this as a bishop with the congregation. This is what you listen to as those of you who are non-Catholics, non-Christians. This is a statement of the Catholic Church in the United States supporting our Jewish brothers and sisters. Nothing else matters. Not one bishop coming out and opposing it. It does not matter because in the church, when we talk about universal, it is the voices together, not one person, and not one person who's erring, because we've had people who've done that in the past. One's named Arius, who was a bishop who claimed that Jesus was just a man, right? And Arius ended up like causing the vast amount of Christians, even Constantine, to fall under his nonsense. And yet, at the end of the day, the church completely pushed against Constantine and his error and Arius's errors, and called Arianism a heresy. That's one of the earliest heresies in the Christian church. And that was because all of the bishops came together and they issued a statement. They issued a decree. So this statement that they've come out and said is in line, if you look at my thread, is in line with the statement that was issued by Pope Leo with regards to a persecution of Jews and our respect of Judaism, and on the secular side, on the state side, the issue of the popes with regards to the right of the current state of Israel to exist. There is no pushing back on this unless you are, severing yourself from the Catholic Church at this point. There's no pushing back. And so that is
So
so
Bishop
important. It's
Strickland
huge.
was brought back in, and then was so I posted some videos about partial communion and how there's no such thing as partial communion, and people are like, this
Yeah,
is
no,
gobbledygook.
Bishop Strickland has no job. He has no job except for working for LifeSite now because he was removed from his see. He de facto was retired, which is, again, this is a very sad thing for me to see. And this is what happens when you get surrounded by sycophants who are like, "You're a martyr. You're doing the thing that no one else will do. You're such a good person. Just keep saying this instead." And that is exactly what when I've brought up in the past, like Diane Montana and Edward Penton and
He
their
calls he
engagement with
but
vegano.
he calls the Vatican an LGBTQ operation. 5 months
Yeah.
ago, under the
Who does that
Catholics for
sound
Cal,
like? Who does that sound like?
that's Dugan
And Bannon
and Bannon
and
and
Vigano.
Vigano.
Yes.
But
And
that's crazy.
this is what I'm saying.
They,
But he's not yet schismed himself. He's about to. He's about to. If he continues this, he's going to de facto schism himself and bring a whole bunch of people with him.
Okay, guys, I gotta
And
go to bed. Bree, love you.
sorry.
Bye, Stels.
Love
I
you.
wrote
Freddie.
in.
Bye, Leslie. Bye.
So I have some audio here about this just coming out. So here is, he talks about being removed. So this is 5 months ago, 4 months ago. This is at one of their big conferences. I don't know how many of us have seen on the social media priests and others gathered celebrating the confirmation of a man living with a man openly, and it just needs to be addressed. Father James Martin, once again involved, great pictures of all of them smiling. Here we are talking about doctrine. I just thought I need to raise that issue. I know it's not
He's
part of
right.
any agenda. He's right. Yeah. This body
See,
gathered.
but do you see how
We
easily
need to.
it's taking from so look, like when you listen to Vigano, I sent the video in your
Yeah,
DMs. When you
if
listen
I
to
saw a
Vigano,
rabbi, like a rabbi, it wouldn't be a religious rabbi, but if I saw any rabbi allowing like two gay men to whatever to like do a baby naming, for me that
right.
you're not a rabbi, you'd be get kicked out of the rabbanut,
But see,
and it would be
so okay.
immediately. It would be immediately
See,
happen. It would
but
not.
but
There would not be this
but
temporary. Nobody would capture them like Mutea Karta and have the
but
Iranians
this is the
thing.
problem. Still, this is the problem, okay? This is why I would say like I know all of these people again, like the John Henrys, the Taylor Marshalls, the Edward Pensions. I know them all, okay?
But
The
the
reason
problem is
why
that
they've
you
gone
have
this way
1.2 billion
is
Catholics.
because
You don't need the extra few gays. Like the Jews, we don't proselytize.
I'm
We'll,
with I know no,
we'll
I'm
stay
with you, but
small.
the
We don't
problem
need
is
all
that
the freaks of the
there
world.
it is true. It is true within the Catholic Church that there has been the political left since before Vatican II. We've talked about
The other
this,
problem is
about the
a lot of these,
infiltration.
a lot of guys, I'm sorry to say, do become gay, not from just birth, not for genetic reasons, let's say, because of molestation.
Abuse.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
when there you've
No,
had this
like
much
this is
abuse.
we talk about that.
Yes.
We talk
Yeah.
about this, but look, I want to make so people understand how this is normalized and how it was been how it's been exploited by Dugan, okay? Because on the left has infiltrated the Catholic Church for generations now. We've talked about this ad nauseum. He talks specifically about Father James Martin. Father James Martin is he should have been like excommunicated years ago for the nonsense, but he walks a very fine line because he doesn't like he knows how to play the game. These people are he's a Jesuit. When we saw Pope Francis, his leftist stuff that he's pushed out and things that Taylor Marshall rightfully pointed out as being in error, like in a really problematic. And this yes, as Cardinal Burke pointed out early on in the pontificate of Pope Francis, that there were major errors that were going on. That leftist group, the majority of them are to the point in being aged that they will age out in the next like generation. Okay, but they have had control of the church and have damaged the church for generations since Vatican II. That's why Vatican II is oftentimes pushed as the ground point for a lot of leftist nonsense that came into the church. But you have to understand that everybody at the Vatican II Council were saying the traditional Latin Mass. There was no other form of the mass at that time. So it's not like, oh, it was the traddy trads who were preserving. No, this is, there was an infiltration in the church. Thus, Taylor Marshall wrote the book Infiltration. The problem is that if you take on the position of individual popes, like Taylor Marshall making condemnations of the Pope, like even if the Pope is wrong, this is why we have the hierarchy, because the fullness of the bishops coming together fully are the ones that end up not having errors. So when people talk about, is the Pope infallible? Not everything the Pope says is infallible. There's only very small things that could be considered infallible from a Pope, and it's in union with the bishops of the church, and it's an issued statement from his chair. The last time it's done it was the declaration of I believe, of the Assumption of Mary. Okay, so this doesn't happen often. But for the problem is that because we've had such lefties within the bishops and the even within the pontificate itself, it opens up a huge chasm for people to stand in the gap and say, no, this is not what the church teaches, which is fine until you start aligning yourself with, say, the Eastern Orthodox, because, oh, they don't have any problems, right? But they speak a good game. So if you listen to what Vigano says in his regurgitation of stuff towards, the Dugan conference, you're going to sit here and you're going to be like, well, that's true. Well, that's true. Well, that's true. And that is how it's normalized, because the lies are infiltrated in the truth, and you see the fruits of it.
But Bree, I have a question. All
Sure.
these basic things that we're talking about, like homosexuality, like premarital sex,
The
and all
church
that.
is
These,
very clear on those things. Like Pope
right?
Francis has been very clear, and yet you still have these people running around on the left doing this stuff, just like we have the people on the right doing this stuff that are not being counseled. They're feckless bishops, sadly, for the most part, except we saw the statement that the bishops came out and said, no, this is not true.
See, these are basic 10 Commandments, right? Like
Right.
it doesn't need like 100 council of men to come up. Oh, this is the doctrine. Like
Right.
the
But
doctrine was
yet you see
set
that within
four
Judaism, you
thousand
see
years
the
ago.
reformists. You see reformists in Judaism, right?
Jews don't Orthodox Jews don't consider Reform Jews to be following anything remotely Jewish. We consider a Reform synagogue to be um, equal to a church, and our
Well, I mean, but do you see
that's
what
basic.
happens within the traditionalists? Because traditionalists don't think that leftists You know, Catholics like so-called Catholics like Father James Martin are actually Catholic.
I see your
It's
point.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like it's a little different because under the Catholic Church, they all have, in order to get communion or order to go through the priestly stuff, they get approved through the Vatican. So like uh, for us in Judaism, it's like a very strict thing. There's no such thing as a reform or conservative rabbi. It doesn't exist in any of our doctrine or any of our certifications. It's a very different thing than having somebody who is maybe a priest that allows people to take communion that happen to be gay. Like we wouldn't know the difference. We wouldn't allow gay marriage, obviously, but we wouldn't have two men coming to
But
shul.
reformists too, and they call themselves Jewish.
Right, but they're not ordained through any, like they're not considered rabbis
Right.
by any
Right. Oh,
legal.
okay. So I get where you're going. So their authority is not actually been given through the
That's right.
correct ordination.
That's right.
Aha. So that's a huge deal within the Catholic Church because of and so you understand the infiltration. That's where the pivotal point is. Understand by the left. By the communists. The communists came into the Catholic Church, and this has been documented. The Russians used assets, especially assets that were easily manipulated, like say those men who were living in homosexual lifestyles. They used assets that were compromisable, and they placed them into the. This was documented by Bella Dodd and others early on in after Vatican II. They put them into positions of power in the seminary, and so they went into the seminary. They became rectors of the seminary, and from that, like that spigot, they turned away traditional men, and they ordained men who were easily compromised. And thus you see the current state of the church today. It doesn't mean that like everybody who went through was compromisable. It's not the
So what you're
case.
saying,
Hey,
Bree, is
Bree.
like unlike the Jewish synagogue, like when the reform comes, they they go in a tangent, and the rest of the synagogue is still intact. But in Catholic tradition,
There's nothing like
there's
that.
nothing
Mm-mm.
like that.
Yeah.
People actually
Not on the
infiltrate.
left.
People infiltrate, and they try to
Yeah.
change it within. That's what you're trying.
Yes,
Okay.
from within. And that happened.
Because
That
it's a
that
more
was that was
politically structured, so it's easier for them
well,
to infiltrate.
yes,
Okay.
it's a
It's a
hierarchy.
hierarchy. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
then
it's a
where does the
hierarchy.
Jesuit thing come from versus
So Jesuits are so it used to remember, I think yeah, it was you the other day when we were chatting for a while. Remember how I said that before one of like before like in the medieval ages, you didn't have the priests that you see mostly today. You didn't have what was known as diocesan priests. Diocesan priests, they are at a parish, but they're not in a monastery, right? They don't have any other brother priests that live in community with them who help support them, that kind of thing. They don't have that. They serve at the bishops. And so especially in the United States, if you go to the parishes throughout the United States, most of the parishes are run by diocesan directly from the bishop, okay? The diocese. It used to be that priests came only from monasteries. And so you had these different orders. The Franciscans are one, the Benedictines are one. They're very old. And what they would do is they would set, you could go to Italy and you see this. In the monasteries, like in Italy, you would see the monasteries are these large buildings on top of, oftentimes on top of the mountain. One, because the bishops, I mean, the monks wanted kind of their solitude, but also because strategically it makes sense to be at the top, like especially if you're at a war, right? To have your like the wealth of a city at the top of the hill, right? So they would create these monasteries, and then people would come because they would own the land. People would come and they would farm the land. And so you would have, this is the Benedict option. If you've heard of that book, the Benedict option, this is what this book is all about, that the communities were organic and centered. Oftentimes at the center of the community would be the church. So when you go to Italy, you're going to see that, right? But the
was this
priests would
based on
come out of the
feudalism
monastery.
though, on like where the church owned the land and the people would work it and
Well,
still
yeah,
live on the
there's,
land?
I mean, that was, yeah, because remember within in the medieval ages and before, you would have the knights who would own, or the members of the royal household who would own the land, or the church would own the land, and the people would be taken. They would have like markets where people would take their different wares, and there was a lot more. Community based. They would have their markets every day. Everybody would know one another. So yeah, there was like a feudalism. We didn't have this whole idea of you would leave your house, you would leave your community and go to another community other than to trade. You wouldn't do that. So that yes, it's very yes, it's very feudalistic. We didn't I studied this. We didn't really see a change from the agrarian system, like the whole idea of like living farm to mouth kind of thing. We didn't really see that happen until we started to see a movement more towards the machine age, and then you saw that what people would like or merge towards cities, and from there you see it especially in Germany, move towards cities, and from there you would have less focused on church, more focused on leisure. It's a fascinating process to see the development of Europe. But anyways, to go back to what's gone on in the Catholic Church, because of the hierarchy, yes, that's how the Russians saw the opportunity, because the Russians also have the hierarchy, right? So they saw the opportunity of how to infiltrate the Catholic Church was to infiltrate the seminaries. Okay.
Is it documented fact that these were Russians, or could it be the Church of
Yeah,
England
so Bella
also?
Dodd talks about it. I'm sure it was exploited by others as well, but Bella Dodd talks about it. You can look up her name, Bella, Balla, Dodd, Dodd. She spoke about it at length. She was a communist. She did the operation herself, and she later converted by the through the help and support of Archbishop Fulton J. Sheen. You can look him up. He was very prolific on TV. He was amazing, amazing. He actually is up for canonization. He's up to become a saint, declared saint. But
But that does,
this,
how
so
does that
when you say
explain Father Coughlin then?
okay, so let me back up. So if you take a look, if you look at that side, right, there was then a pushback on what was happening, and rightfully so, pushback of what the abuses that were coming out of Vatican II because of this infiltration influence op. Okay, that pushback ended up becoming SSPX. So it's like one way, and then it went the other way. SSPX was saying, look, you're
But
not teaching
wasn't
doctrine, you're not teaching
Sedevacantist and what
tradition.
Mel Gibson was around for a long time? Wasn't this all around for a long time? What about the
Yeah, yeah. So there were people who pushed back even more. So SSPX remained within the church, and they because they wanted, I mean, they're Catholic. They wanted to remain in the church. They don't want to separate themselves from the hierarchy. They were not saying that the Pope wasn't the Pope. Sede Decanta say the chair is empty. We don't recognize any Pope. The SSPX doesn't do that. But what the SSPX did was like saying, because you bishops are crazy, we're going to start to like we're going to go back and we're going to do the traditional Latin mass, we're going to do all the trad stuff, and then from within that kind of Cylon, that whole like circle of confirmation bias, they started to say, well, if we don't get like the support from the Holy See, we need to have more bishops and we need to have more priests because we're growing, and so we're going to ordain our own bishops. That's not okay because the bishop's ordination, that comes from the Pope. And the Pope said, no, you're not allowed to do that. And they said, we're going to do it anyways because you guys aren't doing this. Do you see what I'm saying? It's very subtle, but because they did that, they schismed themselves as they're trying to do again today. But the first
That's
step was,
basically the same
yeah.
thing of a reformed synagogue. That's the
Yeah.
same
So they're
exact.
doing it the other way, right? So the leftists, and I get it, like we were put in a rock and a hard place. And the thing that the church teaches is that within the 2000 years of history and tradition, because this isn't like it's the first time we've had to deal with this. I brought up Arius for a reason. The majority, I'm telling you, there was only like two or three bishops who were not in support of the Arian heresy. Constantine and all of them were. Okay, so Constantine the emperor on the secular side, and all of the bishops except for like two or three were for Arianism, and yet at the end of the day, Arianism was defeated. Okay, the same things should have happened within the Vatican II scenario, where they were working and fighting within, and endurance is a big key within the church, right? You endure, you suffer, you experience this kind of stuff, you see the people, you fight against it, but you endure the persecution. But you see what these people have become. They become victim monitors. They all they do is come out and say we're victims, we're so, we are, the Pope hates us, we hate the Pope. Like it's nonsense, and it comes from mostly Americans.
Bree,
Realistically,
Bree, I'm a Catholic
not
too. Um, have you read the book Murder in the 32nd or 33rd Degree
No, what's this one about?
by Charles Murr? He outlines, I don't need to go into it in depth, but he outlines it wasn't just the Russians, it was Masons.
Oh
The
yeah,
Masons,
Freemasons were huge in that.
yeah,
Yeah, for
yeah,
sure. Yeah, for so
yeah.
that's another area, but Freemasonry is a declared it's a declared like if you are a Freemason, if you become a Freemason in the Catholic Church, you are automatically excommunicated.
Yeah, he found he was friends with, he became a priest, but before he was a priest, he was living in Rome studying, and he became friends. He had to share a house with a bishop who Pope Paul VI had tasked to research the influence of the Masons.
I
And
know this
yeah,
story.
yeah, and he found that the bishop who made the new mass and the bishop who was in charge of appointing bishops or the card, I don't know if they were cardinals or bishops, they were Masons.
Yeah, but the problem is, Michaela, is that when you start to make a statement of the bishop that made the new mass, you like I
I
get
forget
it
his
that there,
name.
I get it
Yeah,
that people say, okay, well, one person was this way, or like
yeah,
they say
well,
for like the bishop who, or the priest who wrote Nostra Aetate later left the priesthood and was gay, and he, oh, but he was Jewish beforehand. I'm not even joking. Like they push
yeah,
all this stuff. It
well,
doesn't matter because the entirety of the Catholic bishops, this is where it's key. All of the universal bishops, Michaela, agreed to the new mass.
no, they didn't.
Okay, they did. It's
I don't
called
think it
Vatican
came out
II.
of Vatican II. It was after that.
The new mass is from Vatican II, Michaela.
I don't know about that.
Well,
Okay.
well, Bree is trained in this,
Yeah.
so you
Yeah,
should
like
I
study
know, but
more.
I've studied it a lot too. I'm 75 and I've gone through a
it
lot in the church.
the new mass came from Vatican II. It's not from like two or
Oh,
three bishops.
they
It's
didn't
not.
start celebrating it immediately.
Yeah,
Okay, you
because
might be
that
right.
was intentional. Because
Okay.
it was intentional, Michaela. It was
Yeah.
intentional. Actually, it was the new mass was not supposed to be propagated within 30 months. It was supposed to be propagated within 30 years.
Yeah.
That was the op. Do you see what I'm saying? So it was
Okay.
manipulated,
Okay.
but the new mass, it's, and the new mass, if listen to, you need to read what Benedict the 16th wrote about this, because
Hmm.
he wrote prolifically about this. He was at Vatican II. He was a liberal, by the way, Michaela.
Yeah,
Like so, like he later on became traditionalist because
I
he
know.
saw that the experimentation did not work.
Yeah, I
But
saw that.
he incorporated, like the new mass was always supposed to have Latin as the majority of it,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
yeah. So that go,
Well,
you have to watch
I
out.
overstated it, saying he gives up a scenario. You know, I mean, if you read the book, I mean, that's not the you know, he gives a scene of the guy sitting in what's the Jewish sector of Rome,
It's called the Jewish
Trastevere.
ghetto.
Yeah,
It's
this
yeah,
guy
yeah.
used yeah, and he used to sit in the. There's a scene with him sitting there and writing out. I think he helped. He was a major architect of it. Let's
Oh
say
yeah,
that.
like the Freemasons. There's no doubt because of the fruits of Vatican II.
Yeah.
that the Freemasons were involved in, and the communists were involved, and the communist Freemasons were involved.
Yeah,
But
well,
but it doesn't end. And this is where again where go towards the magisterium. When a council of bishops speak out, you have, like, as Catholics, you have to listen. When the
yeah,
universal church speaks out, it is
that's
magisterium.
right, right. But Vatican II was not a dogmatic council, it was pastoral.
It's
So,
magisterium.
Bree, I have another
Yeah.
hypothetical scenario for you. And since you're so much, you're like a devout Catholic, and you know your history very well. It is a hypothetical scenario. So, if Jesus comes back, he's a Jewish guy. He's from Judea. He comes back and he looks at all this politics and hierarchical structure. Do you expect him to understand all of that, or
Yes,
are
because he's Jesus and he already understands it.
okay?
But yeah, I mean, look, he had
I mean,
he
this is
had
really
12
complicated
apostles.
stuff. Like, I'm hearing this for the first
Sure,
time,
there,
and
like, look, human
I'm
human
overwhelmed.
beings have been involved. Human beings obviously have been involved. The church is not human beings, but we had a hierarchical from the beginning. Jesus had 12 disciples. One of them was Peter. And when Jesus revealed himself in the Gospels as God, the Son of God, he actually was not the one to reveal himself. He said, who do you think I am, to the apostles? Because the apostles had come back, they were healing, they had like gone two by two out amongst Judea and Israel. And they were healing and they were spreading his word, right? And they came back one night, and they said, "Oh, look, some people say you're like Elijah. Some people say you're a prophet. Some people say that you're John the Baptist that like came back." Like, it was like all the people didn't know who you were. And he said, "Who do you say that I am?" And Peter turned and said, "You are the Christ, the Son of the living God." And when he said that, Jesus turned to him and said, "No flesh and bone have told that to you, Peter, but blessed are you for that. No, but my Father in heaven has revealed this to you." And then he said, "You are Peter." He changed his name. "You are Cephas," which is rock, "and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail." When Jesus did that, he placed on Peter the authority amongst the 12. And you see from that time forward, the like in the Gospels, like all of the different disciples would be arguing amongst themselves, but then they would go to Peter and say, "Peter, you ask him this." Right, so you see that from the very beginning. And then when Paul, later on, Jesus dies, he resurrects, Paul comes into the picture. The first thing Paul does is, after his conversion, is that he goes, you read this in Acts, he asks to meet two people. He asks to meet James, who is the Bishop of Jerusalem. He's the head of the church in Jerusalem, because the church was already starting to spread. So he goes to James, and then he asks to meet Peter. And from there, he asks for his mission. Peter tells him, "Get out of here, go back to Tarsus for a while, we'll let you know." Right. And so he went back, and he just sat and waited. Oh, I don't know, like a neophyte.
Hmm.
He sat and waited for like years and years until he engaged again. He was engaged again, and then he went out into both first to the Jewish communities, and then he started to go into the pagan communities and spread the word. And here I'm going to land my plane. What's fascinating about this is that when Paul brought Luke, who was his scribe at the time, one of the authors of the gospel, but when Paul brought Luke, who was a physician, back with him to Jerusalem, it was because they had the first council of Jerusalem, i.e., all of the bishops, we're talking the apostles, plus the bishops who had been created by their and laying of their hands in throughout the larger ancient world at the time, the Roman world. They all came back to Jerusalem to argue about how to deal with the pagans coming in, converting into Christianity. Would they have to, because there was a huge push for those people to be circumcised and to take up the law. right? Because everybody was Jewish who had converted.
Right.
So they're saying like they have to stay kosher, they have to take up the law. And that would have been a very interesting move. And it makes complete sense, right? For the pagans to adopt the Jewish traditions of Christianity. So if you read it, I mean, I'm not telling you to read Acts, but if you do read Acts, you'll see that the arguments back and forth that Paul has with the church in Jerusalem. It's fascinating. It's fascinating to watch like what they did, what they how they came to their conclusion. But at the end of the day, Paul argued that he's like we as Jews from our, ancestral lines, we have the covenant, we are bound by the covenant. The covenant has an ended. And this is why it's so important when we talk about Christians engaging with Jews and Christians saying that you have been replaced, okay?
Exactly.
Because
Yeah.
Paul says it's not the case.
Yeah.
He says we are bound by our ancestral laws to remain kosher, to remain circumcised. But to place that on those who were not part of the Jewish faith is a burden, and Jesus came to lift the burden. So that was the argument of Paul to Peter. Peter was given a dream, and in that dream, he was told to break kosher. And he's like, yeah, I'm not going to break kosher. And he was told, I think, 3 times to do it. And so he ends up doing it in a dream. And he
Well, we
realizes
can't. Right. Dreams are like cycle. All right. Never mind.
right.
Keep
That
going. Go.
well, I mean, like, look, like Joseph also had dreams. So let's just be clear. Like, this is not an uncommon thing. We see that, Jacob had dreams, Joseph had dreams, like, and they founded a lot of what was their choice to act upon things. So it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but you also have to test those dreams. And Peter also tested those dreams. Okay. So,
Right.
but what you read about what Peter, he came to the conclusion that the decision was made that the Christians were not permitted to eat, the sacrifice that was made, the with blood, et cetera, et cetera. You'll read it, it's kosher. They say you're not permitted to continue to do that, but you will not need to take on because this is, Jesus came to save. You're no longer you don't have the necessity to adopt the Judaic covenant because it's not the Judaic covenant. So it's not replacement theology, but it's also
Mm.
recognizing that there was a new covenant that was created for all mankind under Jesus. So that is the point where Judaism split with Christianity. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But do you think that was?
Okay, can I play something for you, Bree? I wanted you
Yeah.
to answer this just for. I know there's hands waiting. Just give me a second. I wanted to ask you. I didn't know about this is really interesting.
Your understanding, Brie, is amazing. I'm fascinated by this conversation. Thank you so much. I just want
Yeah,
to say
no,
that.
Yeah.
honestly, if this is why we need to have more. Self and I have talked about this before. I really, my deep desire, because my conversations with my, especially with Chabad, like like Self and others, but with people who are true believing religious Jews, it has only added to my confirmation of my faith, which I believe at this point is so necessary. I'll send you a letter, Ram. I'm going to follow you. I'm going to send you. Oh, I am
Okay.
following you. I'm going to send you a letter that Pope Benedict wrote towards the end of his pontificate that was later published. Pope Benedict was in correspondence with Jewish leaders in Europe and one particular Jewish rabbi, who I believe is Orthodox, but he said that the rabbi said, look, we have issues with some of the things that are going on in the Catholic Church at the time and some of the histories of the Catholic Church. And Benedict's like, yeah, I'm sure you do, because we have not been great. But he's like, what we need to do is have this is where the Judeo-Christian or the Judeo-Catholic dialogue is so necessary. He said, we have more that binds us than separates us, but we have to understand those key tenant things that separate us. And what I mean by that is recognize in dialogue that they separate us, recognize that we're not going to agree on that ever. Like, though, maybe the fact that Jesus is Messiah, we're just not going to agree on that until maybe the second coming or the first coming, right? You know what, we talk about that, but
Yeah,
we're not going to
that's
agree with that.
contingent upon an event. Yeah, yeah.
Right, right. So we're not going to agree about that, but you and I agree now that we're not going to agree about that. Okay, now let's go forward and take a look at some of the other historical stuff. That kind of conversation, that kind of diving in, both on the side of the Jews, showing us like our fullness of the history that we took, what it's because what it is like it puts context to why Jesus said what he said and how he said it,
Mm.
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So anyway, so
Okay.
that's needed.
Let me play this for a second. Sorry to make people wait. Hold on.
Supposed to be called Emmanuel, and how Messianics now, which really came around the 70s, 1970 or so, are calling him Yeshua. They want to know the full layout of why that's even a problem. Okay, so these are two separate things. So, first of all, nobody called him Jesus, that's for sure. Why? Because the J sound didn't exist in the Greek language in the first century. And incidentally, the J, the letter J, the consonant J, did not exist in the English language until fairly recently. I know this comes as a very big surprise to people, but for example, the oldest English translation of the Bible, so that's John Wycliffe's Bible, he didn't speak Hebrew, but in 1382 he produced the first English translation of the Bible. There's no letter J in the 14th century. It didn't exist. John Wycliffe, incidentally, who he was not the father of the Reformation because he wouldn't have known what the Reformation even meant. He was a Roman Catholic theologian from England, a very bright guy. And however, his rebellion against the Roman Catholic, he was a Roman Catholic priest. Okay, so, but he was definitely trying to. He would not have used the term reform, the Roman Catholic Church, but he was reforming the Roman Catholic Church, very much so, and producing a Bible in the language, in the vernacular that people can understand. So his translation, which you can go online right now and just see it. What a world we live in, the information age. You can just go the Wycliffe Bible. He's writing in Middle English. What should strike you as really odd, this is a point here, is how you as a native English speaker, I'm just going to say that even though some of you are not, but you're an English speaker if you're listening to this show, you would have a very hard time reading Middle English. Very hard. It would be virtually unreadable unless, so like you can test this out. Like if you opened a window and put in and asked Chat GPT, whatever AI program, I want to see Genesis 1:1 in the Wycliffe Bible. You can do that. So because you know Genesis 1:1 by heart, if you looked at the Wycliffe Bible, which is in Middle English, you would go, wow, that's really dramatically different. But you'd be able to recognize that, oh, wow, that's quite. And so look how unstable the English language is. You would see that immediately. You would immediately notice that the English language has dramatically changed in 600 years. Just how? And conversely, we can walk to the Israel Museum from where I live very easily, look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are on display, and if you're a Hebrew reader, you would have no trouble at all reading the
Yeah,
Isaiah
that's really
scroll.
super
That's right there.
fascinating.
But now getting back to your question, so at first the J is popping up really as scribes were they were squiggling the letter I. That's what was happening. They were taking the
capital letter I and sort of putting a squiggle on it, and that's where the J form is coming from. But they still intended an I. I think the J sound enters as a full-blown official consonant. I think the 18th century. I know everyone's going to look it up. I don't have it in front of me. So it's very recent that there's J. In English, Greek, that's all new. I say new, relatively speaking.
Not
The
in
J
Italian though.
is the most recent addition to to our alphabet that we have by far. So that's quite correct. Now, nowhere is Jesus called Emmanuel because Matthew made it up. So that answers your other question. That means Matthew misappropriated, well, worse. Matthew missed everything Isaiah 7:14. We're not going to go through it now, but Matthew 1:23 misquotes Isaiah 7:14. There's no word virgin there. If Matthew changes the pronoun from she will call to they will call, puts in an indefinite article. Whoever did Matthew, because this is an M source, who wrote the book of Matthew, it's written anonymously. Whoever did it just went crazy on Isaiah 7:14, ripped it out of context, changed pronouns, just ripped apart the whole verse. And the mother never calls Jesus Emmanuel. Nobody calls him Emmanuel. And in fact, if you look carefully in Matthew 1:23, just to realize that you have to look carefully at Matthew 1:23. You can do this by opening two separate windows on your, if you have a computer in front of you and not watching it on television, you can open up two windows and compare Matthew 1:23 with Isaiah 7:14. And you'll see that Matthew actually changed the pronoun. So in Isaiah 7:14, most Christian Bibles correctly translate it as she will cause the Emmanuel. In the English translation of Isaiah 7:14, even in a Christian Bible, because it says V'karat Shemo Emmanuel, and she, meaning the mother, will call his name Emmanuel. Okay? That's very important. Now compare that now to Matthew 1:23, and you could just do that by opening to what? Like, don't take my word for it. Like, don't do that. Just like look it up for yourself and you'll see that what is Matthew? Matthew can't leave it there. So because Mary never calls Jesus Emmanuel, he can't leave and she will call his name Emmanuel. Now she in Isaiah 7:14 in brackets means the mother because it's for karat, it's in the feminine. So Matthew rips that to pieces and Matthew has, and they, look at Matthew 1:23. What does it say there? And they, third person plural, calls name Emmanuel. Why does Matthew do that? Because if you say she, that means Mary. But Mary never called, nobody calls him Emmanuel. Mary doesn't do that. So Matthew, whoever wrote Matthew, changed it to they will call his name Emmanuel. Why they? Because they becomes third person plural, but what is germane is it becomes anonymous. We have no clue who they are. They can be anybody. It can be Harry and Betty that live on Oak Street. It can be anybody. So therefore, Matthew alleviates the problem that nobody calls his name Emmanuel in the Christian Bible. You follow? I mean, you have no idea of the depth of manipulation that goes on in the Christian Bible until you see this stuff. So it's not just what you thought, that, doesn't say virgin there, it's the whole thing. Moreover, we are told explicitly in the Annunciation in Luke chapter 1, Mary is told that she's to call him Jesus and he is born of a virgin because he's the Son of God. So she's specifically instructed the opposite. She's to call him Jesus. Now, again, the J would not have been present in the Greek. And if it's Yeshua, and the Yeshua would be correct, or Yehoshua, or some derivative of that would likely be correct. And the reason why we would say that is that makes a little bit more sense going back to Matthew. Because if we go to Matthew, it says specifically Jesus because he will save his people from their sins. So the word Yehoshua or Yeshua or Yeshu, all of those are truncated
names that rely on the root of salvation, right? So Yehoshua, the disciple of Moses, who's one of quite a number of people with that name. Yehoshua means that God saves, right?
So up until obviously he said something about the Christian Bible, so I don't want to offend anybody. But
No, no, no. It was interesting. I actually
oh,
would like to dive in more
okay.
because this is why the vernacular is not so, like why the church for thousands of years or okay, let's say hundreds and hundreds of years, the church did not have the Bible in the vernacular because the English language is limited. Latin is not, Greek is not, Aramaic is not, Hebrew is not, right? Like there in Greek, there are like 4 or 5 different words for love, right? Like we just
Do you
have
think
love.
now in the world, if Jesus was called Yeshua, that there would be an understanding that Yeshua is in
No,
Hebrew? What?
no, like there would not be an understanding unless you're a Bible scholar of what the name signifies.
No, no, right. Well, you'd have to know the Shorish, which is the root. What I'm saying is that you would not have this level of anti-Semitism or anti-Israel because literally the name Yeshua would be. I mean,
Self,
assuming.
it's not just that. Yes, I concur with you, but because of the Hebrew, the significance, like look, like the early church, all Jews, right? They knew the significance. I go back and forth with regards to Matthew. That's really fascinating. I need to like look at the Hebrew and look at, but like and again, he's right. Like Matthew just throws in Emmanuel for whatever. Like he's trying to connect Isaiah. Isaiah's connected in other ways as well, but he's trying to do that, but Jesus was not named Emmanuel by Mary. He's 100% correct, and this is very interesting. Anyways, but my point is that the Jews who were Christian, who believed Jesus was the Messiah, they all would have understood from their bones
But they
the
weren't Christian yet
significance of
because there
different
was
things.
no thing as Christian or Catholic
Well,
yet at those times.
Christian was they believed
This,
in Jesus. They had been baptized. Christian was the word that was later created to show the differences, like by the Roman standpoint, between the Jews and
but he
and the
also wasn't called
Christians.
Jesus at the time though because that was
No,
not a
that's an
word.
that's not that's a translation. That's how we
Yeah,
say it in
yeah,
English.
that's what that's what I was talking about is that the word Jesus. But remember, like in Italian, how do you say Jesus?
And how do
Jesus.
you say it in Latin?
In Latin, the early Latin would have been Jesu,
Mm-hmm.
and later on, because
Oh.
of the Italian influence on the Latin, it could be either Jesu or Jesu.
Mm-hmm.
But in Italian, it's Gesù. So, and the Italian word, the Italian language comes directly from, obviously from the vernacular Latin. And so, if you're going to say like, I get where he's coming from when it comes to Jesus, the English Anglified, but the word Gesù or Jesu in the Latin,
It's spelled Iesous.
not
No,
Yeah, I'm looking
not
at
in
no.
it
the
on. I
Latin.
pulled it up. I've put it up on Grok. They're show. It's Iesus
in
In
in the
in
Latin?
in the
Latin. Yes,
Latin?
That
I'm
sounds
looking
like
at it.
Are
Greek.
you looking at the High Latin or are you looking at the
I'm
vernacular
looking at
Latin?
Latin liturgical.
Okay, so in Italian though, it's Gesù.
In Italian, it's
And
Domine
Italian
Jesu
is
Cristo, which is Iesu.
no, the Italian's not that. No.
I here. I'll post it so you can.
No, it's Gesù Cristo.
So
It's Jesus Christ.
I'm.
It's
It's not.
Parla Italiano. Sí, sí.
I'm sending this to you here.
What is
No,
it
it's
in
not.
Greek?
Like, but like, here's the in the Spanish is Jesus, right? So there you've
Yeah,
got
but
the
that's based on. But no, no, no. But that's based on from. Okay, so that's different then. So that's hold on. Let me pull this
No,
up.
but the J, like the he, is coming from the earlier Latin, which is the ye, and that's Jesu.
So it has
But
here.
the
I sent
Italian
you. Go take a
Jesu,
look at what I sent you, just in terms of. Go look. I just DM'd it to you from Grok, and let me just see here 1 second. Um,
We're all talking about a guy who came and, you know, who cares how he's named in different languages?
No, no, no. It matters
his
when you're
purpose.
it's translating certain things, saying certain things exist in the Old Testament that don't exist.
Well,
That's
no,
Oh,
no.
why it matters. You
Well,
oh,
understand?
but Jesus's name. Anyways, just going back to how like it was fascinating what he brought up with the Bible being translated into the vernacular, but that Bible was translated so poorly. This is the reason. One of the reasons why is to try to keep the ancient significance of the scriptures to as close to the language as possible. Yes, we had to change it into Latin for people like the priest to study and read, but any classicist is going to go back to the original language, whether it's Greek, Aramaic, or Hebrew, to get to the very deep context of and significance of the scripture. And so I get where he's saying, like, but this is where like the crossover to Judaism and Christianity, Chaya, is that if Christians were well catechized in understanding the significance of the Hebrew in the Old Testament, it would inform us in the significance of what Jesus said and why he said it and how he did it and his actions as a Jewish man.
so you think in the current Bible, Jesus sometimes the way it
He's
is,
separated.
he's like
Yes,
taken out
because
of context from his Jewish
yes,
Hebrew
because yeah, yes,
Israeli kind of what it,
always,
okay, okay.
It
always.
was originally Aramaic and
Right.
in biblical Hebrew, right? So
Yeah, it was Aramaic. He spoke Aramaic. He likely spoke Latin and Greek as well,
Because it was a
because of
Roman
where he was.
colony. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and remember, up in Caesarea, that whole area was already Latinized because of
the Romans.
the engagement by Caesar and
And the
others up
fact that
there.
he was a
So
carpenter, he probably dealt with
yeah, I
selling
mean
of
he
merchandise, so he probably had
yeah,
to
like a
learn.
lot of people see like, oh, Joseph, he was poor, like that all came later, that all was like later tradition. But the likelihood of Jesus having traveled pretty widely is high, because if he was a carpenter up by Caesarea, at least they did trade from Nazareth to Caesarea. I mean, it's very close, right? Likelihood of him trading and building for Caesarea is very high. So he may have been like middle class, he may have been even upper class, but being
And he was a
like dirt
talented guy,
poor.
intelligent guy. He probably
Yeah,
knew
like
exactly.
there's just like you're a carpenter, it's likely not the case
Right.
that you were dirt poor, and like again, he was able to speak to the Roman um centurion who came and asked for his slave to be healed, who's able to speak to him, which like not everybody was able to speak. They maybe pigeon, maybe they could have done some like pigeon Latin, but most Hebrews would like have kind of abhorred speaking and engaging in Latin unless they were doing trade. Jesus would have been able to speak Latin. Yeah, so it's fascinating, but you are 100% correct. Yes, for the vast majority of Western Christians, their belief in Jesus is not at all informed by Jesus's Jewishness.
Mm.
And
But
that's
don't you
sad.
think that is important?
Although the Chosen, the TV show The Chosen that just has recently
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
come out, even though it's created by evangelical, he did have a Jewish I think he had a Jewish rabbi. I don't know if he was reformed, probably was, but a Jewish rabbi on set, at least in the first season, as well as a priest on set to advise. And so I think if you were to watch The Chosen, you would see a lot of Jewish
Oh, I love
elements.
Chosen. I think they
Okay.
did an amazing
Okay.
job of like putting him, and that's why it's like every time through all these years that I've heard about Jesus, for me in my head it was like the blonde guy with blue eyes, and I'm like, wait, hold on,
Yeah. Yeah.
this is
That's
this is the
unfortunate.
real Jesus. He was an olive tan skinned Nazarene, Middle Eastern looking. All
Yes.
his friends were
Which I know,
probably like,
you like Jonathan Rumi, who plays Jesus. I know him. I was the one to
oh, I love him.
set him up to meet Pope Francis years ago. But Jonathan, I've done a really, really long interview with Jonathan. You can go, you can find it on YouTube. Just look up my name and you'll find it on YouTube. But Jonathan is part Irish,
And
part
Lebanese,
nope, Egyptian.
Egyptian. Oh, he's Coptic, like, but he's Catholic.
Yeah, and his entire family was Coptic, and then they
Coptic, yeah.
came into the Catholic Church in the United States. But yeah, he looks very like. I mean, definitely has done a good job. It's very hard to see him in another movie. I think he's been
Right, and especially
typecast.
when he shaves his beard, I'm like, no,
Yeah,
you
it's
did
like
not do
whoa,
that.
whoa, don't do that.
Bree,
Yeah,
where
but
does the
yeah.
philosophy come that Islam was created from the Catholic Church because of his wife being a former nun?
So his wife was the daughter of a heretical priest, like a priest that came from like a heresy. It was a fairly widespread heresy at the time, and
But
Muhammad
weren't there a
being,
lot of widespread heresies at the time because
yeah,
you had an entire world of paganism and human sacrifice and
yeah,
craziness, and
yeah,
then
yeah,
as
yeah, there were a lot
people,
of heresies. There were a
okay,
lot of heresies. It was because it was early church, remember, like it was 1400 years ago, so
right? But
this was
even
still
before
early
the
church.
early church, there was a ton of people that said that they were the Messiah for
Yeah,
years and
oh
years and
yeah.
years.
Oh, look, like before, so when, you'll hear the Protestants oftentimes say like we're sola scriptura, right? We only believe in scripture. Okay, admirable that scripture was brought together 300 years after the death of the last apostle and at the Council of Hippo. And the reason why the canon of the New Testament had to be like argued over by the Catholic bishops at the time at the Council of Hippo was because there were so many so-called gospels. We call them the Gnostic texts. Like Dan Brown's totally involved in loving those, right? The author Dan Brown and
I don't
his
know anything about
his
that person, but
The
okay.
Da
he
Vinci
wrote
Code guy.
Oh,
the, yeah,
oh,
Da
oh,
Vinci Code.
yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so he bases it off of the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, which is a Gnostic text. There's a gospel
They say
of
Mary
every.
Magdalene was like Jesus's wife or something. I'm like, what?
Yeah, there's a gospel. There's a Gnostic text that said when Jesus, like, who would have known this? But this is, I mean, this comes from the pagan culture. Obviously, that's why they were shut down at the Council of Hippo as being not inspired by God, because they were taken from like paganism. They baptized pagan legends. So there's one of like Jesus when he was a baby, he was like making clay figures, and he blew into like a clay figure of a bird he made. He blew into it, and then it like became a bird.
So that's not part of traditional Bible, right?
Not
Because
part of the traditional Bible at all.
okay.
But there were so many heresies that were out there because the church was universal, but it was also massively spread out. Right, like you had throughout the entire kingdom, so you had people in corporate coming into the church and bringing their own pagan traditions, and they had to fight that out and work that out. And also, it's like people were still trying to figure out how is it that Jesus was the Son of God if he was fully man? He doesn't really answer that. So you have to kind of go into further detail and looking at scripture and looking at philosophy and understand does he have two souls? Does he have one soul? What does that mean? Because he's God, but he's also man, right? So
He's the
these are
son of
like,
God, so he has some powers.
yeah,
Something. There's some
but
divinity there. So
Rama, like this, I mean, it's a logical. These are logical questions, right?
right.
Especially in the early church, and so you had people like Arius say, "Well, actually, he was just a man, but he was adopted by God."
Oh my God.
And then you had others who said, "No, he was fully God. He had no human quality." Right, and that those were the heresies that were coming out, so they had to fight it. So that was part of the, and I don't know remember the
How do they?
heresy.
So my question is, how does anything that like all those heresies and everything that is believed, how does it cope with like the first or the second commandment, right? For
Right.
this, how's it able to,
Well,
you know?
because the verbiage was changed. If in the Christian faith they have different versions of the commandments. I didn't know that until recently.
Yeah.
just so you know.
What do you
But
mean?
How
I
is
didn't
that?
understand the question. What does he mean by that?
It,
well, it's technically the first commandment and the
it's
second
about idol
statement.
worship and
Oh,
about and there's
No,
there's
no,
no God but one God. There's
no.
no
So the
Trinity. It's about the
actual,
Trinity. It's about the Trinity. This is what it's about. I mean,
yeah. So like the actual verbiage, like the actual commandment is very explicit,
yes.
right?
Yeah,
It
but
it,
we believe
it
that God is one.
Yeah,
yeah, but
but
there's you cannot make a graven image or anything like that,
yes.
or
Yeah, but we don't see the graven images as being something that we worship. Like if you have a picture in your house of your family, it's not your family. It's just an image of your
Yeah, but
family,
that's we.
right?
But yeah, but you don't pray to your pictures of your family. Other
Yeah,
religions do that.
and
we
you
don't
cannot
pray
no,
to
but
those either.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to lean. There's listen.
it's not about praying to it. No, no, it's that you should not create a graven image of God.
That's right.
Not like even something that resembles God
That's right.
or is supposed to be something that refers to God. Some
Right, but
like
then we say that God became man.
yeah, but that also
That
violates it.
also violates it.
And see, okay, and see, this again. This is where again, when we look at the split between Judaism and Christianity, it is at the very person of Jesus.
No, it's
That
at the
is
second commandment. They changed
well, but
the
because
definition of the commandments.
Jesus is the Son of God, and we see him as co-equal with the Father. He is God, and
But the
therefore we
commandments are
split
even
because he's
changed on the
human.
Sabbath. So I'm going to read to you the original commandments and the two different versions of commandments that came afterwards. So there's only one original 10 commandments. So also the Sabbath has always
Sure,
been will always be on the sixth day, not on Sunday, from the time of Adam and Eve. So the actual wording of
sure.
God's message. Don't just 1 second, Rama. Please mute out. The actual wording of God's message to Moses and the Jewish people is see that God has given to you the Sabbath. The Midrash points out that the word is used is see and not know. It explains this is what God was saying to them. If the idolaters will come to you and ask, why do you make the Sabbath day on this day? You will tell them, see, the manna does not fall on the Sabbath, which is during the 40 days when they, walked around and they were given manna from heaven. For the next 40 years, we had a weekly reminder of the Sabbath every time the manna did not fall. Since then, we have continued to keep count and we will continue to do so for the rest of time. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi puts in the 12th century classic. Let me see here. To an earlier source, he points to the striking fact that the vast majority of the world keeps a 7-day week. Evidence that this must be a very ancient custom indeed. Then you go to the original testaments. Hold on 1 second. The original Ten Commandments. So, okay, so this is the original. We can read the commandments down each tablet, or we can read it from side to side. So it's commandments 1 and 6. Every human is created in the image of God, so murder is an affront to the Creator. Commandments 2 and 7. When one worships a deity other than God, it is akin to adultery. God is our loving spouse. Then commandments 3 and 8. A person may feel that stealing is only between him and the victim, but it also is a crime against God whose name will ultimately be taken falsely. Commandments 4 and 9. Through keeping Shabbat, or the Sabbath, we testify that God created the world in 6 days and rested on the seventh. When one disregards Shabbat, he testifies falsely about the divine origin of the universe. And then commandments 5 and 10, the juxtaposition of jealousy and honoring parents tells us that one who lusts after that which is not his will ultimately give birth to a child who curses his parents and honors others instead. So if you go to the one by one commandments, is I am the Lord thy God who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. That's number 1. Number 2 is thou shalt have no other gods before me. Number 3, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Number 4, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Number 5, honor thy father and mother. Number 6, thou shalt not murder. Number 7, thou shalt not commit adultery. Number 8, thou shalt not steal. Number 9, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. And number 10, thou shalt not covet anything that belongs to thy neighbor. These are the 10 commandments. They have never changed or never have will change. So that the point of that is in comparison, with the changes in the actual terms, and there are distinct changes, and it goes through the details of why those changes were made because it would have been a problem due to, and this is something I just was watching a comedian talk about this. She was a very funny female comedian who converted to Catholicism. I don't know if you've ever followed her. She goes to all these Catholic events and talks about the blessings. of an Orthodox priest of Catholic of Catholic icons. Do you know what I'm talking about, Bree? Have you ever heard of this
Yes.
comedian? Okay, so we don't have
Oh, I don't know the
iconography.
comedian, but I know
Okay,
about the
okay, so
blessing.
we don't have iconography. Is what Reliable is saying.
So,
Right.
what I was saying, so I have the exact text of the commandment, right? Like the translation from Hebrew, right?
Right.
And it says, it starts, I am thy Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, right? You shall not have no other gods before me. You shall not make yourself a graven image, nor any manner of likeness of anything that is in heaven above, that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children of the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto the thousandth generation of them that love me and keep my commandments. Right? That's exactly what it says in the
Yep.
second commandment.
Yep.
Right? So,
Hmm. Didn't
uh,
the ark have angels on it?
no, they weren't
I
angels.
love
Yeah,
the
no, and
segue.
that's a
I
segue,
was thinking to
Michaela.
do the
So
same thing.
yeah.
What?
No, no, no segue right now. Stealth, I have a
Sorry,
question.
sorry.
So what is a Mashiach in Judaism? What are his properties? Like, let's keep
Well,
Jesus out.
within
You
Like, what's the
Judaism,
let's just
framework of
focus on the
Mashiach?
Ten Commandments
Who?
first, because for me to go into a whole discussion about Mashiach, which not everything is completely unhidden, it's a very, very long, serious discussion.
Well, I think that, but I think his question is justified because we as Christians believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and therefore
Yeah,
both
Messiah
man
is not considered the Son
and
of God in the Testament, in the Old Testament.
okay, but we do,
But
Right, I
and
Isaiah
know.
eleven, Isaiah 11, chapter 11. If you read, like, there's certain verses that kind of there's things. I mean, that's Hebrew Bible, right? So it says, counselor. Isaiah gives him the term
I'm going
counselor,
to send
great
you a video,
counselor.
Rama. I'm not going to do it on the space because we're going to offend a lot of Christians. But this is
Oh, okay.
yeah. So I just so you understand.
Nah, you're not gonna offend. You're
but
not
look,
gonna
but like,
offend.
and
You
we don't
can.
have
This
to
is a good
we don't have
discussion.
to go into deeper detail, but I remember what I said with regards to the Council of Jerusalem and the decisions that were made at the Council of Jerusalem that really signified the split between Christianity and Judaism. It is really important to understand that it was from the understanding that Jesus was fully divine, fully human, that he was Messiah, that the idea of bringing non-Jews into the church was even understood to be permissible at this point, because up until that point within Judaism, the Messiah came. Like this was the Christian, the early Christians, the way, as they called themselves, the early Christian believers, or early believers of Jesus who were Jews. They believed it was only for the Jews that the Messiah came, and so to bring in non-Jews,
No,
you would
that's
have to
not what
be
it
Jew.
says in the Old Testament. No, that Messiah comes through the
No,
whole
but this
world.
is I'm talking about when you read Acts. That was the argument.
But that's
That was the
not from the
argument.
scripture.
But that was the argument that was made, and so Paul said no, that's not the case. He quotes scripture, and he says because he came for the entire world, the idea of these new Christians being baptized do not the bringing on their requirements for Judaism, i.e. Being circumcised and being kosher and following the tenets, that would place an undue burden upon them because they're not part of Judaism. They're not, they're coming within the Messiah. They believe in the Messiah.
Mm-mm.
So that's where the split took
No,
off.
there would be no way to have the amount of people believe in a monotheistic God and then require them to do all the 613 commandments. And so, because of that, there was a belief that there was no way they were going to get Romans who were fully pagans, who were sleeping with their sisters and marrying their mothers like the Egyptians, and who were still eating live
But they had
flesh
to stop.
and still
They
doing
had to
human
stop all of
sacrifice.
that.
There was
Like the Christians don't believe in human
no, no, no,
sacrifice or
no.
sleeping with their
No, you
mothers.
don't understand. There was still people in the early days in Rome who was still
Yeah,
behaving and in doing these things. You
and they wanted to convert, so they had to they that conversion meant to fall away from all of that. And Paul had to deal
Yeah,
with
but
that
they
in
couldn't
no, no,
in
no.
keep
Corinth.
613 commandments. It would have been too much. So they gave him a very easy way out, basically.
Right, but that if they
Yes,
believe that the
yes,
Messiah,
and
yeah,
I think that's important though, Bree, because I've told Stealth this numerous times. The amount of people that would not be getting any grace from God under the old rules, right? This is why I always say I give a little bit of respect here to the Jews for this, because they have a lot more rules to
yeah,
follow,
no,
but
no,
the weakness, the way, like,
but
this
like I said,
isn't,
like if
and
you read,
people take it
if
personal
you
though,
read
and it's like not
it's not,
personal
no,
thing
it's not
either.
personal, but Key, if you read Acts and you read what was argued at the Council of Jerusalem, it was for that very purpose. They were asking themselves, they were arguing amongst themselves whether or not this was meant for the pagans, or if this was meant solely if the pagans were expected to come into Judaism to be fully within like under the Messiah. So the pagans who were coming into the church were willing. They're like Luke was willing to be circumcised, but Paul said, no, with the circumcision comes the law, and the law, abiding by the law, is not the point of the Messiah. The Messiah's message is not about the law, although the Messiah said that the law, he did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill the
No,
law.
that's not what the
His
original statements were from the Old Testament. That's the
That's the
new. That's
new,
the new. That's
Yeah,
the
the
I
New
know.
new.
That's what I'm
Testament. Yeah,
saying.
that's
I'm
the new.
saying that I'm arguing that the split between the old and the new happened at the Council of Jerusalem.
But there was what year was the Council of Jerusalem?
It was like within 20
130
years.
something.
No, it was the 20 years. Like all the apostles were alive,
Right. So that's not when the
including
New
James.
Testament was even written yet. So you understand?
Well, I mean, yeah, but the new, see, but the, this confirms the,
The only strong thing we got going for us on our side, Bree, is that these were all Jewish men that knew exactly what they
yeah,
were
the
doing
what I'm saying,
that
like
led this.
Luke was with
I'm
Paul,
just
but
saying, Stealth.
Have you
That's
ever
Luke
my
was
think
with
point.
about
Paul.
like
Not all were. One was not. So there. So that's another
Luke
thing. But
wrote Luke wrote Acts, guys. Luke was with Paul. Luke was with Paul at the Council of Jerusalem. So Luke wrote Acts. He wrote about this, about what was occurring at the time. He was a doctor. He knew how to scribe. He wrote, so he was dictating what was going on in Acts at the time. So we have the what was going on in the Council of Jerusalem. Most of the reason because of the book of Acts. And
the
yes,
Council of
Paul,
Jerusalem was at a time where the Romans were still running Jerusalem and where the Jews were being kicked out of Jerusalem.
and the
Correct.
Christians were being kicked out of Jerusalem too. They had to
But there
like,
was no Christians yet. That did not exist yet. You understand that,
but they
right?
they recognized themselves to be separate from Judaism at that point.
That well, that that's that's because they
They
were
were
in
considered
schism.
heretics, I
They were
guess.
considered heretics. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
there was a lot of groups
but
out
they
Yeah,
there.
they were all beheaded
yeah,
and
they were
killed,
killed. They
right?
were
Isn't that how
stoned.
it
Like
ended for them?
this was not.
I'm just saying, but they knew what the risks were
Yeah,
too at the time.
but Stealth made a
That's,
really good
I
point.
think that's important.
This was before the written New Testament, right? This is while the New Testament was being written, which goes to the to the point of where people, will say Christianity, like, oh, Christianity didn't exist before the Bible. Well, that's not true because they were living it for 300 years until the Council of Hippo. It's not like Christians didn't exist. They
Who
existed.
was the one that
they were
wasn't
just not that
a Jew though?
like under the
So they
new?
weren't sola
Who was?
scriptura. That's my point. They were not only scripture. They were
Well, they
they
weren't
were
following the scripture because they were not following
Yeah,
the
yeah.
commandments. So this
Stealth.
is, I mean, this is
Which one wasn't the
it.
Jew,
There
the
there
Jewish
was
guy?
Luke.
one.
Which one?
Luke. Luke
Luke. Luke
was not
wasn't.
Jesus. Yeah.
So,
So he wasn't okay. Because no, I'm just saying. Like, I mean, these guys were well aware of what they were doing and what they got
Right.
involved with,
Especially
and you know what I'm
But
saying.
there
So
was
I
many at the
always take
time.
that
So
into
CTF, this was a
consideration.
time before and after all this happened. Was a time because of Egypt, especially, and other. countries in that area. This was a time like that's why you have the Druze. That's why you have certain religious groups that are still, some of those people are still alive, that have a blend of multiple religions inside of their faith, which they've kept mostly secret because of. You also have Zoroastrianism. People were still worshiping fire gods. Do you understand? Like, and fire. There's Baha'i as well.
Yeah,
So you understand that there
But
was.
Matthew, Mark, and John were not those people. Matthew was,
We don't,
I
I'm
mean,
not talking
I,
about them. I'm talking about
okay.
people. There was different people at the time that were doing different things. It wasn't the first.
I just think it's so interesting that the Bible literally says that the Jews, until the end, the Jews will not accept this story that we're telling you.
You mean
I
I
the
mean,
New
I just
that's
think
the
Testament?
book
that's
of Revelation.
interesting.
That's why
But
they,
just
when
Yeah,
imagine.
people's
in
trying
the
to attack the
New
Jews,
Testament, but I think
it's ridiculous.
but I think it's so interesting, and what is very
Well, the
important, I
reason
think,
why
for like what
is
Bree
because
just
if you
said.
look at the Old
Yeah,
Testament, and we have thousands and thousands of thousands of very complex written documents on this that have been repeated. There's never been a change. It's from like the beginning that literally tells us and maps out exactly what will happen when Messiah comes and what will
Yeah.
not.
So
And we have a portion that's completely still hidden to us because we cannot conceptualize it as regular humans what that would look like. So
Right.
there
so
is, yeah,
so
yeah,
here's the real rub. So if you look at the book of Samuel, God through Nathan gives a covenant to the house of David, saying that the kingdom will forever be in his family, in
right.
the house of David. And so it is impossible for there to be a Messiah that's not a paternal descendant, a biologically paternal descendant um, of David, of King David. So that's impossible. That's where it basically blocks any possibility for there to be a Messiah that isn't a paternal descendant, not a maternal. Paternal biologically means the father, son, father, son, father, son, right? So it is
I would say
impossible.
that there's a lot that happened in history that mankind has still yet to unfold, and this is one of those anomalies. So
Right.
I would
No,
leave
it's
it
not
at
an
that.
anomaly. No, no, no. It's not
No,
about an
no,
anomaly. That's the
stealth.
wrong word to
There
use.
is
You make
there
it
is
seem
a
like
lot
it's
of
an
divine
anomaly is
planning.
not like like a break in time,
There
space,
is
and physics. That's not
well, according
anomalies.
to Talmud, there are two. The
You
Messiah
have never
comes.
studied the Talmud drama.
No,
I
no.
don't know how to explain this to you.
I listened to a lot of
I understand, but
lectures,
I'm
from rabbis and all, and
well, it
especially
depends on which rabbi you're listening to,
and
and
like
if you're
very
studying the
traditional
Talmud. And
Orthodox rabbis, and they said
Molly.
according to Talmud, the first Messiah is Messiah ben Yusuf, and the second one is Messiah ben David. So Jesus' paternal father first time was Joseph, and when he comes next time, his paternal father is going to be David. So I mean, let's just leave that for future, like how
yeah,
it all plays out. But my thing
I
is,
can
just
fix that
yeah, I
imagine.
think I
conundrum.
don't know who's told you that, but that's not
No, that
okay.
is
So
in the
your
Talmud.
stealth is right.
I
Who
heard.
said Rabbi Shmuley?
Let me comment on that just
No, no, not Rabbi
momentarily.
Shmuley.
No,
Never
sounds
So
heard of him.
funny.
this is going to be a hard pill to swallow for both teams, but there are translation errors, largely from misunderstanding of Isaiah 7, 8, and 9, which has not a thing to do with the birth of Yeshua ben Yosef. Go read them in context. It was, and in fact is, a sign to Ahaz for that generation. And the remedy for that will be found after skipping through the nuanced translations into English, passed through the Greek Septuagint, which was changes the verb tense and whatnot for this to be a prophecy uh, regarding a virgin birth, which is it is not. It's an Alma, a young woman has conceived, and that as a sign to Ahaz for that generation, which would later in chapter 9 thrust off Assyrian oppression under Hezekiah. And if you look in the testimony of Hezekiah and the testimony in Kings, you'll find out that is the he that is mentioned in the 9th chapter that fulfills this sign back in the 7th chapter, where wait for it, a woman has conceived, not a woman will conceive, or not a virgin will conceive. The word is Alma, and it is not Betula. But that aside, if you read it in context in Isaiah chapter 7, all of it is about a sign complete with date stamps for the terminus of the sign of the woman that already has conceived to bring forth child to thrust off Syrian oppression from the north. Read that in context, and then know also that in Matthew and Luke, Matthew misquotes half of it and misappropriates it sadly to a virgin birth. Yeshua is in fact the son of David, the seed of David. In the Greek, it's the word sperma. The seed of David according to the flesh, and wait for it, declared Son of God via the resurrection of the dead in this by the Spirit of holiness. And that is the promise that was given to David in 2 Samuel chapter 7, 14 and beyond. And go ahead and back that right up to the beginning of the passage where it says that after David is dead. That's important, guys. We're not talking about Solomon and we're not talking about Nathan. After David is dead, his seed will be raised up, and that will produce that eternal kingdom and priesthood, a son of Aaron, and also via the Zadokite priests, and also on the other side, of course, son of David. And so that is very confusing. Messiah Yeshua did not come to abolish the law or the prophets, but came to fulfill, to carry them out and perform them, not to not to abrogate or to truncate. Likewise, during the first half of the first century, there was much to do about this news of this resurrection from the dead, which again was the promise given to David that his Holy One, just the one, his Holy One would not suffer decomposition in the grave. Of course,
Okay,
it would
so
be.
one second. I have a
Hang on a
question for
minute.
you.
Let me finish. I'll land it in 30 seconds. So the attachment of the declaration of sonship, not entirely different than tell Pharaoh, Israel is my son, even my firstborn, that was later given to Yeshua HaMashiach, was in fact, and clearly, I might add, connected to the resurrection and not the incarnation. And I understand that that's a hard pill for both teams to swallow, and I'll
So
land
no,
here.
so
30
so
seconds, 20 seconds. How about that? We'll negotiate. The testimony in the Dead Sea Scrolls where people confuse two Messiah theology is because they miss the pronouns that are included with the singular he. To be clear, the house of Israel and the house of Judah will indeed appoint and anoint one head, not two. And that is a dual role and an eternal kingdom preserved in and through the Zadokite priests. And if you guys are having struggling hearing this, I would encourage you strongly to look at the beliefs of the Zadokite priests, who are the gatekeepers, for all of the Sabbaths and all of the appointed times of our Father in heaven when the rest of the Levites went astray in Ezekiel. You can look at that, and if you're in Jerusalem or fairly good with Hebrew, you can look up Rachel Elior's testimony regarding what they believed, and another one, Jonathan Ben Dov. They were given charge over all of God's appointed times, and that without exception. All the feasts, all the appointed times, and all the set times. And that was what the rift was in the first century during the first half before the latter confusion
One witness?
entered in.
What
what?
is your
Yeah,
faith? What's your eschatology?
I'm a follower of the way, and
Okay.
I think Bree tapped in on that, albeit briefly. And that way that is referred to was a way of return in Teshuvah, to return to the commandments of our Father in heaven. And in fact, it's what the Apostle Paul used as a plumb line when he was called a heretic. So when he was charged with being a heretic or a sectarian, he said the following: "As for the way, which they call a cult or a sect, I worship the God of my fathers, believing all that is written in the law and the prophets."
Uh, Um, so two things. For Yeshua to be the seed of David, you have to identify who his father is and who his father's father is, and all
I
that, all the
did.
way back. Who? So who was?
Ben Yosef, the son of Joseph. who's it
But
says he's the son of
but that
Joseph, the
can't be
son of
then
Mary.
immaculate conception. You understand that, right?
That's right.
That,
That's what I was hitting on. That's correct. He is the seed. That's what the New Testament teaches
so
No,
he's
about.
it's
not
not
born
what the
to a
New
virgin.
Testament teaches. Witness.
Hang on a minute. Read it again, Bree, in
Well,
context.
then why is he rejected? We know his brother, his father
Not
Joseph.
because he was a hybrid alien for an unknown
That's not.
God.
That's not exact. That's not what I
That
said.
came
What?
later, sister,
Oh
and I said that.
gosh.
I said when that came.
I love all you
I love all
guys.
you guys
So
Just
too.
want you
I
to
just don't
know
want to
that.
confuse people.
Like, okay, look, like, yeah,
Uh,
I
uh,
don't.
I
uh,
mean,
uh,
can
I
we
don't.
all
I
agree
just
that
told
when
you all
Jesus
when the
comes
confusion
back,
set in.
he's
It
going to have a heck
Matthew.
amount of tasks to fill to satisfy both sides?
Yeah,
It's like,
isn't he? And then,
There's
then,
not going
then
to
we
be.
have to
It's not
deal with the
anything about
Islamists.
satisfying any side. You don't understand. There is
That's
one
correct.
God.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. So I'm not. I don't get have to be confused because there's 95% of the prophets books that we read are not read in the Bible, are not read in synagogue. So there's and we believe when we had our last prophet, and there's been no prophet since then. So you need to understand that like there's there's a problem with eschatology when there is translation and mistranslation, and there has been carve-offs, just like there's been in Christianity. There have been carve-offs throughout time. There's carve-offs in the Islamic world as well, because of tribal influences in certain regions and different beliefs from different whatever it may be. I don't know anything about the Islamic eschatology,
but still,
nor do I care to. But
eschatology is one thing, but we cannot deny Jesus' first coming. I mean, he did come
you
for
can
a reason.
you can't tell me to not deny something that is not written out specifically and has not fulfilled
Okay.
the
Well, I
the
mean,
the promise from
historically,
God.
he was a historical person.
Historically, yeah,
That's
yeah.
what
I mean, your personal
that's
view, I
what you
respect that.
mean.
Historically, I mean, sorry,
I mean,
sorry for.
historically, he was. I
I mean,
mean,
The
Yeah,
if
it's
you
no,
it's
that
guys
well
that's
look
not.
documented
and
Yeah, you
fact.
can no. You
if
have to
you
be able to
guys
deny something that you believe is heretical, right? So like
right? Like
you
you could deny that he is your Messiah, right? But he historically he existed. I mean,
we
Josephus
don't
wrote about him.
we have no proof of that we've been
Yes,
shown
we
that
do.
that
We have overwhelming proof
I
historically.
understand that
so
from a Catholic
guys,
or Christian faith.
Hey,
We
No,
cannot
I'm
have
talking
Well,
about
evidence
the
wait a
of
as a
minute.
historian, as an ancient
because
hey,
there were
hey.
historian.
well,
many
The
individuals that
mm,
I
well.
Josephus
got
wrote
the
one
about
key
him.
Hebrew.
thing to
Calm down,
Josephus
bro.
say.
wrote about him. Josephus didn't need to write about him. Josephus was the
Goodness
Roman
gracious.
the
Ponte Pilate, yeah.
excuse me.
He is referred to as the sperma of David according to his flesh, declared the Son of God from above by the power of the resurrection from the dead and the Spirit of holiness, which is another way of saying Ruach Kodesh. And so,
One witness. What about like the hellfire and burning in hell stuff? Can you touch on that too?
yeah,
I know I didn't want to
before
interrupt you, but yeah.
Catholic admixture, and integrating a little bit of Dante's Inferno, it's Sheol. It's the abode of the dead. It's was commonly connected to in the Tanakh and into the first century with the location of the Golan Heights between Syria and Israel. There's still a place there called Panias, and it was indeed the abode of the dead. It was there between Caesarea Philippi and Anta Lebanon, and his feet stood there, and he gave a speech and said that upon this rock, that was Peter's confession, that he was the Son. He would build his assembly in the gates of Sheol or hell, later Hades, which adds all the Dante's Inferno, internal torment, and different layers and all that nonsense, which was not a basis, not only in the Tanakh, but not in the first century. He stood there at the base of that 33rd parallel where all occultation took place before the flood, exactly as in the days of Noah. He stood there and said it would not prevail, and it did not prevail. Indeed, death was defeated. And that, again, folks, was the promise that was given to David that his Holy One would not be handed over and abandoned in the grave to see decomposition and rot. So
I'm so
that was the
But
confused. You've
promise.
kind of
That's
gone
the
all over
one
the
of the
place with Noah and gone back and forth. Like we don't that's like the book.
Yeah, like
What happened
what?
during Noah is not
no.
part of. We don't
Bree, read the New
the
Testament. You'd
the
know
we
darn well
we do
that
not
wasn't all over.
incorporate anything in times of like the Enoch book or anything in actual Jewish liturgy. You know that, right? So,
Well, you ought to, because
but
the Zadokite priests who were given charge over the
yeah,
Sabbaths did that exactly.
yeah,
They were the faithful priests when the rest of the
I mean, we
Levites
have
went
Enoch in
astray.
our Bible, but nevertheless, I
yeah,
don't
bro,
know
I
yeah.
what
thought
Well,
the
what
hey
that.
Bible
I
was
guys,
don't
just
know
trying
what
to
that
teach
went
you
off
to
of.
like
That
not
tangent was
hate people,
crazy.
he's a
man.
Prophet,
Yeah.
I'm still at the
a
part where I'm
righteous
supposed to
scribe in
like not hate
heavens.
people and like
Yeah,
y'all way
yeah.
By
too
the
Good
way,
far.
job,
one
Josie.
witness,
Thank
Yeah,
you.
one
Thank
witness,
we're
It
you.
comes
doing
from the
it. We're
original
doing it
10
right now.
commandments to not hate people for no reason. That's the
I'm
original.
one
supposed
Can
to
I?
like
witness.
forgive people for being retarded, and
Can,
like I really have a hard time with that.
You're not
that
required to
part too.
forgive anything or anybody like as if
Unless they
you're
ask for
God.
forgiveness, right?
So,
Something. Yeah. Hey, Stealth. What
What
happened? What happened
one
before I came into the space? You said something happened, and you were like, "Oh my God, have you seen my
yes. So
my
we were in
DMs?"
an
I didn't get any DMs.
okay, so we were in another space where we had where Green Beret nap time
Oh,
were yeah, and they were going through all the stuff that happened with Joe Kent. That space. I'll send you the transcript for
oh,
that, and stuff about the wife has now come
the
up.
wife. Oh my gosh, all of that stuff that we came up to
Yeah,
with, and
yeah,
that. Oh, by the way, I did end up getting a screenshot
and Jason
of.
Jones interviewed, by the way, just so you know,
Oh, did he?
he interviewed John Curacao 19 hours ago, and I'm going to send you that as well right
Honestly,
now.
I can't at this point, Stealth. Like, it's just
Well,
too
I mean, it's
much.
obvious now, right? So everything's been
It's
very
so
obvious.
obvious, but it's like where the puzzle pieces are still not coming together. Stealth is like, especially for like the Jason Jones, is that like, when did the op begin? Like, when
Well,
was it decided?
the op started with the Krizlam movement out of Georgetown in '93 with the Saudis and some
Well, that side for sure.
left wing Catholics,
Yeah, I'm
like
saying, like,
like
how
uh,
did they get into the traddy trad world?
they ran a think tank. Oh, you mean on the right or on the
Yeah, on the
left? This
right. I'm saying, like, when did that
oh from
thing
Dugin. So
yeah,
that aggressively started in 2014 2015 was when they started,
2014.
and 2015 under Obama.
So under Obama,
They
2014,
came, yeah.
Dugan,
The Qataris came in from the right with
Pope
the Muslim
Francis
Brotherhood.
was elected in
That's
2013.
when they legalized gay marriage, isn't it?
Not under Obama, right? We didn't. When did we legalize
I
gay
think
marriage
that's
in America?
Yeah, so
2014.
I
It
think
was under
it was under
Obama.
Obama.
Oh,
Yep.
During the Obama years in 2011, gay marriage was ruled legal by the Supreme Court. That's how it
When
was
was it?
done in
What year?
2011.
oh.
Wait, I thought that Obama was against it. Wasn't he the one that
Yeah,
was
he was
against it?
officially against it. Everybody was against it. And then Joe Biden, when the Supreme Court was ruling on a state decision that would have legalized it nationally, Joe Biden came out in the 11th hour and said, come on, everybody likes gay marriage. And then it's like everyone likes gay people. And then he
Well,
outed
that's when the
Steve. No, wait,
Catholic Church
and
should
then
have
he out,
excommunicated Joe Biden. He
excuse
had
me.
the
And then he
Catholic
Yeah.
outed
Church.
Steve Cook as gay.
That
And basically,
well,
that's how we know Steve Cook is gay now because Joe Biden outed him out as gay. And then basically, after he did that, everybody freaking all of a sudden the Democrats all turned and
all
they
the
were all
frogs
pro gay
get turned
marriage.
gay. Yeah, all the frogs turned gay at that time as well.
o- Okay,
No,
so
2013 though is when Pope
they why
Francis.
didn't they just
Well,
say you can have a
that
civil,
same
you can have a physical document that's like that shows that you can share property, and if your significant other is of the same sex, they go into the hospital as long as there's like a living trust that says that you can go in and help this person with their last moments of life or whatever. It should just been done as an actual physical paper and not a
Yeah,
religious
but do you understand
paper.
that wasn't the
Self, because
intent?
tradcons didn't want to
well,
do that.
hold on. Let me
Tradcons?
get 30
Wait, which
seconds here.
tradcons?
This is important.
Which what does that mean?
Hold on.
Tradcons
Let me
didn't want to do that. What does
I
that mean?
mean that traditional conservatives did not want to give civil unions because that civil union is as good as marriage. They didn't want to make marriage
Not a
between more
civil
than a
union. No, no, a legal document solely for
we
representation, like it's your lawyer.
we
yeah. So
almost
you're basically
we
talking
almost
about
touched on something
you're talking about
important.
something about
Hold
that
on one
something that's
second.
marriage, but not
I
marriage
know.
in name.
I know everything. Every energy on the universe wants to push past this. Okay, someone mentioned the gay frogs. This is highly
Oh
important
my
right now.
god.
That same chemical, when added to the water, had caused shrimp to literally just swim up to the mouth of their predator and jump into the mouth of their predator. And I just want to say, I kind of see that happening with people nowadays, where they're like, they don't know that there's a predator around them, and they're just walking right into harm's way.
It's
I
Yeah,
mean,
all
that's
about the gay
I'm
frogs.
serious.
It
all the
really is.
leftists into Islam.
I mean,
Okay.
that's it too.
Okay.
I just
Okay.
love this
Um,
space, the kind of variation we see in the topics from gay frogs. Like, it's
I'm gonna
just
Yeah,
say it real
too
slow
much.
for you.
excuse me
Gay
if I may.
frogs.
Excuse me if
Stuff
I may. I'd
from
actually like to go.
discussing Jesus to
Go ahead,
like all the
AVG. Go
Uh,
ahead,
wokeness
AVG.
stuff.
If I
Hold on,
It's
could,
Ramen. Mute
because
out.
it,
Mute
I've been
out,
kind of
Ramen.
holding my tongue for a
Frogs,
while. I
Go ahead.
freaking
listened to the
frogs,
lashing.
freaking frogs.
Go
Like
ahead,
earlier
AVG.
tonight, I was listening to the lashing that Stealth gave. I felt kind of bad, so I kept myself quiet. Like I was gonna ask some other questions, but that time's gone now. I'm gonna wait for more Catholics to get back in so I can
Uh
actually
oh.
ask them. But
There's two
Bree, I
Uh
have a
Catholics
oh.
in here.
question for
Free
you.
to, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
What?
AVG.
Okay, this is actually like
You're
in
mad at
within
me? You're mad
Catholic
at me, AVG?
eschatology.
You're mad at
Huh?
me? You're mad at me?
No, I'm mad at
Okay, go
everybody.
ahead. Okay, you're mad at everybody?
Stealth,
Yeah,
you're just gonna let him do
I
I'm
you
just
like
like
always
that
that?
angry.
equality.
He's,
Anyway,
I like it.
he's not
You're
going
just
to do
gonna let him
me.
do you like that? Come
Not
on.
unless, not unless there's a 5 carat ring on my finger and a marriage license. Go ahead, AVG. Go
I'm
ahead.
scared.
so regarding what year was the crucifixion? What year did that take place?
30 BC.
33 AD.
33 AD. What year was the Council of Jerusalem? For my situational awareness.
I don't know offhand. It was within like the
54.
mm, was it 20
Wh-
years afterwards?
What year did Paul receive his first revelation?
Do you have that in front of you and just asking me
So
these?
it was
I'm
the
asking
year,
questions,
okay, the
and I'm
Council of
not. I'm
Jerusalem
not
was,
Candace Owens.
hold on, the Council of Jerusalem was in AD 48 through 50.
Yeah, I didn't think
Okay.
it was 20 years full. Full.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So
then
that
you're
was
asking
pre-Paul.
for, wait,
No, and
which
also I
revelation?
was asking because I mentioned Paul there too. So
Yeah,
I
Paul.
just wanted to see
Paul
if
fell
Paul was
off his
there.
horse. I think within like what the first like 10 years. So it had to have been like within the first 10 years of Christianity. It may
The
have
Which
been
day
would
within
be,
Yeshua
5.
died.
which
The
would
day
be. Say again.
Yeshua.
What year?
It happened, okay, so it says in Galatians or you, or in regular,
No,
which,
this would be in
it was
Acts.
in 50. So in the year 50.
No,
So it
Paul
Okay.
was,
was no. Paul
I'm,
didn't convert in the
wait a
year
second.
50.
Hold on.
Why did we start counting forward then? That was always
Oh,
confusing.
from the
I just
foundation.
want
So
I,
Council
I
of
just
Jerusalem was 49 through 50. And when did, let me see here.
I just want to say like
It
Jesus.
doesn't
So
say a year. It just says Acts
We
9
we
1
don't yeah
19.
we don't know
They don't know
exactly the
when.
year. It's like but it happened in Acts, and I think it happened within. I like we need to know
It says
when.
Acts 9, Acts 22, and Acts 26. They talked about a revelation.
Yeah, so Paul was still a young man when he watched Stephen get stoned. When he was still studying, and it was years after that that he began his work before converting. So it had to have been
So
within 10 years.
he, there, okay. What are you trying to ask, AVG?
No, just for my situational awareness and chronology, because like temple burned down in 70 A.D. You said that there was this thing in that there was this Council of Jerusalem.
In
By
the
that time, by the math I was
40s.
working on at the time, if you'll excuse me, by that time, the math that I was working on, there wasn't anybody in Jerusalem because the Romans
That's right.
wrecked the place,
That's right.
right at
Yes.
70 A.D.
Yes.
So like I was tracking that Jesus was killed at about 33. Paul was about 40 years old. He was born after Jesus was
The
killed.
people didn't live that long, so that age. Okay, so
No,
that's
he was a
That's
young
not true.
man. It's in Acts. He was a young
So
man when he was
it's not true.
holding the robes
Robe?
of those who stoned Stephen. Stephen was a Christian at the time. So that was after that. So it would have been about 10 years from that point
but
where he
most people
converted,
didn't
like
know
5 to
when
10
people were
years.
even born back then because they
Right.
didn't have
No,
records,
so
except
no,
for the Jews
so
kept records.
excuse me.
But
Excuse
but
me. So for my situational awareness again, so Jesus was killed about 33. You're saying that about 10 years after the crucifixion is when Paul receives his first revelation?
Yes,
Or about
after he
20
fell
years?
off of
potential
the
like
horse.
between 5 to 10 years. Yeah.
Okay. So that's at about year
He was
40-ish.
killed on the.
But it
He
And
says
was
then
that
the
killed on
Paul
the
Council of
never
fifth.
met.
Jerusalem is the
It
year
says here
50-ish.
that Paul never met Jesus in his
He was
earthly
killed
life.
on the 15th day after the spring equinox,
Oh,
which
what
is
year?
actually
What
tomorrow.
year?
Well, that's another discussion because the years were given
Are we
charge
talking about Jesus, one
to the
witness?
to the Zadokites.
We're not talking about Jesus. We're now talking about Paul and then the Council of
And
Jerusalem.
the question was, when did he die?
It says Paul was
And I
20,
33.
answered
around
that
28 years old is what they predict.
right. And so
But
it was the 15th
but
day
at the
after the
time of the
spring equinox.
crucifixion, but it says that Paul was
Paul was not
somewhere
even in
between 25 and
Jerusalem.
30 years old, or up to
Paul wasn't even
36.
in Jerusalem for the crucifixion. If he was studying under
Correct.
But then he was killed for somebody he never even met. Is that the story?
what?
What?
The guy, Paul, he was
No,
killed. Paul was killed.
That was late. That was later. He was killed in Rome.
Yeah, but I'm saying he did. Yeah, but he was doing all that work and
Yes.
stuff, but he never
Well,
even met Jesus.
he had a vision of Jesus. That's what made him fall off
Yeah,
the.
yeah. I just want to throw that out there.
I
That's what
know
I'm
it's
saying. That's
pretty
kind
crazy.
of to me. That's
It's
kind of
pretty
weird, right?
weird, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially considering how so many Christians today are dying for the
Never
faith,
even
have
met the
never
guy.
met him.
Told his story
So wait,
and
Paul
then
was
got
not part
killed
of the
over it.
first 12
No,
apostles?
he wasn't. Mm-mm.
No.
Paul was of the tribe of Benjamin and trained under the Pharisees. He loved God's commandments and hated the traditions of his ancestors
Yeah.
that caused people to defile the commandments. That was Paul's rift.
So
Not against Father's commandments, but rather against the traditions of men and the fence laws that corrupt rabbis and preachers and pastors and clerics add to the
It,
top of the Father's commandments. That was the
it,
rift.
it says
It
in the
was not
Torah you
against
must
God's
have a
laws.
rabbi.
Huh?
It says in the Torah you should make yourself rabbis. Okay, so um,
Teachers, yes, that's what Paul said. And he also advised not to do it because it's a weighty charge if you incorrectly teach people.
so
So it's not
so
something to be taken lightly.
so Paul was a Roman citizen, a fully born Roman citizen out of Tarsus. He would have received a Roman education when he was young. That's why he understood and could speak to specifically the Stoic philosophy, because the Stoic University of the Roman Empire at the time was in Tarsus. So you would have heard the Stoics at the time. He was sent because of his acumen, and likely because his parents were fairly wealthy, being tent makers. He was sent to Jerusalem to study under Gamaliel. So that should, if we have the dates of Gamaliel, we'll know kind of when Paul was old enough to have studied in the shul under
Well,
Gamaliel,
okay,
and we know his
right.
age a little
Right.
bit
Let
then.
me play this and then can you correct
Sure.
whatever's wrong in this? Okay, I'm just curious. Okay.
Very good. All right, go ahead and hang up now. You can tune in for your answer. As it turns out, that event never happened. In fact, Paul never mentions the Damascus revelation in his own letters. The Damascus story is found in three places in the book of Acts. Acts 9:22 and 26. It's not in Paul's letters. It's not that Paul doesn't say that Jesus revealed himself to him. He does. And he says it repeatedly. In fact, Paul wants you to know that the revelation he had was, and he says this with a very humble tone, was greater than anyone else. And he refers to his competitors. And in the case of Paul, his competitors were not the Jews who weren't Christians, but were fellow Christians. Paul was a very disagreeable person and was somebody
Yes.
who really did not get along, didn't play well with other people. And by Paul's own statements, you could see this, that Paul tells us in the book of Galatians, and among the 13 letters attributed to Paul, Galatians is certainly from his hands. In the book of Galatians, chapter 2, he brags how he told Peter off to his face and showed how
Yeah, to
he's a
his
hypocrite
face.
and wrong. And that was very important to bring out and to mock the other apostles as the so-called pillars of the church. The point of Paul here and in other places is to point out that his revelation is superior because what he has is directly from Jesus. So he's going to repeat that not only in Galatians 1 and 2, in Philippians 3, he was a Pharisee of Pharisees.
South, it's stopped.
It broke
That
up.
I don't. Oh, somebody's muting my mic. Can you hear me now?
Pharisees of
It's
Pharisees.
crypto
Oh,
Pharisee of
Jews.
Pharisees. That's where
okay, okay.
we're
Yeah,
picking. Well, we got that.
apparently
So he's
he
not
was the
wrong.
smartest guy in the. So any of that was incorrect? That
No,
that
no, no. He
the
like
Okay.
well,
letters.
okay. So I'll say Paul was absolutely. You can read it. He was absolutely a contentious person. I would also say that he's incorrect in the fact that Luke wrote Acts. As I said before, Luke wrote Acts as he documented the comings of the apostles. What was happening in the early years? That was Luke. Okay, Luke was
Well, who was
walking
the
with.
who? But Bree, who was
But
the one that was running around killing Christians?
Before
Who
we
that
was
go
that?
off of
that was
Galatians
Paul.
I
topic,
thought that was
which
Paul.
Tovia did a good job
So
there with the Galatians topic, except at
yeah, hold on, one
at the
witness. Hold on,
first
hold
of
on,
it.
hold on.
Well,
This is
at the first
important.
of
Hold on.
Galatians, at the first of Galatians,
Okay,
Paul
I
makes
got you.
clear that it was the traditions of his ancestors, traditions and fence laws that were added by them that he was speaking against, and not the Father's commandments. That's very clear and a very important distinction because it
Yes,
contributes to antinomian ideology that Paul somehow is now moving us yet another step
because
away
Paul
from the commandments that all of us adhere
Paul
to
was part
in
of the
heart.
But he spent his
Pharisaical
whole
class,
life
and the Pharisaical
killing.
class was placing, as Jesus himself said, was placing undue burdens upon the people themselves. So there was the Pharisees. This is not the same thing that is Judaism today. It was the Pharisees at the time that were running like the religious political insistence on certain things about like even how like I mean, even when Jesus talks about straining at the gnat and swallowing the camel, like for like the amount of
Bree, if I
and
may.
yeah, go ahead.
So, with regards to the Pharisees, so I understand that Christians in the church say that the Pharisees were corrupted and they were bringing about too many laws that the people couldn't follow. However, the truth is, according to our traditions, Pharisees were the rabbis, and it's the tradition of those rabbis that give us the contemporary Judaism
Right,
today.
Paul was a Pharisee. Paul was a Pharisee.
Yes.
So no, we're
So
not saying all Pharisees. We're saying
no.
the
So here's the
Pharisees
thing:
at the
in order to
time.
be a Pharisee, you had to be a rabbi of a certain caliber. You
Right.
were in a tradition, and in order to get that, it was pretty bulletproof. In order to get that, you basically had to get leaned on by a guy who got leaned on by a guy who got leaned on by a guy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all the way back to Moses. And the significance of that was that in the process of that leaning, the divine
Yeah.
light that came off of Moses's face was
Yeah.
essentially
Was
a
transferred.
manifestation of the oral Torah, or a manifestation of the enlightening thing, the Torah that Moses had absorbed at Sinai. That was
But you
Okay,
passed
understand
down,
that the
that
if
Christian
I may.
but you know
Excuse me, if I
but
may.
if you hold one second, you understand that within Jesus's back and forth, it wasn't just with the Pharisees. It was also with the Sadducees and the scribes. And so there was an ongoing back and forth. And you know that there were differences, real serious differences between the Pharisees and the Sadducees
Yes, I
and
do.
the
and the scribes.
Sadducees were
Yes,
called
I do.
such
But
after they were called
excuse me, I'm
Sadducees.
going somewhere with
They
this. Look, I'd
Let
really
him finish one
appreciate if I
witness.
could
Yeah,
just
go ahead,
finish
AVG.
this.
Yeah.
Okay? So, now, with regards to that, so we're speaking about the Pharisees being in charge of the hierarchy and the things that are in charge within Jerusalem. Within that time period, and even for 100 years prior, the Pharisees had lost control of just about every single piece of the politics because it had all been corrupt. First, the Sadducees had taken over. Long story short, it's a long story, but basically, due to the Greek influence from Alexander the Great, Sadducees became an actual movement because a certain person came about named Sadok who didn't believe in the oral law or the rules of the rabbis. He went off and created his own movement, and it got big with the rich and the powerful. They took
okay.
over all, excuse me, they took
When
over,
you get
no,
done landing
excuse
with
me,
the
excuse me,
Zadok and
no,
the
excuse me.
Sadducees, let me chime in.
No,
I'm going to put
no,
that right
no,
and straight
please.
for
I'm
you.
sorry. No. Let me just finish. When they
Yes.
took over, when they took those areas over, they had the body politics. They had the actual kingship, they had infiltrated the Sanhedrin, and they took over the actual priesthood. By the
Yeah, but
time,
they were run out.
up until 70 AD, all of that was corrupted. And the Romans
That's
ended up
correct.
killing
You're
all
talking about
that.
the
You ne-
Sadokian.
Who muted everyone? Stealth. Okay, everybody's unmuted again, but I'm trying to. I don't know if
Sorry, I
Stealth is
called
able
Rabbit's
to.
finger because there was a lot of back and forth and a lot of misinformation, and I don't like that. So he's
Okay.
gonna drop in, or I'm gonna call him for maybe one or two
Oh,
questions.
yay!
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So, but
You're like you're gonna get it, Bree.
no, not you. No, 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 no. I know
Oh,
he
okay.
doesn't want to do this. So he doesn't believe that we should pull Christians to confuse them in any way, shape, or form. The main goal for Judaism is that Christians believe in one God. That there's more people on the planet.
Yes. Oh,
That's all that we care about. And like, don't kill your own Christians and don't kill
right.
Jews, right? But
Hey,
and
by the way,
follow.
I wanted to
Oh
quickly
God.
throw this out there so that you
I just
understand
want to
and
hear
to kind of.
what AVG was getting cut off because because one witness you can't interrupt AVG because he's trying to lay out his case, but you
But
can wait.
AVG had asked a question earlier about like when the Council of Jerusalem took place, correct?
is someone able to respond to AVG's statement regarding the Sadducees?
The
I am.
Well, we're
I
gonna
would
hold
love
off
to.
okay, like
until an
we don't
expert on
care.
this
We
comes in.
like
There's
honestly,
an
like
expert that's
sorry
gonna
to
come
have
in
to
on
Yeah,
say
this.
like
So
take notes and
yeah,
then
yeah,
we'll
take
get
notes.
back to you.
hey AVG, so when we were talking about Paul, just in the timeline scheme, so Gamaliel was in Jerusalem. I looked this up between the 20s and 30s, after like AD.
It's
Okay, so
Gamliel.
if
It's Gamliel.
Gamaliel, yeah, right. So if we want to look at the tradition of Judaism and how like the kind of the kids would go into schools at that time, Paul would have been around what 14-ish years old when he went to Jerusalem to study under him. So that would have been around 20 AD. Okay, so that follows what we were saying earlier, where it's like, okay, so Paul's 14 years old. He would not have been present likely at the in 33. He would have known who Jesus was, but like he said, he didn't
How would he
he
have
never
known
saw
who he was?
Jesus.
By who telling him what?
The Dead Sea Scrolls,
No, no,
which
no.
Well,
was
But there
well,
was no
because
Dead
preserved the
Sea
Jesus,
straight
Scrolls
because
way.
back then.
what?
Okay, no, no, no,
Stop,
no. No,
like
stop, stop,
Yes,
no,
there
because
were.
Jesus,
They
stop.
stop for historically,
No,
historically.
historically.
Because Jesus was in Jerusalem between 30 to 33 AD, and Paul was starting likely around age 14, 20 AD under Gamaliel. So he would have heard of this guy who was making some, but
But Bree, this was a
likelihood of
regular thing. You need to understand. During those times, this was a very regular thing, and they crucified everybody. This is what
yeah,
the
that's what
Romans
I'm
did.
saying.
They crucified
But
people of all faiths and different from one end of
But
the
you
world
know
to
it
the
was
other
a
end of the
big
world.
deal.
They did the
You
same.
know it was a big deal. Like when people were saying that when he came into Jerusalem and they were waving the palms and they were saying, Hosanna to the Son of David. He would have heard of him, but he didn't. He literally says in his letters he never met him. So which meant either he was out of Jerusalem again, maybe visiting his family back home, who knows, or he could have like the shuls, maybe the shuls would have said we don't want anybody associating, so they kept them away. And Paul was really very, very disciplined. He was at the top of his shul, based off of what Paul himself says. Who knows? Like maybe he wasn't, but like I think he probably was. So it's the likelihood of him hearing about Jesus, i.e., hearing that he had been crucified or this man there was a cult. Who knows? He would have known that, but he was placed in his position as a Pharisee after Jesus had died. He had been given authority to quell all of these different sects that were popping up, because it wasn't just Jesus who had come as Messiah. There were other Messiahs that were coming up. He was given authority to quell all of this,
By
right?
who?
And
By the Romans?
by the no, by the Jews in Jerusalem,
Sanhedrin.
the Sanhedrin. Yeah.
some of Jews. It's never all
So
folk.
so he had the
So,
authority
but
by
my
them
understanding is
to
that
quell
Paul
it.
was not a Pharisee or and a student of Gamaliel. So why was Paul? So there's evidence to
Was
He
that.
a
was.
tribe of
Well, can I
Benjamin,
provide the evidence to the
sister.
counter that? Because this is why some try to explain to you. There is. Let me because Tovia's not here yet to just to go through the history. So again, let me just play this
Roman
until he comes
citizens
in.
hired. This is a conspiracy theory that I saw that they've had videos on that actually kind of makes a little bit of sense. But she's kind of curious if this is Deborah Lee from Facebook. Kind of curious what kind of jurisdiction did the high priest have over Damascus? That whole package there has got so many plausible answers. All right, so this is a very, very good question. And sorry, I will get to the rest of the questions, but it was on topic, and I figured it'd be best to hit it now. So I'll get to the. We have got. But this is big. This is not something that they glossed over at all. It should be said first of all that Christians or former Christians, it's not their fault, but they have all this information about Paul either from Acts or they're getting it from other epistles, or then certainly getting it from Paul. But what people who come from the church tend to do is they kind of conflate it all. Like somehow Paul claimed to be a student of Gamaliel. He actually never would make that claim for himself. If he did, he would be laughed out of court in a second. The letters of Paul are written during the 50s. The book of Acts is written, like, let's say at about 90, 85, 90 is very, very late. By the time you get to 90, you can write anything you want. So Paul was a disciple of Rabbi Gamaliel. By the way, I'm a descendant of Rabbi Gamaliel. I am not father, but my great-grandmother was a descendant of Rabbi Gamaliel, who was from the house of David. I am. Okay, Paul was not a descendant of Rabbi Gamaliel. He wasn't a member of the Sanhedrin. This is all nonsense, and it's very transparent that this could not be the case. Now, I'll explain to you why he couldn't. I mean, he will claim I'm a Pharisee of Pharisees. I'm the biggest Pharisee. I know there were Pharisees, but they're like me. I'm such a Pharisee. You never heard of such a. So he could not be a disciple of Gamaliel for 1,000 reasons. Let me go through why this is all patent nonsense. To begin with, Paul. We are told that Paul went to Damascus at the behest of the high priest to persecute Christians in Damascus. Along the way, the claim is made that Paul had these encounters, these supernatural encounters with Jesus, and he converts to Christianity. We're just going to use the word converts to Christianity because it's, I don't want anyone writing he didn't convert, he was doing. Stop. Okay, we're going to use words that are just easy to work with. So the point is, hold the show. Who were the high priests in the time of Paul? Who controlled the priesthood? As it turns out, they were Sadducees. Sadducees were an elite group that were in cahoots with Rome that very much controlled the priesthood. They were enemies of the Pharisees. They were at war, spiritual war with the Pharisees, and therefore, just think about this for a moment. If Paul was a Pharisee of Pharisees, if that's the school he came from, which he does claim for himself, if he was what Acts says, that he was a student of Gamaliel, what is he doing working for a Sadducee? I mean, that's totally ridiculous. Number two, you understand?
Baruch
That's
Shekivanti.
like saying that the chief rabbi is working for the Messianic movement. I mean, that's like ridiculous. I mean, that could not happen. Number two is the high priest would have no jurisdiction over what's going on in Syria. I mean, that's just patently ridiculous. Third thing is that the attitude of the Pharisees were not in any way threatened by Christians. I mean, they didn't want to kill Christians or harm them or persecute them. And in fact, this is even revealed in the Christian Bible. Think for a moment. If we go to Acts chapter 5, what do we encounter there? Peter is brought in front of Gamaliel, who we are told was the teacher of Paul. What is Gamaliel's attitude? I mean, if we are to believe that Paul was a disciple of Gamaliel and follow the teachings of Gamaliel, that wouldn't that could not be, because he would be a Tana, he'd be listed he would list in the Mishnah. He wasn't, that never happened. But let's just play make believe and let's go along with the story. What was the attitude of the Pharisees? The attitude of the Pharisees was very simple. Gamliel says in the book of Acts, he says, look, don't harm Peter. Don't do anything to him. Why? Because remember, Peter in this early point is sort of teaching a Christianity, is a follower of Jesus, but he's still keeping kosher, keeping everything Jewish. So Gamliel, we are told, tells him that, hey, don't tells those who brought Peter to Gamliel, don't hurt him. Don't even try to stop him. Don't do anything to impede him. Don't persecute him. Leave him alone. God will take care of it. You know why? Because if what Peter is teaching is of God, hurting Peter is going to accomplish nothing. And if it's not of God, it will in fact recede. It will simply dissipate. It will evaporate. That was the attitude of the Pharisees. The attitude of the Pharisees was, you don't need to persecute Christians. Just teach them. Just like, all of Pharisaic Judaism, which is Orthodox Judaism, don't go and persecute people because they don't keep Shabbos. They don't know any better. That they come under influences of liberal Jewish groups or whatever it is, love them, not beat them over the head. So therefore, think about this for a moment. If in fact Paul came from the Welt Anschauung, from the worldview of Rabbi Gamliel, what was he doing going to Damascus to persecute Christians? The attitude of Rabbi Gamliel is don't persecute Christians. Now, as it turns out, Rabbi Gamliel's statement, was in fact prophetic in a strange way, because what happened was that Peter's understanding of Christianity, again, this is before we're getting to Acts chapter 10, before Acts 15, was that you could be Jewish, you can keep the Torah, you can keep the mitzvahs, but you can believe in Jesus. That they can all go together. And Rabbi Gamliel says that can't happen. That can never be. Because the Bible tells us, and this is not next, that not all Jews remain a part of the Jewish people. Only those Jews who are faithful to God's teaching as truth. You find this in Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 9, verse 12. The point is that only the truly faithful servant of God is preserved. Let's be frank. Many Jews, thousands, converted to Christianity, got baptized. Where are the children of these Jews today? They're lost. They've assimilated. If Jesus wasn't the Messiah, if Jesus is everything that your church says he was, then why did God preserve only those Jews who said that Jesus is not the Messiah, that rejected the claims of the church, that rejected why did God, if there's no oral Torah, why didn't God preserve the Sadducees? They're gone. They've disappeared. So what Gamliel is saying is, you don't have to work. You don't have to do. This is God's department. He'll take care of this. And in fact, that understanding of Christianity, which has they lost. They're gone. In fact, disappeared. You will, of course, encounter Jews today who believe in Jesus, but they're not the descendants of those Jewish Christians, whatever name you want to call them, from the time of things. So therefore, all this is absolute nonsense. He wouldn't be a member of the Sanhedrin. He wouldn't be persecuting. Why would he be persecuting Christians in Damascus? Gamliel and this type of outlook is, don't persecute them. If it's not of God, it will fall away of its own, which in fact happened. Besides the fact, what is he doing from Tarsus? And if you read Paul's letters in Greek, let's just say this, it's very simple. Paul was a highly literate Greek-speaking Christian. Okay, Jews from Jerusalem, Jews who were
He
members of the
also spoke
Sanhedrin.
Hebrew stealth.
Hold on.
Greek wasn't just another language. Greek was like German. Greek was the language of the Hellenists. It was the language of all those who were enemies of God. Just so you understand, those of you who are English speakers, it's not a simple matter to write in just writing because you're literate in English. I'm speaking to you Americans. So you're literate in English. You say, I speak English. But I'll ask you honestly, would you be able to write a highly literate rhetorical book of 16, of 10 chapters, of 13 chapters in English, well written? The answer is probably not. It'll be very difficult. You have to be highly literate to be able to write that way. So that's not where Paul comes from. In fact, it's interesting that Jerome, a very important church father, much later the primary or translator of the Vulgate, also cast doubt on Paul's origins from Tarsus. Tarsus was one of the two places that was the center for Greek philosophy and thought. It was that's like Berkeley. I mean, that's like that's not where religious Jews are from. So therefore, Paul wasn't a Pharisee. A Pharisee. That's why he emphasizes it. Why is he emphasizing? Because he's pushing back at the accusation that he was some sort of Pharisee. So he
Sorry, I
wouldn't
have to
be
say,
working for the high. He wouldn't be a Pharisee. Is
just
not working for Sadducees.
disagree fully
Okay, so you all,
historically.
when Tovia comes in, you guys can
Correct.
have a
Like he and I
conversation.
could talk about this. My dissertation was on Tarsus's, like why is it Tarsus being the foundation of Paul's history, and it's very clear that like the historical evidence to why Tarsus was built up by the Jewish community in particular is this is historical. This is not religious. Historical evidence is overwhelming, and not only did the Greeks give the because of the need for building up the city after a massive event. They believe it was like a plague in the city, a massive event. In order for the city to thrive, because it's a port city, they brought the Jews in and said, we're giving you full, we've got documents on this, we're giving you full citizenship. And the issue that the Greeks would have had providing a citizenship to the Jews, because part of citizenship to the Greeks was you had to actually had to sacrifice to the city god as part of your citizenship. They made it clear in the writings, in the gift of citizenship to the Jewish people, so that because of the need for the city to grow very quickly populace wise, was you will be able to your sacrifice to the city would be your religious attendance within your shuls. So they bypass that by saying you are a good citizen by attending your religious services. That's in Tarsus. That was prior to the Romans taking over Tarsus. So when Paul talks about being a natural born Roman citizen, it's because his family prior to that being grafted within the city, the Greek city. When the Romans came over and took over Tarsus, they brought in all, as they would do, they brought in all of the citizens and made them citizens of Rome. So Paul not only learned Greek, he would have learned Latin, because Tarsus was the city, it was the university of the Stoics, as I said, and Tarsus was already a Roman city for generations. So they were speaking Latin. They were
Okay,
learning Latin. They also spoke Greek.
Tovia's here. Give me a second. Let me just bring him up. Okay.
Let me respond, please, to the Zedeckite question, which later became the sect of the Sadducees.
Hold on
If
one
you
second.
are
Just give me 1 second so I can get
self, I've been
okay.
trying to get this 1 minute
Okay, go
in.
ahead, go ahead.
Okay. So the sect that was given charge, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and say this. If you are not following the way that the Zadockite priests preserved in Ezekiel, no one in this room has a vote on what the Sabbaths are. Full stop, period. That charge was given as it plainly and emphatically states in Ezekiel. And if someone can get down and put it in the post or in the pill before the peg gets moved, that would be good. You don't have any
What
charge or
peg?
say over any of the appointed times of our Father in heaven, because that's a sect of the Levites that went astray. And that task of all of our fathers' Moedim was entrusted to the Zadokite priests, and that later became the Sadducean sect, which explains why they were not warmly received to the temple cult. They were rather preserved during the period of Hellenization after Alexander the Great. In fact, right on through Onias III, the last rightful Zadokite priest, in and through the time frame of Antiochus Epiphanes IV, when the corrupt priesthood in Jerusalem adopted the ways of Syria. And so they went up there. That's where the lunar calendar was introduced. It's recorded in Babylonian Talmud, Folio 11a, b, and c. And they put darkness for light and evil for good and bitter for sweet, learning the ways of Assyria. And it was the Zadokite priests, just like Ezekiel said, that were put in charge of all of our Father in heaven's pointed times, each and every one, all of the Moedim, all of the Sabbaths, including differentiation rightly between the days, every day, and that without exception, and also differentiating between clean and unclean, and their seed after them.
Okay,
So
so
if someone is not of that sect, they have no vote according to the testimony of the law and the prophets regarding any Shabbat.
I don't understand very much what you were talking about, but just maybe somebody else will. Hold on one second. Go ahead,
It's because
reliable.
the lying pen of the scribes have hid this information from the entire world in favor of putting darkness for light and evil
Who
for
hid
good
all this?
and
Who
bitter for
hid this from
sweet.
the world? Who?
The Levites that went astray. It's the testimonies in Ezekiel. Please, guys,
Oh,
down there at the bottom.
okay.
I'm freezing. I'm sitting outside of a gas
Oh,
station. My
okay.
hands are
Go
numb.
inside your
So
car or your gas station. I don't want you to
I
freeze.
am.
This is it's okay. So let me. I don't know what happened to him, Rabbi Singer. Let me see. Maybe I'll just put him on speaker. He's having a little difficulty with the microphone. Go ahead, reliable.
Oh, well, I originally came here into the space when I heard you guys talking about virgins, and I was like, the 72 virgins, and I was like, well, the worst thing is 72 mother in laws. That's what I was thinking to myself the entire time. Um, uh, but I'm waiting for Rabbi Singer to come in. I have some questions for him, too.
Just to go back real quick, I know he's coming into this space, but um, I get why he is pushing back on the historicity of Paul in Acts. Again, it's this is where it
Excuse me,
understanding
who's
that
he?
Paul was Rabbi
Oh,
Singer.
my bad. Disregard me.
Yeah, yeah. So Paul himself is states in Galatians and Timothy. He says, I persecuted the church violently. I was advancing Judaism, being more extremely zealous. So he saw himself as differing from Gamaliel, which, oh, shocking, two Jews having differing opinions.
Sister Bree,
Yeah.
the next phrase, he was more zealous. Read the next clause for everybody.
I don't have it
for
up again.
for the traditions, the fence laws, the washing the outside of the cup and not the inside of it,
Right,
the
but see,
traditions of my
Gamaliel was not
ancestors.
as much. The Gamaliel was not as much.
Right.
Gamaliel was more about the teaching. So
Yes, that's what.
Rabbi Zinger is 100% correct on
Yes,
that.
that's right.
But
100%.
Paul strove to outdo his teacher. That's what Paul, and he talks about this. Like he saw himself as better than his teacher. That's not a hit against Gamaliel. This just says that Paul was a freaking proud dude, and he liked promoting himself within. This is why he would have potentially engaged with the high priest and engaged. He was trying to get the stars on the map. He was moving up. He was winding his way, and he was fully ideologically intent, which is why when you read Acts and you see how he was like, okay, I'm going to crush these rebellions, like I'm going to teach his
Okay,
like
Bree.
other
Hold on one
side
second,
of thing.
Bree.
Oh, there he
Bree,
is.
Bree,
Hi,
Bree.
hi,
Hold on,
Rabbi.
Bree.
Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
see him.
Hold on, everybody. Okay, so sorry. Just Rabbi Singer, is your microphone working? Uh, he's new to this. Rabbi Singer, is your microphone working? Bree, can you hear me?
No, I don't see. I
No, but can
can.
you hear
I don't
me?
see
Can
him.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so Rabbi
Yeah.
Singer, what I'm gonna do is gonna drop you back down and request again because your microphone might not be on. So give me a second. Hold on. I'm gonna remove you from speaker and bring you back up again. Hold on. So I'm sending you an invitation to speak. Do you have that? Okay, 1 second. Otherwise, I'm gonna call him on speaker. Maybe it'll be easier this way. Hold on. For now, it might be easier this way. And AVG, I know you have some questions, so you want to ask the dates. It might be better just to go.
I have no more questions. Those questions were for my situational awareness.
Oh,
I work with a lot of Christians and I heard something new, so I figured I'd ask somebody who's educated as opposed to looking it up on AI.
oh, well,
That is all.
let's.
AVG, is your situational awareness a little better regarding the Zadokites that later called themselves Sadducees?
No.
Look that up, brother. It's living waters. To be sure, it's the law and the prophets. It's the power of the testimony of the prophet.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Look it up and choose life. I'm for you, not against you.
Okay. Well, let's put that aside. He just wanted the timeline of when the Council of Jerusalem was. So, okay. My God. Okay. We're gonna just trim the fat a little bit here for a
Rabbi
second.
Singer is back.
That's great. Thank you, reliable. Okay, Rabbi Singer, can you hear me? Rabbi Singer, is your microphone on? You would have to unclick your microphone so that it's not so you're not muted.
I don't see him muted. I just don't see him connected at
I see him
all.
connected. I just
Like,
don't hear the microphone being on. That's why I was calling him on the phone. Rabbi Singer, maybe I'll have to train you how to use this. Let me call you from the phone, and you can speak through your phone through the speaker because I don't hear your mic on. Uh, he's trying to figure out how to grate the comms on his computer to work. You might have to activate your microphone.
It's probably on the URL on the top. There's going to be a notification to enable the microphone.
Yeah, he was on his desktop. I told him to use the phone. It might be easier.
oh, it's the desktop. That's yeah. You follow what AVG just said.
It just
That wasn't me.
it was to turn on the microphone. Okay, so no, I'm gonna call him from the phone for a second, and then I'll have to train him. It's
Are
just
you sure that this person in the chat
Rabbi
is the
Singer,
Rabbi
answer your phone.
Siger that you're looking for?
yes, I'm very sure.
Very well.
Yeah, so he's trying to figure out the comms. I don't know. I called him back. It's a different technology. Okay, so Rabbi Singer, I sent you a mic, or you can call me back on the phone. He can hear us, but let's put a pin in this and this
Yeah, let's
conversation
put a
because
pin on it
yeah. So
because it's
it's not
early morning. Let's
it's
talk
not just
about
that, but it's also
Joe Kent.
unproductive. It's unproductive in certain ways when everybody's on a different uh, road of not.
That's when it's fun.
No. I'm saying there's a confusion over what the actual question was, and it bifurcates. So, like AVG had a question about time stamping of certain things,
Yeah.
and then, and the conversation is not about Tarsus and a PhD in Tarsus. I was asking him, I'm like, what's
Although
the
now I
deal
have
with?
another
I wanted to
question.
know. I wanted to know about the Paul man. I
Well,
mean, this
that's what I
guy,
was
he was a
bringing up
wild
Rabbi
guy.
Singer for. But if you would
Oh, by the
answer,
way, now I have another question. And
uh,
this is actually about
yeah,
Tarsus.
can you just put it on hold because it's just put it on hold for now? Is that okay? So if you have it, you can DM me the question, and I will get you the answer you want to understand. You can ask it if you want to ask it. Put it in the recording space.
AVG, yeah,
Go ahead,
AVG,
ask the
just shoot
question.
it over to me if you have a question. If you, it's
You-
regarding the
Okay,
history,
go ahead. What's the
the
what's the
history
question on
side.
Paul? Go ahead. What's the question, AVG?
It's not on Paul, it's on Tarsus. Is this the same
Yeah.
Tarsus that's in Iberia?
That's a good question. I need to look and see if the city is the same as the one in Iberia. So give me a second. Yes.
Oh boy.
Uh, Is that the same one described in the book of Esther,
Yes. Is that the one they're talking about?
where they're speaking a different language that's not recognizable,
Yeah.
or they think Mordecai wouldn't know it?
Yeah. So it's in Persia.
Do we know what language it was?
It's probably Spanish or something like that. Close to
What are
that.
you talking about? Spanish? What are you talking about?
He
Well,
mentioned
no.
Spanish because Iberia is the peninsula of
Oh yeah,
Spain
yeah,
and
yeah.
Portugal.
Okay, right. I see.
But
Okay,
Sorry,
Spanish
no, no,
wouldn't have
no, no. This
existed
that
is
back
Spanish
then
did
Spanish.
not
because
exist
it's,
back then, so that's not.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no, no. So Paul himself talks about this too. So it's modern day Turkey, but it was in a city, or it was in a province called Cilicia or Cilicia. So it's in
I know where that,
northeastern
I know what you
Asian.
mean.
Okay.
So it was the
Yeah.
place of the Seleucid dynasty.
Yeah, it's like that whole area
Yeah, so
was.
it was the remainder of Alexander's empire. One of his generals that took over the Seleucid empire.
Yeah, but they
Very
named
well.
Yeah, and if
the
you take a
multiple
look at the
places were named
strategic
the
area,
same thing. You know that for different
yeah,
reasons. So
of course.
that's why. Yeah.
And then it's like it's hard too
But
because people think
what is
like
the importance of the
Tarshish.
question? What are you trying to get at,
He was
David
just
B?
asking where it is.
No, but what was the point?
Situational awareness.
Yeah, but that's not really what the question is about. You know that, right?
No,
No, that
it
was my
was kind of
question, and that what it was
locational
about. My
awareness.
own situational awareness, because I'm hearing Iberia, and I'm like, wait, like in Spain, like ancient
Like
Spain,
had to
that's
travel
kind of
all that
far
way.
away.
Yeah.
Like, what are we
Yeah,
talking about?
exactly.
So location matters. Real estate. Think Jewish.
Here's a location that matters in addition to
Okay,
that
like,
is the straightway tomorrow stretched east to
oh my
west
God.
as at the spring equinox as light is divided and the summer house is divided from the winter house tomorrow. That is the way of the ancients. And we are commanded to seek ye the ancient paths, to be sure. So the way that is being referenced in the Dead Sea Scrolls, all throughout the Tanakh, the eternal covenant of peace is the one our
The Dead
Father
Sea Scrolls are not
established
acknowledged
in the beginning.
in the Jewish
They were
doctrine.
acknowledged by the rightful priest sister that
Uh,
preserved the
okay,
way when the
It's
Levites went astray.
locational
uh,
awareness we're working at
I'm
It's
now.
the
yeah,
beginning, it's Edenic restoration, not Sinaitic, not even Noahic,
yeah.
but eternal restoration of the kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of earth. And it happens, everybody's going to be underneath it tomorrow when
Tomorrow,
that straight line is
tomorrow I'm going to be
stretched.
underneath it.
Tomorrow,
Me.
tomorrow, everyone is going to be underneath Father in heaven, dividing the lights in the beginning, north and south, as the sun stretches that straight path, just like he did on creation day 4, when he assigned the greater light to govern over the day, each and every day, and without exception, as a token, a marker, and a sign, and the lesser luminary to govern over the night. To be sure, that is the ancient path. That is the return to the Father. That is true teshuvah. That is true repentance and shuv. Tomorrow is one of those days, and it's the beginning of spring. So that never one time among the two great lights did our Father in
What are
heaven
the two great
establish
lights?
the two tokens in the heavens, the sun for the greater light to govern the day,
Oh,
even unto the Son of
okay.
Righteousness with healing in his wings, and the lesser luminary to govern the night, marking them for times, seasons, days, and years. Each
Okay,
and
so
every
why is
day,
there 6 months of night in Antarctica?
Because it's 8 a.m. on the
Father,
East Coast.
that's Babylonian nomenclature, brother. Our Father used the timepieces in the heavens to mark out every time and season without exception, dividing light and darkness
Yeah,
quite simply,
I'm
so
okay. I'm
simple a
sorry.
bird can
I
understand it.
appreciate what you're saying, but everybody's getting confused. One witness and
My brain.
yeah,
You know
yeah.
why? Because we've
No,
combined
no,
things
no,
that the
no.
Father
Because I'm
has.
sorry, you're saying things that most of us have are not not aware of or not in congruence with. So that's why I highly suggest we just put a pin in it.
Like sounds like
Yeah, it
druidism
sounds
to
like
me right
druid.
It
now.
sounds like creation.
No, it sounds like druid stuff, and it's sounding very pagan to me. So I'm sorry, I can't do pagan stuff today. It's too early in the morning.
Why
You
not?
guys
Come
know
on,
better
let's
than
just
that.
start
That was an
throwing
unfair
I'm
that
not
charge.
an
in as
unfair
I'm
charge.
well.
no
I'm just
pagan
saying
idolater.
we don't talk about things like that. We don't focus on the summer solstice and spring solstice. This is not a
Okay,
thing,
okay.
and
Well, Father,
that's very
I understand.
that's very
I wasn't
pagan
either.
stuff. Well, it sounded like
I
it,
was. I
so
was
I
the.
got to put a pin in
No,
it.
he.
One
The
witness,
Father
I appreciate it.
divided.
We're not doing it right now. Like we're gone so far off left field in this conversation. That's why we don't talk about these things
Joe
specifically,
Kent.
unless okay, we can hear you now. Oh my gosh. Hi, Rabbi Singer. Oh my
Yay!
God.
Hi,
My brain
Rabbi.
hurts.
Our brain's really
Yeah, I'm
hurt.
glad I'm not a historian, Rabbi Singer. That's all on these subjects. That's why most Jews, 99.9% of Jews, never talk about these things for a very specific reason, to not offend our brothers and sisters. How are you, Rabbi Singer? How's the Rockets? You can unmute your mic, Rabbi Singer. We heard you, and then you're.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Ah, there we go. Got it.
Yeah,
Okay. Got
yeah.
it.
How's Jerusalem?
Jerusalem is gorgeous.
Yes.
Jerusalem is gorgeous. Our cousins are throwing a tantrum, and but besides that, we're doing
Cousins
fine.
meeting in Iran, the Persians. Yes.
Iran. Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting a little help from their friends, and it's very there's a sense of calm here in Israel, compared to the people who I speak to who are in the United States and are going, "Oh my God, aren't you?" And we're very, it's
Oh, we lost you.
Oh wow.
I know. I
No,
know. Can I just call you on the phone and put you on speaker from my phone, Rabbi Singer? Because if
I'm also in Israel right now, Stove.
again,
we're trying to
I haven't left
invite
yet.
you
I'm
back
stuck
up.
here.
oh,
I'm
you've been
stuck
stuck
in
here the whole
Israel.
time.
Yeah.
That's wild.
By the way, I was on the train 10 minutes
Go
before
spend some money
it.
on my son and take him out and all his friends from yeshiva for a nice steak dinner.
Hey, Steph, I was on the train from the airport back to where I'm staying, and I passed Tel Aviv 10 minutes before it hit, the missile hit there at the
Oh
station.
my gosh.
so,
Oh,
so
I don't know why you're giggling. You have this weird thing about you. Like,
I'm like, listen, if I'm supposed to die, I'll die.
okay,
So
but
I'm
it's
like,
not something to
there he
giggle at.
is.
Don't be a Palestinian reliable. I can't take it right now. Thank
There,
you. Mute out.
I'm laughing at my
there's
life.
Tovia.
Okay.
There's Rabbi.
Okay. Hi, Rabbi Singer.
hey,
Hi. How are you?
we good. Yeah, good, very good. Go ahead.
Okay, so our friend down here, I was asking for situational awareness (AVGC), going through dates and times of the Jerusalem Council, and then the thing about Paul not being taught by Gamliel. I was playing some of the audio, and it created the whole space to erupt about Gamliel, and Bree had some questions around that. So
Sure.
Oh, I
oh
do.
gosh! Oh my goodness! My poor Jewish soul. Like I've been covering Joe Kent and just so you know, the head of the UCCB, Bree told us. What's the Catholic priest's name? Bree. What's his name?
So it's Archbishop Sample from Portland, Oregon, came out, yeah, on behalf of the USCCB. So the USCCB put a full statement out. I put it up in the nest. That's the top part. If you could see
Yeah, I'll play
all the
it.
different
I'll play it
posts.
for him.
Yeah, this is what he
This
said
is So
yesterday.
this came out
Um,
yesterday before today is the Catholics for Catholics event where they added Joe Kent
yeah,
to
the
the
horrible
billing
thing.
line, and then you have the Carrie Prejean Hezbollah, you have Candace Owens, you have Matt Walsh, you have Michael Knowles is still going, right? And then there's
No, Knowles is not
no is
there.
not
Mm-mm,
there.
it's just
Okay, so this was a
Matt
statement that
Walsh.
came out from the U.S. Catholic bishop condemning what's going on with this whole SSPX thing, essentially. So not by political here conspiracies and lies. Hold on. As Catholics, we are called to walk in the truth and so to reject the conspiracies and lies that lead to harassment and even violence against our Jewish brothers and sisters. There is a strong connection between religious freedom and working to counter anti Semitism. As Nostra Aetate puts it, in a rejection of every persecution against any man, the church, mindful of the patrimony she shares with the Jews, and moved not by political reasons, but by the gospel's spiritual love, decries hatred, persecutions, displays of anti Semitism directed against Jews at any time and by anyone. The Jewish community is attacked at a far higher rate than any other religious group in the United States. If we Catholics, in truly living out the gospel, are to defend religious freedom with integrity, we must clearly speak out against anti Semitism. So that was a statement after the nonsense that Joe Ked said in Tucker Carlson's podcast. And then there was a
Mm.
doubling down by, of course, Candace Owens, which was a horrific podcast yesterday. We haven't even played it. And then the conference starts today in
Yes, that's the
DC.
reason why it came out.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's it
So
because of
what's your
Carrie.
question?
Okay.
Whatever. What's your question for me? Let me help you out.
Okay, so the Paul with Gamaliel thing. You want to ask the question, Bree?
Sure. Hi, Rabbi. So, my background, my focus point for my dissertation was on Paul's um, source being in Tarsus, and you rightly said that Tarsus was in your talk about Paul, that Tarsus was a Greek city, but it was adopted by the Roman Empire for generations before it. And the university that was there at Tarsus was the University on Stoicism, obviously later on adopted by Marcus Aurelius. So where I find it interesting that you say that Paul later on when he went to shul in Jerusalem, Paul, you say that Acts, Paul doesn't talk about this, but Acts does, and we should kind of just put Acts aside because it was written later, but it was written by Luke, who was with Paul the entire time, and I think there's like a clear direct connection between Luke and the Gospel of Luke and Acts to prove that. And when we go into engagement with Paul's, you know, I guess you could say his attempt at overdoing or superseding his studies under Gamaliel. He says it himself that he was aiming to be better than Gamaliel as a Pharisee, so to speak. His intent was not teaching, his intent was clearly political. And you could see his like winding between the politics of the day, and the theology that he had embraced prior to his conversion. And so when you read that, I mean, you read in Acts that he himself said that, well, in Acts, so if you're going to push back against that, he said he was holding the robes of those who condemned Stephen. um my question to you is, why is the concept of Paul seeking to out orthodox, let's just say that, out orthodox Gamaliel? Why is that a hard concept in oh, he's not here
No,
anymore, is he?
it just dropped down. Let me
Or I don't
No.
see him
let
either.
me. That's okay. Let me call him and put him on speaker. Hold on. Okay, I have you on
Wandering
speaker.
Dang.
Hold
stars.
on. Okay, you keep losing comms. So, what Bree was asking was, why was there a narrative for Paul to out Orthodox? What was it, Bree?
Gamaliel, yeah. So why would you say that it would not be within the realm of reason that Paul would have sought to outdo his teacher Gamaliel,
Gamliel.
in Gamaliel, yeah.
All right, I got it. I got it
Yeah.
all. So as it turns out, Paul never um, claims that Gamaliel was his teacher, and this is important. This would be roughly the equivalent of attending Princeton University or claiming that Albert Einstein was your professor of physics at Princeton. Paul doesn't make any such claim. The claim is made for him in both Acts chapter 5 and Acts chapter 22. Another correction is that it is true that the author of the book of Acts, and conservatively, Acts is written about in the mid 80s. That's very conservative. There are scholars who believe, for reasons that beyond the scope of this conversation, that's written later. But Acts is written, we don't know who wrote Luke Acts. We just know that whoever wrote the third gospel, which came to be believed to be written by Luke, the companion of Paul, based on Colossians 4. So we don't know any of those things. So it's very important to remove that from presuppositions. And moreover, Paul is not displaying Pharisaic knowledge. Conversely, which is very strange, although Paul claims to be a Pharisee of Pharisees, Philippians 3, Galatians 1 and 2, we see Pharisaic understanding in the Gospels, not in Paul's letters. So we don't know that that the author of Luke Acts, you're right, it's the same author. We don't know that the author of Luke Acts was a companion of Paul. It inferred from a passage that he was a physician, but we don't know that, and the writers don't write that. We do know it's the same author.
Okay, so Bree, did you want to follow up?
Yeah. So I would push back a little bit because we have more knowledge about the historical knowledge about the origins of Luke and Acts than we do of Plato's Republic, but we take for almost gospel, if we want to use that term, we take for truth that Plato's Republic and those copies that we have from Alexandria, and also later on in finding them in other ancient libraries, that those were direct copies of Plato's writings on the Republic. So if we are going to historically, I mean, we could go back and say too that we can't definitively confirm that the Mosaic law was from Moses, right? But
Well,
then you
actually,
have to look at the full
let me
tradition.
Wait.
You have to look at.
let me allow me to thank you for bringing this up. I didn't think this would be the
Okay.
topic, but I'm fine to run with it. So as it turns out, it's precisely the opposite. In the Torah itself, we are told explicitly by inference that Moses is the author. See specifically Deuteronomy chapter 31, verse 9 and verse 24. We have nothing like that in Luke or Acts where the authorship is identified. But I want to do this with you. I'd like to just concede it all. It's fine if I don't know what you believe in, so on, but I don't want to cause Christians to question what they cherish. That's very important. I just want to answer questions from a Jewish perspective. If you believe that the author of the third gospel was Luke, a companion of Paul, a physician, mentioned in Colossians, that's fine. And that person would then be the author of the book of Acts as well. And I would just concede all that. That's fine. I don't want to become, but it's not really pedantic. I don't want to, explain to you why Christians came to believe in this and what Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyon, his influence over this was in about the year 180. I'd rather just concede it all. But I want to know what the point is. And I'll just concede all these
Oh
points
yeah.
for you.
No,
The
we were just talking about Paul.
the Mosaic authorship is in the text itself. That means Moses wrote down the Torah. It says it. We have nothing comparable to that in Luke Acts. We just do know, and you're right, we do know that it's the same author.
No, I appreciate that. And like again, this is where like when we've communicated, on WhatsApp, this is why I appreciate the ongoing back and forth and the scholarly engagement between Jews and Catholics, because to understand kind of foundationally where our differences of opinions are helps us to kind of move forward, just like you've just done.
Well,
And I appreciate that because it really doesn't matter. We were just talking about Paul.
No,
but no. 1 second. Before that, they were talking about the Muslims believing that when the
Yeah,
Mahdi comes
Muslims.
back and how there's difference between Sunni
Right.
and Salafism, because Alexander Dugin tweeted out this morning, Rabbi Tovia, that he hates Salafism, which is he hates the Sunnis because he's in support of the IRGC and the Iranians because the proxy of the Russians is Iran, and same with China right now. So the eschatology is mixing with geopolitical and war implications, and that's a bigger thing. So, Rabbi Singer, why do we not include the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Book of Enoch? There's a question from the space in our liturgy.
Oh, because it's a pseudepigrapha, because it's not written by the author. It's so simple.
I mean, that's like the no-brainer. That's why, for instance, the book of Jubilee, which is included in the Ethiopian Bible, which putatively was written by Moses, his reflections on the first two books, the five books of Moses, is that because they weren't written by the authors. I mean, that's like, so there's a non-starter when it comes to these books. I mean, Enoch wasn't written by Enoch, so you don't even have to go on. I mean, someone else is writing in his name during the Second Temple period.
Let me respond to that, sister.
Hold on. Go ahead, Brother Singer.
Yeah, so number two is it's not the word of God. It's not divinely inspired. Let me explain to you how important this should be to a Christian. And by the way, forgive me. When I say forgive me what I said about Paul, I didn't realize who I was interacting with. I in no way want Roman Catholics not to believe that Luke wasn't written by Luke. This is a cherished belief of Christians around the world. And if that's what they believe by faith, they should believe that. That's great. I did not know that I was actually, because I've never used Twitter before, ever. So this is the first time, so I didn't realize who I was speaking to and who.
Yeah, it's free.
I want to make a very important point, and that is the church relies on the Jewish people for what is in the Bible and what is not in the Bible. And I want to illustrate this to you because there are many books in the Hebrew Bible that are found nowhere in the Christian Bible, and Christians correctly rely on the Jews for the sources. Let me give you examples of books that appear nowhere in the Christian canon. When I say Christian canon, I'll be speaking about what everyone knows conventionally as the 27 books of the New Testament, rather than the deuterocanonical text that the Roman Catholic Church believes in. So the example is the book of Song of Songs. It appears nowhere in the Christian Bible. The book of Esther doesn't appear anywhere in the Christian Bible. The book of First and Second Chronicles, which is really one book, appears nowhere in the Christian Bible. The book of Nahum
It
appears
does.
nowhere.
It does in the Catholic Bible.
Can
Yeah,
we
he's talking
keep
about.
a
Also,
queue of
sorry,
the
in the
false
Hold
Catholic
flag,
on.
Bible.
please,
Hold on.
folks?
Hold on. Okay, you guys.
One
Hold on.
witness.
Hold
One.
All
on.
of them
Hold
are
on.
one witness.
Careful, the 27 books, that's why I preface this. The 26, so therefore, if the Jews do not endorse these as the word of God, that means that the book of Maccabees, as an example, which is part of the Deuterocanonical text, are extremely valuable to us historically, and they're deeply moving, especially Second Maccabees. These are very valuable books, but they're not the word of God. That's very, very critical. Now, are there sects of Judaism even today, even in our time? Let's say you have the Reconstructionist movement. If you are a Reconstructionist Jew, my apologies to you. And I've lectured many but the Reconstructionist movement, which was begun by a Orthodox rabbi, Mordecai Kaplan, very well trained, is atheist. They don't even believe in a personal theistic God. So it is true. I want to just concede these points. It is true. There have always been sects in Judaism, meaning who self-identify as Jewish, but are not Orthodox. And this goes back to the. That's why, incidentally, in the Christian Bible, the Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses. Matthew 23, 1, 2, and 3. Whatever they tell you should follow. And incidentally, Matthew 23 would be a very hostile chapter for me to choose. I'm using a hostile witness because Matthew 23 excoriates the Pharisees. However, the information we're told in Matthew 23 is that what they're teaching is from God. They're hypocrites and vipers. Another example is the Sermon of the Mount. In the Sermon of the Mount, Jesus says that unless your righteousness exceeds that of the Pharisees and scribes, and essentially they are the same thing, you can't even enter heaven. Notice the Sadducees are not included in either Matthew 23 or the Sermon of the Mount, Matthew 5. So it's very clear that the earliest Christians understood all of this.
Free. Okay. Did you want to?
I think what
Did you?
yeah, no, I again, I think we're going into some of the weeds here that theologically it'd be great to have as theologians and rabbis come together with. I don't know how much we want to go further into this space other than I was interested in where he was coming from historically in his premise to say that that Paul was not a disciple of Gamaliel or
Paul was
Gamaliel.
of the tribe of Benjamin, and he was against the traditions and fence laws that were added by the sect of the Pharisees, to be sure, according to his own words. Moreover, the sect solely that was given charge of the times and seasons from our Father in heaven was the Zadokite priests. They were the true priests that kept the charge, kept the way, when the rest of the Levites went astray, plainly and emphatically in the testimony of Ezekiel. To be sure, that is in the canon that the Hebrews accept.
Okay.
And that's a good place to start, because to the law and the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, there is no light in them.
Okay. Rabbi Singer, do you want to address?
I think we should. I happen to agree with the Christians who have spoken now.
Good way, straight
One,
up from the
I
waters.
no, well, as far as the priests of Sadok that you see at the end of the book of Ezekiel, I presume you're referring to the part of Ezekiel that describes the building of the third temple. You're quite correct. There is a stream of priests. I'm a priest. I myself am the descendant of Aaron, but there is one stream that was loyal to Solomon that is selected. But that's not really germane to what we're discussing here.
It's
And
quite
I
germane,
think
because it's germane to the second Samuel chapter 7, brother, as we already
I,
covered
I
before you
Hold
got
on.
in here.
realize what I mean to say. So I think you're going to find a concession from me. You're not going to find. I first want to say that I did not. I normally am broadcasting in a completely different venue. In fact, I've never been on X before. I didn't realize that I was speaking to Christians, and it's very important for Christians to hold on to their traditions. Let me make that very clear. So I actually want to just walk all that back, and I want to stick with the issue that I think is at hand. Why I was asked to join you here today. And that is regarding supersessionism, regarding the church's view of the Jews, and Nostra Aetate is a very important document that emerges out of the Second Vatican Council. And you could be sure that it's Nostra Aetate that's making many Roman Catholics, whether they're members of SSPX, that has at best an irregular communion with the Catholic Church, or Sedevacatus, or Michael Matt's group, the Remnant. That's what's driving them all crazy. And with your permission, unless I jumped into a conversation that I don't understand, I'd rather just
No,
focus on
that's
that. The
perfect.
church. Okay, so I want to I really genuinely, because normally I'm handling these issues. I handle other issues too, but I want to speak to the Christians for a moment too here, and particularly the Roman Catholic Christian who I just addressed. And I personally want to apologize to you, because it is never my intent to undermine, to call into question the Bible that you believe in, unless you ask me. I mean, the Jews don't believe in the Christian Messiah, but this is definitely not the forum for that. So I just.
No, no. Look, Rabbi, what you're talking to me about that, like, I like it. Sorry, I like to go back and forth intellectually, and because it helps me learn where Jews come from. It gives me the understanding of our differences, which is something that, as Pope Benedict XVI wrote to rabbis in Europe, that is only that helps scholarly for us to move forward and looking at the common practices that we have as Catholics coming from Judaism. It only just informs us of, okay, these are areas that we're just going to disagree on. And then we can
Well,
hit the historical and. That's fun to
So,
me.
sure, but let's stay focused on the issue.
Yeah.
The issue. So yeah, we're not talking. This is not the issue. And again, I
Sure.
didn't realize who I'm speaking to. I concede. I do a lot of. I'm interviewed daily on the issues that separate Jews and Christians. So I wasn't loaded for this. Let's just go back to where.
Yeah, like
we were.
so let's go back to where we were talking about before. So the bishops came out.
Correct.
The Catholic bishops came out on the eve of this Catholic for Catholics
Which is set to start
situation.
like actively like in the next few hours. Yeah.
Right. So
Right.
and I was trying to explain earlier on that when Archbishop Sample came out on behalf of
Archbishop,
the
what is his name?
congregation.
What's the name?
Sample, like a sample of
SAMPLE.
things.
Okay.
Yeah. So when Archbishop Sample came out on behalf of the congregation of bishops in the United States to make this statement, it was in direct response to the lack of real backbone that we've seen from the bishops in the recent past on anti-Zionism in that Jews are facing within the United States, especially coming from, sadly, so-called Catholics and neophyte Catholics. So I guess maybe my hope for you as a rabbi is to receive that and understand that the church is, hopefully church leadership is bridging this gap now and stepping into the gap of some of these who have decided to take their own authority and make declarations on behalf of Catholicism that is not on behalf of
But
Catholicism.
they're not calling them out by name, these individuals, and they're not calling the SSPX or the Catholics for Catholics conference. They're still being vague about it. Uh,
Right.
which yeah.
Let me just handle it. The SSPX are called out because they have violated canon law by ordaining bishops and without the Pope, and therefore they're in irregular communion. And I'm being gracious here with the Vatican, and according to Christian dogma, they're not a Catholic dogma. They're not allowed to do that. So that's their problem. It's sort of distracting, but there's a whole wide range from the Sedevacantists to the remnant. There's a whole wide range of people, and everybody knows that the issue they have is with it's not just the Second Vatican Council, but specifically the fourth section of Nostra Aetate that's most provocative. And now here's the real problem of what's going on. The problem is the church fathers. The church fathers were very explicit. Now, I'll talk about the most revered church father in the Roman Catholic Church, namely Augustine, the Bishop of Hippo, 5th, 4th century. In that, he stated this in numerous places, one in his apologetic work against Manichaeism and his City of God, specifically that this is really why there's a problem. He explicitly said that the Jewish people would not return back to the land of Israel, that they were expelled from Israel because of their sin, because they not only turned their back and rejected Christ, but killed him, and therefore they are never to return, and moreover, they are to live in a degraded state throughout their exile. And in fact, on October 16th, 1943, when the Nazis came and took away, it was a Saturday morning, all the Jews of Rome, only 16 survived that. That's why Roman Catholics were up in arms. They were up in arms because those are the Pope's Jews. That's where this has really come from. You have also John Chrysostom, who's not only revered in the Catholic Church, the Bishop of Constantinople, very, very highly revered in the Orthodox Church. He was even more incendiary than Augustine. This is where it's really all coming from. The Church Fathers are saying, or said, now, it's very important in Catholic, according to Catholic tradition, a Catholic could be in good standing with the church and accept full communion and say, I disagree with that. So this is very important. This is not
This is not ex cathedra. This is not like denying a transubstantiation or denying the Assumption of Mary, which is, I think, the last time an ex cathedra proclamation
Yep.
was made by a pope. So this is not like denying that. A Catholic could be in good standing with the church and say, I disagree with Augustine's statements, although I revere him. By the way, Protestants revere, they don't pray to him, but they revere Augustine. That's what this is really all about. If we melt it all down to the bottom, Augustine said the Jews are never going to return. Moreover, he said, this proves the truth of Christianity and the fallacy of Judaism. Remember, Muslims were not in the land of Israel during the days of Augustine. Muslims entered the land of Israel in 637 after defeating the Byzantine Empire. So the Temple Mount was just rubble, and the Church Fathers viewed that as this demonstrates the wrongness of Judaism and the truthfulness of Christianity. And this is what's bothering these people. I'm not talking about the good faith actors here. There are a lot of just anti-Semites that have so much hate in their heart. That means you take Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson just hates Jews. I mean, if anyone wants, I mean, he just admitted that he hasn't read the Bible until last year. And some of the most ridiculous statements he's made in the last 24 hours about Moses, just the man has no knowledge. There are some, Nick Fuentes, incidentally, has a much, even though he's not a scholar by any stretch of the imagination, he has a much better grasp on the Bible than Tucker Carlson does. Tucker Carlson, incidentally, I do not believe is acting because someone is paying him to act this way. He is someone who, like Pat Buchanan, and he literally took over Pat Buchanan on Crossfire and CNN. He's a virulent anti-Semite, and Trump has to obviously be very careful now because of midterm elections are coming. He can't alienate this part of his base. That's what's really going on here. The church fathers are saying something. A Catholic, now, it's not for a rabbi to tell Catholics what they can and can't do, but the Catholic law on this is very explicit. If a church, in truth, the church fathers never imagined that the Jews would ever return to the land of Israel and have sovereignty there again. Finally, I want to just say this. If you go to the book of Ezekiel, specifically 38 and 39, those are the big chapters that of the war of Gog. It's not the only place, but it's the most explicit. It's the most generous source of information of the end times. It's very, very clear that nations are going to attack Israel over Jerusalem and that Persia will head this. And then read 39:21 through 29 as the chapter ends. They're all going to be defeated. So then Israel will know that I am Lord. Then the nations will know that I am Lord. That's really what is germane here. And the book of Ezekiel is the word of God to every Abrahamic religion. Except the Muslims, of course, have an odd way of looking at the Jewish scriptures, but that's the word of God. So I think this clears it up and gets to the bottom of it all. It's about the church fathers did say these things, but they're not binding on Roman Catholics to say everything that Augustine. Look, Abraham Lincoln is widely regarded as America's greatest president. He said things about black people in his debate with Douglas as an example that none of us would sign on to. So whatever it is, so Catholics can view Augustine as living in a certain time in a certain place, expressing these views, but they're not binding as from the magisterium, period,
Right.
full stop.
Rabbi Singer is. I almost called you Father Singer. Rabbi Singer is completely correct on that, and we look at the church and the teaching and understandings of the church as having been built on the 2,000 years of history and tradition. Because we could look at Irenaeus and see what Irenaeus wrote about the Jews as well, but I concur with you in that I don't think any of the church fathers could have even considered the current state of Israel.
So the
Like it just is not the
Self, I would
thing.
like to add to that eschatologically regarding Gog Umagog.
well, hold on one
Um,
second, 1 minute. I just want to clarify.
in affirmation
Yeah,
of
I
what
understand,
Toby
but
has
just
said.
1 second because it starts to get a little bit off kilter and diluted from just what he just said. So, Rabbi Singer, you're saying that right now there's a confrontation occurring from the people that are either pre-Vatican II, or where is the conflict where the church fathers, including
Pre
the
Vatican II.
pre-Vatican II, as I said, yeah. So is it the Eastern Orthodox, which is like Dugin, is the
Yes.
most confronted with what they're seeing in the Middle East? That's assuming that he even believes his actual doctrine, because most Russians have been atheists since for over 100 years. But let's say that they even though he's like a cultist and believes in weird satanic stuff, but they've sold, the Russians are selling this imagery that the third Rome, that's the narrative, the third Rome is going to be in the East Russia. That's why you hear Candace Owens saying, she prefers Russia. That's why you hear
Or
Tucker,
Vigano.
or Vigano, right? So Vigano is
Yeah.
excommunicated,
Vigano's the big one.
excommunicated, who is literally quoting Eastern Orthodox eschatology and narrative shaping around how Russia is going to be the saving country, because Russia is made up of all these Christians, but it's not. We know that it's not. But the idea is the third Rome, and they're selling this populist Catholic integralism. And you saw, I'm sure, Barbie's article that went viral and it went all the way up to Ted Cruz, and it's causing a huge havoc in the anti-Semitic rooms, so to speak, of the Catholic integralists or pre-Vatican II breakouts, and also the Eastern Orthodox, which has been heavily petitioning in DC for quite some time now, onto Rep. Anna Luna, funny enough, regarding the Russian Orthodox Church issue inside of Ukraine. And then the attack on Chabad came out of a narrative formation from, again, Dugin, the Russians, and their little think tank groups about Chabad, because of Chabad in Ukraine, right? So because of this whole weird,
I need
yeah,
to just say here. So
yeah.
Candace Owens is a clown. Let's just stop there. She's unfortunately extremely talented, and she's a tragedy because she could have been great. She's one. I can't think of anyone who's more compelling in front of a camera than her. And what a tragedy that such talent went to the dark side. Another point about
One
Russia
could say that
being
about Nick
godless.
Fuentes as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, kind of, but she was a unique talent, as is Tucker. Tucker's one of the best, and it's tragic. And these are the people who can do damage, not the people who don't have communication skills. These are the people who really. So let's just talk about Russia for a moment. So when the revolution begins in Russia and the Soviet Union emerges as a godless state, something happens that's very unusual. And many Jews supported the Russian Revolution because they thought that would end anti-Semitism. Because some people wondered, why were Jews supportive of this? What happened was that the anti-Semitism of this sort of paleo-Christian anti-Semitism would come to an end, given that Russia would abandon the belief in Jesus, the belief in God, the belief in the Bible. That did not happen. This is something historians talk about, is what happened here, because the Soviet Union essentially portrays the Jew exactly the way the Orthodox Church did, but without the God part. Second, the Orthodox Church is the most anti-Semitic of all Christian denominations. After all, it didn't have a Second Vatican Council. Number three, while we speak about Augustine, who's the most revered among the Latin Church fathers, in the Roman Catholic Church, it's John Chrysostom, the Archbishop of Constantinople, who is most revered in the Orthodox Church. I don't know if any of you remember. I think 1982 is the year. I think Pope John Paul is John was not Pope John Paul II, who actually visited a synagogue, the Great Synagogue of Rome. The Orthodox Church had a fit, because it never had a Second Vatican Council. It was always verbally, it just never evolved. It never changed. And John Chrysostom was much more incendiary in his attitude toward Jews than Augustine. Now, both of them did not have a flattering view of the Jewish people, and I'm being very gentle here. But John Chrysostom would make Nick Fuentes blush. You just have to read it, and it's just insane. This is the person who's most revered in the Orthodox Church, second largest Christian denomination of the world. That is by far most anti-Semitic, never evolved, but it's all about a mistake in Catholic law, and that is, and you were quite right. It is one can say that although this was the view of Augustine, which it was, Augustine's views are not authoritative, and only what emerges from the magisterium, only what is ex cathedra, is binding where a Catholic is in full communion with the Church. So people are missing this, and what you have is actors like Matt Walsh who's the CIC. I mean, you all know who these people are, and that's what Candace Owens' husband just spoke. He was like the keynote speaker. These people really are affected. Because what you have to then say is that Augustine and Chrysostom, not only that, you got Melito, Irenaeus was just mentioned a moment ago, the Bishop of Lyon, although he was from Turkey. He wrote books against the Jews. Tertullian, who coined the name Trinity, wrote books against the Jews. I mean, that was like the titles of their names, of their books. And it's frankly understanding. I think the Christian Bible is written in a way that portrays the Jews in a way that's just not flattering. That is my view. Now there are millions of Christians who have a deep love for Jewish people, and it blew my mind away to discover that, because I grew up in Brooklyn where no Christian liked me, and every Christian hated me for killing Jesus, and I was very surprised because I wasn't even in the neighborhood at the time. But really what's going on in the metadata is that the church fathers all said the Jews are never going to return. And this is a key point. The church fathers stated that the fact that the Jews are no longer have any sovereignty, are in exile, therefore, because remember that Israel is under the Byzantine Empire, will remain that way until 637. Therefore, this proves that Christianity is true and Judaism is false and has terminated. They all said this explicitly, and that's why I'm talking about good faith Catholics. I'm not talking about these weirdos you're discussing here, who are talented in front of a camera. I mean, so are many child molesters great in front of cameras. That doesn't mean that. And these people are really ignorant of the Bible. They're ignorant of Scripture, of church canon. They're just ignorant. Fuentes has some knowledge, displays some knowledge. Some knowledge. He's read. He's not a scholar by any stretch of matter, but that's really what's going on right now.
Another
I
commonality,
love
Stealth,
that.
that they have with Dugan, if you'll notice Dugan's own testimony, is that he is fond of the Shia, who believe in a triad as well, through the Mohammedans and Ali, as opposed to the Christian mythos, which Tovia rightly said, where the Trinity was defined later. And it's based upon the notion that God, our Father, who was and is spirit, can be combined simultaneously with flesh and blood and inhabit the earth, being enclosed in one vessel. And so we find that's right out of the gate from Dugan's own testimony. And likewise, he thinks that the Sunni are deplorable. But adding to that, and I've got to go, I am literally freezing because I love good, solid discourse that's civil, and it's hard to come by in these days. But the Gog and Magog thing that Tuvia mentioned extends all the way up to the barbarous region of the north, the whole kit and caboodle, right up from Mont Gug, which is in the Akkadian the region to the north. And that's where Magog comes from, descendant of Japheth, which means expansion. So in that Ezekiel prophecy, like in Jeremiah, at the time of the new covenant, uh, all of the families of the kingdoms of the north are confederate and brought down to war against the governors of Jerusalem and Judah. And so uh, it's a dark, foreboding, barbarous region to the north, extending right up through Asia Minor, as is plainly and emphatically stated, Meshach, Tubal, Togarmah, Gomer, and all up into Russia and eastward, including Persia, which is the first part of that inner ring, or Iran today, and all of the encampments to the south, Libya, Ethiopia, which is really the Cushites closer down to the southern Nile region of Sudan, and are confederate in that first wave. And then the tail end of the four corners of the earth are come and gathered as well. That's where you get Kim Jong Un shooting his mouth off in much of South Africa, and even some of the bad boys in South America. It's literally a global Goliath against David, in the midst of the land. And so, I like to leave on a sweet note, and my hands are completely numb. I'm going to get back to my druidism, which is the one who controls the creation elements on the fourth day. I found out today, so didn't really deserve that dig, but bless you guys.
By one witness. There was something about the summer solstice, and Bree's like, it sounds a little druid, and I was like,
No, I didn't mention it. I didn't mention
no,
that. I
no, no, I'm
mentioned
talking
that.
about what you were mentioning of the light and the dark and
Yeah,
the little
You
the
decor.
mentioned the solstice. Look,
No,
come
just the
I
on.
solstice,
was
yeah.
mentioning the division of the light and the darkness that our Father made in the beginning, to determine sons of darkness and sons of light. And then I referenced the two luminaries or tokens, the otot or the signs that he gave to mark those times. And no, I do not worship the sun, the moon, and the stars. And no druid was president on Creation Epoch 4. Bless you all. I love you guys and
By one.
keep it
By
civil.
one.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Us Jews are and Catholics are sensitive to the to pagan references.
Like tomorrow is the solstice.
Right, tomorrow's.
I can come up with that.
I love
Everybody
one
on the
witness.
space
God bless
heard
him.
this.
God bless him. God bless
Okay,
him.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's great.
No, I think it also has
Uh,
to do with the fact that we're dealing with Joe Kent's wife, who also seems to
holy moly,
worship some
just
interesting things, even though she's a Catholic. But
crazy.
she's a traditional left wing Catholic. I'm
It's so
struggling.
every time is Rabbi still there? Or are
Yeah,
we
he's
talking
listening.
now?
He's
Okay,
listening.
like
Yeah.
every time I think that I've got kind of the concept of what like the different groups are because I've said it in our spaces before, Rabbi, within Catholicism, especially after you receive the sacrament of confirmation, that sacrament says you're an adult in the church. And the Catholic Church teaches like adults in the church have free agency. You are responsible for learning your faith. No one's going to take you by the collar and say you must learn it this way. Although I think the trads would really like that within the the different groups that they have. So I am always surprised when I find yet another weird subsect of weirdos within the Catholic Church. And we think we found another group of them,
Yeah.
this time like crunchy trads and like a nun who like does like psychedelic music
Yes.
from
Yes.
what is going on.
So the
This is not Catholicism,
so
as you
so
know.
Joe
So
Kent's wife follows a nun that does weird. I can't even explain what the music's like. There's a reason. In you know how there was the Salem witch trials. I understand. Not the women were obviously not responsible for any kind of witchcraft. We know that. But there's some interesting women. There's an SSPX nun, Brie, by the way. If you listen to her, I found her on YouTube
oh
too.
God.
Yeah, she's a very big
Please
deal.
spare me. Like this is why this is why I say like when you're under the tent of the church and you follow the 2000 years of history and tradition, like like fully, not like oh I'm going to pick and choose before Vatican II and say that that's my weather vane
Right.
now. Like it's the full.
Rabbi, I think it's important for, and this is something that I've tried to express. Why in Judaism is it so important for a man to be married and to have at least two children, one boy and one girl? And even rabbis do so as such. And like, especially like Chabad, the attack on Chabad, which I was laughing because it's probably like the most trad version, other than obviously
Seriously.
Satmar. But, but this importance of this, and this has come up often, like Taylor Marshall was married and has like God bless him many children, but then became a Catholic. Is he? What is his standing? He's a priest,
So
pastor.
so no,
No.
so he was a
Yeah.
yeah, and he
Oh,
came into the Catholic Church, and instead of continuing on in that in his ministry, he ended up not doing so, likely because of how he married. It was different. He wasn't able to be ordained in the Catholic Church, but he is for all intents and purposes he's a Protestant.
I mean, what he's saying and what he's doing and how he has spoken out against the Pope, he's really never abandoned any of that. He just is now wearing the skin suit of trad. But he's associated himself with the SSPX. He started doing
Oh yeah,
that. Yeah, and
yeah.
Rabbi, I think where
But
you
he
you
has
might see some of
converted,
the.
correct? He did convert to the Catholic Church, correct?
Yeah, he converted to the Catholic Church and
Okay.
then he went SSPX. This is the same thing that's happened with
But
Candace,
not right
likely
away.
with
It's just there's people that know him. He didn't do that right away.
no, yeah, he didn't. He was a friend of mine, so I could speak to it firsthand. This all started with the pontificate of Pope Francis and some of the issues, including the dubia. Rightfully asked, by the way, if Rabbi read the dubia, he will definitely see that there were problems under this pontificate of Francis. It wasn't all roses and rainbows here, but theologically, but with the churches in the United States in particular, but well throughout the world, and in support by Francis's own support, when the churches closed the doors to their people during COVID, that SSPX did not. And that's what was the tipping point for a lot of people to start going into SSPX. So it was around that time that you'll see that huge influx of people who are now considering themselves groypers, trads, etc. It started before in around 2012, 13
After
when Pope Francis
Spotlight.
started to say stuff. Yeah.
Well, so after
Well, Spotlight was a big deal too. So you had a mass exodus of people kind of being disenchanted by the whole idea of the church taking care of its own, and then you had 2018 second Spotlight, which was the advent of Vigano. But between that times, you'll see it like around 2012, 13 is when people started pushing against Pope Francis, and SSPX really got involved in bringing those people back into tradition, so to speak, quote unquote.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Pius X was an anti-modernist. He was a traditionalist. They really adore him because of what occurred on January 25th, 1904, in his encounter with Herzl, in which he told Herzl that you don't recognize our Savior, which was a mistake. We're not going to recognize your state, and when you come to Jerusalem, we can't stop you, but our priests will be waiting for you to baptize you. That's the key of all of it that's behind it. One other thing,
Right.
you can't join SSPX unless you're one of 700 people, priests, men, who are ordained Catholic priests. So
Right.
there's sort of a game being played here, saying, I'm not SSPX. Well, you're right, you're not SSPX because you can't be SSPX. All you can do is, for example, CIC. We all know who they are. They are platforming, just like Tucker platforms Holocaust deniers and people who insist that Churchill was the villain of World War II. All you can do if you support SSPX or whatever is platform them and then launder them and then and Michael
Right.
Matt could then portray them as somehow in the mainstream, and that's what they do
So
effectively.
so so may so
Yeah.
for the space who may not know what CIC is, that's a Catholic Identity Conference. I will
Right.
tell you that hey, Stealth, like Edward Penton, Diane Montana is a constant at Catholic Identity Conference. They've hosted people like Bannon, for example. They've hosted and platformed Vigano. They've hosted and platformed George Farmer last year, and the year before that, Candace Owens. And they
Right.
are founded by a group who are directly associated. When I say SSPX, I do not, I talk about the ideology more than the order or the bishops and the priests, because the communities that associate with SSPX, they identify with that ideology. So when SSPX makes the decision again this summer, which we're hoping it's not going to take place, but if they do it and they decide to again ordain bishops without approval of the Pope, they will be excommunicated. They will schism themselves. They'll be excommunicated, and those people who join them, but those ideologues, those families, those people who are on social media, those people who join them, including the remnant, they will be de facto excommunicated and schismatics. But what they'll do is they'll bridge the gap and they'll say, well, we're not part of the priest, so we're not actually that. We're
Correct. That's
just
correct.
traditionalists. That's what they'll
It's a,
do.
I hope you all understood what you just heard. They're playing a game of hide the ball. So it's exactly what Tucker could do. So you create a plausible deniability. That's what CIC, the Catholic Identity Conference, that's what Michael Matt is doing. All you need to do is platform these crazies and say, but I don't belong to them. I'm just simply giving them a voice. Now, as Americans, even though I'm sitting in a bomb shelter in Jerusalem as I'm speaking, it's just where my studio is located. As Americans, we all want, free speech is something that we cherish. And here in Israel, we cherish free speech. So we're very torn about this. But as it turns out, a Roman Catholic has the freedom within the Catholic to say that although I revere Augustine, he was wrong on a whole bunch of issues. I disagree with him, and you are in full communion. What got SSPX in trouble, really, is not even attacking the Second Vatican Council, which a Catholic is not obligated to say, I'm on board with it. It's because they ordained bishops, which is not their prerogative. That's what got them thrown out and then restored, and now they're going to be thrown out again. But all of this game is, I'm not SSPX. Well, of course, all you have to do is you just platform them. All you do is you do Tucker Carlson them and launder them and make them mainstream. And this is a tragedy for the billions of Catholics. I hope it's billions, but certainly hundreds of millions of Catholics. I mean, look at Marco Rubio, a Roman Catholic. He's not a dispensationalist, and it's hard to find someone who has a greater affection for the Jewish people. And we
Yep.
are eternally grateful to him. And I
Ted
say
Cruz as
that
well. Ted Cruz as well. Ted Cruz as well.
Ted Cruz, I
You
believe,
know.
is a Southern Baptist. I
Yes.
Yeah,
believe
but
Ted Cruz
he
is
but
a Southern Baptist.
but
Yes.
Ted Cruz as well has platformed the bishop's statement recently because he recognizes
Right.
that like being
Yes.
people who are
Yes.
just labeling this traditional Christianity and putting on the skin suit of traditional Christianity when it's really just ideology. And here I want to make this point, and I think it's really important to make. Okay, when we talk about traditionalism and orthodoxy and whatnot within the Catholic Church, I want you to see right now Catholics who are pushing back against these so-called trads who are wearing the skin suit of Christianity and Catholicism to push their ideology, and compare that to the ideologues in Islam, because there's no one there in Islam that, even if they say we're peaceful Muslims, are they taking care of their own house? And I think that that's something that needs to be clear. It should first be for our own house to take care of these crazies before it's
Thank
the
God,
the
thank God for bringing this conversation back to where what it was really all about. I'm not sure. Is your name Bree?
Yeah, it's free. It's
yeah.
free. Yeah.
Bree. I mean, that was incredible. Bree, I have to interrupt but Bree brought the whole thing home, right there in her observation. It's not. It's Christians, Jews, whatever. That's not the problem that Western civilization is faced with. Illegal, massive, illegal, or legal or illegal, whatever immigration is the threat to our society. Forget about the Jews for a while, man. I'd rather have a Jew problem a fucking than
Islamist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
than an
just
Yeah.
say
Islam
it.
problem, right? I
Yeah.
Yeah.
mean, whatever. So, I mean, just it's and that's an immigration issue, and so but really,
Yeah,
when you
but
go down
what
these
we're
rabbit
talking
holes,
about,
there's a lot
sorry,
to be learned.
you're something that you're missing, and just if you could just mute out for just a second, because I only have Rabbi Singer for a short period of time, because there are incoming ballistic missiles in Jerusalem, is the fact that they're mixing eschatology and a political movement under populism, and to move and to balkanize the American right. In order to balkanize and have Christians fight amongst each other, and also to have the
Yeah,
movement of a political party,
no,
sorry, to have a political party be shifted in America, which 95% of evangelical Christian and Christian Zionists consistently support, a conservative president, including somebody like Donald Trump. And there's a concerted attack against Christian Zionists, evangelical Christians, an actual one, and against Paula White, which is the president's advisor. And so this has to do more of a political. They're blending religious doctrine to add, and this is how the Russians are doing it, and the Chinese are very good at this as well. The Chinese ramped up their bots on the internet yesterday to show black on white violence. This is another thing, and then there's an increase from the right by the Russians, and it's being pushed by Turkey as well, quite heavily right now, very heavily. They're supporting the Muslim Brotherhood, Turkey, and one other group is supporting Carrie Hezbollah, as we call her, and Candace Owens, and now Joe Kent. And Joe Kent already had his invitation and the printing of everything ready to go before his resignation even came out, right? So it's less about us arguing eschatology and what individual believes about Mashiach, Messiah, because that's also like a lot of people want to know what are the signs that Jews are waiting for Mashiach, because they want us to accept Jesus, and in the second coming, if it's not Jesus, if it's a second Messiah, the Muslims believe that it's Mahdi and then Jesus. Like there's all these confused Shia and Sunnis and spaces who are all like highly anti-Israel and seem to know more about the Talmud than they know about their own Quran and Hadiths, which I find fascinating. And then there's a tremendous amount of people that say that they're Catholic and have like and are wearing like and are the most have 100 million views per post and are driving a narrative, and where they don't even know 1% of what Brie knows, or even like yourself, let's say, or even like a bishop. Well, actually, she argued with the bishops on stage. This came down to this all happened before the religious liberty movement, and there's a space, a Twitter space that Carrie did. I have to send it to you, with her allegedly her handler, and it's a pure Muslim brotherhood from the right. I don't know. Anyways, there's a very strange. Hold on one second. Somebody send me something.
Sorry.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I did not see that. Okay, wow. Oh wow, I didn't see that. That's disgusting. Okay, sorry. Sometimes we get some interesting people on the space that have bizarre things. Anyways, bizarre things in their profile. But so anyway, so that's the thing. So there was a Twitter space they had done, and they talked about her preparation before and the subversion before, and it's all talking points done by Care, essentially, or allegedly Care. I have to say allegedly. None of it. She doesn't know any eschatology. When she gets questions, she doesn't know how to even answer anything. It's pre-scripted narrative. And this guy, Rabbi Shapiro, the one that doesn't have a rabbanut, who was originally hired by the Satmar community as like a Nutea Karta light. He's on a think tank funded and pushed out in Georgetown that was originally created in '93 by the Saudi Ben Talal, who funded a lot of Georgetown programs, and then he got picked up by Muslim Brotherhood. And he's on there. He's the one person on their group. That's how he earns his income. And he's the name that was given to her to bring onto the council, and yet he said he wasn't available to sue. I don't think he can drive out of New York or New Jersey for other reasons, but he's like the Nutea Carta light person that's not walking on the streets of the IRGC that she's using as her source for anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and so she's very conflicted by this, and so it's this pick me kind of a thing. It's been going on, so it's again the problem is with Joe Kent's statements, and him as a Roman Catholic, and his wife as a Roman Catholic, allegedly using that to say the craziest things that completely oppose to exactly everything he said less than 3 months ago about Iran and Israel, and then him going on Tucker's show. I haven't heard the full Tucker clip yet. He talks about Moses on there. Is that right, or is that yesterday?
Yeah, it's pretty stupid stuff about Moses, though. Moses said, "Can we get rid of these people?" Yeah, that was pretty dumb.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to say that Moses was Palestinian, and so I was just waiting for that shoe to drop. I'm just curious if that was where the things were going.
Yeah. Moses was Palestinian, just like Jesus.
Right. Yeah. Again, this reached a head in December of 2023 after October 7th, when the State Department put a Palestinian keffiyeh on baby Jesus in the nativity scene, and the whole world like just was like, what? Like we all stopped and going, what the heck are you guys doing over there? It's pretty insane that anybody would do that. First of all, considering it's a Jordanian scarf, and secondly, since when is baby Jesus a Palestinian? That was a little bit too much for the world to bear. But again, you know,
But sorry, I was gonna say that I've told this story before, but I think it's worth repeating in the space, especially for Abba if he didn't know that nativity scene was carved by PLO backed individuals and presented to the Pope during Advent. And if you know the Italian tradition, we don't place the baby Jesus into the creche until after Christmas. Okay, Christmas Eve, and then forward you have the baby Jesus. Other than that, you don't. So it was an op that was set up. We think potentially, those of us who are on the ground, we think potentially someone within the State Department of the Vatican, which would not be surprising, I don't think, to you, Rabbi Singer, considering Cardinal Pietro Parolin and his activism. Let's just say that he's placed Cardinal Pizza Ball in a rock and a hard place. Cardinal Parolin is the head of he's the Secretary of State. Someone within his ranks okayed this to take place and be set up for Pope Francis to see without his permission. So when this took place, Pope Francis was wheeled over to the nativity scene, and he ordered for the nativity scene to be taken away afterwards. This was not widely reported. You can find it when shortly afterwards the nativity scene, it was reported, and journalists did report that the nativity was taken away. They just don't know. They didn't report the fullness of why it was there in the first place, et cetera, et cetera. You have to put two and two together. It was PLO. It was an op. It was an intent to try to get the Pope to have a photo op. They were successful, and the Pope knew he was used at that point.
Very interesting. Dugan just stated Tucker Carlson is extremely convincing, consequent, and rational. Joe Kent is consistent, direct, and sincere. He's still very loyal to Trump and sad about his dependence from excessive Israel influence. What a difference with those who attack both of them. These two are normal. Now, literally, we have about.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
yeah. So I'm going to say that Dugan is Mossad and isn't. I mean, I want to create something as hysterical as possible, but like, listen,
Well, he's freaking out. I want to be clear. Like, he's kind of spilling the beans. We talked about this the other day. Oh no, I was talking with Barbie. Like, how long is he going to not be like placed on censure by by the Russians?
it's not
Because
going to
what
be
he has been
censure.
doing
He's
has
not going to
been,
live for very long
well,
because his project
well,
has failed.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying. Like, his project is. I'm sorry, I don't want to but like he's obviously putting out all of the information right now. He doesn't care anymore about being covert. He is overt. He is naming names. That's not something you do when you're running an op. So he himself says in his video, the video that I've posted, that the multipolarity push that he was doing has failed, and it's because of Trump. He says, we're so disappointed in Trump. We thought he was going to be part of this, but he's not. It's failed. It's not for this time. Right. And then he names he's like, it's for the time of the future and for our particular influencers. And then he names the names.
Right.
So
Yeah, and then
you don't really do that if you're playing the long game.
however, if you listen to Nick Fuentes' statements about how he set up Kent for a long op, you'll understand exactly what's going on. There's a lot of interesting moves from foreign, you know, individuals right now. Where does this end? Like here, for example, here Nick has just declared a holy war with the Irish, Mexicans, Italians, and Polish against all Protestants. He's declared the war yesterday evening. Listen.
I really am filled with Irish pride lately. Poets and songwriters. I mean, we are truly a great people.
Irish are in control. The Irish are in control. It's a Hibernian conspiracy. Think of the great Irishmen: Keith Woods, Steve Bannon, Nick Fuentes, Braden Peters, all Irish. Who else is Irish? Who else is an Irish patriot? Big Roy Professional. People say, you're not white, you're Mexican. It's like, you're right, I'm also Irish, bitch. So the English. I'm Irish. So right now in Ireland, for those that don't know what happened, is Bree got kicked out the minute she spoke about Dugan. So for those that don't know, Fergie Chambers, who fled from America after he funded an attack on the Elbit building, and he funded the bail for Kala Walsh and Koonings and a whole bunch of people who set that building on fire. He ran to Tunisia, married a Muslim woman. He subsequently divorced her, and now he purchased a soccer team, a Tunisian soccer team, so that he could go to Qatar and try to get backing to run his operations that he did in the U.S. inside of Ireland, because the Qataris and the Chinese are very involved in Ireland. And Ireland is a very key component to our North Sea protections against the Russians and maybe subsequently the Chinese in terms of nuclear subs and our platform. That's why we're taking Greenland. If you understand that Ireland is a post-Catholic country, as we know, they have the instead of the Virgin Mary statues all over, they have the Palestinian flag, and they have an upsurgence there of a big refugee problem. But on top of it, there's also some pushback from actual Irish people that don't want what's going on, and they can't stand the Palestinian movement, which is just a Marxist movement and the Muslim Brotherhood movement. Has nothing to do with religious for anybody over there. And so when I hear him talking about Ireland, and I know what Fergie is doing in Ireland right now, and he's very public about it, that says to me coordination again by very interesting characters. And Fergie Chambers, who bought all these Gold's gyms and was involved with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and was funding Cop City and was funding a lot of either communist and Maoist movements, and then eventually was supporting the Muslim Brotherhood. Fled the country after he paid his bail, and he's worth what, I don't know, maybe close to $1 billion, if not more. Um, Enough so that he could convert to Islam, so that he could get to Qatar, so he could get backing, and like not just backing, like he doesn't need the money. It's the political weight behind shifting Ireland to the largest red green alliance over there. It's really to apply pressure on the Brexit movement and to apply pressure on the right wing movement happening right now uh, in Europe, which you would call the national conservative movement or a populist movement, which is just going to be accelerated by this man's activities on the left. So there's an accelerationist event that's occurring in America and in Europe. And the whole point is to not allow the accelerationism to occur, because that's what people want. And that's to get us away from our Constitution and get us away from a Judeo-Christian society. That's literally just the plan. And they're embedding it through political infrastructure and then through these crazy influencers. So he declares a holy war in this video. I don't know if you want to hear more of this, but this is from last night. This is like an English Protestant thing. How about Irish Catholic? How about Irish Catholic? How about that? Mexican, Italian, Irish, literally an unbeatable combination. We are going to save the country. It's up to us now. The English and the Scots-Irish, they have their chance. Now it's up to the Irish, the Italians, the Mexicans, perhaps the Polish too. Polish will play a role. Honest to God, it's up to us. Catholic Poles, Catholic Irish, Italian Catholics, it's up to us. Otherwise, we're going to get Noahide laws. Protestants will support Noahide laws. Protestants, I saw Doug Wilson. Doug Wilson, this theonomist, said, we need to ban the procession of the Eucharist and Marian processions. It's like, dude, you are literally supporting the Jew world order Antichrist. And Pete Hegseth goes to his church. Protestants are going to deliver us to that. So we are the ones holding back the night. It is the great Irish, the Poles, the Italians. So there's this impression, because Doug Wilson was talking about idol worship and how and there's a concerted attack on Hexeth right now to have him impeached, and they're using his eschatology. At least Tucker started this trend, and now Fuentes is coordinating with it, because he has the Jerusalem cross and he has Deus Vult in his arm, and he has infidel written in Arabic, and because he spoke about the Temple Mount. This is a complete coordination. They're using
that people's what they think is that there's no effort in any way, shape, or form by Christian evangelical Christians to stop any processions. That's not true. That maybe Doug Wilson has said something stupid. That is not. He does not have the collective. Yeah, this white Christian nationalist movement that they're espousing didn't work before. Maybe they're going to try it again. Our concern is when it bridges and matches up with the
You know
tripod.
that he was also doing this because it was like St. Patrick's Day, right?
Well, not yesterday, not last night. It was the day before, right?
Yeah,
I,
I
the,
know.
the,
He was doing the show as yeah, oh yeah, we're entering St. Patrick's Day. All the Catholics are going to rise up and take over Ireland again. And who cares about the Protestants? I mean, he's
it,
ridiculous.
it,
He is such a
No, but it's an
muckraker.
intersectional ethnic Catholic alliance against Protestants. It's the balkanization. It's you got to understand. It has nothing to do with us going to an Irish pub. Me with a bunch of religious Chabad Jews go to an Irish pub together, who are MAGA in order to infiltrate the American Communist Party. It's kind of wild to see what that's about. But no, it's not about that. It's about balkanization. It's you're thinking just because he could do this on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, doesn't have to do. I mean, yeah, obviously. Do you think he left the house to drink a beer? This guy? No, he hasn't left the house. He barely leaves the house. Again, if had Nick Fuentes had me as a mother and was nursed to the age of 3 or 4 and was that actually had attached parenting and maybe spent 2 years in yeshiva in Yerushalayim, he could be the next president of the United States of America. But no, instead,
Is Rabbi still on?
oh,
Can
he's
I ask?
listening. Rabbi
Oh,
Singer's
poor
listening.
Rabbi.
Poor
Poor
Rabbi.
Rabbi having to listen to Nick Fuentes.
Well,
Rabbi, you
also,
have other things to do. Go get
no,
a
no, no.
coffee in
No,
Jerusalem.
this
It's
is it.
such a
No,
nice day.
he's being entertained
He's
by this.
interesting. Okay.
No, but the point is like, and if he had two parents that told him he needs to get married, like how Jewish moms like we're on top of our sons, like we're all like, oh, you're 22. We tell our sons, wow, you're becoming like an old maid. Like the sheer pressure that our boys and girls feel.
Well,
Yes.
we
Oh,
know
yes.
also know when it comes with Nick Fuentes. I mean,
Yes, I
there's other
understand.
questions.
Yeah, I understand. But listen, Tucker Carlson views Israel as his feelings towards his mother, and he views America as his feelings towards his father. And Nick Fuentes is the same thing. He views Israel as he views his mother. It's identical childhood injuries, identical narcissistic injury from childhood, identical that level of neglect. So, Rabbi Singer, I put together this phenomenal hypothesis of how both of these men view both their mother and father from actual, because I have real profiling of their kind of their origin stories on both of them, some that's public and some that's not public, so I'm not going to go into detail on it, but literally their view of Israel and their view of America is identical in their grievance based issues with their childhood and their parents, and it's next to impossible to have two amazing parents who've raised you in a loving Hamish way, especially if your mother nursed you and took care of you, and your father, like put his wife and children above his own selfish pursuits in terms of certain things, or even perception. But to have that level of ability to communicate like he does. Also, Candace Owens, abandoned by her mother and father, raised by her grandparents. That injury before the age of 3 years old, or before even the age of 8 years old, for most, it's next to impossible to recover from something like that, unless you're Ben Carson and you're very devout and he's a Seventh-day Adventist. But that kind of injury, you like. I have a book on prenatal and postnatal injury. It's a phenomenal book. It's a journal. It's a homeopathic journal, actually, and it talks about the development of some of the most greatest and worst leaders of mankind and their origin stories from birth, from when their mothers were pregnant with them. And that's why, like in Judaism, we have so many strict rules, even about conception and how you should see. Like, there's so many things in halacha, Rabbi Singer, about just from conception of how where your mind should be upon conceiving a child, and even afterwards, and even during pregnancy, and even about kashrus. There's so many things that I wish non-Jews could learn about, just in terms of conception and child rearing, that would make a difference in this world. I don't know how to put that out, Rabbi Singer. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Well, not to be drunk while you're conceiving. Like, there's so many different, like even mikvah. There's so many things around this conversation, but I'm just saying, like, these things make such a significant difference in the intentionality of having a child. Yeah, I just
instead of getting into his head, I think the question has to be asked is the following. South of Israel right now, there's a genocide. Christians are being slaughtered right now. Yes. We don't hear anything. I know. So, the foundation is they don't really care. And if Sudan wants to be rescued, all they have to do is go to war with Israel, and Nick Fuentes and these people will all be by their side. That's what's really going on here. They're bad faith actors. But God's hand is upon this land. God's hand is upon America. And please, God will see the redemption quickly in our time. Amen. We are seeing prophecy unfold right now. Right now, there's a rocket siren alert going on, so I'm going to dismiss myself unless there's any. Let me say, is there a question questions for Rabbi Phineas? Do you have a question? Or John, do you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, I know being a rabbi and a lot of the people here put a religious lens on everything. As far as I'm concerned, a lot of these people, especially with that clip where he's talking about being Irish, being Mexican, all these other things, I truly believe these people just use these things as a way to be as identitarian as possible with their race and ethnicity. They care way more about this than they do any form of Christianity. They just cherry pick certain things from different theologies to justify it. That's why they'll sit there, they'll talk about a genocide in Gaza, but they'll not give one flying care about any Christian who dies that is brown or black. They will only care about white Christians in America. They don't acknowledge the fact that white Christians are the vast minority of Christians on the planet. It's the same way you have the left in the Catholic Church or like lefty Jews who will pick and choose with Judaism to justify their worldviews. These are people who are going through like an identitarian crisis in their life because they look at their ancestors and they feel they voluntarily ethnically cleanse themselves due to the Jews and due to Christians, and they just lash out and attack everyone. And they have to say it's due to religious values, or else older people above the age of 40 who are not terminally online won't take them seriously because then it just comes across as white nationalism.
Oh.
Well, but they care a lot about the church in Gaza, which we're not even sure
No,
who's
they care
Catholic there.
about it in the sense to attack Jews. They
Yeah.
don't care about the church at all.
As though Israel had an interest in attacking a church in Gaza. It's really striking that Michael Knowles, who I believe is a good guy, but he should not have made that comment. That's silly. It is an example. The Christian community in Nazareth is growing exponentially. They're protected. Conversely, Bethlehem is almost empty of all Christians. And whereas today only 4 or 5% of the population of Bethlehem, which is under the control of the Palestinians in Area A, 80 years ago, 90% of Bethlehem was Christian. So they're being driven out and the world is silent. And the world is silent about it because it's not the Jews that are doing this, but it's rather the Muslims that are doing this. It's only here in Israel that Christians are protected. In any case, it's one of the points just to consider in all this. I don't know why no one isn't expressing this. If Iran had been able to weaponize a ballistic missile and fired one or many of them at Israel, if they had been able to, we all know it's the worst kept secret that Israel has the ability to respond both from land and from submarine. If Israel were to respond with a nuclear attack on Iran, that would create a nuclear winter. That means even if you don't care about anything but America, which I understand, you don't want a nuclear war in the Middle East. If you did, the effects that would have on the world would be catastrophic. Only a few islands in New Zealand would survive this. I don't know why people don't realize that Trump literally just saved the world. Literally saved the world. Because even North Korea, as crazy as they have no interest in being hit by a nuclear weapon. Iran does because of the Shia Islam 12 view, they're incentivized. MAD, mutual assured destruction, doesn't apply to Iran. So, we're having all these conversations, but in fact, if there was a nuclear confrontation, like we're all worried about India and Pakistan, countries forged in 1947 have become nuclear in the late 90s. They don't like each other for many reasons. That should be of enormous concern to Americans, because if a nuclear weapon was launched, it would have an enormous impact on the world. This is what no one's talking about. So, in any case, I'm going to thank you all. I'm going to get ready for another interview.
Thank you so
And
much.
really, blessings to all of you.
Thank
Really,
you, Rabbi.
Thank
blessings to all of you.
you. Thank you.
All
Be
right,
careful.
so
Be well.
yeah, we're all good here in Jerusalem. God bless you.
God
Be
bless
well.
you. Be well. Be well, Rabbi. Bye.
He's so great. I
Yes,
like
yes.
honestly, I would love to just sit down and like go back and forth and like hit some of those like historical points.
I know. I
Like I
know.
like honestly, because I want to see what he's reading. And I want to be able to like go to my source documents too. But that's because I'm a nerd, and a history
Oh no,
nerd, and
I
that's what
want
I
to be.
love.
I want to be part of that too.
Yeah, like I'm serious. We've got to get this thing together. Like seriously, let's get like scholars together and all be nerds and like look at firsthand sources and go into the Vatican archives and like take out archival stuff and like
Listen,
super
a,
fun.
a 2 week trip, and we go between Jerusalem and there, and where would else would we go that would have resources? Would be DC. Where else do you think? Who else would have the historical? The
Sorry, you
UK.
break it. Like I broke up
Oh,
completely, so I didn't
I
hear
was
you.
gonna
So you
say
said
if we could do
DC,
a 2 week trip. We would do obviously the
Jerusalem,
Vatican,
and
Jerusalem,
Rome,
and then the UK. I think has also archives, right?
UK. Yeah, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure,
yeah,
for
yeah. I
sure.
mean, too bad
Yeah, but
the libraries of Alexandria were burnt, right? So that's too
for the
bad.
love of God, all the time. But you'll actually no wait. When Tehran is like when the government falls, let's go into Iran as well, because I guarantee you they have like, so the Iranians, it was because of the Persian Empire that we have copies of Aristotle. We
Yeah, I
didn't know
don't know.
we didn't have Aristotle beforehand.
I,
Before the Middle Ages, that's why you look at Saint
I,
Thomas Aquinas. He was one of the first to write on
I mean,
Aristotle.
the Russians have stuff in the and Constantinople, but those are unfriendly places for us right now. We'll definitely the Rome, the UK,
I
and
mean, seriously,
Israel.
like Rome, UK, Israel,
Israel.
and maybe Tehran. That would be super cool to see
Yeah,
what they have left.
yeah. Okay, did we lose Phineas? We did. Okay, he left. Okay. Um, he brings up
Anyway,
such a
so always
valid
so
point.
fun.
Yeah, he brings up so he brings up such a valid point about the Shia eschatology that they wanted a nuclear
Yeah,
fallout. Yeah.
exactly.
Biden's CIA war on motherhood. That's interesting. That just came out. Okay.
Yeah, let's look at the news.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
it's it's
So,
8
Joe
a.m.
Kent, before you appeared on your buddy Kurt Carlson's Iranian regime propaganda cast, I asked you publicly for you to come on my radio show for a 1 hour interview. You publicly replied, "Sure, let's go." My producer reached out to
Right.
you to follow up. You didn't and haven't replied. So many questions. The offer stands, Joe. Wow. Okay. So
That's Mark
that's
Levin.
Mark Levin. Yeah. Ryan Murrow, Russian intelligence operative Alexander Dugin, better known as the woke rights David Koresh, has a new article out. He claims he has mentored senior Iranian regime official Saeed Jalili in Eurasianism ideology, also laments the collapse of the USSR and claims the Iranian theocrats follow God's will. The fusion of Tsarist Christianity and Islamism continues on. So that's the Krizlam movement. Doesn't matter. And he's picked now the Shia form of it. So that's even more interesting to me that's operation. Wow. Okay. So this is still going. We have Mossad commentaries put out all the dead generals posting 17 hours ago. So I don't know. Then who is Cassandra McDonald? Who is that person? Cassandra Rules. Do you guys know who that is?
Yeah, I actually used to be friends with her. This is just another situation. Cassandra, she works for Washington. No, not Washington Post. Gosh, not DC Examiner. She was very, very, very close. She was like one of the few journalists who got in to the embassy to interview the founder of WikiLeaks,
Okay, well, this
and she was
explains it
very
all.
close with him.
So this explains it all.
Yeah,
So
yep, yep,
so
yep.
she's
And she's also she worked for RT as well, I believe, as well. So
oh, okay. Well, that
just
you just have to
FYI.
say that. So she wants President Tucker, Vice President Kent, Press Secretary Anna Kasparian, Attorney
Oh yeah,
General Matt
yeah. Oh yeah.
Gaetz, Chief of Staff Marjorie Taylor Greene, Secretary of War Dave Smith, FBI Director Alex Jones, DHS Secretary Jack Posobiec, Health Secretary
Yeah.
Massey, Federal Reserve Chair Ron Paul, Ambassador to Israel and anti-Semitism czar Nick Fuentes. So
Honestly, like seriously would be the absolute nightmare of sociopathy right there. But like I said, I was friends with her until she's gone so off the deep end. But she was very much also involved in investigating into the truth behind the what ended up being Pizzagate. So there was always truth, before the conspiracy theory went super, super crazy. And
oh, lost you. Oh,
Oh, Stealth, I just woke up a little bit ago. I'm not sure
I
if you
keep,
guys spoke about the Randy Fine space, but he did say he thought it went well and he'd want to do more in the future. Would there be any way we
yeah, it
could
was
reach out
good.
to him to like have one
Yeah,
together?
yeah, I
Because
was
I
that
think
would
there's a
be
lot
I
of
was
awesome.
things that we could talk to him and these like specifically him about what's been going on these spaces for the last two or
Yes.
900
so
days
there's
Good
because
job, John. Good job, John. That was
were
great.
you
That's
there? Were
great.
you there, John? Did
yeah,
you
yeah, I
did you
listened to the
I
host?
whole
was there
thing. They
too.
weren't really
I
taking
listened too.
people up, but
No, they
I was
didn't.
reaching out to some people and I was like, if there was a single group chat of all the Jews on this thing, if we could get like 200 people just responding to that space, asking for Randy Fine to just come here, speak with us, address our concerns on all these things, it could have an effect where other, representatives would be like, oh, I like this format. I like being able to speak with the people directly. And the big thing is just having it done properly, not just letting like anyone pop up and start like flooding the nest with crazy stuff. Little spurgs and little retards on here doing their normal stuff, but like an actual coherent space to address like just the foreign information that is constantly pushed to Americans through like these influencers who come on here, listen, get the talking points, and then bring them on to podcasts to indoctrinate Americans. Like Dave Smith, Fuentes, Myron Gaines, all of these people get all of their talking points through these spaces.
So I can tell you that I can tell you that he that a lot of these people are not fully briefed on the foreign ops, but they generally know what's going on. Again, what do you know what oh, by the way, there's a live hearing right now of Tulsi Gabbard, the thing, but they generally know the gist of it. I would say that depending on what um committees he's on, that would be very telling. If you can find out what committees he's on, John, I can know if any of the intel reports got to him. Can you take a look, John?
Yeah, I can look around for
Okay.
that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Max, were you going to say something? Max?
Oh, yeah. Well, I just want to share the funny one-liner I said, which was, "This is the second most embarrassing thing that Cassandra Fairbanks has ever posted on the internet."
What was the first ever most?
It's not appropriate to discuss.
Oh, okay. You want? Okay, can you DM me privately? So here is hearings right now with Tulsi. So I guess they're back to being live again. We missed. Hold on, hold on. The challenge in many of these attackers not having contact with known foreign terrorist entities or individuals makes this a much more challenging threat to deal with. And I want to turn to Director Patel. I think that's a good, important segue to get your assessment. And I also want to add another aspect of the question. We're working on a 9/11 Commission review, 25-year review. What other tools do you need to make sure that we are able to have the most robust, effective CT efforts? Yeah, thank you, Congresswoman. Just real quick. So last year we had 2,300 arrests related to foreign terrorist organizations. We had 700 counterterrorism arrests, and the FBI had 640 counterterrorism disruptions where we stopped attacks on the homeland. Specifically in December, we stopped 4 in an 18-day span. What I need is specifically highlighted in the Norfolk attack. In Norfolk, an individual who was convicted of terrorism and sentenced based upon that conviction should have still been in prison. The Department of Justice in the first Trump administration sought a sentence of 240 months.
The judge in that case downward departed and gave a variance to nearly half that sentence. If that had not occurred, that individual would still be in prison and a member of our uniformed military service would still be alive. I want to work with the legislature to figure out how to increase the sentencing for convicted terrorists and also work on the denaturalization process for someone who should not be in this country who wants to attack and kill American citizens and American service members. Thank you. Yield back. Gentleman yields. Mr. Castro. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for your testimony today. I want to start with a question about Iran and discuss first how the war began. Secretary Rubio told us that Israel was going to strike Iran regardless, and that doing so would have triggered Iranian retaliation against U.S. forces already in the region. And Director Ratliff, you seem to affirm that in comments just a few moments ago. So rather than tell Israel to stand down, the president joined the war. The Congress and the American people.
Seth gave a live statement right now about the war. Do you want to hear that, or do you want me to go to this, Bree? What's your opinion? Any votes? Do you want to hear from Hegseth?
I think the question. Let's go with Hegseth.
Okay, let me grab it. Sorry, guys. So really quick, Secretary of War right now statement. Okay. Our objectives, given directly from our America First president, remain exactly what they were on day one. These are not the media's objectives, not Iran's objectives, not new objectives, our objectives. Unchanged, on target, and on plan. Destroy missiles, launchers, and Iran's defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild. Destroy their navy, and Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Our objectives from day one. Okay, so there must be a longer hearing, so I'm going to go back because I see that everybody's streaming the questions that are coming out of here. So let me just grab this. Nothing about the attack and called on Israel to stop similar attacks on energy. Israel denies this and says that the attack was cleared by the United States. So my question is, what does the intelligence community assess Israel's goals in this war to be? And are those goals aligned with the goals of the United States? Okay, so I have the beginning of this. Okay, I'm thinking carefully here about what can be said in this open setting versus a closed setting. Are the goals aligned? The objectives that have been laid out by the president are different from the objectives that have been laid out by the Israeli government. And how do they differ? We can see through the operations that the Israeli government has been focused on disabling the Iranian leadership and taking out several members, obviously beginning with the Ayatollah, the supreme leader. And they continue to focus on that effort. And how does that differ from our goals? The president has stated that his objectives are to destroy Iran's ballistic missile launching capability, their ballistic missile production capability, and their Navy, the IRGC Navy and mine laying capability. So the death and destruction continues. The economic cost to the United States, to Israel, to the Gulf states, and to the world continues to increase. So I want to ask you, to the best of your knowledge, do you know whether Israel is supportive of the president's call to make a deal with Iran? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know Israel's position on that. And to what do you attribute Israel's decision to strike Iranian energy infrastructure, despite President Trump's call to keep those facilities off limits? I don't have an answer for that. He's staring at her. So they ignored the president. Do you agree with that? I'm not privy to any of their deliberations or what went into. She's on a DNI. They're on do not invites. Like, I don't. Do you understand what's been happening? There's been leaks out of the DNI, and so therefore they have not been in the circle of decisions. Is that possible, Bree? That's where we're at with this. Bree, are you making a tweet? Everybody makes a tweet while I'm asking serious, heavy questions. Max, do you have a response to what I just said?
What's the what that she's being evasive or what?
No, the DNI have not been part of
No, she's
anything.
well, it's not just that. Sorry, I had the phone in the other room. It's because she's personally is trying not to put her own personal opinions on this. That this is kind of the crux of her personal opinions, don't you think? I mean, considering that she has some issues with Israel, as we know, don't you think that it's he's putting her on the spot to try to get her to say something with regards to Israel, and she's not going to do it. She's being insistent that she's going to. That's why she's also kind of deadpan in how she's delivering stuff right now. She is trying to be as professional as possible in the position. She knows she's on the line. She knows
Okay,
with Joe
my
Ken, she's
God.
on the
Wait a
line.
second. My God, did you know that she says that what she's stating today is not her personal views? Did you hear this?
Yes, that's why I'm saying
Wait,
she
did
is
you watch
making it
this
clear.
already? Did you watch this intro?
No, no, this is exactly. But when she said it at the beginning, and like I said, this is exactly the road to
Wait a
take
second. Wait a
Thank you for
second.
her to try to keep her job.
Here, I just
Wait a
applaud your
second.
service to this nation and your
Hold
leadership
on.
at the
I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
say, and thank you and wish you all the best in your retirement. Thank you,
Oh,
Chairman. I think tomorrow as well. All right.
so
Thank
these
you.
guys are retiring.
Director Gabbard, you're recognized.
Oh boy.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Crawford, Ranking Member Himes, members. I'm here today to present the 2026 Annual Threat Assessment and joined by my colleagues, the directors of the CIA, the DIA, FBI, and NSA. This briefing is being provided in accordance with ODNI's statutory responsibility. What I'm briefing here today does not represent my personal views or opinions, but rather the assessments of the intelligence community.
Yesterday's interview and today's, both times the impression and look on her face is as if she's a hostage and she's reading out a
Right.
statement. And that
That's why
that
I'm saying because she's in a rock and a hard place. Stealth. Her number, like her close personal colleague, just left the ODNI and
one
is
of her
being
best friends.
investigated. Is being investigated. Like again, we're dealing with leaks coming ODNI.
And I
Like
mean, and Omid Malik is going to be most likely
she's
investigated.
getting
And
called by Jason Jones, et cetera, to do the same. Do you understand that? Like, this is what they're trying to do is to get her to resign. And she's going to end up having to fall on the sword if she doesn't walk the line. And what I mean by walk the line is not make it about her opinion, but make it about the IC's opinion. And that's why she is responding like this, and she is talking like this, and she is being very like non-committal on anything. She's just making the report because she cannot, and she's like I said, watch how she pauses. She is trying very hard not to lose her job. This is what she's doing.
my God, could you imagine if we actually had somebody that was working on behalf of our country in every department? I can't deal with the lack of lack of patriotism. I don't know what to say here.
Facing the United States, our homeland, and our interests. In this assessment, we're following the structure of priorities that were laid out in the President's national security strategy, starting with threats to our homeland, then shifting to global risks. The defense of our homeland is of the utmost importance to the American people, and efforts by this administration over the last year to bolster homeland defense have yielded significantly positive results. For example, the strict enforcement of U.S. policies at the U.S.-Mexico border and regionally have served as a deterrent and drastically reduced illegal immigration. Based on Customs and Border Patrol data, January 2026's monthly encounters are down 83.8% compared to January of 2025. The drivers of migration are likely to continue. Potential worsening instability in countries like Cuba and Haiti risk triggering migration surges. Smugglers who often operate as transnational criminal organizations view chaos as an opportunity for profit and will likely continue to profit from these illegal immigration flows. These TCOs continue to pose a daily and direct threat to the health and safety of millions of U.S. citizens, primarily by producing and trafficking in illegal drugs. Under President Trump's leadership, fentanyl overdose deaths have seen a 30% decrease from September of 2024 to September of 2025.
His aggressive efforts to more directly and actively target these transnational criminal organizations and reduce the inflow of fentanyl precursors has already had a significant impact, which is likely to continue. I just want to understand her and Kent, who I don't believe he believes what he's saying, but her and Jason Jones and those. Are you telling me they don't understand that 40 years of heroin from Iran and the CCP releasing a bioweapon and the coordination between North Korea, China, Russia, and Iran regarding COVID-19 and other bioweapons that have been tried and maybe have failed, maybe not fully failed, but some not have done the systemic damage. Do they not believe that those are acts of war, Bree? Do they not see that as an act of war? Or do we deserve it because we decided to, move 3 inches off our island? I just want to understand. I can't hear you, Bree. I don't know if you just get disconnected. I just want to know if they see things like I see things, which is how I was trained to see
I
things.
don't think they see the things that you see things because this whole little group of people, Tulsi, Tucker, Joe Kent, Dave Smith, they all just anti-war is their number one thing when they have their own like personal opinions on these matters. And that just kind of goes
Then why
against,
did
and
they
that's why we
choose to
see the
be
leaks.
soldiers? They all went into foreign service, so they weren't regular military. They were on medical teams in foreign countries. I'd like to know, why did they ever sign up for the military and get all those advantages and be able to be put in positions of power if they just wanted to be on foreign service? They could just be USAID workers from now till kingdom come. So this is my problem, is like, you have, like, what about our people that are sick in our country because of enemies of the United States of America? When do we get to push back when people are harming us? We didn't kill hundreds of millions of people or rape hundreds of millions of people like the Japanese did and the Chinese did. I'm sorry, we didn't have a one China policy like the Chinese did. We didn't do any of these things. It's not America. Yeah, we had our civil war, but we didn't do the level and scope and scale of mass murder that both the Islamic hordes did, that the Maoists did, that the Japanese did. We didn't do what the Germans did. We didn't definitely do what the Russians did after what the Germans did. Do you see what I'm saying? Even with colonialism, yeah, okay, there was some rapes and stuff for sure. There's no question, but we didn't start, I don't know, slavery. It wasn't us. It wasn't America. We never did those things. That's what I don't understand. Like,
Yeah, I'll never understand it either. If you look back in history of war, like other people are way worse than America ever was, but they get to do this game, and it puts us in a weak position. It puts American lives on the line, and then it's kind of like they just hope things go wrong so they can say, "I told you so."
okay, well, like if you've been to an anti-war movement, unless you're like an undercover officer, you should not, like, if you're part of any of that weird infrastructure, you have to be investigated for being under either the auspices or under the manipulation of a
It's
foreign
like a
adversary.
vegetarian going to work for like headquarters of Chick-fil-A and then just doing everything they
And to
can to try
subvert
to
it,
change
to
it
make it a
to,
vegan restaurant.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Mexico-based transnational criminal organizations like the Sinaloa Cartel and Jalisco New Generation Cartel dominate the production and smuggling of fentanyl, heroin, methamphetamine, and cocaine into the United States. Colombia-based TCOs and illegal armed groups like the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia and the National Liberation Army are responsible for producing and trafficking large volumes of cocaine into the U.S. and European markets, with some indicators that they are now attempting to expand to the Asia-Pacific region. Colombia remains the world's largest producer of cocaine, and Colombian criminal groups have expanded their trafficking relationships with neighboring Ecuadorian and Brazilian gangs. MS-13 is well established in cells in the United States and uses violence to intimidate the Salvadoran diaspora, engaging in murder, extortion, retail drug trafficking, firearms offenses, and prostitution, fueling increased violence and instability. These and other TCOs present a very tangible and individualized risk of violent crime to everyday Americans and contribute to regional instability. As the president increases counter-drug and counter-cartel pressures, they're likely to seek ways to try to adapt their operations, including shifting and decentralizing production locations, and trafficking routes and methods. The United States continues to face a complex and evolving threat landscape with a geographically diverse set of Islamist terrorist actors seeking to propagate their ideology globally and harm Americans, even as Al Qaeda and ISIS organizationally remain weaker today than they were at their respective peaks. The spread of Islamist ideology, in some cases led by individuals and organizations associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, pose a fundamental threat to freedom and foundational principles that underpin Western civilization. These Islamist groups and individuals use this ideology for recruiting and financial support for terrorist groups and individuals around the world, and to advance their political objectives of establishing an Islamist caliphate which governs based on Sharia. There are increasing examples of this in various European countries. President Trump's designation of certain chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations is a mechanism to secure Americans against this threat. In response to setbacks of their capabilities of conducting large-scale complex attacks, the IC assesses that Islamist terrorist groups have shifted towards focusing on executing information operations to spread propaganda and inspire or enable individuals located in or with access to the West. U.S. counterterrorism operations are ongoing, primarily in Iraq, Somalia, Yemen, and Syria, and have removed key terrorist leaders and operatives, degrading the ability of Al Qaeda and ISIS to quickly reconstitute its leadership and launch large-scale attacks against the homeland. Strict U.S. border enforcement measures and increased deportations of individuals with suspected links to Islamist terrorists have reduced access to the homeland and removed some potential sources of future terror attacks. Since January, U.S. officials have only had a handful of encounters at our borders with individuals associated with terrorist groups. This is a positive trend. However, our interagency coordinated efforts to identify, locate, and remove known or suspected terrorists who are already in the U.S. continues with vigilance. In 2025, there were at least 3 Islamist terrorist attacks in the U.S. Law enforcement disrupted at least 15 U.S.-based Islamist terrorist plotters. Roughly half of last year's disrupted plotters had some online contact with Islamist terrorists inspired by Islamist foreign terrorist organizations abroad. Al Qaeda and ISIS pose the biggest threat to U.S. interests overseas in parts of Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia, where these groups operate. In the Middle East, AQAP in Yemen, ISIS-K in South Asia, and ISIS in Syria are among the most likely groups conducting external plotting. ISIS in Syria specifically is likely seeking to rebuild its ranks.
Sorry, I got cut out. Sorry.
Operate. In the Middle East, AQAP in Yemen, ISIS-K in South Asia, and ISIS in Syria are among the most likely groups conducting external plotting. ISIS in Syria specifically is likely seeking to rebuild its ranks, expand support networks, and solicit funds by re-engaging with and recruiting from the likely hundreds of ISIS detainees and thousands of ISIS-linked women and children who escaped or were released from prisons and displaced persons camps. Meanwhile, state actors present a risk broader in scope by seeking new capabilities in kinetic and cyber warfare. The U.S. secure nuclear deterrent continues to ensure safety in the homeland against strategic threats. However, the IC assesses that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Pakistan have been researching and developing an array of novel, advanced, or traditional missile delivery systems with nuclear and conventional payloads that put our homeland within range.
This is the same statement she made, right?
To the
No,
homeland
it's a
will
little different.
expand collectively to more than
This is day
16,000
2,
missiles
but
by
it's a little different.
2035 from the current assessed figure of more than 3,000 missiles. The IC assesses that China and Russia are developing advanced delivery systems meant to be capable of penetrating or bypassing U.S. missile defenses. North Korea's ICBMs can already reach U.S. soil. The
Are,
IC assesses that it is committed to
are you
expanding its
asking
nuclear
because she's in
arsenal.
front of a different meeting and the
Pakistan's
report should
long-range
have been
ballistic missile
changed? Because she
development
hasn't
potential
No,
answered.
no,
could
no.
include
I think it feels
ICBMs.
like she's in a different with a different group and she's
She
giving the
is?
same brief.
The IC assesses that Iran has previously demonstrated space launch and other technology it could use to begin to develop a militarily viable ICBM before 2035, should Tehran attempt to pursue the capability. However, these assessments will be observed and updated as the full impact of Operation Epic Fury's devastating strikes on Iran's missile production facilities, stockpiles, and launch capabilities is determined. Shifting to the cyber domain, the IC assesses that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and non-state ransomware groups will continue to seek to compromise U.S. government and private sector networks, as well as critical infrastructure, to collect intelligence and create options for future disruption and for financial gain. The IC assesses China and Russia present the most persistent and active threats and are continuing R&D efforts. North Korea's cyber program is sophisticated and agile. In 2025 alone, North Korea's cryptocurrency heist probably stole $2 billion, which is helping to fund the regime, including further development of its strategic weapons program. So this does look identical. Financially or ideologically motivated non-state actors are becoming
Yeah,
more
I think they have to
with
put it in the
ransomware
record.
groups shifting to faster, high-volume attacks that are harder to identify and mitigate. Innovation in the field of artificial intelligence will likely accelerate the threats in the cyber domain. It will increasingly shape cyber operations with both cyber operators and defenders using these tools to improve their speed and effectiveness. For example, in August of 2025, cyber actors used an AI tool to conduct data extortion against international government, healthcare, and public health emergency service sectors and religious institutions. Shifting to the Arctic, the IC assesses that Russia and to a lesser extent China aim to strengthen their presence in the region through increased maritime trade, natural resource extraction, and military activity. Russia, which has the longest coastline in the Arctic, has long sought recognition of its quote-unquote polar great power status and is deploying more military forces and building new permanent infrastructure. China, though not an Arctic country, is
That's
engaging in more
Greenland,
limited efforts in the
FYI.
region to advance its strategic and economic interests. On the technology front, artificial intelligence capabilities are rapidly advancing and changing the threat landscape. As this is a defining technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human learning, comprehension, problem solving, creativity, and autonomy, it'll be critical to ensure that humans remain in control of how AI is used and of the machines that may threaten
Yes.
to autonomously violate the interests of the American people across all domains. The IC assesses that China is the most capable competitor in this field and aims to displace the U.S. as the global AI leader by 2030. AI adoption at scale across the spectrum of usage poses serious risks. AI has the potential to aid in weapons and systems design and has been used in recent conflicts to influence targeting and streamline decision-making, underscoring the risk and likely threats that could manifest on the battlefield. Early developers in quantum computers will give countries an extraordinary technological advantage over others to quickly process national security information and break current encryption methodology used to protect sensitive finance, healthcare, and government information. The global security landscape is volatile and complex, with armed conflict growing more common and posing potential threats against U.S. interests. The space domain is becoming increasingly contested, with China and Russia developing counter-space capabilities to challenge U.S. space efforts. The threat of nuclear proliferation and advancing chemical and biological warfare capabilities continues to grow. Turn now to the Western Hemisphere, where flagging economies, high crime rates, pervasive organized crime, migration flows, corruption, and narcotics trafficking present a broad spectrum of risks to U.S. interests, and where strategic competitors seek to gain greater influence in the region. The IC assesses that Latin America and the Caribbean almost certainly will see hotspots of volatility in the coming year, with the potential to undermine or distract some countries from improving economies and living conditions and tackling illicit drug flows and cartels. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement review in 2026 will likely increase uncertainty in many Latin American countries, especially those that rely on Mexico as an export destination for intermediate goods for manufacture and onward export to the U.S. China, Russia, and Iran are seeking to sustain economic, political, and military engagement with Latin America. The IC assesses that China's demand for raw materials is likely to drive continued economic outreach, while Russia likely wants to expand its current security and diplomatic ties with Cuba and Nicaragua. The IC assesses that China aims to elevate its own political, economic, military, and technological power to increase its own regional positioning, global influence, and to fend off threats to their interest. While there are challenging areas where interests diverge, President Trump's diplomatic engagements with President Xi have enabled progress on areas where mutual interests align. The IC assesses that China continues to rapidly modernize its military forces across all domains in pursuit of its goal to achieve world-class status by mid-century. This includes building a force with the aim of being capable of deterring U.S. and allied forces in the region and to achieve their stated objective of having the capability to seize Taiwan by force if necessary. However, the IC assesses that China likely prefers to set the conditions for an eventual peaceful reunification with Taiwan short of conflict. An increasingly confident North Korean regime remains a source of concern regionally and globally. Its weapons of mass destruction, conventional military capabilities, illicit cyber activities, and demonstrated willingness to use asymmetric capabilities poses a threat to the U.S. and its allies, particularly South Korea and Japan. North Korea's partnership with Russia is growing, and in 2025, Kim took steps to improve ties with China, still North Korea's most important trading partner and economic benefactor. The IC assesses that North Korea's support for Russia in the war against Ukraine has increased North Korean capabilities as their forces have gained combat experience in 21st century warfare, along with equipment. Pyongyang continues to develop and expand its strategic weapons programs, including missiles that can evade U.S. and regional missile defenses. Russia retains the capability to selectively challenge U.S. interests globally by military and non-military means. The IC assesses that the most dangerous threat posed by Russia to the U.S. is an escalatory spiral in an ongoing conflict such as Ukraine, or a new conflict that led to direct hostilities, including the deployment of nuclear weapons. The IC assesses that Putin continues to invest in Russia's defense industrial base, as well as novel capabilities that may pose a greater threat to the U.S. homeland and forces abroad than conventional weapons. The IC assesses
Novel
Russia has advanced
capabilities. We'll
systems,
talk about that.
hypersonic missiles, and undersea capabilities designed to negate U.S. military advantage. Russia is also building extensive counter-space capabilities to contest U.S. space dominance. Its development of a nuclear counter-space weapon poses the greatest single threat to the world's space architecture. During the past year, the IC assesses that Russia has maintained the upper hand in its war against Ukraine. Ongoing U.S.-led negotiations between Moscow and Kyiv continue. Until such an agreement is met, if an agreement is found, Moscow is likely to continue fighting a slow war of attrition until they view their objectives have been achieved. In the Middle East, conflict and instability will shape security, political, and economic dynamics in a variety of ways. The IC assesses that Operation Epic Fury is advancing fundamental change in the region that began with Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, continued with the 12-day war last year, resulting in weakening Iran and its proxies. The IC assesses that the regime in Iran appears to be intact, but largely degraded due to attacks by Israel and the U.S. on its leadership and military capabilities. Its conventional military power projection capabilities have largely been destroyed, leaving limited options. Iran's strategic position has been significantly degraded. The U.S.-led maximum pressure campaign and snapback of European sanctions added additional pressure to an already bleak Iranian economy, resulting in mass protests earlier this year that Tehran suppressed by killing thousands of protesters. Even if the regime remains intact, internal tensions are likely to increase as Iran's economy worsens. Even so, Iran and its proxies continue to attack U.S. and allied interests in the Middle East. If a hostile regime survives, it will likely seek to begin a years-long effort to rebuild its military, missiles, and UAV forces. Prior to Operation Epic Fury, the IC assesses Iran was trying to recover from the severe damage to its nuclear infrastructure sustained during the 12-day war. Iran maintained the intention to rebuild its infrastructure and nuclear enrichment capability and continued to refuse to comply with its nuclear obligations with the IAEA, refusing them access to key facilities. The IC assesses that China, Russia, and North Korea see the United States as a strategic competitor and potential adversary. Iran has long viewed the U.S. as an adversary and is engaged in active conflict with the U.S. as of this writing. These four countries are likely to continue their selective cooperation with each other, which could bolster their individual capabilities and threats to U.S. interests more broadly. However, currently these relationships are primarily bilateral on selective issues and depend on broader circumstances, divergent sovereign interests, and in some cases concerns over directly confronting the U.S. These factors are likely to constrain their relationships. Finally, conflicts on the continent of Africa are likely to persist through 2026 due to poor governance, economic demands, and external support. Tensions continue between Ethiopia and Eritrea, which could rapidly accelerate to conflict. Contentious national and federal elections in Somalia could distract the federal government away from counterterrorism actions against al-Shabaab, which continues to conduct terror attacks while providing funding and propaganda support to other elements of al-Qaeda in Yemen. The civil war in Sudan continues even as external negotiations occur, and ISIS in West Africa and the Sahel have increased the intensity of their attacks against local security forces, expanding their areas of operation and moving closer to cities with a U.S. presence. African governments will use their wealth and critical minerals to seek partnerships that deliver them meaningful benefit. Concurrent conflicts and crises across the continent will continue to put U.S. citizens at risk and cause further instability. In closing, as leaders of the intelligence community, we remain committed to providing the President and policymakers with timely, unbiased, relevant intelligence to ensure the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Director Gabbard. We appreciate that. We'll now move to member questions, 5-minute increments. With that, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Director Patel, our state and local officials are on the front lines of increasingly dangerous, unrestricted warfare activities being undertaken by Chinese nationals, such as marijuana grow operations protected by armed militants, secret police stations engaged in transnational repression, Chinese-operated SIM farm sites, crypto mining facilities, and land purchases near strategic locations. The CCP is exploiting legal gray areas and the lack of awareness at the state and local level to establish strategic footholds. 2 states, in fact, New Hampshire and Florida, are now advancing legislation to establish offices of counterintelligence, which would bolster states' ability to confront foreign adversaries without relying on the federal government. Do you support that? What can be done to better support the states and local officials? Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have infused funding into our entire program taking on the CCP. And while we are well versed in the fact that we have our capabilities with folks like CFIUS when it comes to the purchases of land around military bases, that only extends 1 mile under the current law. So the FBI had to get creative. So what we did was directly engage with our state and local partners. And I'll give you 2 examples. A 400-acre farm in the state of Texas was owned by a CCP official, but because he was outside the reach of the CFIUS law, the FBI executed a unlawful possession of firearms, a criminal complaint, and received it. We seized the land in its entirety, and that CCP national is back in mainland China, and we are working to get him back here. In another example, off the coast of Louisiana, we worked with Governor Landry's team on drilling sites off the coast of Louisiana because, again, they were outside the whole of CFIUS in the 1 mile radius. And with the intelligence we were able to provide our state and local authorities, they shut down that CCP drilling center, which we believed was actually used to provide and steal data and intelligence from American lives. So that's just a little bit of an example. On the marijuana grow houses, we have 6 active ongoing investigations in 6 multiple jurisdictions for specifically taking down CCP-affiliated grow houses from Maine to Georgia and across the country. So it sounds like from your characterization of CFIUS, it's inadequate at this point. Maybe we could do something legislatively here in this body to provide some broader authority to address that challenge. I would love that. Okay, great, excellent, thank you. Director Ratcliffe, in January 2021, in your role at D&I as the director, you sent this committee a letter outlining your concerns about an intelligence community assessment in which, among other things, analysts tailored their analysis towards a preferred policy outcome. CIA management pressured analysts to withdraw their support from an alternative viewpoint, and the full body of intelligence reporting wasn't considered.
This is Mr.
Now, in your
Crawford.
role as CIA director, you have retracted several reports for political bias and not meeting IC analytic standards, which that's good progress. Retracting faulty reporting is a critical step, but I remain concerned about that it maybe doesn't get to the root of the problem. How many analysts were involved in the products you recently retracted?
Oh, wow. Wow.
I don't know the specific number, Chairman.
What remediation actions have taken place as a result?
Well, I've made the focus of, as you pointed out, both as DNI and now as CIA director, focused on the importance of analytic objectivity. As you pointed out, when I was the DNI, when I saw conduct from Russia and China, the exact same conduct result in different assessments. That's not a good reflection on the analytic judgments. Um, uh, what you referenced in my role as CIA director, withdrawing reports that we went back and looked that didn't reflect the analytic standards that we would expect, I retracted those judgments because they show bias and influence for political reasons or otherwise.
Is that from
So
the prior
that has continued to be
administration
a
or from the
focus
last
and
year?
will be. I think that message has been received within our analytic community, within the CIA, and really across the CIA, because this administration has put a focus on taking politics out of our analytic judgments.
Excellent,
I'm
thank you.
pretty sure from last
Appreciate
administration
that.
or
I
early
want
on.
to, as I made clear in my opening statement, I'm trying to get this done in the little time that I have remaining. The intelligence community assessment on AHI is deeply flawed, and I've called for its recall immediately to start for a fresh start,
AHI?
similar to my question in last year's session. But I'd like to get a yes or no answer from each of you on whether you agree this ICA should be retracted. Director Gabbard. Yes. Director Ratcliffe.
Say it again. The question.
AHI, ICA.
Yeah. So for the ICA, I understand that Director Gabbard is reviewing that, and I've deferred all AHI investigations to her review. So if in her judgment that is something that should be retracted, then
Havana syndrome.
Oh,
then I would agree with that.
okay.
Yes. Okay, Director Patel.
Yes.
Thank you. General Hartman
Yes.
and General Adams.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you all for your responses. I'm going to recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Gabbard, as was well covered yesterday in January, you were present at the execution of an FBI warrant at the Fulton County, Georgia election office at the direction of the president and to all appearances in connection with the president's false claims about the 2020 election. The unsealed affidavit submitted by the FBI made zero reference to foreign powers or outside interference. I don't want to relitigate the reasons why you were there, but I do want to know whether, as a result of your visit, there is credible intelligence in your possession pointing to foreign interference in Georgia in the 2020 election.
Thank you for the question, ranking member. As you know, over each of the previous elections, there is an ongoing effort by different foreign entities.
Ma'am, it's a very specific question. Is there intelligence in your possession relative to foreign interference in the 2020 elections? Very simple, straightforward question.
We are continuing to look at previous attempts to interfere in our elections and any ongoing threats that may exist for the upcoming elections.
Okay, but can I assume that the answer to my question is no, that you have no specific intelligence related to foreign meddling in the Georgia election?
We are continuing to look into this matter.
Okay. Director, the ODNI has confirmed on the record that your office took custody of voting machines from Puerto Rico last May. I'm not aware of any previous DNI taking similar actions. Did your office promptly notify the committee about taking custody of Puerto Rico's voting machines?
I don't believe we did. However, this was done at the request of the Puerto Rico AUSA attorney.
Ma'am, it's a yes or no question. The answer, as you have acknowledged, is no. You did not inform the committee about the taking of a territory's voting machines. Is there a specific foreign threat? And I've read the reporting that you were looking for possible foreign threats, but is there a specific foreign threat that drove you to take this action?
There were questions about whether or not there were vulnerabilities that a threat could have taken advantage of, and that was the purpose for their requesting us to look into those vulnerabilities.
Where are those voting machines now?
I believe they are held in a secure facility at ODNI. Have you or other ODNI officials taken any other state or territory's voting equipment into custody? Not to my knowledge. I want to turn in the subject of elections to a paradoxical thing. You will all be aware that the U.S. government is apparently going to grind to a halt. The president is going to sign no more bills. The Senate will spend 2 weeks apparently debating the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act, of course, would make illegal foreigners voting in U.S. elections, which is already illegal. So we are to do no more business because of apparently the existential threat to our democracy associated with foreigners voting in our elections. I am therefore puzzled by the fact that neither the unclassified nor the classified threat assessment makes any reference to risk or danger associated with foreigners voting in our elections. Director Patel, how many non-citizens have been convicted of voting in U.S. elections in the last 10 years? The conviction stats are with the Department of Justice. I defer to them on that. You are the director of the FBI. Give me a guess. How many convictions in the last 1 year, 5 year, or 10 year? Ballpark. I don't have that with me, sir. Again, it's with the department. You don't have that with, okay. Director Patel, how many active investigations does the FBI have into foreign individuals voting in U.S. elections? We have a number of investigations, generally speaking, ongoing about individuals across the country. Yeah, I'm asking for that number. I don't have that number with me, but I have a number of them. You have a number of investigations. Okay, is that number 10,000? Is it closer to 10,000 or closer to 10? It's probably somewhere in between. Okay, will you please provide the committee with that number? Yes, sir. Okay, Director Patel, since you don't have the numbers, would it surprise you to know that the Heritage Foundation, which is not exactly the Columbia University Faculty Lounge, found only 77 instances of non-citizen voting in the 24 years between 1999 and 2023, each of which faced investigation by the appropriate authorities. So Heritage has a number of 77 examples in 24 years. Does that number surprise you? No, because it's low. I don't understand your answer. You asked me if I was. Are you disputing that the number is in the range of 77 examples of non-U.S. citizens voting in U.S. elections in a 24-year period? I just said that number is low. You think that number is low? Okay. So why, if this is a meaningful issue, do we have no, and I guess I direct this to Director Gabbard, why is there no mention of this thing that will grind the American government to a halt for a 2-week period in the worldwide threats analysis? This annual threat assessment was shaped around the national security strategy's prioritization of threats to our nation and our nation's interests. There are multiple platforms and venues where there have been and there will be reporting on threats to our foreign threats to our elections. Yield back. Gentleman yields. Vice Chairman Kelly. I'd first just like to say, Director Gabbard, you being in Georgia was a part of your duties as DNI to make sure that our elections remain safe, secure, and free from every type of influence. That was why you were there. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. I would argue, I want to talk about some of the points about the strikes on Iran, the current attacks, Epic Fury. And I would state that not only are there imminent threats from Iran, but there are actual threats. And I've been on the receiving end of those threats. I was in Iraq in 2005, where Iranian-based and manned and equipped units attacked American soldiers, including me, multiple times. I will also tell you, I went back in 9 and 10, where EFPs developed by the Iranians struck my soldiers and our equipment. I would tell you the Houthis have continued to strike Saudi Arabia. I will tell you Hamas and Hezbollah has continued to strike throughout the Middle East. And although we're not in an armed services hearing, we had that yesterday. But I will tell you, because we took out their ballistic missiles and their ability to defend from the air, that Europe is no longer under threat from Iran, who showed they will strike everyone that they can by striking all of their Arab neighbors in Azerbaijan and in Turkey and everywhere else. With that being said,
Director Ratcliffe, I think the CIA has had a great year in providing intelligence, whether that's in Venezuela, the initial Midnight Hammer strikes, or also the current strikes in Iran. Can you tell us kind of some of the things the CIA has done over the past year that you're proud of? Congressman, good to see you again. Thank you for the question. Good to see all of you and be back in the House. I guess I'll start by saying I think you all know there was bipartisan concern when I took over the CIA that our human collection was in a downward spiral and had been for some period of time. And you all wanted a more aggressive CIA, one that was focused on core mission, one that was collecting the kind of intelligence and stealing secrets that would provide a decisive strategic advantage that can contribute to national security and foreign policy successes. I do think that the CIA, I agree with you, has had a great year, and that's a credit to our workforce. So you talked about some of the very public successes like Operation Midnight Hammer and Operation Absolute Resolve, where our agency contributed to a frankly flawless intelligence picture that allowed for flawless military operations. And I want to credit everyone here. There's been bipartisan praise from this committee, even from those of you who may disagree with the underlying policies. But I think those successes are really emblematic of success that the agencies had across the board on all national security matters in all national security spaces. And it's not just an opinion, it's reflected in our statistics. So when we talk about stealing secrets, you need assets and sources on the ground around the world. We're up 25% in that regard just in the past year. Our foreign intelligence reporting, meaning the intelligence that really matters to you as decision makers and the president as commander in chief, that's up across the board 25%. Other categories, specific targets and adversaries like China, it's up 100%. Areas like technology, it's up 100%. Issues like counter narcotics, our operations are up by 70%. With regard to counterterrorism, those are classified numbers that we'll get into in the classified portion, but those are triple digits. We've accomplished more on the counterterrorism front in the past year than in the prior 4 years combined. Again, really a credit to the CIA workforce. Morale at the agency is high because people are doing the work that they signed up to do, and this administration is calling on them to do more. I would say they are. If I can steer back the final 45 seconds, I have one question for Director Patel. Director Patel, the current shutdown that is caused by us not funding TSA, Border Control, DHS, and all those things, how hard has that made the job of counterintelligence FBI to protect us here in the homeland from threats that came through our borders or internally and already existing in the United States, Director Patel? Thank you for the question. When it comes specifically to the combination efforts between the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, we have 59 Homeland Security task forces that we have stood up in every single state, and then some, that are co-led by the FBI and HSI. And obviously having a stopgap in funding is hurting those abilities to go out there and fight crime and pick up violent offenders across the country. Even though the DHS workforce shows up every day, I think they've gone 1 month without a paycheck now. We also have things like our Southern Border Intelligence Center in Tucson, Arizona, that is our hub for intelligence collection operations on foreign terrorist organizations, specifically the narco traffickers down in Mexico. Thank you. My time's expired. Mr. Carson's recognized. Thank you, Chairman. The Trump administration has justified this war with Iran as necessary to stop an imminent threat. But the administration has not provided this committee with any intelligence indicating Iran was preparing a nuclear weapon, planning a preemptive attack on the United States, or possess any immediate capability to strike the U.S. homeland. That raises very serious questions about what the analysis of the IC provided before the decision to go to war was made. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe, is there any evidence that Iran intended to conduct a preemptive attack on the United States? And I ask this because 13 service members have been killed in Trump's war, including Captain Seth Koval, a husband and a dad from my state of Indiana, and my constituents want answers. So is there any evidence that Iran intended to conduct a preemptive attack on the U.S. prior to beginning this war, yes or no?
Uh, Congressman, the answer to this question needs to be reserved for a closed hearing. I will say, however, the intelligence community uh, does provide the assessments of the threats that exist to the president so that he can make that determination within the body of information and intelligence and activities within the region that ultimately he is responsible for. What is an imminent threat? And if there is an imminent threat, what actions need to be taken?
Congressman, as the DNI said, there's a body of intelligence that we'll be able to cover in the classified portion of this hearing that does reflect that in the likely event of a conflict between Iran and Israel, that the U.S. would be immediately attacked, regardless of whether the United States stayed out of that conflict. Shifting gears to Ranking Member Himes' point, let me read to you from the 2025 Annual Threat Assessment under your watch last year. Quote, Moscow's malign influence activities will continue for the foreseeable future and will almost certainly increase in sophistication and volume. Moscow probably believes information operations efforts to influence U.S. elections are advantageous, regardless of whether they affect election outcomes. By contrast, this year's threat assessment makes no mention of foreign threats to elections. Meanwhile, the IC has been publicly warning about foreign powers interfering in our elections for nearly a decade. So the omission is very striking. And to that point, sitting here today, I'm not aware of any intelligence products in the past year dedicated to foreign plans and intentions toward current and future U.S. elections. Director Gabbard, yes or no, ma'am, have you directed or been directed to stop or limit dissemination of intelligence reports or finish intelligence reporting concerning foreign plans and intentions about upcoming U.S. elections or foreign threats to the midterms?
No.
Director Patel, same question for the FBI, sir. Yes or no, sir?
No, sir.
Director Ratcliffe, same question for the CIA, sir. Yes or no?
No.
General Hartman, same question for NSA. Yes or no, sir?
No, sir.
General Adams, same question for the DIA. Yes or no, sir?
No, sir.
I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields, Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, when you began your testimony, you stated that your remarks do not represent your personal beliefs. That's the first time I've heard that at a committee hearing. Why did you say that? Or is there anything in the threat assessment that you personally disagree with?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. The reason I've said that is twofold. Number one is when I assumed this role as Director of National Intelligence through the confirmation process and beyond, many members of Congress rightly said, your personal views and your politics in this role get checked at the door. And as Director of National Intelligence, my responsibility is to report the intelligence community's assessments objectively and to make sure that they are not politicized in any way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, there are those who, for one reason or another, have tried to mischaracterize the intelligence community's assessments and saying, well, this is just a political view or trying to misdirect from what the intelligence community is reporting. So I took the opportunity to state that from the outset, that this is the intelligence community's assessments.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask this because this week there was a high-profile resignation of Director of National Counterterrorism Center. Now, I want to be clear from the outset. I've communicated directly with President Trump my support for Operation Epic Fury, and I was very not only disappointed, but how inappropriate this letter was. And I want to read a statement that and get your personal assessment, whether you agree or disagree with that. And that's this. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into a disastrous Iraq war. Now, I cannot say how much I disagree with that statement. Do you agree or disagree with what this letter was put out by former Director Kent?
He said a lot of things in that letter. Ultimately, we have provided the president with the intelligence assessments, and the president is elected by the American people and makes his own decisions based on the information that's available to him. But do you agree with, does that statement he made, blaming Israel, concern you? Yes. My next question is, I want to touch on the rise of terrorist attacks on the homeland. In the month of March alone, there were multiple high-profile Islamic terrorist attacks. You had Temple Israel Synagogue in Michigan. You had in Texas, you had an ISIS-inspired attack where they threw an IED in New York City. What is your assessment as to the rise of Islamic terrorism on the homeland? As you've pointed to, Congresswoman, this continues to be an extreme concern, not only because of the rise of these attacks, but the mechanisms which they're carried out and the challenges that the intelligence community has in being able to try to detect some of these threats and attacks in advance. I'd like to defer to the FBI director on some of this because they have been very successful in many cases over the last year in detecting them and preventing these attacks. But due to the nature of the challenge in many of these attackers not having contact with known foreign terrorist entities or individuals makes this a much more challenging threat to deal with. And I want to turn to Director Patel. I think that's a good, important segue to get your assessment. And I also want to add another aspect of the question. We're working on a 9/11 Commission review, 25-year review. What other tools do you need to make sure that we are able to have the most robust, effective CT efforts? Yeah, thank you, Congresswoman. Just real quick. So last year we had 2,300 arrests related to foreign terrorist organizations. We had 700 counterterrorism arrests, and the FBI had 640 counterterrorism disruptions where we stopped attacks on the homeland. Specifically in December, we stopped 4 in an 18-day span. What I need is specifically highlighted in the Norfolk attack. In Norfolk, an individual who was convicted of terrorism and sentenced based upon that conviction should have still been in prison. The Department of Justice in the first Trump administration sought a sentence of 240 months. The judge in that case downward departed and gave a variance to nearly half that sentence. If that had not occurred, that individual would still be in prison and a member of our uniformed military service would still be alive. I want to work with the legislature to figure out how to increase the sentencing for convicted terrorists and also work on the denaturalization process for someone who should not be in this country who wants to attack and kill American citizens and American service members. Thank you. Yield back. Gentleman yields. Mr. Castro.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for your testimony today. I want to start with a question about Iran and discuss first how the war began. Secretary Rubio told us that Israel was going to strike Iran regardless, and that doing so would have triggered Iranian retaliation against U.S. forces already in the region. And Director Ratliff, you seem to affirm that in comments just a few moments ago. So rather than tell Israel to stand down, the president joined the war. The Congress and the American people still don't know what the president's actual goals are. And yet, we have lost 13 U.S. service members. But here's what we do know. The president has said that he wants a deal. He said Iran wants to make a deal and that he's not ready because, quote, the terms aren't good enough yet. Yet, they just killed Ali Larijani, the de facto leader of Iran, who, while not a friend of the United States, would have been the person to negotiate any agreement with. The president explicitly said that the United States did not strike Iran's energy infrastructure because, in his words, having to rebuild it, quote, would take years. Yet this morning, Israel struck the South Pars gas field, the world's largest natural gas reserve, triggering Iranian attacks on Qatari gas facilities. Oil prices are up 15% in the last 24 hours. In San Antonio, my hometown, where I represent, the cost of gas has gone up nearly 40% in 3 weeks. Last night, the president said that the United States knew nothing about the attack and called on Israel to stop similar attacks on energy. Israel denies this and says that the attack was cleared by the United States. So my question is, what does the intelligence community assess Israel's goals in this war to be? And are those goals aligned with the goals of the United States?
I'm thinking carefully here about what can be said in this open setting versus a closed setting.
Are the goals aligned?
The objectives that have been laid out by the president are different from the objectives that have been laid out by the Israeli government.
And how do they differ? We can see through the operations that the Israeli government has been focused on disabling the Iranian leadership and taking out several members, obviously beginning with the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, and they continue to focus on that effort. And how does that differ from our goals? The president has stated that his objectives are to destroy Iran's ballistic missile launching capability, their ballistic missile production capability, and their Navy, the IRGC Navy and mine laying capability. So the death and destruction continues. The economic cost to the United States, to Israel, to the Gulf states, and to the world continues to increase. So I want to ask you, to the best of your knowledge, do you know whether Israel is supportive of the president's call to make a deal with Iran? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know Israel's position on that. And to what do you attribute Israel's decision to strike Iranian energy infrastructure, despite President Trump's call to keep those facilities off limits? I don't have an answer for that. So they ignored the president. Do you agree with that? I'm not privy to any of their deliberations or what went into their calculus in launching this or other attacks. I'm not. We are not involved with in the operational element of this. We're providing continuously on a daily basis the intelligence assessments of the events that are occurring. And I guess I know the FBI can't because they're domestic, but can anybody else at the table provide any insight into that? I guess I'm not sure what the question you're asking, Congressman Castro. I guess a couple of things. The goals that the president set out are clearly defined. The DNI related those. What was not included is a goal of the U.S. Well, Director, let me start with this. Let me start with this question. You asked what my question is. Let me reclaim my time, Director. Come on. Do you know why Israel decided to strike that infrastructure, despite the fact that the president said it should be off limits? I wouldn't speak for Israel. What do you guys know? We're at war. What do you guys know? We'll have to take that for the record. Yes, let's take it for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to welcome the panelists here today. Today is March 19th. On April 19th, FISA goes dark. 702 goes dark. And it's been talked about many times, but up to 60% of the president's daily briefing is derived from FISA 702. And we look at the successes that we've had in protecting the homeland and also the conflicts the U.S. has been involved with. The flawless operation in Venezuela, Operation Fury in Iran, troop protection, the successes we've had on the battlefield in Ukraine, the recovery and release of the Hamas hostages in the tunnels in Israel, all derived from FISA 702. There is not a military operation that we've been involved with where FISA 702 was not, as Director Ratcliffe has said, been indispensable to the United States in the protection of our country. Director Patel has also said FISA 702 is indispensable. We're 30 days away from it going dark. Director Ratcliffe, can you clarify the president's position on an 18-month clean reauthorization and how that's going to proceed moving forward?
Congressman, thank you. And thank you for highlighting this issue. So the president is in favor of an 18-month clean reauthorization of FISA 702. And I would add to that, I'm heartened by the fact to hear that the chairman of this committee and the ranking member are in agreement with that. And I know there's bipartisan support for that, and there should be. And I know this is an important vote for you to take, but I would ask that you all consider when you do that, when you look at the fact that former DNIs and former CIA directors and former FBI directors and DIA directors and NSA directors across Republican and Democrat administrations are in support of FISA 702 in its current form. These are the people that are making the decisions to keep Americans safe. And so I wish the reauthorization was longer than 18 months, Congressman. I think that this is something that I wish you all would consider for longer than that, so that regardless of who the president is in the future, he or she would have the benefit of, as you said, a tool that's indispensable across administrations, provides more than half of the important actionable intelligence that the president and the commander-in-chief relies upon.
Thank you for that. Director Gabbard, you're supportive of the 18-month extension the president's seeking without a warrant requirement?
That is the president's position, and that is the position of the intelligence community.
And you will be supporting that, correct?
I will support the president's decision to execute this.
Correct. Thank you. Director Gabbard, we implemented 2 years ago a number of reforms, actually 56 of them, that were part of the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act, RISA. And that was done in a bipartisan way. That was a reflection of what we thought were problems with FISA 702, going back during the first Trump administration and even before that. These reforms that have been put in place and that you have helped implement. I was wondering if you could talk specifically about those reforms on the cutting down of FBI agents having access to querying of FISA information, the fact that there are criminal.
Does anybody want to comment at all as her response regarding the two different objectives by the two militaries, Gator?
Yeah, it's interesting because she's walking the line because I would say that we have two sovereign countries that are engaged in operations that both sovereign countries are determining are in the best interest of their countries. Obviously, the United States has one view with regards to the primary objectives, and Israel has another view potentially of primary objectives in order to defeat the enemy. Those objectives are not contrasting. They are of the same line and mindset. However, Israel has placed, it sounds like from what she is saying, Israel has placed priority and ensuring that the regime is destroyed, where the United States says we have more capabilities to destroy the military assets that are threatening international shipping in our military abroad, et cetera, et cetera. So again, I don't believe that it will be spun to say that obviously Israel is Israel's objectives are pushing back on U.S. objectives, but I don't know if that holds water, so to speak, because both objectives. I mean, the United States objectives, if the United States tomorrow sees a full change of like the regime is no more, it's completely wiped out. That does not like hinder US objectives. It supports US objectives. Same with, United States taking out all the military assets. That doesn't hinder Israel's objectives. Do you know what I'm saying? So but they're going to push it to show that, oh, there's contrasting objectives. Of course there is. They're two sovereign countries. It actually carries the thread that Israel is not forcing the United States into this, nor is the United States forcing Israel into this. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Okay.
Penalties now for FBI
But
agents that are
you see,
engaged
she's
in
trying to be very
inappropriate.
Oh
careful.
yeah, she's saying yeah.
She's trying to be very careful because clearly there's more information that she wants to provide behind the scenes to the intel community in particular, or the committee, so that she could support that Israel. Like, look, Israel doesn't have to take its orders from the United States. The United States is making the claim that, hey, let's not take out their infrastructure because it's gonna cause bad actor. It could potentially cause bad actors to rile up a nation that's in desperation to reestablish an economy. Their economy's in the tank, right? So there is. I could see where the United States is saying lessons learned from places like Iraq. We're not going to be nation building. But Israel's saying, no, we need to take out certain infrastructure because it's what is being utilized by the IRGC to continue to build their count. I mean, the IRGC could care less about the Iranian people. We see that, right? They don't care because they have their wealth. They have their sources. They've stolen. We saw them close down their banks, right? So they're stealing their own people's money for their purposes. Um, so Israel, certainly, I definitely could say like Israel's assessment on these things makes sense from that point of view. But I also say like if the U.S.'s after action reports coming from having to deal with nation building also makes sense. So yeah, I mean, welcome to dealing with sovereign nations.
Go ahead, EMB.
Hey, I just wanted to point out a few minutes ago was the 25-year anniversary report on the 9/11 Commission report. That report took 10 years to produce and was 10,000 pages and doesn't mention the word Islamic terrorism. I just want to mention that. It never says the words Islamic terrorism, not once.
Well, we know why.
Yeah,
We know why
yeah.
because CARE got involved very quickly.
No, yeah, of course. Yeah, there's many reasons, and that's, of course, a major one. And no, I just think, the 500 people in here, you need to absorb that comment, never mentions. So let's see what they do with this time when they come out with a new report. I'd really love to see it.
By the way, Bree, Iranian naval vessels, including missile ships, support vessel boats, and guard ships, were taken out. A port command center from which Iranian naval forces controlled naval operations and central infrastructure used for vessel repair and maintenance. And there's been a statement from Pete Hegseth on this, which you might find fascinating, which is give me a second. Oh, this is very funny with 0 hours posting. I interviewed Joe Kent on my podcast when he was running for Congress but lost. Although I appreciated his dedication to the country via service and felt terrible for the loss of his wife, I left the podcast thinking nice guy, but the elevator doesn't go to the top. When Trump tapped him, I bowed my head, wondering why does he always hire the wrong person for the wrong reason? Trump, Rubio, Hexeth, and the top brass get my trust over the guy quit yesterday and today appears on what I call the deranged podcast with Tucker Carlson. This guy, I like him a lot. He's a good. He does these great clips. They're trying to convince us that Charlie Kirk, who was friends with and had conversations with President Trump on a regular basis, decided to voice his concerns on Iran to a dude midway up the totem pole that has no actual say in strategic level operations. And Tucker's fangirls and the halal right incels lap it up like it's the cure for their parents not loving them. Wake up, people. That's from Green Beret. There's this guy, Ethan Levins, is supporting Hamas and Hezbollah, and he is now sought asylum in Russia. I guess I that's what people are saying. I don't know who this guy is. Um, Megan Kelly gave her morning update an hour ago about the tense Mullen hearing, Harry and Meghan's Netflix drama. Okay, that sounds like she's an Intel chief's grilled over Iran. Okay, um, interesting grandma grip from Megan Kelly. That you tell us more. Oh, she's now merged the flags of Iran and America and Israel, and she's doing weird stuff. I don't get it. She's doing flag merging, and then there's absolutely nothing Republican about this racist reprobate. Oh, James Fishback is comparing his fake girlfriend who was paid for him. I guess I don't know what the deal is with that to Byron Donalds. There's some weird thing going on over there. Um, okay, so Joe Ken endorsed by Alexander Dugin. How have you people not figured out how this works yet? Um, that's happening as we speak. Okay, why is Tulsi Gabbard going out of her way to throw President Trump under the bus and avoiding publicly supporting his decision to go into Iran? That is true. We've been from yesterday's post. Um, People are sending me images of what Tucker's podcast will be like with Joe Kent from the same facility where what's her face is? What's her name? Ghislaine Maxwell. This is very funny. It's like very kind of like shabby chic. The Islamic Republic set up drone factories in Tajikistan. Now the Tajik government is sending shipments labeled as humanitarian aid. Those trucks deserve scrutiny. So why are we letting in all these humanitarian trucks? They're sending in weapons into Iran. What is going on with that, Bree? From Tajikistan.
No
Okay,
idea.
is anybody going to do anything? Can you retweet my post on this? Um,
I mean, yes, sir. I mean, like it's a stand, right? So,
well,
I
they
mean,
actually set up
ideologically, it makes
manufacturing
sense.
there outside the country, like last year.
Yeah, it makes sense,
Okay.
doesn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
It makes
yeah.
sense.
And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
the president of Tajikistan is
Why
lying
not?
about sending humanitarian aid to Iran. So this is interesting. Oh boy. So something came out from Semaphore overnight. I'm sure you saw this. The FBI has opened a leak investigation into top former intelligence official who resigned Thursday in protest over the war in Iran. Investigation into former National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe. Yeah.
Hey, Stealth. I've just gotten a DM that says it's from the notifications in Jerusalem. Iranian missile barrage detected. Sirens expected in central
It's
Israel and
all morning.
Jerusalem.
Like it's been going on since all night and all morning. It's been constant.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Rabbi had to go in.
It's been
Yeah.
constant.
Could I just offer an ancillary interpretation of Bree's analysis of the two different objectives.
Okay.
First of all, Trump said it was probably me that uh, urged Israel to get into
He did
this.
say that. He said he did
He
say that.
did. He did say that. And secondly, there's the two different objectives. Is that Israel probably has much more intelligence about the regime than the United States, and the United States has much more armor to take care of the demilitarization. It's just a division of labor.
Okay.
Activity as it relates to FISA. Please tell us some of those reforms and how those have been implemented. Director Patel.
Sorry, I thought you were asking for DNI. Absolutely. So we've gone above and beyond what RISA requires since I became director 13 months ago. We not only require supervisory special agents to approve the query request of U.S. persons, we also require the general counsel's office and lawyers to come in and agree with that request before we can proceed. Also, we have we used to, before this, had a default which allowed queries when we were utilizing our system to say it automatically searches 702. You now have to actually opt in and select that box to make sure that you are intentionally doing so. On top of that, we've reduced the number of personnel at the FBI from 6,600 before I got there to 3,500 that have access to it. Not that use it, but that have access to it. And we've also gone above and beyond what RISA requires in terms of if you misuse it unintentionally or recklessly. If you use it misuse it unintentionally, like you type the name wrong in terms of spelling or whatnot, your access is suspended and be retrained. If you recklessly use it, you're immediately terminated your access forever.
Thank you. Mr. Crow. Thank you, Chairman. Director Gabbard, it is your job and the job of your agency and department to assess the views of Iranian leadership, their policy beliefs, and policy positions, correct?
Yes.
That includes now deceased Ali Khamenei of Iran, correct?
Yes.
And the now leader, his son Mujtaba Khamenei, correct?
Yes.
The son is considered more of a hardliner than his father. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So hardline that even some of Iran's leaders thought he was too aggressive. Isn't that correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment, yes.
Mujtaba, the son, is particularly close to the brutal Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and their most hardline commanders, correct?
That is the intelligence community assessment.
He was involved in ordering violent crackdowns on Iranian protesters, including their murder, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know if the son will continue his father's religious ban on developing nuclear weapons. Is that correct?
It is unknown at this time.
You testified before this committee last year that the elder, now deceased Khomeini, had in 2003 banned the nuclear weapons program or suspended it, correct?
There was a fatwa in place that stated that.
And that fatwa remained in place last year when you testified before this committee, correct?
Yes.
And that fatwa remained in place recently, correct?
As far as I know, it has not been lifted.
Yeah, you're aware of no information that would lift that fatwa?
I'm not aware of any intelligence reporting that states that. To be clear on the Mojtaba, the son who has been named to replace him, it is unclear of his status or his involvement. He was injured very severely through one of the Israeli strikes. And so the decision making is unclear about what's happening in the Iranian leadership.
So it's unclear. So we're less certain of the positions of Iranian leadership and their intentions than we were 60 days ago, correct?
That's an accurate assessment.
Well, one of your jobs is to create products assessing Iran and the threat it poses to the United States, correct?
Yes.
That includes potential outcomes for military action, correct?
It includes potential outcomes of a variety of scenarios.
Like in the likelihood of those outcomes.
Yes.
Generally, when you make assessments about threats facing the United States, you will look at, in Iran, in any instance, the likely scenarios that have come out of military action, correct?
The intelligence community takes all of those factors into account when they create these assessments.
When you look at the threats posed by foreign countries, you also assess timelines to those threats, correct?
What do you mean by timelines?
Like a breakout time, for example, for nuclear weapons or the development of ballistic missiles.
Yes, based on the information available at any given time.
In the timeline also for potential terrorist attacks, correct?
Broadly, yes.
It is common practice for the IC to assess the timeline of all threats. Nuclear weapons development, ballistic, right?
Yes.
Ballistic weapons development.
Based on the information available, yes.
Terrorist attacks.
Same applies.
Cyber attacks. Timelines for all of those, correct?
When there is information available that point to that, yes.
In likelihood, as well as the timeline, correct?
Based on the information available.
Timing is important, is it not?
It is an important factor that goes into the assessment.
So it is your position in here today that you made no timeline determination as to threats that Iran had facing the United States, correct?
That's a very broad statement, but where the information is available, the intelligence community factors that into their assessment process.
Did you or the IC make any assessments as to the timing of potential threats facing the United States from Iran in the last 90 days?
I'm sure there was timelines factored into the intelligence assessments that were delivered.
Did any of them show imminence?
The imminent nature of a threat is determined by the president based on a totality of the intelligence and information provided to him.
Did any of them show that there were attacks anticipated within the next 90 days from Iran?
It's too simplistic of a statement to say that because it depends on various scenarios occurring or not occurring.
Did those assessments show timelines for the threats that Iran posed to the United States?
The totality of threats, yes, there were timelines involved where it applied and where that information was available. But again, to your question about the determination of imminence, the president makes that determination based on the totality of information and intelligence.
The bottom line is there was no imminent threat, and you know that, and there's no product that shows that. I yield back.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I want to expand on the questioning from my colleague, Mr. LaHood, regarding FISA 702. Obviously, it is the imminent issue right before us. Will expire in a month.
I just want you to know that they're setting up for impeachments for Hexeth and others in relation to this, and even maybe her. We'll see. And Radcliffe and others. So it's interesting to see if people start to bail out, and they're using any kind of resignation or any kind of leak or any kind of narrative shaping that they can to set this up for impeachment purposes. So.
Unequivocally, the most critical national security tool our nation has to keep us safe from fentanyl, from foreign wars, and everything in between. Mainly to Director Ratcliffe, but any of you can answer this. One of the most perplexing debates that I've been subject to in my time here is this debate over what warrants are and when they're needed. In the 250-year history of this country, and going back to the very origins of law enforcement, we have always had a warrant requirement on the collection of evidence. We have never had a warrant requirement on the querying of already lawfully collected data, which is why we don't require police officers to get warrants when they run license plates, querying off of already lawfully collected DOT data.
Could everybody please retweet this space?
Officers to get a warrant to enter the evidence locker in their police precincts, which contains already lawfully collected data. It would literally shut down the system. And that's not a warrant requirement. That's a secondary warrant requirement. That's a warrant requirement on steroids. So, Director Ratcliffe, or any of you, I know you've been subject to these questions as well. Is it just a confusion over the difference between the collection of evidence versus the querying of our already lawfully collected data? Is it a lack of understanding of what incidental collection is, which is a fundamental precept of law enforcement? But if we have a warrant requirement on steroids for now the querying of already lawfully collected data, just by the numbers, that would require an expansion of the federal judiciary by a factor of 100. It would literally shut down our law enforcement apparatus at perhaps the most dangerous time in our nation's history. So, Director Ratcliffe, or any of you, if you could just walk me through your analysis there.
Well, I'll start, Congressman. Thanks for the question. Again, thanks for highlighting this important issue. And as has been pointed out, reforms should be implemented where they're necessary. And I think, speaking for myself, and I know Director Patel supported the reforms from 2 years ago to make improvements, and they did. And so some reforms should be considered. A warrant isn't one of them. And with respect to the reforms that have been implemented, we're talking about, when we talk about Fourth Amendment rights and privacy concerns, we're at a 99.9% compliance rate with respect to that. So I would start by saying, why are you trying to fix what's not broken with something that I can tell you from this seat, the fix would not work. And I go back to my comment before. DNIs, CIA directors, FBI directors, the people that have been in all of these chairs before on a bipartisan basis agree that a warrant won't work and don't advocate for it. Congressman, you're correct. This is lawfully collected information. And we have, these things come at you very fast, and you have to make decisions very quickly, and sometimes in a matter of hours. You have to act on the information that you have lawfully that has been lawfully collected to interdict drug shipments or terrorist activities, and a warrant requiring you to go to the court to seek probable cause for information that has already been lawfully collected only prevents that from happening. I don't understand. I understand that it's well-meaning for people that are proposing it, but again, I would defer to the people who sit in these chairs and make these decisions who would tell you that it doesn't work.
Anybody else want to comment on the warrant requirement?
So, Congressman, I'd love to comment. Thanks for the question. I do just want to add a couple of points. Agree with everything Director Radcliffe said. Not only is this already collected data on foreign personnel outside of the United States, But the data that is being queried has also already been analyzed to ensure that it contains foreign intelligence value, which I think is a very important part of this. And then when we query a U.S. person term, we're not querying for U.S. person information. We're querying for foreign intelligence that has already been evaluated at least once to contain foreign intelligence in the database that's being accessed. And then the final piece that I think is important is that both the FISC and the Department of Justice have established robust legal and compliance rules that we adhere to and that is audited by DOJ for every query that we make. Thank you. I yield back. Dr. Bear.
I'm monitoring her body language. You should have seen her look to the general that spoke right now. He's in his military uniform and everything. I don't understand why is she making faces at him regarding the subject. Is she like opposed to completely any of this? I'm having a hard time understanding because I've been monitoring her body language. Well, obviously since this before this hearing, but since yesterday, considering the not only the pressure she's under, but the fact that we're told that she was told to fire Kent and she refused to. That's the alleged narrative from those from the White House, allegedly, to where we're at today, and. I'm getting some information from people from the back channels that are listening anonymously, alluding to the fact that to keep focusing on her body language in response to certain things and to certain individuals. There's a high tension going on the panel right now because, well, I think you guys know why. So I know for those that are listening below, that you're not watching this and you may not, care about the intricacies of this. This does matter as to the fact that we're winning in every possible area, like we really are. People think that we're not, but we really are doing very well in many areas, and we're just almost over that curve. And you're seeing a demoralization op that's going on yet again, and a very simply, for me, simple, but a very uh, well planned op from the big big tent perspective. Tate, that's funny they said that, big tent perspective, but it's very transparent what's going on, and it's so obvious, it's humiliating that people are just not saying it, and they feel like if they say it, that they're going to manifest it into like reality. It's already a reality what is going on. So even though there's malign foreign influence ops, because the president is kinetically and physically doing so much, they think, oh, it's not a big deal. It is a huge big deal because foreign adversaries are looking at the malign foreign influence ops and are literally, for lack of better words, getting hard over it. I mean, I don't want to be grotesque, but and I know it's early in the morning, but that's what they are doing. It's very bizarre to see us being undressed, through third power, like, third world countries by bot systems and by an infrastructure, but also for us to be in what would be considered a Cold War right now, active, very active. Well, I don't even think it's cold anymore. An active war with both Russia and China through proxies, where they're both. And like I said this in Mario Space last week, and before the war even started, that the Russians and Chinese were providing, both were providing tasking to kill American soldiers and the bases. And whatever blame shifting that was going on, narrative shaping was like the victim thing, like, oh, you shouldn't have like walked to your car from the movie theater, and then gotten raped by somebody on the side of the road. No, 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 I'm sorry. You're allowed to walk outside of and walk to the movie theater and go back home after the movie theater and not, assume the fact that you're going to get raped on the way to your home or whatever. This whole victim oppressed narrative stuff that's going on, not just from the woke right, but there's a bunch of woke lefties inside of our administration still that are painting themselves as if they're free speech absolutionists when they're actually not, because they're part of this anti-war movement where if you just James underscore Folk or what I've posted or others have posted, if you go look at the infrastructure of the anti-war movement, it's always been a talking point for North Korea, for Russia, for China, for Iran, for Pakistan, for any of the countries aligned with BRICS, any of the countries that literally want America to shrivel up like a fucking raisin and fade away from the world so they can cut apart the world as they see fit, and so that we have to beg them, I don't know, to maybe get diapers delivered here through boats. Okay, like forget about Costco and all their shipping trucks, shipping like basically they want us to, I don't know, sell moonshine and trade raisins. Literally, I'm not exaggerating. That's the level of extent that they want us to retreat and become restraintism. Restraintism was created as an op, and anybody who says that they're a China hawk, we all know we're not going kinetic with China because China's huge and it has nuclear weapons. It's the same with Russia. Russia's huge, 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 and they have nuclear weapons. So everybody knows this is a war by proxy and asymmetrical warfare. But the main warfare was from the left going into the universities, and from now and the financing of that from the Islamic countries has been huge, and by the Neville Singham operation, and then they came in from the right, and there's videos I'm going to be putting out shortly. I'm doing this, and I'm working on some other things that I need to work on, that you're going to see what the sophisticated op was to not get people elected in certain states, so then get them to rise up to the level of certain positions in the administration as favors, even though they're more than qualified if their brains weren't. I almost want to say, like, I don't want to even use the example of what happens to our Havana syndrome victims from our military, but it's almost as if they all attended these anti-war protests and they licked, like CTF likes to say, the top of frogs, and suddenly just stopped realizing, like, how do you serve on the ground in all these countries and your wife was killed by ISIS and then you want to pretend somebody else killed your wife? I'm sorry, this is like insane. It's
Mind
insane.
virus.
It's much worse than that. It's much worse than that, because it's not even. I know that there's these are normal people. Like, in other words, privately, we're there's plenty of people that know these people that are like, dude, these people don't believe this shit. They're using this right now for virtue signaling, for creating this new party, which is the accelerationism of a restraintism, and to push us into corners of a populism. It's, again, it's identity politics. It's religious identity politics. It's all to carve. It's basically for us to give up our constitutional rights. It's to get away from a constitutional conservative party. That's all that we are. It's nothing sexy. It's going to be the same for over 250 years. It's never going to change. They don't want us to have that. They think that they can accelerate things so that they can really get out more people and deport more people. That's not why they're doing it. That's what they're selling us. Okay. They're selling us that, like as if we're at the, Coliseum fights, and they're giving us bread and violence, and meanwhile they want to carve up and balkanize so that we're held hostage, just like we're held hostage in the Middle East by nut jobs who won't allow us to have unrestricted um what do you call it, unrestricted shipping, is to hold us hostage in America, that if we don't say the right thing or we don't do the right thing from the woke rights perspective, that will get canceled and you can't run. And then on the left, they did the exact same thing to conservatives. We're being boxed in, and you have to call them by their name and laugh them out. Most of them that are running this woke right thing are a bunch of baby commies and baby Bolsheviks from the left, wrapped up real pretty, real nice, with some $425 bottle of perfume that I do own, and I regret purchasing it now that I think about it. But my whole point of that is that they want to wrap us in this narrative and framing and box us in. They want to box in the whole country, but they also want to box in on the extreme left, on the extreme right. The DSA today, their statements came out. These DSA members are completely boxing out even regular stupid Democrats in Colorado because they're not extreme enough. Do you understand? And then the same thing happened if you listen, and I'll play again, or you can listen to the earlier part of space, what they're doing to, like, when Joe Ken was running in Oregon, that he had to go fully extreme in a certain direction. And if he disavowed Nick Fuentes, is what he said, that Nick Fuentes got people inside to make sure he lost by 2,000 votes. You cannot have our lives held hostage by a bunch of guys that believe it's gay to kiss a woman, saying that they're on the right when they're not on the right, and they're just a bunch of lefties, wrapped in grievance-based identity politics. These are people who don't leave their homes other than to coordinate people that are actually running. But let's say they're libertarians, or a little bit crunchy libertarians, as we call them, to make sure that we completely subvert everything. Like, there's impossible to get like a fully conservative person in the state of Oregon, Washington. So if you can get somebody a little bit towards the middle, you're making some moves there. Sovereignty, border, anti-drugs, abortion, like just normal things that every, like, God-fearing person would want. What we have going on is something very bizarre. It's not from this country. It's Eurasianist slop. I don't even know what to say about it. It's weird, and it's gross, and I can't stand it. I smell the commie from a million miles away, and it's wrapped up in as if it's America First or MAGA, or it's like, oh, absolute, like, we want to be able to say whatever we want, but we want to say everything we want about everything bad about America, but nothing bad about anybody else. Like, we're the shittiest country in the whole world, and all the despotic, authoritarian, abortion-ridden, atheist, fascist, commie countries are just perfectly fine, or Islamist countries that chop off heads. They're wonderful, but we're the problems. We're the problems. Okay, so anyways, fuck all these comments. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, we've known each other for a long time. We were both elected to Congress in 2012 and served together for a while. I may not have always agreed with your positions, but I respected the consistency of some of your positions. Director Gabbard, following the January 3rd, 2020 drone strike that killed Qasem Soleimani, you gave a speech on the House floor 6 days later, on January 9th, 2020. In the speech, that is currently in the congressional record and available for anyone to view, you stated, quote, President Trump has committed an illegal and unconstitutional act of war, pushing our nation headlong into a war with Iran without any authorization from Congress. A war that would be so costly and devastating, it would make our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan look like a picnic. On February 28, 2026, the Trump administration, under which you are the president's principal intelligence advisor, launched an illegal and unconstitutional act of war, pushing our nation headlong into a war with Iran without any authorization from Congress. This war has already been costly and devastating. 13 American service members have lost their lives, including Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marsden from my home of Sacramento, California. Approximately 200 service members have been wounded. The Pentagon reported that the first... Just
so you know, Rep. Ami Bera, who I'm just going to tell you how he got elected. If you can imagine the 513c4 that got him elected, he never said a word. I looked through his feed before. He never said a word about the servicemen that were killed in the Biden administration or have to pull out of Afghanistan. They've never cared. They never care. They never care. Only when it's done by Trump or by the Jews or by Israel defending itself or by us, going after terrorists or deporting illegal aliens that have literally physically raped a 9-month-old baby. You have actual American women putting their baby arms on, fighting ICE from going in to try to find somebody who's an illegal alien who physically raped a 9-month-old. Physically. Do you understand what I'm saying by physical? And killed the baby. And those are the people that Rep. Ami Bera suddenly doesn't want to say anything about, but he wants to talk about the 13 individuals, servicemen, God bless them and their families and protect them, that died being targeted by Chinese and Russian targeting given to the IRGC, how to hit them at a specific undisclosed location, and how did they get that intel? Okay, so this is why I cannot stand the hubris. It's bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. When you have an Egyptian national who's illegally here on behalf of the Muslim Brotherhood in Colorado, set grandmothers on fire while they're doing their 10,000 step walk every Sunday, silently holding pictures of U.S. hostages, 43 of which, and kidnapped hostages for over 400 days, set these women on fire. These people said nothing. I don't want to hear a word about it at all. Okay, 300,000 children trafficked through America. None of these people will ever say a word about them as long as they can go against Donald Trump, as long as they can go for their paymasters, which is the Muslim Brotherhood and the Neville Singham operation, which is China and Russia working together to destabilize America. Period. Full stop.
They're
Operation
monsters.
Epic Fury cost $11.3 billion. That averages almost $2 billion per day. That was the first 6 days, and now we're in the 19th day of this war. They've never cared how over 20 million illegal aliens or what's happened in Minnesota of robbing us of billions of dollars and sending it over to Somalia for terrorism. They don't care. They don't care about $30 billion given to the IRGC on day one of the JCPOA, on day one. And the 3 trillion we spent on Gaza as the Palestinian project, that's just Gaza. That's not the West Bank. That's not the pay for slave program. That's not in Jordan for the Palestinian project. They don't care. We could spend $5 trillion on giving a nuclear weapon to Iran, and they would be happier than pigs in shit because they absolutely do not care about the United States or any of us at all. It's very obvious. This is DSA. This is from the left. This is the Muslim Brotherhood. This is every single person, the Red Green Alliance that we talk about. Trash, trash, trash. Into regional conflicts, putting the lives of Americans and our allies throughout the Middle East in danger. Director Gabbard, do you still believe that strikes against Iran that don't have congressional authorization constitute an illegal and unconstitutional act of war? Congressman, thank you for the question. The cost of war weighs very heavily upon me and my colleagues here, especially for those of us who have experienced and seen the cost of war firsthand. My own personal and political views, as I mentioned earlier, I was asked and required by Congress and by the President in this role as the Director of National Intelligence to check those views at the door to ensure that the intelligence assessments are not colored by my personal views. Director and that's Gabbard, exactly what I'm responsible to deliver. Do you still believe that war with Iran would be so costly and devastating that it would make our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan look like a picnic? Once again, in this role, it is essential that I
Do not allow any of my personal views on any issues to color or bias the intelligence reporting that we deliver to you and to the president. Director Gabbard, in this hearing 1 year ago, I asked some questions, and I'll paraphrase my exact question. It's like, we should keep politics out of this, even if the president disagrees with a directive, if it goes against his personal wishes, if he's considering an order that potentially is unconstitutional or illegal or compromises our security, I want your word that you will always provide and give the honest advice to the president, even if it will make him angry. I asked you that question. I'm going to read your answer. And to your specific question, the answer is yes. I will inform the president of that accurate, timely, unbiased intelligence reporting, whether it is something that agrees with an assumption or a view or an objective or not. That's my responsibility to him and to the American people. Director Gabbard, there is no imminent threat of nuclear breakout. Did you deliver that assessment to the president? I have delivered the intelligence community's assessments to the president. There was no imminent nuclear threat to the United States. There was no evidence of imminence that Iran was going to attack American assets. That was different from anything they've done over 4 decades. That was going to attack our homeland. There was no imminent threat. Imminent is defined in the dictionary as something that is about to happen, not something that's been happening for 4 decades. Not
Is it
something.
an imminent threat that they've repeatedly tried to kill the president of the United States of America? I just want to know that. Did they not strike U.S. bases since before October 7th? Did they not take 6 U.S. citizens hostage, which we paid $6 billion for? Did they not send over 600 ballistic missiles and hit our THAAD infrastructure in Israel as a first strike against Israel? They did all that since October 7th, but did more before that. So, like, I'm just going to say that. I'm going to leave it there for a second.
Is going to happen now, not
Sunshine.
something
Hold
that's going to
on.
happen a year from now. Imminent said this is about to happen. Did you deliver that assessment to the president? I delivered the intelligence community's objective analysis of the threats, the severity of those threats, and the scope, along with assessments of the different scenarios and contexts that exist within the Middle East. The president owes it to the American people to go on television, to explain to the American people, to the service members who have died in action serving our country, why we are at war with Iran. He needs to go on television and explain that directly to the American people.
Can you stop us, Stove?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Did this idiot announce to the world, like he's doing right now, that Joe Biden needs to go on TV and talk about the servicemen in Afghanistan that were murdered, and he didn't even pay them a moment when these heroes died. They died serving this country, and they were doing what they signed up for. Those 13 service members in Afghanistan that were killed were slaughtered because of Joe Biden's and the entire Pentagon's snafu. And to hear this man talk about servicemen who and women who gave their life doing what they signed up for, and never, ever, ever mention the people in Afghanistan, just swept them right under the rug, makes this anything this person has to say completely
Well,
invalid.
let me tell you what it makes more invalid is that she did not respond with the statements I made or you made when this moron said. Instead, she sat there looking like she's about to cry and wishes she released another video like she did right before the June strikes of last year, which I told you was a problem then and a problem now. Not only she's counter signaling, she's setting herself up to be fired for a reason, to play victim. I like she could have pushed back and said to him, "Where was this energy when you had the Afghanistan pullout, and then the Biden and Blinken administration gave the names of every single Afghan that was working with the Americans to the Taliban so that he could go and kill them? Just like have a little bit of pushback. Like you can play your anti-war nonsense. Jackson Hinkle, I surfed with you at the anti-war movement bullshit scenario, right? Jackson Hinkle, who's in Russia right now. Um, but also, can you maybe throw in one for the ones that did get killed? And
She's trying. No, look, her statement, her response was direct. She said she provided intelligence briefings. That's her job. And that's why she's saying in deadpan right now, nothing more than that, because she is trying to keep her job. Understand that.
no, but she could have pushed back and said about Afghanistan.
Yeah, but his question was specific on the imminent threat.
Yes, but just like the other people up there, they do push back on narrative framing. If you go look at other
I'm
intelligence,
with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. What she's doing right now, because of what Joe Kent did and what she did previously with that stupid video on Japan, that put her in a position in a crossfire to be iced out of every single major briefing that was going on. Like to consider that the ODNI was not part of the inner circle in briefing or in meetings, in high level meetings, is that was a complete slap in her
it's called
face
"Do Not
for what
Invite."
she
Her
did.
literal title is "Do Not
Right.
Invite" DNI.
And they know. So right now she's trying to grab on to I'm going to just play what they want me to play. This is her she's kind of like throwing a fit a bit. Because she's saying I'm playing what I'm going to just walk the line and do exactly what they want. I'm not going to do anything less. I'm not going to do anything more. I'm going to read a she didn't write
No,
that
she
that
didn't.
that brief.
Absolutely
She's
not.
I'm going to and I have to say the brief was actually fairly good. You've got it from every single desk in the IC, looking at the different parts of the world. It was good. It was standardized. But I'm going to read it in a monotone way, and I am going to agree, and I'm going to gesture like this is how she is. She is trying to. The only time where I saw even a hint of Tulsi Gabbard in this was when she paused and she engaged with regards to the objectives, the two state objectives. That's the only time that I've seen her actually pause and
I'm
present
sorry, but it
her
is insane
assessment.
that we do not have an active DNI and an active department under her for a year and a half. Do you know what we could have done to fix things? Just fire her or put somebody else in her position to run that department. You can.
Yeah, but they need to be able to have fire for cause in this type of thing. When you're at this level, you have to have a reason to fire.
She was told to
What
fire
would have been better, what they should have done was transfer her as they did with
Christy Nome.
DHS.
Yes.
Yes. But they
But you,
haven't done that. They may be, I'm going to put this out there because of the Joe Kent situation, because of her nonsense that she did last year with the Japanese video, etc. I do think that we're going to see her be strategically moved.
but
Well, my
for an
problem is her
alternative,
lack of push. Sorry, go ahead, Stephen.
for an alternative, you need to have someone that can get through the Senate.
My problem is
That's true.
that her lack of pushback and her lack of answering is giving fuel to the same people that believe that Joe Kent is a like he's confirming all of these ideas that everybody has about Israel controlling everything. So like she needed to come out and make a strong stance against all of these talking points, and instead she's just standing up there and like just doing the absolute
She's
bare
fanning the
minimum to keep her
flames. She's
job.
fanning the flames. She's adding to the void.
Exactly. Exactly. Like this is if she wanted to keep her job, this would be the time to go full on 100% pro administration,
I don't think
be a
so.
patriotic.
Mm-mm. No, I don't think so. I think she's giving them no cause, quote unquote. That's I think what
You
she's
had
doing.
American servicemen set themselves on fire, and other ones decide to do what they did, like Tony Aguilar, which also he was going to get fired. Like it's I'm sorry, it even her like she's now seen the security assessment on Julian Assange and on what's his face, the guy who's in Russia. She fully knows fully well now what they did and what they didn't do, and how many Americans died because of what's the guy's name? Who's in Russia who's being tortured to death, and everybody thinks he's living the free speech life over there. What's his name? The guy that Glenn Greenwald handed over to the Chinese and then to the Russians.
It's
Thank you,
Snowden.
Snowden. So she's now knows exactly what was done to Snowden. Like seeking asylum in Russia is not going to be so nice for like a Tucker or even a Candace Owens or whoever else decides that they want to hightail it over there. So it's not going to be a fun ride.
Speaking of stealth, did you get to Dan Cranshaw's time yet?
No, is he next? Let me go here. Let me go here. Is he next?
Time has expired. I would advise the members that a vote has been called. It's a single vote. And if members want to shuttle back and forth so we can maintain the continuity of the hearing, we'll do that. So if you start to see it, just to our witnesses, you know how this works.
I'm going to fast forward.
Uh,
Trust me, you want to
Director
hear
Patel, I'm
this.
going to come to you very quickly, and then I'm
So
going
let
to
me
move
go
on
to
to
him.
your
I'll go back to Mr.
life
Scott.
sentence.
Hold on.
Are you aware of any action or investigation that the Justice Department has?
Hold on one second. Let me just go back here. Hold on. Let me go to Dan Crenshaw.
Terminations occur. There are internal investigations conducted by the careers at the FBI that highlight unethical, like Michigan, where we arrested multiple. Queries are part of a very typical analytical process, and they would.
Hold on, let me get back to him.
You would know they've spoken to them because they would show up as part of that conversation. In foreign intelligence collection. In foreign intelligence collection. So.
Go a bit back. Go
Okay, hold
back
on.
like 20 seconds.
No, I'm going to borrow General Harmon. A quick.
Hold on. Because it's a 3.5 hour one, this one. Hold on, let me pull them up.
FBI.
Hold on. What's the timestamp on it?
I don't know, but you were right there a second
Related to
ago. I just
traffic,
want you to go
Oregon,
like 20, 30
American
seconds earlier.
citizens and women. 300 human traffickers have been arrested. That's a 15% increase. And seven of the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives in the world have been apprehended in the last 13 months. To put that into perspective, there was 4 in the prior 4 years. So this FBI under President Trump is fully stocked to get after every single fight we have. And these are just some of the statistics. So I thank you for letting me highlight those.
Thank you. My time's expired.
Mr. Crenshaw.
There we go. Here it is.
Thank you all for being here in this marathon, two-day marathon. Appreciate you all. I want to talk about FISA because we all have scars on our back from 2 years ago when we reauthorized FISA. I anticipate it being easier this time, but I still want to go over the myths that the public believes and that many members of this Congress believe. Mr. Patel, I'll focus on you here. Myth number 1. Has to do with 702 versus FISA Title 1. Trump was targeted with FISA 702. Is that a myth? That's a myth. It's not true. So it's just real quick. How was President Trump targeted under Crossfire Hurricane? Under FISA Title I, Title III authorities, information was presented to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, a search warrant to surveil individuals associated with the Trump campaign, which was later revealed through the House Intelligence Committee's work that the information collected was not only unverified, but individuals lied in that application, individuals that were government officials. I think it's worth pointing out that whether this process was FISA or in a regular court, it was still lies told by the people trying to get the warrant. It had nothing to do with FISA. It was simply the people trying to get the warrant were lying. Okay, myth number 2. A query means that we're spying on Americans, means we're reading their inboxes, we're getting inside their text messages, all of that. Is that true? No, I'm going to borrow General Harmon's answer. A query of 702 is pursuant to lawfully collected information of non-U.S. citizens overseas. Right. So if you query an American citizen, are you accessing their inbox? No. You're just seeing if they have spoken to somebody who is a foreign intelligence officer, let's say, and you would know they've spoken to them because they would show up as part of that conversation. In foreign intelligence collection. In foreign intelligence collection. So if you wanted to get inside their inbox, you would have to get an actual warrant under current law, right? A U.S. person. A warrant or a subpoena process, yes, sir. Okay. So that's a really important distinction.
Congressman, if I could just...
Sure.
But you wouldn't use FA 702 to do that?
Correct.
To get in I just want to be clear about that.
Yes, you would not. You would use your regular court process.
No authority under 702 to collect intelligence intentionally against a U.S. person.
Absolutely. Right. Yeah. So when somebody, and let's say their name rhymes with, I don't know, Tucker Carlson, is claiming that the CIA is spying on him, I'm going to guess here because I don't know. I'm going to guess that the most likely scenario is that in the process of him speaking with Iranian intelligence officials, it is incidentally collected. Nobody is spying on Tucker Carlson or his inbox, to my knowledge at least. Number 3, another myth. A warrant requirement, should it be required by law,
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to
that
hear.
should be easy to get, right? What's the problem? It's easy to get a warrant. We do it all the time. Would it be easy? In my opinion, no. But,
And the reason it wouldn't be easy is because oftentimes these queries are part of a very typical analytical process, and they would not meet the judicial standards of probable cause. And I've seen many examples of this. I would love if you guys had some examples that are declassified. I've seen them in a classified session. So I guess my point is, and now that we've debunked these myths, is you put that warrant process on a simple query, you're taking away our analysts' ability to connect the dots from the outside actors, which we can collect on. They have no constitutional protections, but you're removing our ability to connect them with the inside actors, which is kind of where it matters. It's like giving up when you're right at the goal line. That makes zero sense to do, and that's exactly what this would do. I've already heard Director Ratcliffe's answer on this, but 18 months clean reauthorization. Does that? I don't know where that number came from, but would you rather have it longer? As Director Ratcliffe said, I'd like 5 or 10 years. Okay, me too. We went over that really quickly and well. I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Hill. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panel, for being with us this morning. And let me start with Director Gabbard. You've heard from Mr. Stubbe. You've heard from Admiral Jackson. You've heard from Ms. Tenney, all this aspect of who we've encountered at our borders, north and south. And during the Biden administration with the open border that has been overly discussed today at length, there's this known and suspected terrorists, and I want to congratulate the Trump administration for getting, I think, 1,300 people identified out of the country under your 13 months, so congratulations on that. But for 3 years, in both classified and unclassified sessions here, I've raised this issue that we don't have the data and we don't track it in a fused way, meaning Border Patrol, TSA, FBI and follow-up, DOJ and prosecutions. And we don't really have that at our fingertips for oversight purposes. And I asked you at last year's Worldwide Threats, would you commit to helping us achieve, as the ODNI, that fused data? You agreed, but it was only 3 days ago I got that commitment from you in writing. So let me ask you again, can you help drive that process across the bureaucracy to get that regularly provided to the intelligence committees? Sir, thank you for the follow-up on that. We have continued to work to improve that consolidated use of systems that will better help us identify who is in our country, who are known or suspected terrorists, to include those who are members or leaders of cartels and gangs and drug traffickers. And we're continuing to pursue that, particularly with the Department of State and their screening and vetting practices, as well as the Department of Homeland Security's. I will say that there has been a drastic improvement in our own screening and vetting systems, and that coordination is occurring, but there are still some silos that need to be broken down. Also, in follow-up to the discussion today, I heard my friend from California, Mr. Barra, assert that President Trump's action in Epic Fury was unconstitutional. Do you think it was unconstitutional, the decision taken by the president? That's a legal question, sir, that I believe has been asked and answered by the White House counsel. But don't you think in Article 2, Power under the War Powers Act, the president has the right to defend American interest, allied interest? He does. And he can do that for 60 days. And did the president and you consult with the Gang of Eight in Congress before the president took military operations? My understanding is the Secretary of State fulfilled that responsibility. Yeah, I think that's clear. I don't recall President Obama, for example, declaring a war for 7 months of operations in Libya. So I think there's a lot of
She wasn't
here
invited to that.
as we
That's
try
why
to
she couldn't
defend
say she was
American
involved.
interests.
It was Rubio, right, Bree? She was unaware.
Mr. Klein asked you about and made a good comment, I thought, about, and he talked to Director Patel about this, on this issue of Winter Shield and doing a better job of coordinating offensive and defensive cyber here in the homeland. And I think that's another place, Director, where I think you should play an outsized role to coordinate, again, this issue of all operations. I'm very concerned that we don't have a fused, I'm going to use that word again, civil defense posture on cyber defense because we're too compartmentalized. we're too siloed between who's with the military and not with the military, who's got classifications and who doesn't. Would you work with me on trying to design a way for our governors, our private sector, the FBI to work better on countering state actors in our private sector? Yes, sir. I would look forward to working with you on that. And we'll just comment this would have to be done in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security and CISA, given their statutory responsibilities. The integration and coordination with the private sector remains one of the biggest imperatives, but also in some cases challenges for folks who choose not to work with the U.S. government. I agree. I sit on the CISA, subcommittee here, and I'm very concerned about it. And I think our whole committee's been concerned about the assessment we have on offensive cyber, so we look forward to that. Finally, Director Radcliffe, thanks for you being here, and it's wonderful to see you. Thanks for our decade of friendship. I want to say that I've traveled significantly with the chairman to Latin America, and I want to say your stations throughout the Western Hemisphere are doing an outstanding job. Would you say that we're back on track countering great power rivals in the Western Hemisphere? I would. Thank you for the compliments for the workforce that I'm privileged to lead. And I do think the president's policies in making the Western Hemisphere a priority are really clear. Obviously, the success of Operation Absolute Resolve. It's funny, Congressman, no one's talking about Venezuela because things are going so well in Venezuela. But it really shows the commitment that the president has to taking care of business for American interests in our own hemisphere. And it's not limited to Venezuela, it's throughout Central and South America. And I think that you'll continue to see continued progress with respect to that. Thank you. And I thank all of you for your service to your country. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Before we dismiss, I'm going to ask all members of the audience, all members and staff to remain seated until the witnesses have cleared, giving them an opportunity to proceed. Okay, so we missed a small portion in there. It was 2 interviews. So was that it, Noam?
No, yeah, finally someone's saying it out loud that Tucker couldn't have been spied on. He could only be caught talking to someone else.
Notice we haven't heard anything about
Yeah,
Cuba.
Nothing about
we
Cuba.
did. There was Cuba. There was they in her brief. She spoke about Fourth Fleet in Cuba and the threat that the Russians, the Chinese, and Islamic um, ideologues have in South America. Specifically, she mentioned Cuba and she mentioned Nicaragua. She didn't mention Venezuela because that's been taken out. So the 2 major communist sectors right now that are engaged with Russia and China, Cuba, Venezuela, and we know what's going on down there.
Okay, let me play this portion because this is important. Hold on.
Security forces such as Russia's Wagner Group or now Africa Corps, how has that impacted our counterterrorism efforts in the region? Congressman, the continued rise of these Islamist terrorist groups, as you've pointed out, in Africa, West Africa, and around the world continues to be a serious concern and major focus of the intelligence community. The challenges within the region are very complex because they have to do with governance challenges in many of these countries. They have to do with economic challenges as well as external influences, both with funding and equipping of these terrorist organizations. So yes, it has made our counterterrorism, longstanding counterterrorism efforts in these regions, as well as those of our allies in this fight, such as the French and other countries, far more difficult because of the. I found out last night that Eric Prince, who's her friend, is hiring Chinese and Russians and what else? Chinese, Russian, Arabs to go into Africa, and he's being paid by Turkish intelligence. I has nobody assessed this threat concern? What is going on? It's just very crazy. You should listen to the space last night, Bree with Green Bray. It's very important. A real threat within that region to U.S. persons. If we are not able, if the U.S., if the Department of War is not able to coordinate with and get the support of the governments of these countries in order to tackle this terrorist threat,
then it's not a safe or operable environment for them to continue that fight. Thank you. And the assumption I'm working off of, too, is that the Russian influence via Wagner or Africa Corps has made it very difficult for us to develop those relationships and get those agreements so that we can continue to,
Like
make
in
sure that we're
Burkina
not, this is not being brought into
Faso.
the homeland.
That's
Is that
another
correct?
place.
That is a factor of many. Thank you. I appreciate it. I yield back. Ms. Houlihan. Thank you. Um, My question is basically starting with some HR questions in there. First, for Director Patel, if you could help me a little bit understand. I come out of the military family as well, but I don't know very much about the FBI's HR process or the growing up of an FBI expert. Could you help me understand how long it takes for a senior counterintelligence expert, especially one maybe focused on a very narrow threat, to be developed? How many years, I guess, would be my question. Thank you, Congresswoman. That varies. Sometimes right out of Quantico, new agent trainees are placed on the counterintelligence mission set, and some people come in from the fraud section, so the answer varies. It could take a couple months to a couple years. And the next question is, when a person comes up in your system in the military, it was always the needs of the Navy or the needs of the Air Force. It was never the needs of the airman or the soldier or the sailor in terms of prioritizing our readiness, in terms of making sure that we met the mission. Is the FBI similar? It is similar, ma'am. It's a dynamic threat landscape, so we flux and surge based on the CICT cyber threats and other threats to the homeland, and violent crime mission has seen a surge as well. So my specific question is that there was a report that came out in February from CNN that the FBI had let go or fired dozens of agents and staff members from a counterintelligence unit tasked with monitoring Iran. And apparently the reason, at least reported in the press, was that these individuals had been involved in the investigation of classified document handling from President Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and that this was the reason why they were summarily let go. First of all, are you aware of those firings, and do you concur with the rationale or reason for those firings? I'm aware of that, and I know there's a pendency of litigation, so I'm not able to comment on them. Did you yourself order those firings? The FBI, every time there is someone who violates their code of conduct or ethical standard, conducts an internal investigation with the careers there, and they present a decision point to me. The Iranian Threat Mission Center has seen an increase of 43% in arrests for Iranian spy actors. So the Iranian Threat Mission Center has never been stronger. So I'm asking about whether those people were fired because they were involved in the investigation of the document handling by President Trump, not for any behavior issues. Is that your understanding as well? Again, ma'am, I can't comment on them because those are in pending litigation. I guess I'm a little stymied here, Director, because it feels as though literally when there was a possible pending war, I'm outside of this intelligence circle in many ways, even though I serve on the Intelligence Committee. You collectively must have been aware when these firings happened that there was a meaningful chance that the U.S. might be engaged with a war in Iran. And having these very expert, super qualified folks summarily dismissed at this time, it just feels like an odd choice in timing. Were you aware at the time that this was going down, that this may end up weakening the mission and the readiness of that group? The mission, as I stated, has never been stronger when you see a 43% increase in counterintelligence arrests and 21% increase in cyber arrests against the Iranian Threat Mission Center. My focus is on providing the American people as strong as FBI as possible. I don't work on timelines. I work on evidence that's presented to me. I guess my concern is that it feels as though, and I very much honor the tone and tenor of this hearing, that this is about making sure that we depoliticize what is the most important thing that we all do, which is keep us safe. And it feels as though this issue is a political issue. And I just am worried that we are taking really good, really qualified people and picking fights with one another across party lines, rather than making sure that we protect ourselves and keep ourselves safe. With the remainder of my time, Director Gabbard, I have a question regarding the fact that the Secretary of the Treasury loosened restrictions this week on Russian oil exports, and now the Russians are able to sell oil again. Did the IC assess that clearing the way for increased Russian oil sales would benefit Moscow, possibly? I don't believe there's been a formal IC assessment on this topic yet, as it is underway. So I would highly encourage that, because it feels as though by easing these sanctions, we are directly providing the Kremlin with revenue. The revenue that will be used directly to kill Ukrainian soldiers, and an increased likelihood that Putin will be successful in his war with Ukraine. I thank you for your time, and I yield. Ms. Wagner.
She does know that they've been selling the Russian oil the whole time, just through a pass through, right? Is this going to be every dumb Karen that I need to deal with? Just
Honestly, like every time, like when we talk about like the funding mechanisms of Iran, people are not connecting how the Iranians just washed their money through Turkey in order to get around
yes,
sanctions.
exactly.
Like this is it's like people like don't
Yeah,
seem
but
to
but why doesn't
comprehend
she say
that.
that back? Why doesn't she say, "Don't worry about that"?
I
When
don't
in
know.
fact, the way that the Iranians are washing their money is through gold bars through Turkey and then sending that money over to Russia. Like, I mean, like, just say it.
I mean, because it's been reported, you know what I'm saying? This has been reported through the intel community for years now. And so they think that, oh, that's old news. We're reporting on current state. I don't know. Like I can't tell you why this is not being connected. I don't understand it. Like we're
Because
here
you
out here
don't
in the
have your
in
CIA director or ODNI pushing back and making the statement publicly.
again, she is reading off, literally reading off the IC statements for 2025. That is, or 2026. That is what she's
But there is
reading
a
today. She's
comprehensive
giving the
intel
intel
report
brief.
that has all that. She's got the
She's
abridged.
giving the intel brief of 2026. That's what she's doing. And then she will give additional information and closed door on fundings, like sources and methods. That's what she'll do. But she's also playing the game of, I'm not going to go above and beyond, and I'm not going to go, oppositional. I'm just going to do the very thing that I've been hired to do. Nothing more, nothing less. That's what she's doing right now.
But
I
that's the
can't
bare minimum.
I I I
And she's
can't
still doing her job.
I can't believe that it escaped Scott Bessent though.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see about that. Okay.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for being with us today. As we sit here in Washington, our armed forces and our intelligence assets are engaged in conflict with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran. A radical, ruthless, and murderous regime that has killed and maimed thousands of United States troops and citizens over the past 50 years. CIA Director Ratcliffe, can you elaborate for the American people on the threat that Iran posed to our American personnel in the region prior to Operation Epic Fury? To the extent you can in open hearing. Sure, Congresswoman, happy to address that. I think it's well documented, and as you've encapsulated, Iran has been a constant threat for the last 47 years. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans killed, certainly thousands of Americans maimed as a result of activities of Iran and its IRGC over the years. But particularly, no cessation with respect to the threats to U.S. interests and forces in the region, not just from Iran, but from its proxies, from Iraqi militia groups like Kataib Hezbollah, Lebanese Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, all of these proxies, if you will, of the Iranian regime, funded by the Iranian regime, committing assaults and attacks on American interests persistently. So they did pose absolutely an absolute threat, a constant and immediate threat at all times. Thank you, General Adams. As director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, can you inform the American people about the threat our armed forces have eliminated thus far? Yes, ma'am. Representative Wagner, thanks for the question, and I will like to go in detail. I'm going to cover a little bit here. We will be able to cover more detail in the classified session, but the goals that the president has set out that have been accomplished and executed by the Central Command were aligned along the DNI's discussion earlier. One, eliminate their ability to power project. And that was inclusive of ballistic missiles, but it also includes their UASs. And so we have been very effective. We can talk about specific numbers in the closed session. Okay. Their ability to reproduce both missiles and UASs we've been very effective. And you can tell from the news, in fact, the chairman talked about it this morning, we have sunk their Navy. And so those specific objectives have been very well accomplished and will go into great detail in the class. General Hartman, as acting director of the National Security Agency, can you explain how weakening the Iranian regime is impacting the availability of resources to our adversaries like China? Mike, please. Hey, thanks for the question. Obviously not able to go into any classified discussion here, but certainly weakening the regime and weakening the collaboration between Iran, China, Russia, other adversaries has a global effect of making the world safer. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for all your insights, and thank you for keeping our troops and our American people safe. As you know, I chair the first ever subcommittee on open source intelligence. Over the past year, our subcommittee has been working tirelessly to ensure the intelligence community is leveraging the vast amount of commercially available information to the highest degree of efficiency and cost effectiveness. Director Radcliffe, as the CIA, is the functional manager of open source intelligence. Does the CIA know which data has been acquired across all agencies within the IT?
Delch, she's your
Thanks for the
POC.
question.
You need to reach out to
As you
her.
know,
Yeah. She's, yes.
CIA's
She's directly reach out to
Okay.
her. Directly reach out to
Okay.
her.
source enterprise is driving the open source collection across the entire IC in support of the administration's top priorities. Two of those priorities I've already talked about: counter narcotics and threats from adversaries, use of emerging technologies. Those collections, as a result of our open source, are up 70% and 40 or 45% collectively. The CIA does lead the IC in pioneering new uses of AI to extract insights from the vast amounts of open source data that are there that we then share with analysts, warfighters, everyone across the IC. I thank you. My time has expired. I have a lot more questions dealing with open source that we will do in closed session. So I thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Before I recognize Mr. Gomez, I want to make sure that all members have had an opportunity to vote because they are prepared to close that vote on the floor. If you haven't, please go do so at this time. Looks like we're good. All right, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to get right into it. Director Gabbard, last year you testified that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon. Do you stand by that statement? Yes or no? Context matters with that statement. Yes or no? Iran had all of the reclaim my time. I reclaim my time to do so. Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time. It's an easy answer. You either stand by what you said last year or not. It is a serious question that requires the totality Director Gabbard, of the information I reclaim my available. Time. I reclaim my time. Did you, when President Trump was asked about your testimony, he said you were wrong.
Goodness.
Were you lying or not? This is. I stand by the intelligence community's complete assessment. Director Radcliffe, when it came to the director's testimony, she said that Iran was not building the nuclear weapon last spring in Congress. And so the Supreme Leader has not authorized a nuclear weapons program. Do you agree with what she said or not? Yes or no? The director's right here. She can speak for herself. Oh, so I thought this was an intelligence
Sounds like he's
community
off
briefing.
SSRIs or
He's
something.
like drunk or something.
Let's move on. Trump also said he didn't care what you thought or said. Should he care about what you have to say when it comes to intelligence? I continue to provide the president with the intelligence community's assessments on all matters. So let me just kind of get this straight. The department, you said that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon last year. President Trump said he didn't care what you thought, and you were wrong. They engaged in Operation Midnight Hammer. He then says it was obliterated. We hear later reports that in open source reporting that it was only set back by a few months. Then at the beginning of this war, he said that they were weeks away. I just want to kind of get a sense of were they weeks away of achieving a nuclear weapon? Yes or no? Congressman, this is a serious matter, and you've made some very serious mischaracterizations. Yes here. Or no? Were they weeks away? Yes or no? Disservice to you and the American people to answer this question. Reclaiming my time. Were they weeks away or not? The American people need to know if this was an imminent threat or not. If they're weeks away or not. If they're months away or not. None of this dodging. Were they an imminent threat? Yesterday you said that the only person who can determine what is an imminent threat. I think he's crying. I think he's actually crying.
I think
Yes,
he's going
I
through
hear it too.
menopause.
Director Ratcliffe, do you agree with that assessment? That the president is the only person that can determine if something is an imminent threat or not? The president's commander in chief gets to make a decision about what's an imminent threat. The intelligence community, well, the intelligence reclaim my time. The intelligence, reclaim my intelligence time. Community reclaim my time. A body reclaim of intelligence. My time. Here's the reason why is that if the president can determine and ignore what you're doing, why do you guys even have a job? Why do you even advise them?
He
So
sounds like
you're
a
saying
child.
tomorrow the president of the United States can say China is an imminent threat. And this is a perfect example of a man that was not breastfed by his mother. I'm explaining to you again what it looks like. It shapes itself in many variations, but it's always the same thing. It sounds like this. So women, please do extended nursing to at least a minimum of 3 years, or you're going to end up having this person as your son, as
It's the hormones
representing
stuff. It's the hormones.
or lack of proper hormones. I don't know. Take his own no hormones from that formula. Says, he can take his own action. So that's what you're basically saying. Okay, let's go on. Director Gabbard, you said that North Korea has overly vaccinated as well, Angela. Sorry. Continental ballistic missiles that can reach the homeland. Yet, the Defense Department said that Iran was at least 10 years away from achieving an intercontinental ballistic missile that can reach the homeland. Which one is a more serious threat, North Korea or Iran? These threats are taken within the context of the in total body of intelligence reporting. So that's it should be, and that's my point. It's not just about having the capability of building a weapon. It's if they can actually deliver that weapon, if they have the intention of doing that. How many weeks away are they? I haven't we haven't heard that there were weeks away. We haven't heard that there are months away. We're like, but that's what we're waiting for. Imminent
He doesn't
to me
understand what was
means is
happening. I
that
love these
they're
retards.
mobilizing troops. They're moving
Witkoff
things
testified that
into position.
they said they were
Artillery.
just 3 weeks away.
Woodcock was very public about it, but the Gang of Eight, remember when they came out for the meetings and Chuck Schumer's face, even though he's Palestinian, he could still find a way to say he like freaked out and was like, "Oh my God, they need to do something about this. They need to express this administration the threat risk that we were just notified about." That's what he said, and he's
Exactly.
Palestinian.
Yeah, that was
The
very
three
serious.
weeks
Yeah.
the 3 weeks away part is about them actually constructing it. They already have the
Mm-hmm.
materials. All they had to do was put the stuff in order, and then they have a nuclear weapon. That's the three
Yes.
weeks. So that means they're no longer looking for the objects that make up the car. They have all of them. They have every
I just
part,
want to
the
say too
tires,
that
the rims, the engine, all of it.
all of that is going to be classified until the president chooses to declassify it. So this guy is asking for specifics, and I get it. The American people should know about how, once the threat is fully neutralized, the American people should know how close they got.
And
But it is going to blow back on the Trump administration when they say that they completely decimated. That was a talking point that clearly what would be the best is to be able to say, look, The Chinese and the Russians
aided them
upped
and
their
helped them for
efforts.
the
They were
last
on the
year.
ground
Yeah.
and
For the
supporting. Yeah,
last
that's
9
what I'm
months, the
saying.
Chinese and the Russians decided to double and triple down.
Right,
And they were like, and North
right.
Korea as well.
And the question's going to have to be whether or not they want
And they're
to.
shipping in stuff right
The
now from
president wants.
Tajikistan. And we're going to
Right,
end up having F
right.
35s. We should be blowing up every single aid truck that's coming in from Tajikistan.
Yeah, they're watching. They're
Well,
certainly watching. But
they
I think
have
the point is that this is
hyper.
classified information. It's the reason why
Yeah.
she wouldn't even talk about behind. She said she would talk about it behind closed doors. She wouldn't even talk about the Chinese targeting and the Russians providing targeting information for our troops on the ground over there during this operation.
And Bree,
Do you see what
Well,
I'm saying?
honestly,
It's all
with
connected.
the hypersonics that they have, I don't, this isn't secret information or classified, right? Anybody with a brain understands, and they've said this publicly. The only reason that they're not capable of shooting those hypersonics to America and targeting us and our cities is because of a very low level math problem that some of our college education, right? Like we literally have
Well,
students that have completed that problem in Iran. For some reason, they have been unable to
well,
do that.
it's
And then
not.
now
It's not. Mm.
If China and Russia cross the line and help them, then China and Russia are both fucked
Bree, all
Well,
because
here's the
Trump,
those
thing.
are the sort of things you don't share.
Bree, all Trump needs to
Well,
do is say intelligence changed, right? He was given intelligence that
well,
they wiped out the program, and if intelligence changed, they got additional information. Then they realized, and
well.
for people who can't do math, months can translate to weeks, right? If he's thinking they're
No,
three
yeah,
months
yeah,
away,
for
that's
sure.
12 weeks.
But let me back up and just say this, okay? Even if he was to say intelligence changed, I don't think the intelligence changed. This is my assessment. We said that I said this. You could go back into the spaces, and we could talk about the sat images that were presented to us by the Trump administration during Midnight Hammer. Even then, we started to see them, almost boots on ground, almost immediately after Midnight Hammer doing work to try to excavate. And this is my thought process. We saw the Chinese and Russians were on the ground.
Yes.
We started to
And
track
North
them.
Koreans.
We started to watch what they were
And
doing. Yep, we started to watch them, and we gathered additional information on their capabilities and limitations. That's not the intelligence changing. That was strategic. Okay, that was for
Agreed,
the
but to my
larger
point, it was
picture.
additional information. Yes.
It may not have been. It may have been strategic that we wiped out 90%, kept that 10% in order to watch what the Russians and the Chinese were going to do, to see if they were going to directly engage, and the Chinese and the Russians stepped into it. So, I mean, and that's why we now have information about the Chinese and the Russians. That part of this too is like we don't want to burn our assets, because every time you release information to the general public, you're telling about sources and methods, even if you're not directly connecting the dots. There are our adversaries are watching to learn. That's why when she talks about R&D and how the Russians and the Chinese are mainly doing
hold on, Dan
R&D type.
Bongino.
Yeah,
Dan
go ahead.
Bongino just came out. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Shit. Why am I fumbling today on this? Hold on. Where's the volume and audio on this? Presidential candidate, and then there's another assassination attempt. There's been multiple public breaches of President Trump's security. If an attempted murder of a presidential candidate. Murder of a presidential candidate, and then there's another assassination attempt. There's been multiple public breaches of President Trump's security over the last year. Yeah, correct. And then Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. Okay. Listen, folks. Here we go. This part I have to just leave here. This is some of the most disgusting, unethical, and immoral stuff I have ever seen. Leveraging the death of my good friend. Here we go. His brutal murder, his assassination that the whole world watched in all of its horrifying gore. For your podcast appearance, you're disgusting. Thank you for your service to the country. You're also disgusting. This is filth. This is just filth. I wasn't allowed to ask questions, Joe Kent. I'm just going to leave that there, folks. And all you people defending him right now, I'll accept your apology later. You watch. You weren't allowed to ask questions? Sure about that? Sure you want that on the record, Joe? You weren't allowed to ask questions? Really? Go ahead. Not even allowed to look
into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in. Oh, really? Office. He did? That's fascinating because I've had conversations with Charlie too. I don't talk about them because the man's dead and I don't like to invoke his name for podcast clicks, okay? Only to remember him. And I'm not going to do it now. You sure that's how Charlie felt? Matter of fact, I've got a clip of Charlie. We're going to play. So if I understand this correctly, that means that Joe Kent would have been the number one guy in the entire United States government to understand if Iran was a credible threat. That, if an attempted murder of a presidential candidate.
Okay, so Dan Bongino is basically. Do you see why Dan Bongino had to be outside of the administration to do what he's doing right now? For those that don't.
I was about to say, do you understand that he's still working? That
Yeah.
he's in another place now, and he has the ability now to speak on this. Yeah. Do you think that the FBI is okay with that? Yep.
So it says what happened last night was an absolute disgrace. This is the
10-second tinnitus reversing method used by astronauts has doctors furious.
hold on. Give me a second. Let me fast forward this. Hold on. Oh gosh.
Let this
Could I?
mineral melt.
So there is something also that I want to go back to in what Tulsi when she spoke about other unconventional means that are being used right now by Russia and I see one, two, three. I see an F-15 and 235s flying right over my head right now, America. Um, the unconventional war that is being played by the Chinese and the Russians right now include the Dugan Ops, guys. So this is what she's talking about. They are watching this. This is why, the connection between Tucker's communication with foreign adversaries is what put him on the ping. Okay,
Didn't
this
she
is this is
Yeah.
mention
So
Gray Zone yesterday too?
yeah,
I think I
she said
remember
it
you
was
saying
zone.
that.
she used the term she talked about gray zone operations, but it is not. Please understand that it is not a coincidence that Blumenthal's outlet is called the gray zone, especially considering his work previously with Hezbollah propagandist outlets, and then later on with RT. It's not. It's not at all a coincidence.
Okay, I'm gonna play Dan Bongino saying that him being inside, outside, inside, outside, inside, outside. Now he feels totally free after watching yesterday's hearing.
Set you free? Oh, it's a cliche. What are we doing? Writing Robert Frost poetry here? No, we're not. The truth will always set you free. Every time. Dan, that's a cliche. You're correct because it's true. Pun intended. Now you're seeing it. Now you're seeing the grift totally, completely exposed.
Yep.
Bare ass out there and everything.
Bare ass out there.
Running down the beach, bare ass, no bathing suit. Everybody's like, what? Look at what is it? Now you see it.
Sounds like the male version
Joe
of me.
Kent's a liar.
Whoa, right off the top rope.
As I said yesterday and the day before, Joe was a friend. Joe disgraced himself last night. Joe's history of service to the country, beyond reproach. Period. As full a stop as you're ever going to get. Sacrifices made by him, his family, his wife.
There you go.
I can't relate. Never made that kind of sacrifice. I haven't. That does not change anything about what happened last night or that Joe Kent is a liar. And folks, believe me when I tell you, I of all the things you can call someone, and the Queens in me comes out a lot, calling someone a liar is a big deal. And I know that. And I say I feel so free now, and I do, because I've reached this point where after 2 months back and understanding how we have this loyal group of people that are interested in the truth that have been here for me and the show and everything, and I hope I've been here for you. I've taken a lot of chances on the truth because it was the right thing to do at great personal cost to me.
Amen.
But I know it's the right thing to do. And I know there's a second creation out there someday where I'm going to have to answer to a higher power who absolutely knows what the
Yep.
truth is. If there's
He's
a God,
speaking
he
my
stands for
language.
truth.
Yep.
Everybody wants to drag their faith into it.
But then when you actually bring faith into it, that if there is a God, he most certainly stands for truth, the people on the other side of the truth all of a sudden are repulsed. Folks, I have a lot to talk about today with you, and I don't know how long this show is going to go today. I don't. It could go an hour, it could go an hour and a half, it could go 2 hours. I don't know. It's an hour and 29 minutes, but I just said to Jasmine, get ready. Yeah. We're going to cover two things right out of the chute today. Oh boy. Take notes on today's show. Oh, no, I'm serious. We're going to cover the gatekeeper narrative. Okay, I'm speeding it up a little bit. Side of truth and how you know who is not. When you see the gatekeeper narrative, the Trump surface, you know they're full of shit. Second, we're going to cover the hidden knowledge scam. Yep. That you're out there with some hidden set of knowledge that magically everyone around Donald Trump, including Donald Trump himself, they don't have. It's insane, but you have it. And then when you ask them about it, they say, I'm just asking questions. Well, do you actually know something? Can you say it? No, but I have it. Well, say it! No, but I have it. Oh, no one else has it but you? No, but I have it. Okay, but you say it.
Gnostic.
No, I won't say it, but I have it. That's the mark of a moron. The hidden knowledge scam. Overloading you with information. Underwhelming you with any evidence at all. At all. That is the mark of the beast. Confusion and chaos. The mark of the enlightened is truth within the chaos.
Yes.
If there was a gloves coming off moment, today's it. And this would be a good time, as I said again, for all the chaos merchants to find their way somewhere else. I don't know how many times I can tell you, this is a business where, of course, there's always a motive to create revenue in a business here. It's a business. I'm telling you the opposite of that. I'm telling you, I don't care about that. I don't want or need anybody involved with me or this movement we have for truth here at all. That's the opposite of the goal of a revenue generating model. You're supposed to bring in more customers, not less. I don't want those customers at all. Get ready. Get the pen and get the paper. I, unlike others claiming hidden knowledge, am going to show you actual knowledge. And now you can decide what you want. Chaos or truth. Your call. And yes, this is a fight that's going to happen. And yes, this is a fight that has to happen. And yes, we must walk and juggle at the same time. I'm sorry we have to do that. I've been through the Tea Party revolution as we've had to clean up the mess before. One time against the establishment, now against a bunch of usurpers inside the tent trying to destroy our movement. Every movement goes through this at some point. There's no ducking, there's no running, there's no tuck and tail. You don't want to fight? This ain't the show for you. Folks, we prepare financially, we protect our homes, we think about security, so why wouldn't you prepare your medicine cabinet the same, sometimes to it? I use it for 3 to 600 other do it and provide c.com/content. Medical advice, consult a light. Oh, but buckle up, okay? But Joe's a liar, and I'm going to prove it to you. And believe me, it pains me to say that. It all of us I've had many, many dealings with Joe over the years, and I'm frankly stunned by what happened. Stunned. Be like your friend next to you in the middle of watching a movie telling you they're like, a spy for Accra, Ghana or something. You'd be like, wait, what? We were just playing softball last night. I don't know. That's how shocked I am. Like, I don't know how to respond to this sometimes. But the truth matters. I'm not going to be a chaos merchant here. So let's start on the two things I told you about because I want to help you here. I really just do. Folks, I'm telling you, man, I got no dog in this fight other than the truth. If someone's telling you otherwise, they're bullshitting you because they're trying to dismantle. They're trying to dismantle what we all built together because they want to destroy the current MAGA movement and rebuild it in their own image. First, let me play this clip. I don't like playing clips of myself because I can just say things again, but there's no sense saying it again. I said it last night. This is brief, but I was on Hannity's show last night. I talked about something I've addressed with you often. It plays into point one. Remember, point one is going to be the gatekeeper narrative. Point two is going to be the hidden knowledge scam, okay? So we're going to focus on this gatekeeper narrative you're seeing amongst people who I'm telling you are chaos agents trying to destroy our movement. They are not here to help. I'm going to tell you why, too. And I'm going to show you their exact tactics. I haven't done this yet. I've been hesitant, but now with Joe Kent, you're seeing exactly how it works, okay? This is part of the gatekeeper narrative. I've been telling you over the past few days about the Donald Trump has no agency theory. Like, Donald Trump is completely not in control. He's got a bunch of, horrible people around him in his cabinet. And this great leader, Donald Trump, which is true, he is a great leader, but is being misled by all these evil people around him, the gatekeepers. I hit on this last night, and the whole angle of how they do it by... Now, if you want to destroy the MAGA movement, why not just attack Donald Trump, right? There's a reason.
Check out me on Hannity last night where I hit this, and I'll tie it to the gatekeeper now. Check this out. Sean, this is cowardly by these people who you mentioned who are doing this. Because what they do is they call out Donald Trump's entire cabinet and circle of friends and advisors, but they never call out Trump because they know they'll get crushed like a bug. They know it. And then the grift dries up. Then the money dries up. So what they do is because they have no balls, you say it again, no balls, grow a pair. They don't want to take him on directly because he will crush them. So they go about attacking everyone else. They do this all the time. And I call this the Donald Trump has no agency theory. Like Donald Trump doesn't have the ability to think for himself. You know him longer than I have. I had the pleasure of working for him. You don't know jack squat about this guy. You think he's getting dog walked around by anyone. He's the one walking the damn dog. I promise. That's I think Don Bongino is my twin
Yes.
brother. We're going to dump the Donald Trump has no agency theory, and we're going to move into, because it's the same thing, but now I want you to see it, because you're going to see this exact word used. You're going to see it used by this entire network of doomers out there. They call it the gatekeeper narrative. This idea that Donald Trump is just not that smart, and he's sitting up there on this perch in the White House and is being misled by a bunch of people. Now, the irony of this is that these very same people, the overwhelming majority of them, upwards of 99% of a plus, have never worked for Donald Trump or had a cup of coffee in the White House. So they don't even know him. Now, why are they doing this? The gatekeepers. The gatekeepers are keeping information from Donald Trump, his cabinet, his advisors, the Jews, the Israelis. He's so dumb, he's being dog walked around. They don't say that, by the way, because of what I just said. They wouldn't dare. Some of them are just stupid and say that. Most of them, the ones that are trying to be tactical, not just the outright morons, they dance around it because they know if they tweet to Donald Trump or put out a post or do a podcast or a radio show and they say, Donald Trump is the dumbest president ever, he's being dog walked around by people, that the actual Donald Trump, who is a ferociously strong leader with very... How do you make the ice and gelatin that Kelly Clarkson used to lose 32 pounds in a month? I swear, if one more... Hold on, it's the worst commercial. Hold on. It's a commercial. Hold on.
When we have a moment, we need to address the false fatwa narrative that Tulsi Gabbard mentioned at her hearing.
Yeah, I did that overnight, but yeah. Make a tweet about it.
I
Yeah,
love
yeah, I'm going to make a
Dan.
post about it. Yeah.
Sorry, it's a
This is
commercial,
like exactly what we needed to hear today.
right? This is the CCP ads that go on. Just listen. Don't forget to DM me afterwards. Lost and share it with your friends. Bye. DM it to her. Okay.
Instincts will destroy them like he's destroyed every single other person who's tried to do this to him. So they can't do that. So they want to hijack the MAGA movement because they've got plans for 2028. What do you mean, Dan? They're all going to run for president? All these little doomers? No. But they have people they want to run for president who have likely promised them consulting gigs, polling gigs, advisor gigs, or they just want to be adjacent to power. They know Donald Trump is term limit. Please listen to me. I'm telling you this is happening. Yep. They know Donald Trump will not be running again. They think that whoever Donald Trump is going to endorse as the next, that's not their, they can make no money off this person. I don't care who it turns out, Rubio, Vance, whatever, it doesn't matter. They want their person. Their person is not one of them. Listen to me. There's no money in those people. So they have to make it appear that Donald Trump is feckless without saying Donald Trump is feckless. So when Donald Trump goes and endorses this next person in 2028 that's not their guy, they can say, hey, I was calling this out the whole time. You see, you guys got bad judgment. Please bookmark this show. Please. So they have to attack him and make him look like he has bad judgment without attacking him. So what do? Cash Patel sucks. John Ratcliffe sucks. Hegseth sucks. Rubio sucks. You don't think this is out there? Just put the word gatekeeper in X and you'll see them. He doesn't mention Tulsi. Just put the word gatekeeper and Trump in X. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. This theory that Donald Trump can't control the White House. All of these people, yes, all of these people who absolutely love Donald Trump, who've been in this movement forever. Yes, you're correct. We're all keeping information from him so the country goes left. Me, Cash, Blanche, who was his lawyer with all those bullshit trials. Guy probably could have taken a chance losing his legal license. Ratcliffe, Pete, Rubio, yeah, everybody. That's right, folks. It's a cabal of all of us who couldn't have been more pro-conservatism. Thank you, Brendan Dilley. Bingo. That's a mother who gets it right there.
Yep.
Thank you, right. Dilly of the Dilly Show, who've been talking about this forever. Yeah. It's bullshit.
So they go after, why do you, all of a sudden these people who used to ask me to speak at conferences, it's not about, listen, it's not boo-hoo. I signed up for this and I love being in the chaos. I adore it. I was born for this shit. People used to ask me to speak at their conferences, their libertarian conferences. You doubt me? Go look. I was at some. The second I got in there, I was in there 5 minutes. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Nothing's happening. Really? That's kind of strange. 5 minutes ago, you wanted me to endorse your book. So weird. I have the emails. I choose not to put them out there because I don't want to do Candace Owens. People communicate with me. I'm trying to do my best to not put stuff out there. Sometimes, unfortunately, it's necessary. You don't think I've got receipts too? They want to take over MAGA. They have to diminish Donald Trump, but they can't take him off their on directly. So they take out and attack every single person around him. And they say, these people are awful. But we're not really saying anything about Donald Trump, but he's just dumb up there. You don't know what he's doing. It's just the gatekeepers. And they don't even say that. They're like, oh, he's being misled. Put it in X and look for yourself. Second, now we're going to go through this Joe Kent video with Tucker yesterday. It's about 3 minutes, but we're going to stop it quite a bit because I'm going to show you with receipts coming up at the end. And I'm going to tell you how he is a liar. And you're going to see bare ass and all gatekeeper theory here. Gatekeeper theory, number one. And number two, the hidden knowledge scam, which I just described at the beginning of the show. I've got this hidden knowledge, yet I was in a position of power. And all of a sudden, like, I don't have the answers, but I'm just asking questions. But you're asking questions you have no way. If you know something, say it, mother. Just say it. I said everything to you on camera. Some of you didn't like it. We got elected to go and open the books. We opened the books. And I told you what was there. Some of it sucked. Some of it wasn't the answer you wanted. But motherfucker, I told you the truth. I told you the truth. These people are full of shit. Because there's clicks in it. And the Jews and Pete did it, or Todd did it, or Cash did it, or Bongino did it. I told you the truth. At great cost to myself. And whether you want to hear it or not is irrelevant to me. Because I'm not going up there at the pearly gates with my Lord and Savior in front of me and having to acknowledge that I lied to people because I wanted to be popular on X. Using tragedy, by the way, to leverage anger, disgusting. And that's what these group of doomers are doing right now. They're using Charlie's brutal assassination. Yep. And the assassination attempt on President Trump and Butler. Yep. They are using these two things to leverage your anger, and there are a lot of people falling for it. And if you're part of that crowd, just get out. Just go. It's not for you, man. You want to be lied to, and I'm not going to lie to you. You relish the fact that people lie to you. You support the people who lie to you. I don't know why. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not Sigmund Freud here, man. I don't know why you want that. But I ain't your guy. All I care about is the truth. What happened yesterday on Tucker's show with Joe Kent was just disgusting. He is a liar, and it pains me to tell you that. This video is about 3 minutes long. It's a snippet, but it's interesting how many lies and how you'll see the hidden knowledge scam here, the gatekeeper scam. Oh, there's people hiding stuff, and you were part of it. You're part of the conspiracy. Why not just out it? You know something? Interesting how he knows just doesn't say it. We're gonna stop this throughout. All right, start the video, and we're gonna probably about 10 seconds in before I have to stop and check this out. What kind of pressure does it require to get a president who campaigned against exactly this thing for 10 years to do exactly this thing? What does it take to do that? Where's MOSFET, Bree? I wish I knew definitively. I think there's two potentials, there's two schools of thought. I mean, one is the media echo chamber, the donors, the way the Israelis come in and kind of launder the information like I described previously. And then... Stop. Okay, so we'll get back to it. You got it held right there? Okay, good. Here we go already. You see the gatekeeper theory? That they're and hidden knowledge all in the first, what is that, 20 seconds? What are we at? Is it the 20-second mark? In 20 seconds, you have it right. This is the mark for suckers. You fall for the hidden knowledge scam and the gatekeeper theory that you voted for Donald Trump, but he's not smart enough to know what's going on. Donald Trump does not know what's going on. Quote, the Israelis have laundered intelligence. I saw the intelligence. So did he. He's lying. That is a lie. That is a lie.
Check your
We have
DMs.
our own very capable NSA, DIA, CIA, and a number of other members of the USIC that are perfectly capable of verifying and developing their own information. He's seen it. He's seen it. He's making this is the Jews did it argument. That the Jews are the gatekeeper. Oh, the Israelis are gatekeeping information from. Yeah, okay. Donald Trump, he's a sucker for that. I saw it. Don't tell me what. I don't give a shit that you have a podcast. I have a podcast. Have you ever worked for the government and actually read this intelligence to any of the other podcast bros or ma'ams out there? Have you ever seen it? No. Period. You have not. Just answer the fucking question. You haven't seen any of it. So you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just taking at face value what this guy's saying. That Donald Trump is stupid. He's being dog-walked around by Israeli intelligence agents, and we do no verification of our own. Yeah, that's right, folks. The NSA
and his huge budget, and the CIA, and the FBI, CTD, Counterterror Division, and our Counterespionage Division, Counter Intel. Everyone's just sitting around jerking off all day. You believe that shit? Yeah, me and Cash just sat there for a year. What do we do? Feet up on the desk. Got bored, guys. Sure, Joe. Sure, the Israelis dog walked over. Yeah, me too. I have no idea. I just read the intel. Oh, the Israelis. And Trump's just too stupid to figure that out. The guy's only been president for like 5 years now. And he just doesn't know what's going on, fellas. Amazing. The Abraham Accords, economic growth, the Trump tax cuts, the big beautiful bill, moving the embassy, despite all of the experts saying otherwise. Maduro in prison, zero illegal migrants admitted to the country. The guy's just an idiot. How does he figure this out? He's got a bunch of terrible advisors or gatekeepers. Murder rate at an all-time low, crime rate at an all-time low. I don't know. How'd that happen? I don't know, Joe. How'd that happen? I don't remember you contributing to any of that. All I remember you doing is asking about conspiracy theories all the time. Play some more. It's much darker. I mean, we still don't know what happened in Butler. We don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk. And by no means am I saying... Stop. Okay, folks, this is where we have to part ways again. I don't know how many times I got to tell you all this. We have gone over Butler so many times. We did a 2-hour interview with Brooke Singman from Fox. The receipt's incoming, I promise you. Did Joe Kent miss the interview? We brought her down and sat her in our office with the case agent for 2 hours and went through everything. Everything. You can actually see the article, Joe. We don't know anything about Butler. We went through everything with the case agent to the point where she had she had a list of questions. She was done. We briefed the president multiple times on Butler, and the president said, and I quote, he's completely satisfied with it. Again, gatekeeper theory. So the president's satisfied with Butler. The guy who was more than interested in Butler than anyone is me, being a Secret Service agent too before. And yes, everybody's lying to the president who's completely satisfied, and he's just too dumb to notice. But Joe knows. Joe knows about Butler. I want you to know something. I offered Joe face to face, and you know it, Joe, don't bullshit people. I offered him a briefing on Butler. Did he show up to FBI headquarters to take it? No way. He did not. That's right. That's a fact, bro. That's right. It's not aging that is destroying your... How did I know that? I have a commercial. Yeah. How did I know he didn't show up for that? That's all I have
Right.
to know.
No, let's just be clear. Like, right now, what Jan Pogina is saying is exactly the reason why I'm in media right now. I just want to make it very clear. Like yesterday, I would have walked away. I'm serious. You've heard me on this space before
You
say
know what
I'm
I
walking
said 3
away.
weeks ago on a
Yep,
Monday morning, right?
black pilled,
That
done.
I got black pilled because there's things that I know that I don't even talk about that I'm
Yep,
never going to talk about till the day I
right,
die.
right.
And that's beyond the COVID stuff, right? This is
Yep,
like other really serious stuff, right?
yep.
Stuff that I keep predicting right, and people keep clowning me and coming into spaces and go, "Oh, you think you're a super secret CIA spy?" No, I'm
No,
sorry that
it's
I know
just
things that
it's open source
it's
stuff
open
too. It's
source.
this is not
Yes,
this is why I keep going back to saying, and that's why I said we need to reach out to that congresswoman, because the open
yeah.
source is like it's weeding through the sewer of nonsense, but there is a lot on open source that agency types on desks are not just they're focused on other things, and they need to have people who are in open source who understand
Bree,
the
why why
intelligence.
why is there an average of 200 to 1200 not bots at this point, anonymous listeners on every single one of my spaces?
Right. Yep. I mean, like I'm talking to you guys down in the spaces right now who are in agency. Like, look, like we're not like this is not brain surgery. You just need bodies who have the intent to serve the truth. And the
We're
problem
literally
is
doing
that
this for free. Like, I'm
yeah,
literally doing this for free. They know because I'm sure they've checked every single dollar I've spent for
yep,
the last 10
yep,
years.
same,
So,
same.
literally, yeah,
But
exactly.
at
So,
the end of the day, like at the end of the day, you have to, for people who do like investigative work. Like, another person is look what Catherine Herridge has been able to achieve. Like, it's not like the amount of guys on desks are focusing on Havana syndrome. There were onesies and twosies out there, people who were coming out and actually talking about this, but it was quote unquote considered conspiracy or very fringe. Catherine Herridge has done an amazing job as an investigative journalist sticking to the story. No one else was covering it. She's covered it, and look at what has happened at the hearing today. Havana syndrome multiple times has been brought up. Why? Because that is attack on in the homeland. We're talking about unconventional
in
warfare.
Virginia, directly
Yes,
into people's homes.
it's not just
People that work in
Virginia,
Virginia that drive into
not
DC
just
to work,
yep.
they follow them to their homes and they fucking zap them.
It's
You
not just
understand?
Virginia. It's not just Virginia.
Right.
It's there are a lot more
Yes.
position like military
Locations and
and
positions. Yes.
yeah, and to the point where there were warnings that were sent out to military officers for this type of targeting. It is unconventional warfare. It's here in the States because of open border policies. I just want to make this very clear. It isn't because of, oh, we've had sleeper cells forever and ever. No, this has come into our country within the last, I would say, 10 years. And this is an operation, and it is a military operation. It is agency led military operation, and you could go and read all of the reporting, factual with evidence reporting from Catherine Herridge on Havana syndrome, and you're going to start to see the connect the dots. But again, the people much rather listen to the Candace Owens slop versus the actual evidence. And that's why Bongino's so fed up at this
Including,
point.
by the way, Bree, including tragically the former head of the National Counterterrorism Center. Like, was this guy doing anything about Havana
Well,
syndrome? Was this
right.
guy doing anything to
That's
stop the
it.
four Islamic?
And look at what has been
Oh my
reported.
God! Oh my
Like,
God!
look what
Yeah.
has been reported about him not working at all. Again, like I am not I am with 100% with Bongino. This is a brother who served multiple tours, who lost his wife. He has now taken that credibility and completely trashed it. And his point is, for what? At the end of the day, Bongino, me, others who are in this space are serving the truth because we know to whom much is given, and we've been given a lot. We've been given a lot of training. Been given a lot of experience behind the scenes. To whom much is given, much is expected, and if it's not in this life, it is going to be in the life that we are going to be facing after we die. And the problem that I cannot get my mind around are especially these Catholics at the for Catholics group, everything, selling their soul to an ideology and a narrative for clicks and likes. I cannot wrap my mind around that. You cannot come back later and say, "Oh, mea culpa, I'm sorry." That is an assumption on God's mercy, because you are causing other
Honestly, Bree, the
people.
I'll
only
interrupt,
Go
but
ahead.
let me finish your thought. Go ahead,
I'm just saying
finish
you're
your thought.
causing other people to either be the big thing for me is that for people to represent themselves as Catholic in this way, you are causing people who are like, maybe Catholicism is the way to go, but balanced Catholicism, traditional Catholicism, they are now saying, I have no desire to be a part of this at all.
Yeah.
And that is a major
Scandal.
grave sin. It's a major grave sin. So
yeah, in Judaism
They,
they call it the equivalent. In Judaism they call it a chilul Hashem, right? Which would be like a desecration of God's
yes,
name, basically. If you do,
exactly. That's
yeah,
exactly what it is. It is taking the name of God in vain in
But
a very
yeah.
in the most dangerous of
the
like
worst
worst
way,
sins. I just
damaging
want
the
to say
soul.
the president also has
they,
just publicly spoken. Hold on, Googans. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on one second, Stefan. Hold on. President has made a statement. Hold on, publicly. Hold on. We've had tremendous support and relationship with Japan on everything, and I believe that based on statements that were given to us yesterday, the day before yesterday, having to do with Japan, uh, they are really stepping up to the plate. Yes. Okay, next, there's going to be another statement here. Oh, about the ballroom. They're obsessed with the ballroom, everybody. Hold on. Are you aware of that? And is there anybody the U.S. can work with as a leader going forward? Well, we have a man named the Treasury Secretary here, so maybe he wants to discuss it. Does anybody know? Do you know who he is? Central Casting. Scott Bessent. He calls him Central Casting.
Yeah, so we are seeing the defections at all levels as they're starting to sense what's going on with the regime. It doesn't get reported here in the U.S. very well, But we are transferring them from the air, and the regime will probably collapse within itself. At Treasury, we've seen where they've wired their money out of the country. We're coming for that. We're going to get it back to the Iranian people.
Okay, I just want you to know one thing. Guess who's on the couch? It's JD Vance. There's Marco Rubio, but he went to Scott Bessent on this. That is very, very telling to me personally what's going on right now. So just okay.
Israel, there's a lot of military defections also. You have a lot of military defections in Iran. I don't blame them.
Okay, I just want to see if he's
When it's completed, we're going to have a much safer world. And the Prime Minister agrees with me on this. She considers it to be terrible what Iran did. I think every country does. Just about every country does. Iran is a serious threat to the world, to the Middle East and to the world. And everybody agrees with me. I think virtually every country agrees with me on that. So I want to.
Just so you know, the Japanese have a lot of things that they need from us right now because of China. This is a very hawkish, very aggressive prime minister they currently have there. They killed the last, you remember, prime minister who was very close to Trump. We have a subversion of South Korea by the CCP, a significant one, and by the Qataris. And Iran was there as well, but they didn't do very well. They spent a fortune on Japan and Iran and South Korea, but really it's the CCP influence in South Korea that's devastating to us and to the South Koreans. And so the Japanese came there for honestly for a briefing on what's going on with China because based on things that are going, there could be a threat concern of China doing something more aggressive, right? So you would assume that the Japanese are stepping forward because they want a nuclear weapon, they want some more military equipment for their own purposes. They're not going to get a nuclear weapon at this point. However, there's things that they want, and so they are going to get things by partnering with us regarding the whole Strait of Hormuz conversation. They're also going to be able to test equipment that they purchased from the United States government and hopefully from Israel as well in regards to, let's just say, practicing in that area. So one second.
Excursion, when it's completed, we're going to have a much safer world. And the Prime Minister agrees with me on this. She considers it to be terrible what Iran did. I think every country does. Just about every country does. Iran is a serious threat to the world, to the Middle East and to the world. And everybody agrees with me. I think virtually every country agrees with me on that. So I wanted to.
The fact that there was a threat assessment put out because the Iranians publicly made a statement that they spent a fortune inside of South Korea and in Japan to try to get Islamic conversion and basically like more Shia, and they only were able to get one person to convert in Japan, and they like openly said that they spent a fortune. I'm sure the Japanese were very, that's why the Japanese started a very strong deportation program as well. One second.
Volatile world and the military equipment, the power of some of this weaponry is unthinkable. You don't even want to know about it. Oh, you could end this thing in 2 seconds if you wanted to, but we are being very judicious. But we want to do. Don't forget, Biden gave away. I rebuilt.
Okay, so he's going to talk about.
10
Quickly,
Hold
can
on a
I?
second. Will you potentially deploy troops?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will
I love
do
him.
whatever is necessary to keep the price as well. I actually thought when I did this, look, the Dow just hit 50,000 a couple of weeks ago. They said that couldn't happen for 4 years. It wouldn't happen in my term. It's such an outrageous thing because I said it would happen. I didn't know it was going to happen that fast, but it just hit 50,000.
So this is interesting. I didn't see airstrikes targeted PMF forces in Iraq. I want to finish the Dan Bongino statement. Oh, here's another clip. Oh, this is the regime will collapse inside of itself. So we went through this one. There's another statement.
Phelps, can I chime in for a moment? Can I chime in for a
Hold on
moment?
one second.
世界の繁栄とそしてまあ平和に貢献できる
She says it's only Trump that can achieve peace across the world. So she's speaking in Japanese. Okay, go ahead, AB. Burning desire.
Yeah, no, a couple very interesting things that I'm going to put it in the purple pill as well. Yesterday there was a very interesting and oh, Bree's not here anymore. That
She's
sucks.
here. She's up
Yesterday there was
top.
a very okay. I can't see her. Yesterday there was a very interesting, very detailed, very informative thread written by John Conrad, I think is his name, who who publishes like the world's most popular naval blog. He's a merchant mariner or whatever. And he went in with receipts and with evidence. It was kind of like a theory of his, but he brought a lot of evidence for his theory about what the actual U.S. strategy is regarding sort of the Hormuz and the naval stuff and ensuring oil goes through there. And he made a very persuasive case. I'll put it in the nest, but he made a very persuasive case, not in the nest, sorry, in the purple pill, that basically the U.S. is slow walking this on purpose in the short term, right? I don't mean the war, the airstrikes, but in terms of solving the naval bottleneck, the oil bottleneck, because he wants to make the U.S. The nation of last resort when it comes to insuring oil, and basically to replace London, which has kind of been which has been the sort of with Lloyd's has been the insurance capital of the world in terms of insuring oil, etc., and force the Europeans to step up. And another thing that's happening is that oil is because we all know that oil is like a global commodity, right? But basically, what this crisis is doing, it's splitting oil that comes to America, right, which is not really impacted by only
Yeah,
2%
at
or something
all.
like that,
At
right?
all.
Versus oil that goes to Europe and especially to Asia, right? Because
Yes.
although the price has gone up everywhere, there's actually no supply crunch in America, right? America's getting all the oil it needs. America's, as
It
many of us
hasn't
know,
gone up more than 20 cents. That's the most, or 10 cents per
right.
gallon.
And the
Yeah.
longer this goes on, I'm not saying it's all good, right? But the longer, this is what John Conrad was saying, the longer this goes on, the more oil stops for at least for the time being a true global commodity, right? Because again, the U.S. is not constrained
Sorry. Go ahead.
because the U.S. is not constrained while Asia and Europe are going to actually have supply constraints. They're actually going to have to cut stuff. So he's going to force them.
There's already a
Um,
6 month surplus everybody has, so there's no real bearing issue. There's 6 months surplus.
right.
It's all narrative shaping and
Right.
profiteering.
Right. And then just one more thing that he pointed out, and again, I'll put it in the nest. It's such a good thing. I urge everyone to follow him. John Conrad with a K, right? One other interesting thing that he pointed out is that in the first year of the Trump administration, Europe and the various international agencies that handle naval operations kind of kept on effing over the Trump administration's plans because Trump has very ambitious plans when it comes to the Navy, and they kept on saying no to things. And then Mike Waltz, he got removed from his thing, and he had big naval plans. So this basically, to cut a long story short, puts all those naval ambitions of America reasserting true naval dominance back on the picture, and that's why Trump, in his mind, is kind of slow walking the solution on purpose to this the oil bottleneck in the Strait of Hormuz. It's really interesting.
All my stocks
Um,
are up today. It's kind of amazing. Like all my stocks across the board are all up,
good,
and they're in
good.
various areas, and nothing is like. So I find that okay. So I want to go back to Dan Bongino.
Yeah.
Thanks. There was nothing really more.
Wait, he did not. That's a fact, bro. Joe knew before. And yes, everybody's lying to the president who's completely satisfied, and he's just too dumb to notice. But Joe knows. Joe knows about Butler. I want you to know something. I offered Joe face to face, and you know it, Joe, don't bullshit people. I offered him a briefing on Butler. Did he show up to FBI headquarters to take it? No way. He did not. That's a fact, bro. You are a liar and a bullshitter, and you know it. I offered you that briefing, and you didn't take it. You have hidden knowledge about something that happened at Butler? He's got hidden knowledge, folks. Amazing. The president, he was shot in the head in Butler. He was shot in the head. No one spoke out more about the Secret Service failures than me. My first week on the job, I had the case agent in my office with an entire team, including a former Secret Service agent, briefing me about Butler. You know something? Spit it out. Grow a pair. Spit it out. You got some hidden knowledge? Let's hear it. I told you what I got. I'll show you the Fox News article. I'll show you exactly what I have. All you got is, I've got a black box. Well, what's in it? Something. Well, what's in it? Well, something. There's the piece, November 21st. This was last year. Brooks Singman. FBI concludes that Crooks acted alone after unprecedented global investigation. You want me to lie to you? This is what you want to do? Hey, man, here's what's in the file. Thomas Crooks had 50 other accomplices. Did he really? Can you show us that? No, I can't. I'm just making it up to make Joe Kent happy. Folks, I'm tired of it, man. Are we going to live in a world of truth or a world of chaos? You know what? Go down those screenshots and we'll go back to the video. I'm going to show you here. I'm really, I don't know what to tell you. It's like Joe didn't read this article. This is open source. It's a Fox News article. You know how many employees looked at this? 485.
FBI employees looked at this investigation, including me, 486. We don't know anything about Butler, Joe said. Really? The FBI conducted more than 1,000 interviews connected to the case. I looked at all this stuff. They reviewed 2,000 tips, executed 10 search warrants and 100 subpoenas. I analyzed 13 electronic devices. Wait, later in the video, he says that we don't know anything about the electronic devices. That's news to me. Not only electronic devices associated with him, but his family members too. I thought Joe said, maybe Joe would have known this if he would have read the article or shown up for the briefing that he turned down. You see the grift though? Oh, we don't know nothing. I know something. Black box, I got it. Watch my podcast. The FBI examined 35 accounts linked to Crooks. I thought we didn't analyze anything. I thought they told me that. I thought they said that, including social media, bank, and other online accounts. But we don't know nothing. We don't know nothing about nothing. Amazing, by the way, how keep this up. The same people out there, clan of people who are telling you out there that Iran's no threat, can constantly tell you, or imply at least, that Iran was behind this kid, produce no evidence. They tell you they know something, and then they go, but Iran's no threat. You just implied Iran tried to shoot Trump through this kid. Which story is it, mother? Which story is it? Get your story straight. We don't have any evidence of that. Yes, Iran wants to kill Trump. Yes, this kid is a lunatic. It happens all the time, sadly. John Hinckley, Arthur Bremer, people lose their minds and do stupid stuff. Here's more from this article. You guys can read it yourself. The home was completely swept. Every device was collected and accessed. There were reports out there saying we didn't get into certain devices. That's false. That is just made up. Joe would have known that if he would have read the article or just showed up at our office. The FBI conducted a manual review of more than 500,000 individual electronic files. That's a fact. Engaged with nations around the world to ensure all the leads were covered, which we did. When there was a lead about an overseas connection, 2 instances we became aware of foreign accounts, the FBI reached out to the foreign governments. We did. It goes on. Very quickly, the foreign governments provided the full contents of the accounts. We deployed an extraordinary effort that even people not in Crooks' age range were interviewed and done completely and thoroughly. There's no foreign connection in the case, the official stressed. There's no individual outside U.S. borders or inside U.S. borders that had any role, it's important, in directing him, inspiring him, or assisting him in any way. That includes foreign governments. You want me to lie to you, man? Is that what generates clicks and money? That's what it's about now? You know how easy it is to do that? Listen, I was in the FBI. I got a bunch of hidden knowledge. This stuff we're not telling you. Hide stuff. Tune into my podcast at 5. Folks, this is bullshit. We don't need these people, man. You see what they're doing? They're gatekeepers. Bongino, Patel, Blanche, Hegseth, Rubio, Ratcliffe. They're keeping information from Donald Trump. He's not smart enough to figure this out. Bongino, right. Went into the government for the money. Listen, you guys know I made a lot of money there. A big revenue generator for me. And as you know, it's always great, too, for your stress levels and your personal life enhancement. Going to the guys, it's a great idea. Yeah. I went in there to tell you the truth. And a lot of the gatekeeper narrative frauds didn't have the balls to take a job in the Trump administration or weren't offered one because nobody trusted them. And then they graciously offer jobs to others like Joe Kent, who go out and come out and lie about it. I'm going to take a quick break here because honestly, I got to kind of calm down before I have a freaking heart attack too because I'm so pissed off at what happened last night. This is a serious problem. And I'm getting tired of also the defense sitters with a fence post up their ass. Oh, I don't want to call out this guy or that guy because I'm afraid he's going to mention me on the show. Really? Just put my name anywhere. I've been mentioned on shows for 10 years. You want to be in the public, get used to it. As Brother Leo from Archbishop Malloy High School, God rest his soul, said to me a long time ago, real men walk alone, okay? You want pats on the back, you want palm fronds, and everyone knows, oh, the Jews did it. Trump's dumb, all the gatekeepers. You go ahead and do that. Me, zero interest. You got other people out there calling it out too, who've been through these fights before. Yep. They don't fall for the current thing. Yep. The reason conservatism conserves things is because we believe in a longitudinal, chronological timeline where good ideas should last over time. That's what we're conserving. We don't fall for every current thing. Thank God you got people like, I saw Dana Lash, just going for it. Good for you. She's been around forever. She's been through the Tea Party fights. Levin, Hannity, boomers, boomers. Oh yeah, you've been alive 10 minutes and you've never been through these fights. You don't think we've been through these fights before? Please don't fall for this, man. All right, quick break. That was heavy. I'm not even like 30 seconds into this video. I told you, I don't know how long it's going to go.
The longest 3.5 minutes of your life.
It is.
Literally, this is me like 24/7.
40, 50 hours a week just to buy groceries and gas, things you used to be able to afford. And credit card companies are charging you, showing homeowners.
There's a space that I did last Thursday night that would probably, I'd win an Oscar off of it,
in your app store.
of what I had to respond to.
And then the other option's much darker. I mean, we still don't know what happened in Butler. We don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk. And by no means am I saying, the Israelis did this or stop.
They fucking know what happened.
Folks, One, this is particularly disgusting because there's an ongoing trial, and I'm not going to take part in this right now because it would be unethical. A mistrial, yeah. They're going to look for a mistrial. Here we go again, where I'm not saying anything. Did you hear it at the end? Did you hear it? This is the hidden knowledge scam. This is the mark
I'm
of
not
a
saying,
Times
I'm just
Square
saying.
watch salesman. You ever go to Times Square back before Rudy Giuliani came to hey, I got a Rolex here, $25. $25 for a Rolex. Yeah, no, it's real. I got hidden knowledge here. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm not saying that there's any connect. Well, you would know. You don't think this is disgusting? We live in a republic where every single person charged, from everything from murder to child pornography, everyone, that the biggest scum of the earth is entitled to the presumption of innocence until their guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt by a jury of their peers. Thank God we have a republic that works like that. There is a trial going on. And you're claiming you've got some kind of hidden knowledge? Really? Interesting. You see the scam? I got hidden knowledge, but I'm not gonna say it. You know something? I think it's some kind of like whistleblower now. You notice I'm blowing the whistle on nothing? I know something, but I'm not gonna say it. Really? I know you're watching right now. And you know you're a liar. You know exactly what you're doing.
He's not saying like, the Israelis did this or any of that, but I'm saying there's a lot of unanswered questions there, and there is enough data to at least say that.
There's enough data. I'm not saying anything because I don't know anything. I'm just lying to you. However, there's enough data, but he doesn't tell you what the data is. This is amazing. Because then he goes on after telling you that there's all this data. You just heard it. It's not my words, bro. Don't kill the messenger. Don't kill the messenger for using his. He's the messenger, not me. He's got this data. He just said it. But now he's going to go on to tell you another lie that he was kept from the data. Do you have data or not? I thought you had data. Did he just say, Josh, did he just say it? There's all this data. This is weird because now he goes on to say how he was kept from the data, which is also false. Go ahead.
There's a good chance that President Trump feels like he is under threat. We're not allowed to ask, basically, was there any linkage between what took place with Asif Merchant, who was recruited by the Iranians to come to America to recruit proxies to kill President Trump? The FBI put a confidential human source at him. All this is public now. This is all out there in the open. And he's arrested, and then 2 days later, a sniper takes a shot.
Trump is renewing calls for the U.S. to acquire Greenland. The president says his team is considering a range of options.
Shot President Trump.
Here we go. Listen. You see what he does here? This is a trick. You ever see that Bane Batman movie? For the uninitiated. This is a trick people use on the uninitiated. They know people because the human mind is desperate to create patterns. It's how you survive. The human mind doesn't think in segmented moments. It tries to create patterns. Your mind will actually fill in blanks in your visual field when you're reading at times because what you're seeing and stimulated with is not what's happening in your brain. That's a fact. Again, if you have any background in neuropsychology, you can look it up. What you perceive as reality is not what's really going on with the light and auditory stimulation and all of that. Human beings create patterns out of information. It's how you stay alive. So what people do to try to sucker the uninitiated is they use correlation and they infer causation from it. Now, again, earlier in this episode, Joe's out there telling you how Iran's not a threat. Now he's implying, you just heard it. Guys, did we not hear it? That this Iranian plot to kill President Trump through Asif Merchant, who was just convicted, by the way, a Pakistani, that is a true story. We were deeply involved in that case, the FBI. It's like, well, it's just a couple of days before bother. Now, if you're uninitiated into how this works, you're like, wow, this guy must know something. These two things are connected. It's incredible. They have to be connected. Somebody's hiding it. He already said to me, President Trump's scared. His words, brother, not mine. President Trump's scared. The gatekeepers are keeping stuff from him. He should be scared. The gatekeeper. I'm keeping stuff. So just to be clear, President Trump is my personal friend, has been for a long time. He's Cash's friend, Radcliffe's friend. Pam, Todd, Pete, everybody knows President Trump personally. And they all have access to this. And we're all hiding from President Trump a plot for the Iranians to kill him through a kid in Butler. We're all hiding it from him because... Wait, I got it. I didn't even... Wait, come on, guys. You got to know who did it. The Jews. It's got to be the Jews. I buy $7,000. We all got it, I guess. And suckers fall for this. Of course, there's no actual evidence any of that's true. The irony is, of all the foreign countries I met with, I didn't meet with anyone from Israel. It doesn't matter. If you're a sucker, this is what he thinks he's playing you. Joe is playing you for a sucker. President Trump, man, could have been killed by the Iranians. I thought the Iranians weren't a threat. No, I don't want to say it. Well, what are you saying? He goes on later in the interview to say, by the way, there's a fatwa, an Iranian fatwa against developing nuclear weapons. Number one, that's totally fake. It's been debunked 1,000 times. But even assume what he's telling you is true about a fatwa against nuclear development. Assume that. It's not. Assume it is. Then he goes on 5 minutes later to tell you how the Iranians refused to dismantle their nuclear program. Joe, what story is it, bro? I thought you just said there was a fatwa against it. Now you're telling us they're still developing it? I thought you're telling us the Iranians weren't a threat. Now you're insinuating the Iranians killed Trump? But I have secret knowledge. Something happened 2 days before. Okay, a lot of things happened 2 days before. There may have been a solar eclipse 2 days before. You see how superstitions develop? This is how before science, people fell for it. There was the sun came out one morning and then and there was no cloud cover. And an insect stung a guy. Oh my gosh, the sun god doesn't like me. That's the mark of the uninitiated into reason. You want to be part of reason and logic and the advancement of humankind? There's a side of truth and a side of chaos. Pick. Nothing he's telling you here is true. I've seen all this intelligence, folks. Outside of this, for a second, without blaming the Jews, please point to me one reason that Ratcliffe, Pete, Rubio, Waltz, me, Cash, Todd, Emil, Pam, that we'd all people who couldn't have supported this guy enough, whether you love us or hate us, are all working together to coordinate a message. Hey, keep all this information from Donald Trump. By the way, as if it wouldn't leak out 3 years later when, God forbid, some Democrat gets elected. You don't think they would love this? Look at what all these guys did. That evil podcaster bunch, they hid all this information. Here it is. That information is never going to come out. You know why? Because it's not there. It's not there. Mark this episode. You think there's some secret information the government Joe has about Butler and Charlie? And we're all hiding it. Because, no, it's not like we all knew Charlie or anything. He was only one of my best friends. You're right. I definitely don't want to get that done. This is possibly the dumbest 3 minutes I've ever seen in my life. Really. And that's saying a lot. From a guy I considered a friend. Imputing, by the way, my integrity. I didn't walk out the door with some bullshit letter. I told the president I would doodle January, and that's what I did. We flipped the calendar, and that's what I did. I only had a year. I had a business and a family to get back to, and he knew that. People just like to lie to you about it. There was some turmoil there. You see me write some stupid-ass letter. The Jews did it. Go on. We think Mershon and the CHS was talking about the human source that the FBI put at Mershon. They were talking about, hey, we could kill the president potentially with a sniper rifle. But then they arrest him. 2 days later, Butler happens. And Crooks, according to the official narrative anyways, is an enigma. We don't know anything about him. We can't get into his devices. If we get into his device. All right, I'm not going to go into this again. Folks, Joe Kent is a liar. He's doing this correlation thing, where this thing happened and this thing happened. But did you notice he never links them at all? I'd say rewind it, but I'm not even like 1/1000 through the show. He tells you this thing happened with Merchant, and then this thing happened. But did you notice he never once provides the link? The guy was the head of the NCTC. If there's a link, this is the greatest story of all time, for all the wrong reasons. Go get a book deal for $10 million. There's a link there? You don't think President Trump could use that link right now? Like the Iranians were involved with Thomas Crooks, and we have evidence of it? You don't think that would be a feather in the cap for, hey, look at these Iran strikes? We're all hiding it from him for what reason? For what? Can you please give me one logical reason we'd be doing that? He has it, but he doesn't tell you. He said nothing there. He said nothing other than this happened and this happened. Are those two this is connected? No, not at all. And then he says again, we know nothing about this guy. I just put up the Fox article, Joe. I offered you a briefing. You didn't take it. We did a 2-hour interview on this. We went over this. Thousands of devices, hundreds of thousands of digital files. What else? I don't understand. If you have something, say it. I want to hear it. You know something about Butler? Tell the president. He doesn't know shit because it's not there. So what does he do? He plays the hidden knowledge game. Listen, we just don't know. They kept it from me. There's like a box somewhere. Where's the box? I don't know. You sure there's a box? Well, not really, but it sounds good. Sounds good in the podcast. Talking amongst each other in this podcast circle, too. By the way, people who have no experience in this space, have none of these briefings at all, talking to guys who had the briefing about how no one knows what went on in the briefings. Amazing. One guy wasn't in the briefing. The other guy was in a lot of these briefings, and they still can't figure out what happened in the briefings. This happened, this happened. They're connected, are they? Oh, you have evidence they're connected? No, I don't have it. Well, I thought you said you had it. The biggest bombshell of all time. Go ahead. But then they arrest him 2 days later. Butler happens, and Crooks, according to the official narrative anyways, is an enigma. We don't know anything about him. We can't get into his devices. If we did get into his devices, maybe there's nothing there. No more questions are allowed to be asked about Thomas. Stop. Just leave him up on the screen. Really? We can't get into his devices. You understood we did get into his... That's just a fact, guys. That's just a fact. Joe doesn't know it because Joe either is lying to you, which he is, because he does know that. Joe knows that. And he's faking it. Because Joe was offered the briefing and said no, and we've already gone over this. He's just lying to you because I don't know what, he wants to write a book. I don't know what he's doing. He wants to blame the Jews. I have no idea. Go ahead. Crooks. The DHS IG is currently being blocked from investigating. Stop. That's fake. Joe is lying to you again. Joe is 100% lying to you. The DHS IG investigation into the Secret Service security plan was not in any way blocked. That is total bullshit. I met with these guys. That is just a lie. Either Joe is lying to you or Joe doesn't know what he's talking about. There is no option C.
IG is currently being blocked from investigating Butler as well. That's out in the media. That's all well known. You're investigating.
Stop. That's all well known. That is not true. That is just fake news. Whoever wrote that is lying to you, and he should know better. Go ahead.
Your investigative journalists found that Crooks did indeed have an online persona.
Quite an
online
extensive
footprint.
one. Stop. Joe just said 5 minutes ago, we had no idea what, we don't know anything about Crooks, and we weren't able to access his accounts. So how, wait, Joe, it was your investigative journal. We already had that stuff. No one is saying he wasn't communicating with people. People talk to other people. All we're saying is nobody directed him and told him to do it was part of the plan. You see how they conflate two separate things? If I'm talking to Guy one day online about the show and I go and rob a bank, you see what this sucker does, the hidden knowledge sucker? He goes, oh my gosh, Bongino was talking to Guy. And then he went and robbed the bank. And then the uninitiated into reason go, oh my gosh, Guy must be involved. They are both facts. There's no connection. This is the greatest story ever. If there's a big conspiracy of people overseas. If you have it, Joe, say it. We'll cover it on the show. He's not saying it because it doesn't exist. Go ahead.
Persona.
Quite an
online
extensive
footprint.
one.
He was talking to people. So it's like, why aren't we investigating this? You know, I mean, if
An attempted murder of a presidential
attempted murder of a presidential candidate, and then there's another assassination attempt. There's been multiple public breaches of President Trump's security over the last year.
Correct.
And then, you know, Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all.
Okay. Listen, folks. This part I have to just leave here. This is some of the most disgusting, unethical, and immoral stuff I have ever seen.
How do you make the ice and jelly
Hold
drink
on.
that Kelly Clarkson used to
Leveraging the death of my good friend, his brutal murder, his assassination, that the whole world watched in all of its horrifying gore. For your podcast appearance, you're disgusting. Thank you for your service to the country. You're also disgusting. This is filth. This is just filth. I wasn't allowed to ask questions, Joe Kent. I'm just going to leave that there, folks. And all you people defending him right now, I'll accept your apology later. You watch. You weren't allowed to ask questions? You sure about that? Sure you want that on the record, Joe? You weren't allowed to ask questions? Really? Go ahead.
Even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the
really?
office.
He did? That's fascinating, because I've had conversations with Charlie, too. I don't talk about them because the man's dead, and I don't like to invoke his name for podcast clicks, okay? Only to remember him. And I'm not going to do it now. You sure that's how Charlie felt? Matter of fact, I've got a clip of Charlie we're going to play in a minute. Interesting how you're the only one who seems to know that's a special. Again, here's the hidden knowledge. I've got hidden knowledge about Charlie. Really? Because Charlie wasn't so hidden about that knowledge. Charlie actually said the opposite. But no, he said this to me. Were there witnesses to that? It's interesting how he knows this.
There's a lot of rockets coming in the north of Israel.
Charlie was calling out any possible strike in Iran, and all the gatekeepers kept it from. By the way, neither one of those things is actually true. Are we done with this video yet?
No, but you want the Charlie one?
Yeah, can you? Go to the Charlie. Wait. Joe has hidden knowledge of a conversation nobody witnessed that Charlie told him, let us go to war with Iran. Meanwhile, here's Charlie in his own word on Charlie.
And you might say, Charlie, do you support or oppose this? I support President Trump. That's my answer. I know the man. He's the commander-in-chief. He's the man for the hour, and he's had the weight of the world on his shoulders. So in a situation like this, I support my friend, and he had my back, and I have his. That's my perspective. By the way, I also look at this and I say, and I understand the arguments of people that, don't intervene and all that. I get it. But boy, if we not exhausted so many diplomatic channels and options, here is Netanyahu 261 praising and congratulating President Trump. Play cut 261.
Joe's a liar. Joe has hidden knowledge, guys. He had a private conversation. So in one sense, he tells you he didn't really know Charlie well. But then I did, by the way. I did. I knew Charlie really well for a long time. I don't know Charlie really well, but he told me, please stop a war with Iran. Really, it's interesting. He was saying different things to his audience. So we're supposed to trust you despite you having lied in the prior, 2.5 minutes, at least 20 times. Lied. I know you lied. I was there. I don't know anything about Butler. You don't know anything? Remember that briefing I offered you? You didn't take? You going to say it didn't happen? I wasn't allowed access. And then Charlie go, really? That's interesting. That's interesting. I'll wait for your apology on that. There's like a paper trail on that. We'll see who's telling the truth. Again, I'll just accept your apology later. Play the rest of the video.
With Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive to each other. And last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing, in the stairway, and I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, it's small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space, and he said, Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran.
Oh, that's convenient.
He was single-minded.
Very walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis. And then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that.
Here he goes again.
It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
It's a data point. Okay, here he goes again.
He doesn't know Charlie, but he's so in tune with Charlie. Charlie shared with him. They had this. He doesn't know him. He runs into him in a blink. He is right. The West Wing is very small. And that's what Charlie said conveniently. Charlie says it. Hey, Joe, please stop us from going to war with Iran. Folks, if you believe that, I've got a freaking bridge in Brooklyn. It's quite old. I will sell you for like $10. You really believe that happened? Despite Charlie never saying that to me, ever, in our multitude of conversations. Charlie, I don't recall Charlie saying that on his show. Matter of fact, we just played Charlie saying the opposite. But no, he shared it with Joe Kent, who just says, I know him. And then he slips the Israelis in. Oh, the Jews did it. Must be the Jews. I can't. I cannot believe people are falling for this bullshit. You know something, brother? You got these data points you keep talking about? Put them out there. Put them out there. You've got some hidden evidence on Charlie or Butler? Put it out there. You want to go down the Canvas route? 6,000 pieces of data, not a single piece of evidence? Put it out there. That's what chaos agents do. Go do it. I got a list. I got info. Tune in next week at 6, $25 just to get in.
I'd ask any questions about that. It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
It's a data point, folks. He just won't tell you what it is. Either this Candace or anyone else. It's just a data point. It's in a black box somewhere. You were in the government. You had the same TSSCI clearance I had. How come you're not telling anybody? You know, it's funny, like people the blackmailers who are trying to divide this movement like the Grand Canyon so they can hijack it in 2028. I'll tell you people like me and Cash and Rack, like, oh, look at that. They're deep state guys. Meanwhile, we're the ones telling you that you just don't like what you're hearing. The people you lionize and put on a pencil tell you bullshit. I have data, but I'm not going to tell you. I actually give you the data. Whether you like it or not is up to you. You voted Donald Trump in, who appointed a bunch of lieutenants to go in there and open the books, and we did. You didn't like the answers, some people. Then you get this guy goes in there. He tells you he's got a bunch of data points, never tells you a single one of them, makes no connection between 30 different disparate facts. And this is your hero?
It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look
It's a
into.
data point. It's a data point. You mean a data point? Like the devices and the thousands of interviews that were conducted? That's a data point too, except it's actual data. You just don't like the answer because you don't think the Jews are behind it. Here, let me just point out, by the way, just a couple of the contradictions where it's just Joe debating Joe in his own interview. Again, there was an Iranian fatwa against nuclear development. What, just minutes later? The Iranians are not stopping their development of nuclear program. Well, are you debating yourself because you're doing a terrible job? Who won? Joe 1 or Joe 2? Iran's not an imminent threat. Then he implies later on that the Iranians behind the threat, action that shot President Trump in the head. Really? You know something there? I thought they weren't an imminent threat, but they're an imminent threat that tried to kill President Trump? Folks, they're his words. I'm sorry if you're a sucker who fell for this. Those are his words, not mine. I've been very pleasant. This guy was my friend. But you're freaking crazy if you think I'm going to let you go out there and pull me into your crazy bullshit. Oh, I was kept from this stuff. Bullshit. And you know it's bullshit. That is bullshit. Fuck. I want to say one thing. The demoralization op that's going on right now on the right, done by foreign adversaries with the utility of tools, when you have somebody who's served, let's say it's 3 tours and I think 8 CIA operations he was on. I'm just assuming based on what the Green Beret guys told me. When you're looking at that and somebody whose wife was killed by ISIS and then you're saying now she's killed by Israel, which is insane. That's just like a whole other. I don't even know. Like, anyways, because if you're a widow, you go to certain, especially if you're former military, you go to certain meetings for widows, especially those who have. And he's gone to obviously certain counseling after that experience. But there are certain things that you're required to do, evaluations, right? So, especially for coming into DNI, which would have been a whole other conversation we can have. But to allow this to happen, it's being streamed in Russian and in Chinese and in Pakistan and in foreign countries in other languages as we speak. Like, I'm actively seeing that, right? The one thing I can't stand is that we enjoy moon collecting or self these because of our open free speech society that we have, is that we get to go through humiliation rituals when actual countries that literally just throw you out of a window or poison your fucking tea get to sit there on their as if they're sitting on their pearly thrones and that it's all perfect because they've got beautiful subways or you can smell the bread in a supermarket where there's no actual Russians in there, or subways that are like gold leaf. Meanwhile, you go like, I don't know, 2 clicks out of town, and it's like it still looks like it's 57 or maybe 1967 post like Soviet era buildings, maybe even 1974
buildings that have never been changed. Like your roads are like shit. You still fucking have to like put the special tattoos on your chest if you're part of these Russian gangs or whatever. I just 250 million abortions in your country. Just get fucked. Honestly, that's all I want to say, including the CCP and all this this bullshit, as if we have the best country in the world, literally, the United States, and we have our internal stuff with our different things, but like that is not like other agencies and organizations. In fact, we're probably way too top heavy for my liking. But and we could streamline a lot of bureaucracy from the left that's been put in for bullshit things. What I call the DI staffing of everything. But just for him to do this when he has seen on the ground other countries and what goes on over there, and it doesn't go on over here. And so the what do they call, the navel gazing, just completely, like, you've just pissed off like half the Green Beret community is fighting with the other half of the Green Beret and Special Forces community. You do know that because of podcast bros, like like I don't know what to say. Anyways, this woman better be really good in bed that we're dealing with, that you've been allowed to allow this to happen. So, anyways.
This is a bullshit scam. I wasn't given access, but I got a bunch of data points. Really? How'd you get them if you weren't given access? I guess. Other kids? Candace does the same thing. She didn't even have access. I got a bunch of information. Do you have any evidence? No, none. Tune in at 6, whatever. You know something? Say it. You know something? Say it. You got information about Charlie, about Butler? You got special information about Epstein? You got special information of, we're all hiding it. We're all the secret cabal of like Trump's friends who are magically trying to sabotage Donald Trump for some reason only you know. Say it. Put it out there. Grow a pair of balls. There's two things hanging between your legs. Grow them. Put it out there. Instead, you want to rage at the people who told you the truth while declaring nothing is happening. Nothing's happening. Then something happens. Well, nothing else is happening. Then that happens. Well, nothing else is happening. I have secret information. I would have done it different. You wouldn't have done shit. You sat on your ass and did nothing. You complain on Twitter claiming you have secret information and the gatekeepers are keeping information from Trump while you do nothing. You know him? Call him up. A lot of these people know him. They have his number. Call him up. Give him your data. Data points. Oh, you don't have it? These people overload you with information and underwhelm you with facts. Don't fall for it. Data point. It's a data point. It's a data point. And of course, you got to blame the Jews because that's like the boogeyman. When you don't have an answer and you can't connect two things, Asif Merchant was being investigated for a plot to assassinate Trump. Thomas Cook shoots Trump. Yeah, those two facts. Yeah, is there a tie? Do you have it? No, I don't have it, but they're definitely related. How? How? Do you have that information? No. The Jews. And then suckers are like, oh, no, definitely the Jews. The Jews. Do you have any evidence of that either? Let me say something. It's a data point. It's a data point. If it was the Jews or the Israelis, I want to know. Produce it. Produce it. Let's see it. Here's Gutfeld. You got that Gutfeld clip? Here's Greg Gutfeld. By the way, kind of a libertarian, too. Here's Gutfeld and Dana Perino on the 5 last night saying the exact same thing. Like, do you guys have any actual evidence, like this Israeli thing? Like, because this just seems like a cop-out for every single thing you guys make up in your hidden knowledge black box here. What's in the black box? Definitely the Jews. Check this out. Things that is emerging is this criticism that started early on in the war, which is that Israel made Trump do it. Yeah. And the president's rejected that, Caroline Levitt. They've all rejected that, except for that there is a strain that wants that to be the issue. But that has been disproven by history. You have 40 years of Trump talking about Iran. He said what he was going to do to Iran in the 80s. He actually telegraphed what he was going to do to the Trump is renewing calls for the U.S. to acquire Greenland. The president says his team is considering a range of options to make the self-governing Danish territory a part of the United States.
I know there's hands. Go ahead, Yeeti. Go ahead, Yeeti.
Oh, I was just gonna mention, kind of in conjunction with what you were saying before, with how, he has so much credibility and how it can give people different ideas. I just wanted to point out that one of the big spaces yesterday that focuses on Epstein, they live streamed the Tucker and Joe Kent interview, and at the end of it, the narrative that the space was kind of pushing was that people are going to start going after Joe Kent and Tucker, and they're going to try to like kill them and discredit them. And I just wanted to kind of bring up that I kind of expect that the propaganda that we will start to see is that Joe Kent was removed because he knew things that he wasn't supposed to know, and now anyone who goes after Joe Kent is trying to they're wrapping it into the Epstein narrative.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Of course they are. Of course they are. Yeah, just it's okay. They're just going to try to kill more Jews and in America, and then yeah, okay, that's good. That's good for
Yeah,
them.
like
It's a
Joe. By the way,
ready-made.
in addition to what Crenshaw,
You should be laughing
Hold on one
because
second.
it's the
well,
mark of a sucker.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
addition to in addition to what Bongino was saying, Joe Kent could go to Congress right now, right? He could go to Congress and have go to the Democrats, right? You're worried that the Republicans are compromised. Go to the Democrats, go to the ranking member. They have a right to call witnesses. Republicans cannot stop them, and come up with your bombshell testimony. Submit your documents, right? Sure, prove your case, right? So I'm not a big believer in controversy, conspiracies, but the only thing that makes sense is the leaked report that he was being investigated. Joe Kent was for leaking before he quit / got fired, because nothing else makes sense. Money doesn't make sense, because if he would have just stayed in his job or left honorably and whatever, he would be making millions of dollars for the rest of his life as a security consultant, sitting on boards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the money angle doesn't make sense. Even disagreeing with the Iran stuff doesn't make sense, because we saw what he said about Iran before he went into government, and about his wife's death. Never mentioned Israel, not once as a private citizen,
We
not
have
once.
we have some type of analysis that because of his building up of Tulsi Gabbard's campaign coffers for
Right.
2028 and establishing it already in North Carolina, and because of now money that we found in Canada. So I know there's been people doing that research. Thank you, Edie, and others who so we're working on those reports right now. I'm not doing it
Yeah.
because I'm doing other stuff, but we're going to check what happened with the super PAC. But I mostly focus heavily on the malign foreign influence operations, perhaps even done against Kent, because he could have been a target of one, based on statements made from Nick Fuentes and others associated with the campaign, that they were secretly providing him with a ground game in the state of Oregon that was decentralized and not attributable to his
Washington,
team.
Washington, yeah.
Was it
Washington, yeah.
Washington or Oregon?
Washington, yeah. He ran in Washington
Okay,
State.
why did somebody said something about something going on in Oregon with him? So I have to go look at that audio. Maybe it was a clip. It was in the middle of the night, so I'm a little bit tired. Okay, Dr.
Hey,
Angela.
hey,
Yeah,
Steph.
yeah, yeah.
I just wanted to throw out, sorry, Angela, I just wanted to throw out, I put it up in the nest, but I've done another thread on the Dugan op, especially since today is the day that Catholic for Catholics has decided to go ahead with their nonsense. This is exposing Carlo Maria Vigano's connections to Lavrov, and Lavrov's statements at the same Russia File conference that Carlo Maria Vigano spoke for, second one that he attended. You'll see in the thread with, obviously Dugan calling out his influencers. You'll see also Dugan's recent posts supporting Candace Owens and Carrie Prejean Bowler and Joe Kent. I think it's interesting with the Joe Kent situation. I don't know if he has direct connections with Dugan. I can say that Dugan is promoting him, so he's obviously seeing him as maybe just as a useful idiot in the current situation. But in any case, it's useful for his narrative. So I just wanted to put that up there, considering that all three of those individuals, plus General Flynn, who's directly connected. So that's now what it's General Flynn, Candace Owens, Carrie Prejean Bowler, and Joe
Tulsi
Kent,
Gabbard has a
all being
relationship.
promoted.
Tulsi Gabbard has a relationship, a long-standing relationship with Joe Kent, with Omid Malik. So this,
Right.
and
But I'm putting a direct connection to Dugan at this point, and then I'm gonna say, people are saying, well, who's Dugan's handler if he's handling them? Because obviously Dugan's not the guy who's like coming up with this on his own. Just see that Sergey Lavrov has been at his conferences and just understand what that means.
The Russian foreign minister, just for those who don't know, yeah.
Yeah. And also the guy who decided to wear a USSR t-shirt, strategically messaging when he went to Alaska recently.
Stealth, I didn't want to interrupt
yeah,
when we were in the middle of all these various conversations, but I wanted to tell you that I received the endorsement for my county last night for my campaign.
Oh,
So now,
congratulations.
thank you. Now I wait to see if I get the endorsement of the state when we have the conference in a few weeks. So I'm super excited.
Amazing.
Super excited.
Bravo. See, this, guys, this is Angela is a perfect example of saying, what can I do? Like, what can I do? It's not enough to just sit and like, scream at the clouds. Sometimes if you have the opportunity to be able to get into positions of civil governance, you run, even if it's at great expense, as Jan Bongino says, to you personally. You do that because you're serving the truth and you're serving the country. And so I applaud you, Angela. I hope more people do that. In fact, I've gotten some DMs just recently. I had a visitor in this space who pinged me saying, he's 18 years old. He wants to get into journalism. He wants to be able to serve the truth. How does he go about doing this? This really inspires me because I do know that there are people who are out there who really want to get into this very messy, often very demoralizing, but very necessary service of information.
I just want you to know that Caroline Levitt made a very strong statement against Joe Kent.
Let's go.
Yeah, yes, they're she's come out. She's pissed. She's very she's usually not like this. You can tell just by her pursing of her lips where we're at with this situation. So, NATO down.
Can you play it?
Yeah, yeah, here it is. Yeah, let me grab it. Why did he name somebody to run the counterterrorism center who thought was weak on security? The president gave Joe Kent a chance. He thought he was a good guy with good military experience, and unfortunately, he proved he was not up for the job. And we don't want somebody leading the counterterrorism task force who cannot agree that the number one state sponsor of terror in this world did not pose a threat to the United States. That's what another falsehood he said in his letter of resignation, which is just unequivocally false. It's backed by intelligence. It's backed by the fact that Iran was building ballistic missiles at a rapid rate to build a shield of immunity so they could build a nuclear bomb. And it's backed by the fact that the president of the United States made the decision to attack Iran before they could attack American troops and our assets and bases in the region. And that was, of course, a good decision, not just for the United States, but for the rest of the world. It should be commended. It should not be degraded in the form of a resignation letter that's riddled with lies. So. Okay, so okay, so there's that. You're going to see a lot more statements. Go ahead, Chief.
Hey, I just learned the Jews are behind it again, and here I am at 64 years old, reasonably successful in my life, and I want to know what Jew I got to thank for all that, because
I don't know.
I thought I was doing that all by myself. I did do an interview yesterday with somebody that entered the DNI with Joe. He contacted me and wanted to do the interview, and he completely debunked, of course, I'm speaking to the choir, the nonsense that Trump was pushed into the war. It's worth the interview because he had a relationship with Joe, and he was guarded in his criticism. I'm like a lot of other people that seem to have a relationship with Joe until, of course, this recent interview where Joe Kent, of course, threw accusations at a whole bunch of other people, and like Dan Bongino is speaking out. I do want to send Dan some high blood pressure medication. I'm worried about him. But this of course is nonsense. I don't know why people do this. And I went over with the guest on my show,
If
Thomas
you haven't been
Petrelli.
listening to my spaces, you would know exactly why he's doing this, right?
I know, I know.
Okay.
I just, I'm afraid for the guy, and but he, my guest also goes through, what else does Trump have available to him to make a decision on stuff, and what would be the proper thing, and what would he do? And he talked about the whole, gaming, how he would deal with Iran, because he was deeply involved in that planning for many, many years. So it's worth a listen, and I'm just it's disappointing that this guy Joe Kane couldn't just go away quietly if he was unhappy with his role in government, because it's we are in a time of conflict. That this is not the right thing to do. But anyways, it's worth an interview, and great space though, Stealth.
Thank you. So I have some audio that came out from Tatum, who says that Kent also leaked stuff to. Okay, listen to this.
Shame is evil. It is unprofessional. It is shameful to leak that person's text messages to the public. I won't share it. I'm not retweeting it. I would never do that. And for people who are sharing it or retweeting that man's message after he's dead, you should be ashamed of yourself. It's shameful. The reason that people write things is evil. It is unprofessional. It is shameful.
Hold on, and there's another video.
Somebody leaked information to Candace from the government. And I wonder if it was a Joe Kent. I wonder if it's a Joe Kent that's leaking stuff to people. Not saying it is, but I wonder, is this the person that's leaking stuff? And I'm gonna
She
say this.
did say that he was
When
he
a
was
man
a
dies,
conspiracy theorist on the Charlie
somebody
Kirk stuff.
leaked.
Well, he was at the Christmas party with her and Tucker, right? So, and she's friends with his wife. I don't know if you're aware of that, Edie. They follow each other and speak, and there's some pictures and videos of them together at certain events. So
Have mercy.
I know. But that's already.
Republican administrations can never hire. I'm serious. And I think you've made similar points before. Can never hire again a recent conservative who got married to a much more liberal woman. It's like there's no way you're going to be able to withstand that kind of influence in your house unless you've been like, I know Mary Matlin. Oh, that was the other way around. Mary Matlin and James Carville, right? She's been conservative for decades, and he's been whatever left of center for decades. But like a guy like Joe Kent was a Democrat turned independent who became a convenient Republican, then got remarried to a far left woman. You got to like that's got to be part of the vetting going forward, like ideological vetting.
There's something significantly wrong. By the way, the Cubans are starting to speak out. Tucker Carlson's interview of Glenn Greenwald reminds me of when Glenn Greenwald challenged me with similar lies. The biggest threat to free speech on campus are Palestinians who keep vandalizing property, disrupting lectures, and pitching homeless shelters in the Middle East, in the middle of campuses. It's all a game. Tiffany wrote, it's a clear as day. Marjorie Taylor Greene just flipped the script to chase the America-only crowd, the mad about the military op in Iran crowd. She's out here mad about our military ops, Iran, grandstanding like she's the new queen of isolationism. Why? Simple positioning for 2028 votes. Is she running? I thought she's not running, Bree, for 2028. Is Marjorie Taylor Greene running or not running? Does anybody know?
I
I
don't
thought.
think
No
so. But
idea.
Okay.
can I read you a very funny quote from Trump with the Japanese Prime Minister right now? Like hilarious. A Japanese journalist asks Trump, "Why didn't you notify the U.S. allies before attacking Iran?" Trump, "We wanted a surprise. Who knows more about a surprise than Japan?" And then he turns to the Prime Minister, "Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor?" Oh my God.
So Joe Kent voted for Bernie Sanders in 2019 when he was part of the Libertarian Party. He then pivoted again, rebranding himself as a constitutional conservative, riding the Republican wave and Team Trump with Tulsi Gabbard. So there's a lot here, by the way. So why would he vote for Bernie Sanders when Trump was on the ticket at that time? What he said was that let me see here. He registered as a Democrat. Does anybody have his voting record for after that? By the way, Peter Thiel funded his conservative run. Did you know that, Bree? Did anybody know that? I mean, we knew that yesterday, right? Edie? Edie, are you there?
Sorry,
Started
I'm
posting.
working on an
Okay.
article. What did you ask?
No, Peter Thiel funded his run.
Peter Thiel? Wait, he funded Joe Kent's
Yeah,
run?
yeah.
Oh my
But
goodness.
Nick Fuentes admitted that also in his videos. So I have now 3 confirmations on that.
Well, I heard Nick Fuentes, but I didn't realize it was Thiel. Wow. Wow. Do we have confirmation from actual financial records, or is
No,
that something
that's
that
I think
you'd want tracked
that's
down?
something I want tracked down, but I think that we have there's some people working on that already. I think that so.
Stealth.
What's up? What
But I think Glenn Greenwald has said that before, no?
I said? What before?
That this guy was supported by Peter Thiel.
Can you go find me that info?
Yes,
Thanks.
yes.
Okay, so go find me that info.
Sorry to break in right now. Everybody, if you can repost this space because the space is starting to get a little unbalanced
Yeah,
or unstable again. We're getting some bots. And then also those of you who are interested in trying to like operationally push back on today's stupid Catholic for Catholics. I'm now calling it Catholic for Russians
yeah,
event in Washington, D.C. Please repost the statement from the U.S. Catholic bishops when they condemn the anti-Semitism. This needs to and whenever you see someone posting or you see this or you go to John Yep's or you go to account or you go to Catholic for Catholics account, please remind everyone that the U.S. Catholics, it wasn't just this archbishop. The archbishop is speaking on behalf of the congregation of U.S. Catholic bishops. Okay, so this is all of the Catholic bishops, save this one bishop who's come out and he works for LifeSite. So, and he doesn't have he doesn't have a diocese, so he really doesn't count in really anything
but by the
except for
way,
being used.
in more important cute news, Ambassador Huckabee in Israel just showed videos of how his dogs deal being a command center with incoming attacks through ballistic missiles. And this is the most amazing video. So he shows their beds. So the dogs know what to do. They're trained now. They're on their beds. They hear the warnings. Incoming, incoming, and the dogs run to shelter. They already know. He's got
Aww.
there are two little Shih Tzus chasing him. Oh my God! And this is the warning right now at the embassy. And the dogs get their toys, and they run down the hallway, and they wait for Huckabee to come and follow them in. And they're shaking their tails. They go through security doors. They go into their special bunker. I posted the video, and they're looking for other people. They know exactly where to go. They're trained with their toys. So everybody's running down the hallway, and they're filming them. And they're in their little bunker, and they're gonna get their treats. They have their toys. It's the cutest video I've ever seen, but it makes me want to cry. They're just, oh my gosh, it's just the most cutest thing. I don't even know what to say. His dogs,
Is this
Gumbo and Bandit.
is this incoming from Hezbollah or Iran, or do we know?
It does. We don't know. It's. Well, this morning it was from both. So it was from both today. So today was from both. They've had like 12 waves from Iran today, and then from the north they just had 3 waves. So so Qatar-owned Georgetown University professor Badr Khan Suri, a non-citizen from India, was arrested by ICE, he's Muslim, by the way, for alleged ties to Hamas and promoting their propaganda after October 7th. His wife is the daughter of a former Hamas official. He delivers an Oscar-worthy performance claiming that ICE abducted and disappeared him. He's been deemed deportable by a federal judge. He's still here. He's still employed by Georgetown, receiving our U.S. taxpayer dollars. Listen to this bullshit. Abducted, and I reached this ICE facilities. First, they would disappear you. My family didn't know where I am for 4 or 5 days at least. I was so scared that what would happen to my kids who are also immigrants like me. And once I saw the immigration facility, I was broken by just mere sight of that. By He's wearing a $350 tie. I just want you to know. Put my foot in, and then they just throw me in a storage room where I slept or maybe just laid on that night on that floor. For the first time, I saw that there are cameras over the toilet. For the first time, I realized that people have to sleep on floor where cockroaches are just roaming around. There won't be blankets. Then they just took me from one place to other without never letting me. You were involved with aiding and abetting a terrorist organization while getting U.S. taxpayer dollars while radicalizing children to go and do things and to destroy our country. You can get all the way fucked and go back to wherever you came from. I could care less. Deport. And how long has he been there? And for how long was he doing this? And how many children that he's radicalized are now adults? My God, I don't care. You are not entitled, or like, you give up all your rights when you aid and abet a terrorist organization when you're here from fucking India. Gaza has nothing to do with you. You have your own problem from your own country. Go back and let Modi take care of you. I don't care. I really don't care. He's wearing a $350 tie, and it's about a $3,000 suit. Okay? So cry me a river, bitch. Bye. Meanwhile, he's still getting paid, and he's still radicalizing kids. He's got about 19 lawyers.
Stealth, I found the Thiel donation. It was
Okay.
2021, which isn't that like right after,
Yes, he was
well,
still
his,
receiving donations after the run. After the run, that was what was under investigation. Did you?
yeah. And
I.
this is like right after him and his wife were like became public.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep.
Does it show how much or no? We don't know.
This is a pretty small amount. It looks like an original donation of $2,900 was made and then taken back, and then a $5,800 donation was made. This is just for, he has 3 different campaign like funds, and these are all from 2021. I'm gonna go ahead and check the more recent ones. I know he has like a Facebook one and some other non like stuff that's not on Open Secrets, I don't think. So I'm gonna look through those as well. But yeah, Thiel definitely donated.
Just so
Stealth,
you. Yeah.
just to correct what I've just said, there is a single tweet from December 2024 that the names of Peter Thiel and Joe Rogan appear in the same tweet, and no, Glenn Greenwald doesn't say that that this happened.
Did you check on? You went through Grok and just typed in Glenn Greenwald because he does a lot of YouTube videos.
All right, I will check in Grok
Yeah.
also.
Okay. So do you guys remember how I've talked about this 09A case with this satanic neo-Nazi plot to kill the president? That kid from Wisconsin, Nikita Kaspa, who's Russian, who's emigrated. Okay, so the one who killed his parents, and they stayed unburied in the home for 2 weeks, and he sold the gold to go kill the president. So this he's in court right now, right? This whole case. We never got the answers for the shadowy figures who encouraged him to hide the dead bodies, crafting the manifesto, obtaining the drone, exiling to Ukraine, right? This whole narrative shaping. This is something that, again, I would have loved to have been addressed today with these threat concerns over 764 and 09A really not being what it seems. And not just that, you can call it anything you want. There's a bunch of different names for these groups. This should have been part of the threat report, and should have been directed to Kash Patel. So, but clearly people in those intel committees still do not understand the implications of what that is. So here is Tucker Carlson. This is Tucker telling Sean Ryan something different about his father's CIA work between 2 different videos. Somebody posted this. Hold on. Involved in that world. Hold on. I didn't say this, but the only reason I know who he is because someone sent me a video a few years ago of him attacking me, and I was like, so I'm looking at this, and I'm like, well, first of all, this kid's really talented, like legit, and I can assess that. That's Nick Fuentes. He's talking about Nick Fuentes. Native talent, and he's attacking my dad as the CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever, and I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. Then my father dies, and I learn, actually, was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So, no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact. Right. This was in March. That's with Candace. And I'm like, well, how the hell would this child from Chicago, my dad was 84 when he passed, like, who's this guy know who my dad is? And, like, he's in intelligence, how would he know that? Wait, so that was his critique of you because I didn't see it? Yeah, someone just sent me this video and was like, you can't believe anything Carlson says because his father was in the CIA and he's a CIA working on behalf of the CIA. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. I didn't say this, but the only reason I knew who this is in a clip. He ran for mayor of San Diego. Sean Ryan show. And lost. And then immediately after that went to work for the U.S. government. And
worked in and around the U.S. government for like the next 35 years.
Oh my God. Hold on for a second. Check your DM. Check your DM right now.
Which one? WhatsApp or Signal or regular?
No, no regular. Oh my God. You're going to laugh because take a look who posted this and see who's all the way over to the,
Yeah,
if
Jason
you're looking
Jones.
at the picture.
Jason Jones.
Uh-huh. Look
Yeah,
who else is in there.
he's been.
Look who else is in there. Look and who else is there.
Carrie Prision Bowler. I know,
Who
and
else?
the nun, the KGB
Yep.
nun, within her tent.
Yep.
And then you've got Yunez, who's the lawyer, the free speech lawyer for Bhattacharya, who's with Melanoma White, the podcaster, who runs
Chrislam.
Arabcom, right?
Yep. Yep.
And then you've got some interesting Muslim Brotherhood characters inside there.
Right.
And yeah. And did somebody send that to you privately or was this recently posted?
No, she just posted this.
Uh huh. Okay. And then you know the guy who's
Uh-huh.
standing behind.
Uh-huh.
Wait. I want to get a really good picture of the beard. I mean, the mustache. Give me a second. How do you think she smells? And this is what I. Do you see the dilation of somebody's eyes? Do you see Carrie's eyes? Do you see what's going on over there? Those are very dilated pupils. That's all I'm going to say. Did you see?
I can't. I'm going to post it though. I'm just going to take a screenshot and post it under the statement with regards to Chrislam is not Catholic.
But also the woman standing next to her. God, she's ugly. With the Palestinian thing, and of course VPP, who's Tulsi's best friend, who has what 7 different programs in 7 different Islamic countries for aid and making a fortune. I mean, what do you want me to tell you?
Now we know. Now we know the connection to John Yep and Kerry and the push for Palestinians. I told you about this years ago. Hey, Chief, take a look at this picture, okay? So that you have an idea. Have you seen it yet? I'll send it over to you, DM.
By the way, most of the people in that picture are not Palestinian, which is even funnier to me. Well, first of all, because Palestinian doesn't exist, but I'm gonna, yeah, I don't even know what to say anymore. Is everybody like compromised from tip to tail? Like, what is going on?
Pretty
Oh
much.
my god, oh my god! Do these people realize they're going to end up going to jail and broke? Do they understand what's going on? Like how bad it is?
Well, the problem is there's no deterrence on the jail factor. Like we have not done enough to create deterrence based on the fear of incarceration at this point.
They feel they must have so much legal representation, like the 19 lawyers from a certain organization. Do you know what I mean? Because if we can't get rid of Mahmoud Khalil and have him deported, who we know what we know about that person, can you imagine like other useful idiots? Do you? Oh gosh. Okay, so they're posting that Israel has closed the Church of Holy Sepulchre indefinitely for the first time in the history of Christianity. This is from the Orthodox Christian stuff. Should we show the rockets that were landing on on there?
Seriously. I mean, seriously. That's it. It's ridiculous because I mean, it's just at this point, specifically with the Church of Holy Sepulchre, it's becoming very frustrating. We've all seen the photos and videos of the rocket fallout. It's just completely and plainly obvious. What do they want Israel to do? To just allow Christians to
Be killed.
yeah, to be killed because that would be the story too. Like they can never win. Israel can never win in these people's eyes.
It's a wonder, like like I'm seeing all the pictures and everybody posting in the police and the huge ballistic rockets that are. By the way, there should be isn't there a little bit of some radiation that comes off those pieces?
I believe so. It depends on the munitions inside.
That's what we have to find out. Cluster bombs are raining down on Israel, which is a gross violation and a war crime. And you want people. This guy writes this.
Well,
There's
the picture. Take a look at the picture of all those people inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is not big. Like look at all of those people, like literally crushed within the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. You want a potential strike to happen with that? Who would be blamed if that was to occur?
So I'm gonna actually request a community note. I'm gonna put in like it's kind of crazy.
Grok just confirmed no.
Know what?
Uh, Grok saying that he couldn't, it couldn't find any evidence that Glenn Greenwald has ever said Joe Rogan received money from Peter Thiel.
Not Joe Rogan. Joe Kent. Joe
Oh my
Kent.
gosh, sorry,
Yeah, Joe
sorry.
Kent. It's okay. But it's
And the
just
receipts are down at the bottom too.
oh, about that.
Yeah, I posted them in
Right. Yeah.
the purple pill. Yeah.
No, but
Yeah.
why this other guy would receive money from Thiel? This other guy.
With Joe Kent,
Yes, Joe Kent.
because of the Catholic Integralist movement, this op that they're running. I don't know.
Yeah,
They're
I know Peter Thiel's philosophy. I think that he would approve such, such kind of move, but that's just my opinion.
What's your opinion?
Peter Thiel does have a notion of a kind of technological monarchies or empires that would subvert governments. So he's very smart, Mr. Thiel, and he's very much into technology and the connection between humans and technology. So
But are you aware that that Joe Kent and his wife are people that are against technology and AI, and she goes to protests with her husband and very violent protests regarding this, where she believed that, I mean, there's people there that were protesting and blocked, and we're going to do subversion of certain campus labs that were working on AI. I mean, it's a pretty violent group that believe that this is a ushering in of the transhumanism movement, so they should blow up like college labs. I mean,
Are
that's
they
just insane.
are they are they Luddites?
I don't know. I don't know how. I can't do labels anymore. If you know what I mean, like no labels match anymore. Anything that goes on, I simply look at behaviors, and
Fair enough. Fair enough.
yeah. Does that matter though? If they're Lodites or not? I mean, like I don't know. What's the point of asking that? Where's the what how would that impact things differently if they were self-described as such or
Well,
not?
it has casts a historical shadow of opprobrium over the whole thing.
Yeah. Um oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Uh hold on one second. Hold on. Um okay, somebody sent me something. Okay. Um um okay. People are saying I'm literally at work and I'm trying to listen to this space and I keep getting kicked out or I can't hear the space. Um Just in the U.S. House has passed the Bow Wow Act, which makes an any non-citizen who assaults or harms a federal working dog automatically deportable. This comes after an Egyptian man kicked a CBP dog named Freddie, who caught him smuggling illegal
A
drugs to
Muslim
the
man.
U.S.
A Muslim man.
Yes, the cutest little beagle ever. Oh my God, he's so cute. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Did you see that there was a group of animal rights activists who broke into a bio
Lab.
animal, yeah, a bio lab that was producing a whole bunch of like horrific medical experimentation on beagles, just like I think today a whole bunch of them have been arrested, but they've been released on bail, but they took all of the dogs out. And they break the dog's legs, guys, and then they try to give them different kinds of medicines to see what reduces pain. Like this is the type of level, this is the Fauci stuff, like the evil stuff that is done. We don't need to be experimenting on animals. We don't have to. It's just it's bizarre that like the Fauci types and still do it. It's like a holdover of World War II and like the Soviets and what they did with their animals, right?
Well,
So like literally we should stop this.
So Tim
a
Pool just came out.
veterinary.
Sorry. Tim Pool just came out and said he's been informed that the NSA has been reading his text messages in order to collect information on my personal life and business dealings. I already knew that they were, of course, because of the Snowden leaks and because it was obvious. Wait, he did the Snowden leaks? What does Tim Pool have to do with the Snowden leaks? Did he do them?
I think he just wants to join in on this whole victim pool of people being monitored by the United States government or allegedly being monitored. I don't even know if this is real.
Um, I don't even know what to say anymore. Is this like a I won't die for Israel post? Is that what this is?
Yeah, yeah. A lot of them are probably going to keep coming out. Isn't it funny how they all start saying the same thing, almost like they're robots, like they're not even people anymore. They all kind of regurgitate the same statements. I think it's funny. And Tim Pool's a nobody, literally a nobody. So I don't know why he thinks he's even in the game.
Can
What?
someone remind me during the Snowden situation, what kind of ops were coming out of Russia at the time surrounding Snowden? Because it's interesting that he's being brought up so much recently. I just wasn't paying attention when all
Yeah,
of that went
America's
down.
bad. America's the only one that does anything wrong.
It's because
America is the
currently,
only one that
I'll
has
tell
ever
you why.
spied
Can I tell you why?
or anything.
There's an active effort by somebody to ask the administration for a pardon for Snowden and for Julian Assange. Now, the allegedly, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'm not going to say anything more because I can't verify in my mind, and I can't remember because I'm a little bit tired, what's open source or not. So just if you can Google that, there's a request from like the Tulsi Gabbard world and the Glenn Greenwald world and that whole like Joe Rogan world and the whole Tucker
Snowden
world.
went to China. I mean,
Went to
there's
China
not much else to
first.
say as to whose side these
Cassandra,
people are on.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
yeah.
but Glenn Greenwald is the one who hand delivered them over there. So why is Glenn Greenwald not being re-imported to America? Him and his Palestinian tramp stamp that's on the front of him, with his little girl outfits that he has. Why are we not bringing him back to America to ask what kind of coordination he was doing? Because he did help get Lula back into Brazil, which and he's on Press TV and he's on Russian TV, and he's on like he's like engaging with interesting people. So which part, what did he know was going to happen or not happen to Snowden
well,
at the
that's
time that
you got to
they
understand the
hand
op.
delivered him?
Okay, so Snowden was on a plane. The U.S. knew where he was at. The U.S. requested that plane land, and Russia and China are so powerful. They're like, nah, that plane ain't landing. We got him. And now he's in where he's an asset of Russia, and he's just chilling in Russia. He has a
No,
life.
no,
He has.
sweetheart,
He's actually even locatable.
sweetheart. He's not chilling in any way, shape, or
No,
form.
he's definitely chilling. Like
No,
I
he's not
monitor the
chilling.
guy all the
No,
time because of the
he's
reward.
not.
I want
He's
him.
not
I want
chilling.
that reward.
He's not chilling, babe. He
Okay.
wants to come
All
back to
right.
America, and Russia's not going to let
No,
him
he
go.
doesn't. That's
Yeah,
the op.
that's
That's
not the
the
op.
op. The op is that he's a patriot. Okay. I've been watching
Did you
this
have?
for a long
What do you
time.
think What do you think the Chinese would do if you decided to leak out some nonsense that is not even the breadth of what you could leak out, and you get stuck in Hong Kong? How long do you think the Chinese would hold your ass before they then release you over the Russians? What do you think they would do to you?
No, well, that's not how assets are traded. So China was like, we don't want this one. We'll give them to Russia. But
Really,
it always goes to an
you don't
ally.
think that they would ask him as many questions as possible and do as much torture to him before they handed his? Oh, do you think that?
Well, you don't have to. He's a libertarian. He'll just give you the information
Oh, really?
willfully, and that's
Is that what
yeah.
you
That's what
think?
I'm saying. If you look at his background, and then he also had another. So there's another woman involved. I
Why
don't
do you
know if
think
anybody notices
why
that.
do you think Tara Reid gained 100 pounds when she went to Russia on top of the 280 pounds she already was? Do you think because she's
I don't
chilling
know.
in
Just tell me
Moscow?
why Kim.com is
He's
also
in New
on the other
Zealand.
side.
He's in New Zealand.
Yeah.
He's stuck in New
Yeah,
Zealand.
so he was the most prolific trafficker of child pornography on the internet and said, it's free. It's freedom of speech. We're allowed to transfer any files that we want to. It's called Mega Upload. And it was known for trafficking like child pornography. Like that's where
Mhm.
his name comes from.
How
He
come?
tries to say it was about like movies and videos.
Mhm.
That was not what his task was. And
How
that's
come
why
the
they
people from
boosted
New
him.
Zealand won't give him to us to try him here in America? Why haven't they had?
Because you probably have entire nations that are pedophile nations. I mean, look at what's happening in America. I don't think people understand this. At the end of
No,
the
no, no,
day,
no,
there's a lot
no,
of
no.
sick
You need
people
to
with.
answer my question. Why is the country of New Zealand, who, by the way, we have their stupid prime minister, who's the head of AI at Harvard, Jacinda, in the white jeans, if you remember her dancing and doing lines of coke? Why is it that she's at Harvard in a position getting paid by U.S. taxpayer dollars? Why is it that we cannot broker New Zealand to give us this person who needs to get tried in America for child pornography? Why don't we have him?
Look, I agree. That's what I'm saying.
No, no, you
I
don't
don't
agree.
think
I'm
that
asking you
I think that's
just
just
give me
one
a
of the
question. Why don't
elements.
we have him?
That's because they are part of a universal club. And I don't think
Oh,
people understand this. Once you're a
what kind of club, CTF? Should I just talk about Timothy McVeigh? Is that better, or should we just go back to the content? His mic has been muted. Okay, I want the Timothy McVeigh reopened. I want Charlottesville reopened. I want the
well, if you keep distracting everybody from like what's actually going on, it's not going to help.
who's distracting.
The entirety of this operation has been going on for a long time. There's very select people in the U.S. that have been picked. They were selected. A lot
Oh,
of them have libertarian philosophy and ideology.
You
You're
think
not
Joe Kent was pre-selected to crash out after 9 months?
okay. Do you guys like Joe Rogan? Let me just ask you that. You like Joe
I
Rogan?
used to like him. Yes, he's a
Yeah,
lefty. I know
because
it's a
there's no
Bernie
reason to
bro.
like Joe Rogan if you actually know Joe Rogan
He's a
and you
Bernie
know who he
bro.
is and you know what he's like. Yeah,
He's a
but he's
Bernie
not
bro.
just a Bernie bro. He's not just a Bernie bro. He's one of these. He's one of these people, these characters that are out there
Mm-hmm.
that are completely malleable to the powers that be, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what we're watching happen. We're
Which
watching these
which
people.
powers that be? Ancient aliens? Which powers that be, sweetheart?
Now, so anybody like currently right now, like there's a lot of people all over the place. Most people won't like trade off their morals for money, right? But you'll notice that a lot of people are doing exactly that. And I keep telling people, just look at the numbers. These people are making money at the end of the day, and they're making a lot of money. And their idea of living this life is that if they can get enough money, they can live a separate life from what you have to live to, even if you are sacrificed, even if the better nature of humanity is sacrificed, they will take that money. This isn't that confusing. Look at what Joe Kent's doing right now. You think there's not money coming to this guy? Everybody was saying he's going to make a lot of money if he would have stayed in. You think the other team's not going to pay this guy? I don't.
Well,
It's not confusing to
okay.
me because it's like it's a complete
He's
distortion of morality at the end of the day.
yeah. Okay, go ahead, Cyber, and I'll go to Chief.
The reason that King.com is not being arrested and charged is because the process of actually indicting him is tenuous, gathering the evidence, and B, the jury pool does not exist to convict him because he's just going to go out and do the oh free speech, oh government censorship, oh whatever. And this is a big problem, and this is something I want to talk about yesterday, but the issue of
I'm sorry.
Anthropic saying,
He's charged with international transferring of child pornography
and
throughout the world and involvement with
let me give
Russia.
you a test
And
case. Let
meanwhile,
me give
he's
you a
on
test
home
case.
arrest in New Zealand, and I think he's living in the embassy over there. I don't know. I'm a little
Okay.
bit
Let me give you
confused
a test
about.
case of
Yeah,
how I know what's going to happen.
tell me
Okay.
how you know
The
it's going to
founder of
happen.
Telegram is
Yeah,
basically accused of the same thing.
he's under arrest and he hasn't been freed. That's absolutely
He is
correct.
he is widely considered a hero of free speech and a hero of revolutionary movements, and I mean that in the positive sense, not in the negative communist sense. So,
What are you talking
like,
about? He's
what
under
is
permanent arrest in
in
France.
France, and we all hate France, and we all think France is stupid, and we all know very well that Europe is the center of the World Economic Forum, degrowth, control the people and use them as widgets, philosophy of government and communication. So if you think that you're going to win hearts and minds in America as a government by going and continuing the French crusade against individual liberties, then go ahead and have fun at losing elections from now until forever.
What French crusade? He's still in bed with the Russians, and everybody that's on Telegram is basically the Russians have access to, and the Russians just opened up a new system
Again, this
on
is
a
your theory.
TCP. No, that's his open source.
No one believes that stuff. If you go and ask,
Everybody knows what's going on. The only people that
everybody
believe the
knows.
opposite are those that listen to
Okay.
Tucker. Nobody even knows who this guy is, other than the certain elites. I mean, this is like
In the tech circles, in the tech founder circles, he's
in the
widely
tech
considered
circles,
one of.
people know that Telegram is the most dangerous Russian operation possible, and they do not have Telegram on their phones if they're actually in the tech circles. And they
Okay,
know what
let me.
he's been transporting on those things.
Okay. There's, yeah, everyone knows what's transported. What I'm telling you is that people have an understanding, and this has always been the trade-off and the danger of free speech, that when you allow people to speak and communicate, there are bad actors who will do bad things with it. And what we've
He literally
decided as
lied and
as
pretended that he left Russia because of free speech when his whole
oh
operation
no,
is
a
being
tech
run by the
founder who
FSB. What
lied.
are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm shocked. Okay, I'm trying to get to the point. Okay,
The UAE turned
you
him over.
say
You understand? The Americans let this happen. I like. What part of this do you not understand that's not open source?
okay
Why do you think he's under house arrest and nobody is
because
petitioning for
it's
him to be
France.
otherwise?
What do you mean no one's petitioning?
What do you
Because it's
don't think that
France.
the US and everybody was involved with his arrest? What are you talking about?
What does the U.S. care if he? Because from okay, well, the perception among young men is that the United States is very happy for Europe to do their dirty work and enforce controls on free speech and communication, and the United States gets to say, "Oh, we wish we could stop it, but we can't because it's just a bunch of gay Europeans. So I guess we have to go along with it." And that's what we're seeing. That the United States is like, well, I don't have to do it, so I'll let someone else get their hands dirty, and I'll pretend like I got dragged along on this
We
very
couldn't
fun
catch him
party
in
at
the
the bar.
US otherwise we would have picked
What
him
do you
up.
mean?
You don't think the CIA was working with the French intelligence and the MI6 to pick his dumbass up?
I think that the United States would much rather the Europeans burn their reputation with Americans by doing their dirty work for them.
You
And right
again,
now,
you don't
the
understand. We
Europeans are in the
couldn't get him to the
doghouse.
US. We could not get
So
him
then
to
what are we
come to
even
the US.
discussing? Then the United States was never going to be able to get him. So what are we even discussing?
What
Can
do
we
you
go
mean we
back to what
couldn't
I was
get him?
saying
We
before?
literally are. We were there over there in the UAE and in France. Wait, Cyber, what are you talking about? You're completely wrong yet again on another subject.
Yeah, okay, whatever. That's not the point.
I love you guys.
There's
The
This is
point is
literally
amazing
that
open
conversation.
reports from the CCP on this that I published and posted. Are you crazy?
yeah, I know. And the TCP, when they publish things, we should trust them.
No, no,
But
no,
my
no,
point
no,
is,
no. The fact
my
that they
can
sold new technology to the Russians to substitute for Telegram. Now inside of Russia, nobody can use Telegram inside of Russia ever again because they know that
Yes,
the
I saw
U.S.
all
and the
those
French.
reports that they were monitoring all of the generals during the war. Da da da. Okay, here's the thing. I don't trust any of it. I don't use Telegram. I don't care. I'm telling you the public perception. This is something I
Whose
consistently do
public
for you.
perception?
Where
People don't even know this.
um, okay,
Other
you
than
know what?
being in my space, most people have no idea that Tucker even interviewed the guy.
I
Has that guy
I
done
was never
interviews with
discussing
any
Tucker.
other?
I didn't. I'm not talking.
Has Pavel done interviews with anybody else other than Tucker? Can you confirm or deny that he's done no other interviews with any other individual but
I
Tucker?
don't care. I'm talking about the memes.
Then
The
who
way
knows? Show me memes that were made about Pavel being under arrest, please.
I will show you the infographics, but the point I wanted to get to was this, which is that you have Anthropic, which has been psyoped into not cooperating with the US government and not using publicly available data that they could buy from a data broker to analyze and ensure the security of the United States. They are not allowed to do the same thing that any company is allowed to do, including the Chinese government is allowed to go to data brokers and buy all this same data and analyze it and action on it. And Anthropic, because they're in this fake civil liberties, gay little, I'm going to pretend like I care about the Americans' privacy, has told the United States government, you're not allowed to use our technology to buy data that's publicly available and simply see what you can do with it. This is data that any person, any company, any country can already buy from data brokers. Now, this is what I'm talking about, where
What
everybody
are
would
you
prefer
actually
that
talking about? Like, we've changed the subject 9 times. I want to go back to the content. What are you actually talking about? What is the point?
I'm explaining to you how these people who are promoted as civil liberty heroes, heroes of free communication, of free speech, etc. You cannot indict them because you will burn your reputation with the libertarian
You're
right-wing
gonna
base.
excuse me, a foreign national who's working on behalf of the Russians, who's hiding in New Zealand in an embassy, who moved enough international pornography of even babies getting raped. You think on the U.S. hard right, who believe there's a secret cabal of pedophiles that walk underground tunnels across the world, and they go
You're
to the Getty
conflating. You're
Center. We're not going
conflating
to put
voting
him in jail.
demographics, and you're conflating demographics in a way that is not helpful for this discussion. I'm telling you, there's a large group of Republicans, the same ones that own guns,
Okay.
who will say, "I am okay with a bad person like that having created a technology that can be misused, just like," and this is the analogy they'll give you, just like nuclear technology or the internet, and they will say, "I am okay with that technology being created," and he'll say, "I didn't know what it was being used for. I couldn't control. These were all secured encrypted files. There was no way for me to know what was happening inside any of these things." And the way I know, I gave you one example, I'll give you another. A lot of people defended Apple when they said, "We can't open the phone of that terrorist." They said, once we create a backdoor into our encryption, then anyone can use it. Now, anyone who knows about
Oh,
encryption
I'm
knows that
sorry. Did you not know that they were lying about that and they did that for forward facing and but
you
behind the
again,
scenes that is
why did
completely
they do it for
accessible?
forward facing? You're
Because they're
proving
worried
my
about
point.
their stock and they didn't want people to not buy their iPhones because they were wanting to charge
Why would people not
$1,600 a
buy their
phone.
iPhones? Why would people not buy their iPhones?
Because people would use propaganda like Huawei and competitors like whatever at BlackBerry or Nokia or Samsung
No,
and steal market share. Hello, are we
no,
back to low IQ narratives
no,
in my space?
because
Cyber,
no,
why don't you have
because
a cup of coffee and take a break? It's okay. Your age is showing on you. I'm good. Thank
I
you.
went to sleep and woke up and did a bunch of
That's
things and now I came back.
okay.
I'm well rested. My
Then my
point,
brain is functioning at a higher rate than yours are, and I've had less sleep. So you may need to get some ginkgo biloba or green tea in you. I
see,
don't
I'm
know.
not insulting you and telling you that
Well,
you're
a
not
good
smart.
I've
I'm
gone
question. A
telling
seven
you
good
rounds
how
question
with you and
from
I
I'm,
the
keep humiliating you. So it's better to just take your losses. You're wrong. Why did Apple go to sue? Because they were worried about losing their ability to increase their market share and charge people $1,700 for a fucking phone. That's why. It's all about narrative shaping. It's not about the reality. When we could literally anybody could have gotten into the Apple phone in 15 seconds that are
so
working at
what
our
was the narrative
NSA.
they're shaping? So what was the narrative? What was the narrative Apple's shaping?
Apple is safe. Buy more of our phones. Don't give up your market share to
Correct.
Samsung. That's it.
They wouldn't have done that if it wasn't a narrative worth shaping, meaning there aren't a demographic of Americans who prioritize that, which was my whole
What
point.
demographic of Americans prioritize that can afford a fucking $1,700 phone?
Have you looked at the price of guns?
A $1,700 phone is different than a gun. Nobody needs a
Not
$1,700
when you
phone the
swipe the
first out
credit
of the
card.
box.
Have you looked at the price of ammunition? It's like 35 cents a round.
It wasn't
You
all the
go to
way.
the
It
range for
wasn't
one
always
day,
like
you
that
burn
when the
200
iPhone
bucks.
cases were the lawsuits were going on. That wasn't the price. This was before COVID. Please stop
This was
arguing
in
nonsense.
2016 or 2017. This was a
N-
shitty old iPhone.
No, the lawsuits that started with the iPhone. What year was that? Remember, it
It was
started under the
after
Obama
the
administration.
nightclub shooting in Florida.
Obama, the price of bullets was different in different states, and you know that. This was before COVID.
Yeah, but iPhones also weren't that expensive because we didn't have the premium flagship step
They
of
were
phone yet.
$900 instead of $1,700. Thank you. All right, let's go back to Dan Bongino. For fuck's sake. Oh my God. Everybody thinks. Why don't you go look up the charges that are against Kim.com before you guess why nobody's what he's charged with? This is another thing. It's like
I'm not defending Kim.com. I'm telling you what he's going to tell the world when he's put on trial.
who's
That's
going
what
to
I'm
tell the
telling you.
world
I'm not
anything?
telling
Nobody
you he's
knows
a
who
good
he
person.
is.
If it
Nobody
were up to
cares.
me, put
Nobody
him in a
cares
wood
in
chipper.
America who he is. 7 people know about who he is in middle of America. Out of 350 million people, how many people know who he is? All they're going to hear is child pornography, and that fat fuck is going to get wrapped up and go to
Self,
federal
you
prison.
know how hard, you know.
Nobody knows who he is. Nobody knows who a 350-pound man who engaged in selling child pornography and lives in an embassy, and the Russians are hiding him in New Zealand by paying them off, or the CCP or whoever. Nobody knows who he is. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. The era of COVID, and he's not even platform. He's not monetized online. Dugan is the only person who's mentioned that fat fuck, and he still follows me. Only Dugan knows who that is. Rest of people have forgotten who he is. Nobody cares. Nobody knows. You're literally dying on a hill because you want to be right. I'm going to call you AB number 2.0 pretty soon. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. What a waste of my fucking time. Thank you very much. Like really. Not the day. Not the day. Not the day. Not when people are listening below to you sounding stupid. No, thank you. Just take the L and just keep moving it on. Tell them go do a fucking poll of how many people know who that guy is, and then ask them if is it okay that he gets extradited for child pornography. Run the poll. I'll share it. Let's see how that goes.
I
All right,
literally
let's talk
said
Oh
about
my
the
Jack
God!
now.
Triple
Let's
consequences
talk
down
of the
on
about
it.
charges.
Jack.
Triple
The
down
Come
on
on.
it. Triple down,
the
please.
point is
Okay. How many rounds have I gone? Do we go 17?
Please, for the love of God, for the love of God, let's get off this subject,
It's so,
please. There's so
there's
much
so
happening in
much
the
news. It's
news.
like ridiculous. But it's a level of autism I can't deal with. This is like literally why it's like so okay. The boys need a timeout every once in a while. Right now, CTF is just like she mentioned Timothy McVeigh. I'm just gonna stay quiet. That's what CTF is
Yeah,
thinking.
I just want to talk about Jack once on these spaces. Just one time. Not today, not right now, but one time. There has to be a space about Jack.
But
There
Jack,
has to
who
be.
owned Twitter?
I mean, he literally believes in no state. He designed this application to destroy the nation state in every aspect of a state. So I'm just saying, like, this guy, not only is he a genius, but these fucking tech guys, you got to watch out for them. I think Elon's on our side, but you got to watch out for these guys. They're pretty smart and pretty powerful. And Zuckerberg was running like a what would the Meta? It was basically like a child sex fest on Meta on the Roblox. I mean, like, come on. I mean, these are some sick people. We have to talk about them eventually, but
You do
today's maybe not
understand
the
how I
day.
feel that all social media sites should be completely removed, and we should go back to walkie talkies and sending notes to each other. I mean, like the paper airplanes and like Morse code. That's where we should be at. Seriously, if we actually want to save this country. But who am I? I mean, people want decentralized
Well, they
whatever.
found a place online. They found a place online for these people that they would be shunned out of society. And now that's why I look at some of the spaces, some of the craziness that goes on X, and I'm like, these people are the people that they wouldn't be able to find people like themselves because there are not very many of them, and they would be laughed at, right, in communities. But then online, these networks and the chat groups and the spaces, now they're all like, you think there's a lot of them. There's really not. There is a large number, but it's not as many. We definitely outnumber these weirdos, and we just have to remember that. And I think take back the territory. Stop ceding any ground to these sick individuals. Call them what they are. Call them these demented, demoralizing, whack jobs. Like, as Dan Bongino is getting at, like, this is crazy. But yeah, let's get back to Dan Bongino and the other news of the day.
CTF sounds so nervous free. It's very funny. Cyber, I love you, but like literally do the polls. That's all I'm going to say. Do the polls. Most people have no idea who Pavel is, and nobody's watched that Tucker interview. That Tucker interview with him was a masterclass in running Russian disinformation on behalf of a foreign adversary. That is literally what should have scooped up, double bagged, triple bagged, whatever you want to call it, Tucker Carlson. So yeah, nobody's listened to it. Nobody cares. Nobody even knows what I'm talking about. Chief has no idea what I'm talking about. Neither does 99% of the people in here. They know what Telegram is. They have no idea the fact that he made up a story that he fathered 100 children. Okay. Anyways, you can
Yeah,
create.
I just want to tell you, Steph. I want to put fat child molesters in prison, but not in California because we let them out after 20 years. So
Okay, we'll find the state where we can, I don't know, hang him by the rope federally. Whatever state that is, let's figure that out. I mean, at this point, whatever, he's not an American citizen, so I could care less, honestly. Guantanamo is fine. He can teach people, I don't know, how to microdose Ozempic, without any effect. Let me just get to this. What other news have you seen? When does the Catholic conference start, Bree? When? Do we know? Okay.
It's a dinner, I think. I'm sorry, it's a
Okay.
dinner. I don't know. My dogs are barking like crazy people right
But
now,
what
so I
are you
gotta step
saying?
out.
Okay. Okay. Back to Dan Bongino.
He goes on later in the interview to say, by the way,
2 hours
there's
later.
a fatwa, an Iranian fatwa against developing nuclear weapons. Number one, that's totally fake. It's been debunked 1,000 times. But even assume what he's telling you is true about a fatwa against nuclear development. Assume that it's not. Assume it is. Then he goes on 5 minutes later to tell you how the Iranians refuse to dismantle their nuclear program. Joe, what story is it, bro? I thought you just said there was a fatwa against it. Now you're telling us they're still developing it? I thought you were telling us the Iranians weren't a threat. Now you're insinuating the Iranians killed Trump? But I have secret knowledge. Something happened 2 days before. Okay, a lot of things happened 2 days before. There may have been a solar eclipse 2 days before. You see how superstitions develop? This is how before science, people fell for, there was a, the sun came out one morning and then there was no cloud cover. And an insect stung a guy. Oh my gosh, the sun god doesn't like me. That's the mark of the uninitiated into reason. You want to be part of reason and logic and the advancement of humankind? There's a side of truth and a side of chaos. Pick. Nothing he's telling you here is true. I've seen all this intelligence, folks. Outside of this, if, for a second, without blaming the Jews, please point to me one reason that Ratcliffe, Pete, Rubio, Waltz, me, Cash, Todd, Emil, Pam, that we'd all people who couldn't have supported this guy enough, whether you love us or hate us, are all working together to coordinate a message. Hey, keep all this information from Donald Trump. By the way, as if it wouldn't leak out 3 years later when, God forbid, some Democrat gets elected. You don't think they would love this? Look at what all these guys did. That evil podcaster bunch, they hid all this information. Here it is. That information is never going to come out. You know why? Because it's not there. It's not there. Mark this episode. You think there's some secret information the government Joe has about Butler and Charlie? And we're all hiding it because no, it's not like we all knew Charlie or anything. He was only one of my best friends. You're right. I definitely don't want to get that done. This is possibly the dumbest 3 minutes I've ever seen in my life. Really, and that's saying a lot from a guy I considered a friend. Impugning, by the way, my integrity. I didn't walk out the door with some bullshit letter. I told the president I would do till January, and that's what I did. We flipped the calendar, and that's what I did. I only had a year. I had a business and a family to get back to, and he knew that. People just like to lie to you about it. There was some turmoil there. You see me write some stupid-ass letter. The Jews did it. Go on.
We think Mershant and the we know the CHS was talking about the human source that the FBI put at Mershant. They were talking about, hey, we could kill the president potentially with a sniper rifle. But then they arrest him. 2 days later, Butler happens. And Crooks, according to the official narrative anyways, is an enigma. We don't know anything about him. We can't get into his devices. If we can't get into his device.
All right. I'm not going to go into this again. Folks, Joe Kent is a liar. He's doing this correlation thing where this thing happened and this thing happened. But did you notice he never links them at all? I'd say rewind it, but I'm not even like 1/1000 through the show. He tells you this thing happened with Merchant. And then this thing happened. But did you notice he never once provides the link? The guy was the head of the NCTC. If there's a link, this is the greatest story of all time. For all the wrong reasons. Go get a book deal for $10 million. There's a link there? You don't think President Trump could use that link right now? Like the Iranians were involved with Thomas Crooks, and we have evidence of it? You don't think that would be a feather in the cap? Or, hey, look at these Iran strikes. We're all hiding it from them? For what reason? For what? Can you please give me one logical reason we'd be doing that? He has it, but he doesn't tell you. He said nothing there. He said nothing other than this happened and this happened. Are those two thises connected? No, not at all. And then he says again, we know nothing about this guy. I just put up the Fox article, Joe. I offered you a briefing. You didn't take it. We did a 2-hour interview on this. We went over this. Thousands of devices, hundreds of thousands of digital files. What else? I don't understand. If you have something, say it. Do you see the amount of work they did? I want to hear it. You know something about Butler? Tell the president. He doesn't know shit because it's not there. So what does he do? He plays the hidden knowledge game. Listen, we just don't know. They kept it from me. There's like a box somewhere. Where's the box? I don't know. You sure there's a box? Well, not really, but it sounds good. Sounds good in a podcast. Anybody who found, groomed, targeted crooks, trained them mouth to mouth on the ground, either they're dead somewhere in the middle of the ocean and they're fish food, they've been Khashoggi'd, or they got on a plane and left a week to 2 weeks, or even maybe 3 days prior to the execution of that attempted assassination. And
The wildest part is that he was actually training at the range directly with federal agents. That's like the story that nobody wants to talk about. He literally was training at the same range as them while they were training.
mm-hmm,
From
exactly.
I guess it was HSI or what, I don't know. I
Uh-huh.
don't know exactly who it was, but that's
FBI.
crazy.
Yeah.
That it's crazy that
Mm-hmm.
that's one of the parts of this story is that he was
Uh-huh.
there at the range training.
That's correct.
So it's like, what was he doing? Was he watching their moves and trying, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
Hey, Stokes, it's like, how many times are people going to fall for this bullshit? Like Adam Schiff coming out of the skiff and saying, "Oh, I've seen things about Trump, Russia. Right? He still hasn't been held accountable for that. And I put down in the purple pill, the January 19th, 1984 is when Iran was designated as a state sponsor of terror. Reagan gave them some grace, after they released the hostages. But after the bombing, it came to light that they was sponsored by Iran with Hezbollah. Then we put them on the designated sponsor list. That means that for 42 years, they have been on the designated state sponsor of terror list by the State Department, and multiple administrations, multiple DNIs, multiple intelligence communities, multiple CIAs have kept it there for a reason. And yet Joe Kent is going to resign and say, "Oh, well, they're an imminent threat. They're not a threat whatsoever. They're not a sponsor of terror." Give me a break.
Yeah.
In this podcast circle too. By the way, people who have no experience in this space, have none of these briefings at all, talking to guys who had the briefing about how no one knows what went on in the briefings. Amazing. One guy wasn't in the briefing. The other guy was in a lot of these briefings, and they still can't figure out what happened in the briefings. This happened, this happened. They're connected, are they? Oh, you have evidence they're connected? No, I don't have it. Well, I thought you said you had it. The biggest bombshell of all time. Go ahead. But then they arrest him. 2 days later, Butler happens. And Crooks, according to the official narrative anyways, is an enigma. We don't know anything about him. We can't get into his devices. If we did get into his devices, maybe there's nothing there. No more questions are allowed to be asked about Thomas. Stop. Just leave him up on the screen. Really? We can't get into his devices. You understood we did get into his... That's just a fact, guys. That's just a fact. Joe doesn't know it because Joe either is lying to you, which he is, because he does know that. Joe knows that. And he's faking it. Because Joe was offered the briefing and said no, and we've already gone over this. He's just lying to you because I don't know what, he wants to write a book. I don't know what he's doing. He wants to blame the Jews. I have no idea. Go ahead. Crooks. The DHS IG is currently being blocked from investigating. Stop. That's fake. Joe is lying to you again. Joe is 100% lying to you. The DHS IG investigation into the Secret Service security plan was not in any way blocked. That is total bullshit. I've met with these guys. That is just a lie. Either Joe is lying to you or Joe doesn't know what he's talking about. There is no option C. IG is currently being blocked from investigating Butler as well. That's out in the media. That's all well known. You're investigating. Wait, stop. That's all well known. That is not true. That is just fake news. Whoever wrote that is lying to you, and he should know better. Go ahead. Your investigative journalist found that Crooks did indeed have an online persona, quite an extensive footprint. And he was stop. Joe just said 5 minutes ago, we had no idea. We don't know anything about Crooks, and we weren't able to access his accounts. So how? Wait.
You know, it was your investigative journal. We already had that stuff. No one is saying he wasn't communicating with people. People talk to other people. All we're saying is nobody directed him and told him to do it was part of the plan. You see how they conflate two separate things?
If you can't manifest abundance, there are three simple reasons why not.
Day online about the show, and I go and rob a bank. You see what this sucker does? The hidden knowledge sucker? He goes, oh my gosh, Bongino was talking to Guy. And then he went and robbed the bank. And then the
I'm speeding it up a little bit.
oh my gosh, Guy must be involved. They are both facts. There's no connection. This is the greatest story ever. If there's a big conspiracy of people overseas, if you have it, Joe, say it. We'll cover it on the show. He's not saying it because it doesn't exist. Go ahead.
Persona,
Quite an
online
extensive
footprint.
one.
He was talking to people. So it's like, why aren't we investigating this? You know, I mean, if
An attempted murder of a presidential
attempted murder of a presidential candidate, and then there's another assassination attempt. There's been multiple public breaches of President Trump's security over the last year.
Correct.
And then, you know, Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all.
Okay. Listen, folks. This part I have to just leave here. This is some of the most disgusting, unethical, and immoral stuff I have ever seen. Leveraging the death of my good friend is brutal murder, is assassination that the whole world watched in all of its horrifying gore. For your podcast appearance, you're disgusting. Thank you for your service to the country. You're also disgusting. This is filth. This is just filth. I wasn't allowed to ask questions, Joe Kent. I'm just going to leave that there, folks. And all you people defending him right now, I'll accept your apology later. You watch. You weren't allowed to ask questions? You sure about that?
I feel like we're
No,
repeating.
that's a special. Again, here's the hidden knowledge. I've got hidden knowledge about Charlie. Charlie was calling out any possible strike in Iran, and all the gatekeepers kept it from her. By the way, neither one of those things is actually true. Are we done with this video yet? No, but you want the Charlie one? Yeah, can you? Go to the Charlie. Here, okay, wait. Joe has hidden knowledge of a conversation nobody witnessed that Charlie told him, oh, let us go to war with Iran. Meanwhile, here's Charlie in his own words on Charlie. And you might say, Charlie, do you support or oppose this? I support President Trump. That's my answer. I know the man. He's the commander-in-chief. He's the man for the hour, and he's had the weight of the world on his shoulders. So in a situation like this, I support my friend, and he's had my back, and I have his. That's my perspective. By the way, I also look at this, and I say, I understand the arguments of people that, oh, don't intervene and all that. I get it. But boy, have we not exhausted so many diplomatic channels and options. Here is Netanyahu, 261, praising and congratulating President Trump. Play cut 261. Joe's a liar. Joe has hidden knowledge, guys. He had a private conversation. So in one sense, he tells you he didn't really know Charlie well. But then I did, by the way. I did. I knew Charlie really well for a long time. I don't know Charlie really well, but he told me, please stop a war with Iran. Really, it's interesting. He was saying different things to his audience. So we're supposed to trust you despite you having lied in the prior, 2.5 minutes, at least 20 times. Lied. I know you lied. I was there. I don't know anything about Butler. You don't know anything? Remember that briefing I offered you? You didn't take? You going to say it didn't happen? I wasn't allowed access. And then Charlie go, really? That's interesting. That's interesting. I'll wait for your apology on that. There's like a paper trail on that. We'll see who's telling the truth. Again, I'll just accept your apology later. Play the rest of the video.
With Iran, he was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing, in the stairway, and I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space, and he said, Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran.
Oh, that's convenient.
He was single-minded. Very locked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis. And then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that.
Here he goes again.
It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
It's a data point. Okay, here he goes again. He doesn't know Charlie, but he's so in tune with Charlie. Charlie shared with him. They had this. He doesn't know him. He runs into him in a blink. He is right. The West Wing is very small. And that's what Charlie says conveniently. Charlie says, hey, Joe, please stop us. We're going to war with Iran. Folks, if you believe that, I've got a freaking bridge in Brooklyn. It's quite old. I will sell you for like $10. You really believe that happened? Despite Charlie never saying that to me, ever, in our multitude of conversations. Charlie, I don't recall Charlie saying that on his show. Matter of fact, we just played Charlie saying the opposite. But no, he shared it with Joe Kent, who just says, I don't know him. And then he slips the Israelis in. The Jews did it. Must be the Jews. I can't. I cannot believe people are falling for this bullshit. You know something, brother? You got these data points you keep talking about? Put them out there. Put them out there. You've got some hidden evidence on Charlie or Butler? Put it out there.
You want to go down the Candace route? 6,000 pieces of data, not a single piece of evidence? Put it out there. That's what chaos agents do. Go do it. I got a list. I got info. Tune in next week at 6, $25 just to get in.
To ask any questions about that. It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
It's a data point, folks. He just won't tell you what it is. Either this Candace or anyone else. It's just a data point. It's in a black box somewhere. You were in the government. You had the same TSSCI clearance I had. How come you're not telling anybody? Meanwhile, we're the ones telling you that you just don't like what you're hearing. Pointed a bunch of lieutenants to go in.
It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
There's a data point behind it. It was an Iranian fatwa against nuclear. But you're freaking crazy if you think I'm going to let you go out there and pull me into your crazy bullshit. Why do I feel like this is repeating? Sabotage Donald Trump for some reason only you know. I have secret information. And of course, you got to blame the Jews because that's like the boogeyman. When you don't have an answer and you can't connect two things, Asif Merchant was being investigated for a plot to assassinate Trump. Thomas Crook shoots Trump. Yeah, those two facts. Yes, they were tied. You have it? No, I don't have it, but they're definitely related. How? How? You have that information? The Jews. And then suckers are like, oh, no, definitely the Jews. The Jews. Do you have any evidence for that either? Because let me say something. It's a data point. It's a data point. If it was the Jews or the Israelis, I want to know. Produce it. Produce it. Let's see it. Here's Gutfeld. You got that Gutfeld clip? Here's Greg Gutfeld. By the way, he's kind of a libertarian, too. Here's Gutfeld and Dana Perino on the 5 last night saying the exact same thing. Like, do you guys have any actual evidence, like this Israeli thing? Like, because this just seems like a cop-out for every single thing you guys make up in your hidden knowledge black box here. What's in the black box? Definitely the Jews. Check this out.
Things that is emerging is this criticism that started early on in the war, which is that Israel made Trump do it. Yeah. And the president's rejected that. Caroline Levitt, they've all rejected that, except for that there is a strain that wants that to be the issue.
But that has been disproven by history. You have 40 years of Trump talking about Iran. He said what he was going to do to Iran in the 80s. He actually telegraphed what he was going to do to the island of Prague or whatever it's called.
It's also interesting because
someone in the chat laughing at the hidden knowledge. You should be laughing because it's the mark of a sucker. I have hidden knowledge I'm not going to disclose to you. Tune into my podcast at 6. Right, just as good. I'm going to make an announcement about an announcement on my show. Then I'm going to get to my show and announce at a future date. I promise you I'm going to disclose some hidden knowledge. And then you announce it every day, the future date, but never actually announce the knowledge. Did you not see this pattern? I'd rather be down to one listener than to fall for that shit. All right, I want to take a quick break, and then I want to show you how, folks, this is important. You know Norm Eisen, this left-wing lawyer? We have to walk and juggle at the same time. Not even chew gum. We got to walk and juggle. I'm getting a little tired, too, with some of the people. Oh, I'm above this. We don't need the podcast wars or whatever. It's not a podcast war. Cut this shit. You know exactly what this is about. You've got a bunch of people using a wedge issue, foreign affairs, and our relationship with Israel to come in and hijack the MAGA movement, attack everybody in it because they have money involved with their preferred 2028 candidate who's not what you think. I told you to bookmark this show, and I mean it. But we have got to fight off these leftists, too, because they're not kidding around. And they're using these doomers because they know exactly what they're doing. If you can't fracture it from the outside, then fracture it from the inside. Quick break. I'm going to show you this clip. By the way, when the left tells you who they are, listen to them. Hey, think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold at the spot price. At today's prices, those 33 ounces would be worth over one. Okay. He's telling me gold. Hold on. Number 989. I'm fast forwarding. Asked for this podcast, bro, fight. I didn't ask for it either. Either did Ben or Dana or Mark or anyone else. Nobody asked for this. But however, a lot of these people, you included, we're not special because we have a microphone. It's nothing special about us. We're activists in the movement just like you are. We may have an audience. We have no superpowers. Those of you who've been through this movement and the attacks on the movement from the inside, whether from the establishment that lost its way or someone else, you've been through this before. That's why it's so dangerous. I'm sorry you got in the movement 5 minutes ago and you're like, oh, let's just disregard this. Oh, yeah, let's disregard, let that cancer rot the whole body. No. Because we're fighting these people. This is Norm Eisen, Democrat super lawyer, basically talking about openly and proud of it, how they just wait for these people to be appointed and accept their positions. And the lawfare and the lawsuits start immediately. Again, they advertise this. They don't hide it. Check this out.
Now at Crew, we have 152 open legal matters against the Trump administration since January 20th. We filed the first one at 12:01 p.m. We want to file the very first lawsuit. I had somebody listening on their iPhone to the swearing in and standing at the GSA to drop a complaint on them.
Unbelievable.
Just compelled by circumstances. And when Trump is.
What is the obsession? I don't get it. I just don't understand these people. Like, is it can't be money because they're wealthy, right? It's just, I don't get it. I don't see it.
Trump is ejected, as I believe he will be, then I'll help stitch up some of the damage and I'll go back to book writing. There you go.
What? What?
This is why I get so upset when, like, Chief Justice Roberts says, "Man, you can't criticize, the bench and this stuff." Listen, of course, no one, absolutely no one, should ever condone, imply they condone it, or even do anything other but condemn political violence. Period. No place for it anywhere. You can't say it enough. It's important. But that is a branch of government that reports to the people as well. These leftist lawyers like Norm Eisen and others are abusing the system, are abusing prosecutorial discretion, are abusing the bench like Judge Boasberg and others to dictate a political agenda, not a judicial one. And the left is taking advantage of this. Remember this. The process is always a punishment for the left. The left will drag you in and civilly or criminally prosecute you just for doing your job. They've understood this forever. So what are the fixes? Again, because I'm like a data point guy. I actually want to produce data that's useful. Data. What is it? I don't know. Hidden knowledge, special. Here are some fixes. You just saw the Department of Justice implement a new policy where they're going to hire lawyers that have basically a year or less of experience. It happens all the time. There are circuit court judges and others who hire law firms that hire people right out of law school. I saw a whole bunch of leftists complaining. Oh my God, I can't believe it. The DOJ is trying to hire new lawyers. Yeah, maybe because their old lawyers weren't lawyers, they were politicians. But then you got the other side, again, the doomers that join right in. No, nothing's happening. And then when something happens, they don't like it. I can't believe they're hiring lawyers with, just a little bit of experience. Oh, everybody does it. I thought you wanted new lawyers. We got elected to change the government and get rid of the weaponized actors and bring back people who uphold the Constitution. We're going to need a better class of judges. Judges that rule on the Constitution and the law and not on politics like Boasberg. That's going to take time. These judges have lifetime appointments. A lot of them just don't want to retire. There's nothing I can do about that or anyone else. You get in front of, and it's not all judges, by the way. It's not. There are judges who've been appointed by Democrats and Republicans who make pretty sound decisions every day. It's true. I don't want you to completely lose faith in the entire system. However, it only takes a small pocket of judges who are acting as politicians for the fidelity of the system falls apart. And there's a lot of them. Those people are going to have to retire. We can't make them retire. That is out of my control and anyone else's. Donald Trump's too. It's going to take time. It's going to take time by us winning elections constantly and getting these people appointed. We already changed all the actors at DOJ Maine. We also have to get new state AGs in there. And even at the state level, we're going to have to elect Republican governors like we did with Ron DeSantis, who changed the entire Florida Supreme Court. Folks, the answers are simple. Getting to the answer is hard. The answer is simple. Just change the people. How do we change the people? We got to win elections. That's the hard part. That's not hidden knowledge. You see how I got the answer. Tune in at 6 for $25. I don't have any hidden knowledge. I'm just giving you the truth. How do we change the government? We got to go win elections. That's the hard part. But Dan, that just seems so obvious because it is. But it's hard. I know. I ran. I didn't win. I love when people point that out. Did you run? No, I didn't. Oh, so you didn't run. You just sat on the sidelines and complained about others. To be clear? But on the moral totem pole, you're this paragon of virtue because you never had the balls to actually put your name on a ballot. I love that one. That was my favorite. Folks, you want these lunatics in charge? Because we have a choice going forward. We just have to win. And we are never going to win with a cancerous rot in our own movement trying to kill the host. We're just not. I try my best as a content creator in this space. I try my best to give other people a shot, whether it's Sean Farish, Graham Allen, or others, and try to promote their material as much as I can.
Because why? Because it's not about me. It's about a movement I believe in. And the movement has to outlast me and everyone else. So all I ask these folks is pay it forward. We see Mays more on X. I tell you to go to, it's not our stuff. It's his, go to his account, follow it. Why? Because the movement has to outlast all of us. This is a young creator. Some of you may know, some of you may not. She's excellent. It's a woman named Caitlin Bennett. She does a really good job with Man on the Street interviews, showing you the insanity of the left. We don't win elections with a Trump supporter or a radical Islamist. Oh, she's great.
Radical Islamist.
You saw someone wearing one of those red hats, chanting "Make America Great Again," or you saw someone shouting "Allahu Akbar" running down the breezeway here. Who would you feel more safe with?
The one shouting Allahu Akbar. Yeah.
You would support the radical Islamists.
Yeah.
What is it about Trump supporters that you don't think you'd get along with them so well?
I'm gay.
But you would get along with a radical Islamist?
Yes.
And you're gay?
Yes.
In solidarity with radical Islamists, would you look at the camera and say in solidarity, Allahu Akbar?
Allahu Akbar.
And would you say, "Make America Great Again" in solidarity with the Trump supporters?
No.
What is a bigger threat to America today? Radical Islam or Trump supporters?
Trump supporters.
I'll say Trump.
Trump supporters in MAGA.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would say Trump supporters in MAGA.
I would have to go with the Trump supporters.
Trump supporters, MAGA.
Trump supporters in MAGA.
I'd say MAGA, but we should be able to allow people to be who they are.
Yeah. Even if they're radical Islamists.
Yes. Yeah. There's no right to judge them.
So if someone came running down the street, Allahu Akbar, or if there was someone on the opposite side saying, "Make America Great Again," got my red hat on, which side would you run to?
I don't know.
Thank you, Caitlin Bennett, for your wonderful. That was on St. Patrick's Day. You follow her and support her content. Do you know her, Dan? Never met her. Maybe I met her at an event, but I don't really know her well. But amazing work. You want those people in charge? You want to see how the government got to this point now, where Donald Trump has spent the last, year and close to a half right now trying to clean up this mess? Because people like that have appointed everyone from judges to bureaucrats to United States attorneys, to people in the Social Security Administration, to people in the FCC, the SEC, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. You got people appointing people, their own like-minded people who think like that inside the government. You think they advertise who they are when a Republican gets elected? No, they hide. They try to wait out the 4 or 8 years, and then they come back with a vengeance. It's Caitlin Bennett write this down. KAIT. Sorry, my eyes are getting bad. MARIE. Is that 0 or OX? OX. I'm sorry, my eyes are not that great. Caitlin Bennett on X, verified account. Pay it forward, everyone. Listen, guys, I have a lot more. These guys are probably laughing. They're like, "You gonna get to any of the actual show?" You think I'm kidding? We got into a third of the first page. So. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know what? We should go out. This is a perfect time, actually. And by the way, tomorrow, we got to do that Nothing Is Happening clip again with the Nothing Is Happening file, all those files we have a cache. All the stuff he talked about yesterday, like Fed out there doing actual criminal work. This is all over the place. Antifa, first ever, 9 of them convicted, first ever Antifa. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. BLM, no, nothing's happening. More Antifa, no, nothing's happening. He calls them morons. Okay. Go ahead, Sunlight. So, the commercial.
Hey, Stealth, I was just gonna remind the room. You recall when Trump won, when those all those low-level diplomats and foreign diplomats and all the crap, they all resigned over Russia, Russia, Russia. It tallied up to like over 70 of them. You have the seditious six. You have this Joe Kent incident. I went back. It reminded me of Bush 1, George W. Bush 1. When we were going to invade Iraq, and this diplomat named Kessling, he was the ambassador to Greece at the time, resigned. And then I went and looked up. There were several that resigned, and they all have the same language as Joe Kent. I cannot, in good conscience, do this when there isn't an imminent threat. So I put that into your DMs because I think that's part of it is the tainting of the effort, but also to try and pin down Trump as far as like boots on the ground. Of course, as the commander in chief, you're never going to reveal, you're going to keep all your options on the table, but they are dying. The left is dying to have us put boots on the ground because then they can equate it to a forever war. And that's the one thing that they would love to pin him down on. And so I think that that's part of the op as well. But anyway, check your DMs because I put this resignation letter of this Kessling character in there. Very, very similar language. And so, it's almost like there's a template.
By the way, this just came out.
Assassination attempts against Americans on
Hold
America.
on.
Is the Iranian regime committed to America's destruction, in your opinion? Yes. Does the Iranian regime have American blood on their hands since its founding in 1979? Yes. Has Iran plotted assassination attempts against Americans on American soil? Yes. Was Iran developing a nuclear weapon prior to our military action last June? And did Iran remain committed to developing a nuclear weapon in the lead up to this conflict?
Yeah, so I want to clarify on that because there's been much talk about a fatwa against the development of a nuclear weapon.
Can you come back to that 1 second? Let me finish.
Yes, you bet.
Okay. If left unchecked, do you think Iran would have the ability to develop missiles capable of reaching the United States?
Yes.
Did Israel force the U.S.'s hand and make us take action, as some have claimed?
No.
Director Gabbard, do you agree with the CIA director's assessment on that last question in particular?
Basically, he's under investigation for leaking.
So, by the way, James, if you're listening down below, thank you. Bree, go look at my feed. So, James is putting together our friends Westinghouse, Alex Jones, Infowars, and Jason Jones, and all the infrastructure. So, thank you. And I'm going to tag our friends who I've passed on the project to. Give me a second. And I'm going to let the Green Berets handle the situation. More receipts. Um,
Stealth, in regards to Green Berets, you might want to check your
oh
DMs.
no. By the way, please sending me prices of iPhones from 2015 and 2016. I should I add interest for the last 10 years on that and see what the, like, as if telling me the price of iPhones difference between, I love cyber. Love you, cyber. Love you, cyber. Just, it's gonna get married. Focus on that. Okay, so let me just see something here. Dugan 7 hours ago. Both the above saying that Joe Kent is right, that Charlie was killed by the Jews. They used the interview with Tucker and Joe. Yes, now it's certain. George Galloway. George Galloway converted to Islam, who pretends that he's, I don't know why he's pretending he's Christian when he's converted to Islam, but whatever.
Who
So,
said that?
George Galloway?
Yeah, but he said, oh, he just make ironies, right?
No, he's not making ironies.
But who said that a specific group killed Mr. Charlie Kirk?
Alexander Dugan and George Galloway. How many? I can tell
But
you 90 groups have said the same thing. What do you mean?
yeah, but that's very strange. I didn't expect that from Dugin.
What do you mean? He says it all the time. Okay.
It fits his
He
entire
literally says
narrative.
it constantly all the time. What do you mean? All the time. All the time. Okay.
Itself, I thought we previously established that there were 12 phones tagged to Israel at the Charlie Kirk event, and one for each tribe. So we already established that.
You can't even joke about this
Sorry.
stuff anymore because people are like they're very literal and low IQ. So you have to. People don't get your sense of humor sometimes. It,
Yeah, I get that, but it's just ridiculous, and we need to laugh about it sometimes too. Because it's so ridiculous.
yeah, yeah. Okay, this is.
This matter of Dugin, what's his influence on this matter to Putin?
What do you mean?
If Putin does have any kind of, belief that Israel does have any connection with these things happening to Kirk.
What are you talking about? It's an op, Victor. It's an op. It's a malign foreign influence operation to create havoc in the U.S. That's it.
And the investigation is being led by the FBI, and apparently the investigation started before his resignation. What do you know, John Solomon?
Yeah, that is an accurate description of what we know. Several months ago, the FBI began examining a potential leak of information and technology that they believe is connected to Joe Kent or his office. That has been ongoing. What? It is nearing a resolution, and it's in that period of time when it's nearing a resolution. Often, when you get to this point, you get. Bree, did you hear him say a leak regarding technology? Bree? Bree, are you listening? She's making tweets, isn't she? Bree, are you there? Bree, Bree.
I'm making
I
tweets.
know it.
Yeah, I
I
am. I'm
know it.
making them. You
I
just
know.
got me
What do you,
out of
I
there.
have like 7 devices in front of me, and I'm not making tweets.
People are not recognizing George
They're not.
Stephanopoulos'
Oh, that's
sister, so
sad.
that's why I'm
They're not
saying,
used.
like, no, they're not. They're
The
like, wait a second,
KGB.
who is
No,
that person? Because they've
as
seen
you
her
have to say,
before.
as Stealth has described her, the KGB Shia nun. That's what she is. So that's literally as.
Just say George Stephanopoulos' mustache's
No.
sister,
KGB
mustached
Shianon,
sister.
trained by Arafat. Okay, so John Solomon says that there
Stels,
was a leak.
just
Hold on, Victor. Hold on, sweetheart. So hold on. I can't be your personal Google. Okay, so John Solomon just said that it has to do with a technology leak that he was being investigated over.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need to hear this again? Just listen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
play it
listen.
one more
That they
time.
believe is connected to Joe Kent or his office. That has been ongoing. It is nearing a resolution, and it's in that period of time when it's nearing a resolution. Often, when you get to this point, you get a notification that you're either a. Hold on, let me back it up. That is an accurate description of what we know. Several months ago, the FBI began examining a potential leak of information and technology that they believe is connected to Joe Kent or his office. That has been ongoing. It is nearing a resolution, and it's in that period of time when it's nearing a resolution. Often, when you get to this point, you get a notification that you're either a subject or a target of the investigation. Target means you're about to be indicted. Subject means your behavior is being examined. It's usually around the time of resolution that you get those notifications. Now, we don't know if that happened, but we are told that the decision on whether charges are to be brought is going to happen soon. This does go back until last year, late in 2025 is when the investigation allegedly began. And then all of a sudden on Monday, he dropped that bombshell of a letter. And, again, when you look at the whole of Joe Kent, no matter what happens in this outcome, he's a man who was deployed 11 times to combat zone in Iraq and Afghanistan. He's an American hero for doing that. He lost his wife to a combat attack. She also was an American patriot and lost. That part of his career stays intact. But if you go into the civilian side and you're trusted with intelligence and you don't handle it properly, there are going to be consequences, particularly in this administration, which is very serious about prosecuting links. And so we'll have to wait and see what the evidence is. But there was an investigation ongoing before he ever released his letter expressing his dissent for the Iran operation. Yeah, Tulsi was asked about this. DNI Tulsi Gabbard, SOC 27. Do you agree or disagree with what this letter was put out by former Director Kent? He said a lot of things in that letter. Ultimately, we have provided the president with the intelligence assessments, and the president is elected by the American people and makes his own decisions based on the information that's available to him. But do you agree with, does that statement he made, blaming Israel, concern you? Yes. So that was a pretty significant moment there, John Solomon. That because a lot of people link DNI Tulsi Gabbard with Joe Kent, thinking that they are ideologically in lockstep. That was a break right there. Yeah, that was a very significant moment. I'm joined now by former Deputy Director of National Intelligence and CNN National Security Analyst Beth Stanner. Beth, let's just start with the framing of this departure. Obviously, on one hand, he's coming out and saying that he can't support the war with Iran. On the other hand, he's blaming it on Israel. He's got a little bit of an anti-Semitic past, controversial past. At the very least, I'll say, how are you viewing this departure here? Well, I mean, there's obviously political implications here, which is a little bit outside my territory, but I think it's really, really clear that
Joe Kent was unqualified to be the head of NCTC. This controversy around him being a supporter of white nationalists and hiring Proud Boys and people who espouse very, very radical right wing views. He talked about conspiracies. He said the Secret Service was behind the assassination attempt on Trump. I mean, he has said pretty crazy things. And so, you know, I think that we should be very clear about that. That said, he is a decorated war hero. He did have a personal tragedy with his wife. But, you know, these things you have to kind of bucket on one hand, and you still have to say, okay, this was a principled move. He believed in something. But the basis for that is, you know, in, you know, your kind of anti-Semitism land to some degree. Yeah, and I wonder what you think of the reaction that we're seeing from Capitol Hill, because you have some Democrats who I think they read the first, the first line or line and a half, even Iran posed no imminent threat, and they say, there, I agree with that. Right. And then maybe they don't read the rest of the letter because there's a lot in there that even, let's see, what else? He says, disastrous Iraq war. He talks about, and I'm not talking about Iran. He's saying the Iraq war. Yeah, I don't he says the Israelis drew the U.S. into. Yeah. He says that he lost his wife in a war manufactured by Israel. How do you see people who oppose the president's war in Iran sort of jumping onto this? Exactly. So, you know, this is the thing I feel like we all struggle with. Oh, they're having a really hard time in CNN threading this needle because they're just figuring out, and I have to admit that there's the woke right and the woke left, and that they've labeled regular people that are MAGA and America First as Nazis and white supremacists. Joe Kent didn't come out of the box like that. There's framing going on about this. We have to look at the smear campaign and the that occurred by Fuentes and Co. associated with this. So go ahead, Edie. I know you have something important to say. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, Bree, I'm not sure if you're listening. I wish Carolina was here.
Okay.
What kind of preparation would Joe Kent have done to do that interview so masterfully and like to cover all of those topics and touch on literally everything that he would need to create the narrative that we have today? I'm just curious because he's been working in the administration until like what, a couple of days ago.
He
So
wasn't working, Edie. He
who
wasn't working. That was the main statements. Go look at Gorka's feed and some other of the officials' feed. He was not working. So he had a ton of prep time.
Are you are you are you asking like what kind of access would he have to the things to the information that would allow him to speak out in this way? Is that it, or what kind of training? I'm trying to
Yeah, what kind of
differentiate
media
what your question
training?
is.
Like,
So media training. So I will say in the military side of things, he has no media training. In his run up
A
in the
ton for two
elections, towards the
elections.
elections,
He
he
had a
would have had
ton.
a time. Yeah. Yeah. So he would have had a team behind him. And recall at that time, his wife had already passed. And I'm going to be putting this out today. According to reports interviewing her, his second wife met we talked
You
about this
grabbed
in
the
the space
recording from my
before, but
space
met.
from reading it. Okay.
Yep, I've got no, I've
Oh,
got
somebody sent you the original.
the actual.
Can you
Yes,
send
thank
that?
God that person,
Can you
thank
send
God
it to
that
me? Okay,
person.
thanks.
Yeah, I'll send it over. Thank God for that screenshot. That person is in the room, but so according to the original reporting, before they changed it yesterday while we were on this space, right after I had read it, she met Kent shortly, like early on after the death of his first wife, and it was in support of the family. That's what it says. I can read it
Yeah,
directly. Would you
yeah.
like
Oh,
me to read
yeah.
it directly? Because I think it's a really important point to make because of her background. His wife, Heather, his current wife, met her. Let's see, I'm going to read it correctly. Okay, so they've now changed it to it being private, right? but it's not the case because thanks be to God we've been able
Yes.
to like get the screenshots. Give me 2 seconds because
Can I read the
I thought I
cutest
had
thing to
downloaded
you?
it, but I have it in
My
my
son
DM.
is
Yeah, go ahead.
babysitting right now. Babies, like literal babies that are maybe 10 months old, twins. He writes, "This is in Jerusalem while there's rockets coming in, and the dad is up north in Lebanon, and the mom is a nurse overnight. And so he's with two babies alone, babysitting my son, who, okay, and he says, Mom,
Aw,
when I send you the
cute.
picture, you're going to pass out. He writes, Mom, I have a
Aw.
newfound appreciation for you changing my diapers. Also, I can't,
Men are they can't handle it. The
he
first time
says,
they deal with all of
no,
this, they're
he's
like,
babysitting. Yeah,
oh,
the vomit. He's like, he's babysitting a
Yes,
ton.
we can.
It's
yeah.
the changing of the diapers. He goes, this is the grossest thing. He goes,
It's the
Mom,
first
this is the
time.
grossest thing I've
Yeah.
ever experienced. The baby
My
Wait,
brother, like my brother couldn't do
can
it.
I?
He would
Yeah,
go
no,
like
he's
this. He'd go,
vomiting. You
oh,
should see the picture.
like,
He sends me a message. He goes, the babies are breastfed only. What the hell are they eating that it smells like peas that died in a carcass of an animal? And he's like, he goes, Mommy, the mom is just like you. She refuses to give them any food until they're over a year old because I breast only till a year, nothing else, right? Very strict on that.
yeah.
So no real food, even though other pediatricians say not to, but mine was the best at this. And he goes, I cannot believe how green and putrid this is. He goes, can you please give me a list of foods that the mom should be eating so that the shit doesn't smell this bad? Um, because clearly she doesn't know. So I asked him how old.
He's also making
Yeah,
notes
yeah.
for himself, as he's
So
getting in the
I
process.
replied right now. I said, "How old is the mom?" He goes, "She's 22, and she's got twins. Like you'll see the baby, beautiful babies." I go, "My son's 21, babysitting the 22-year-old." I'm like, "How old is the dad?" 22, twins, 10 months old during a war. She's a nurse overnight at the hospital. He's babysitting twins by himself. I'm like, "Where is the girl there?" No, just him. Just him. They're up, one's asleep. He's like learning about twins, like how like twins will wake each other up, so you have to be careful, but they sleep better when they're close.
Oh
So I
yeah,
told him. So I sent him a message. I'm like,
there. I just have to say, very good, just very good practice, and also support in remaining celibate until marriage.
oh no,
Because
he's very excited. He's very excited about
well,
having a
but it
baby.
still is like, be prepared for this.
Okay,
This is the
right.
results.
He fully knows. Yeah, like after October 7th, he was taking care of all these children's kids because
Oh
you
yeah, I
remember
remember
it was
that.
wild. It
That's
was so
cute.
cute.
Yeah,
But
so
this
cute.
one is exceptionally gorgeous. And you should see, my son looks younger with the baby in his arms. It's just the cutest thing. I cannot wait to be. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Oh
I'm
my
sure
God. I'm
you're
like
gonna be like,
salivating right now. I'm like have tears in my
oh my
eyes.
god,
We're talking about all this horrible stuff, and then I'm looking at life, and then I'm thinking of what it was like for Joe Kent to lose his wife with two gorgeous babies, and why there's
babies.
babies at
I
home.
know, like
Oh
he was
God.
super vulnerable, and here comes this intelligence officer who clearly is extreme left. Let's be very clear. She's aligned with Max
She's
Blumenthal.
like a Wiccan. She's like a Wiccan.
Their love story includes it says following after Shannon's death, Heather entered his life about a year later, offering so less than a
It
year,
was it was
guys,
it
about
was
a year.
right after the funeral and wake is what I'm told. Like there was some kind of
Yeah.
event.
Yeah, yeah. But still, this is what is in like that I have, okay? Offering support as a partner and mother figure to his boys. Okay? So that's there. And then in the original post about this, it says how they met connected. Post 2019, after Shannon's passing, Heather supported the family early on. Okay, so I want to preface that. That's before he started to run. Do you see?
Yeah.
Do you see the connection? Is that this, he's still mourning the death. And I knew Joe Kent, like many other people, not as well as Dan
We should have just slipped you
Bongino,
in there, Bree.
but I
We should have
communicated.
just slipped you in. You see how, like, had I been around, Just go check your go. No,
Seriously, like,
you could
come
have saved
on, just be
America. Like this is
just be matchmaker for me. Come
I
on.
need to be
No, but
matchmaker
honestly,
clearly
like,
for the
it's
entire special forces community at this point. I don't know what to say.
seriously, but truly, it's, I think it's pretty clear. I think most men who might be in this space right now are going to say, you're in your most vulnerable. You've just you're in, and he credits Heather later in like posts that he says that she saved him from like deep darkness, et cetera, et cetera. He's a combat vet. He's got, I'm sure, PTSD on
Of
his own.
course.
Right now, he's got this massive trauma, like trauma times 500, when it's your wife who is killed by the enemy and you are not there to protect your wife, right? Like that, like, can please put that in the perspective of a man who is also a warrior. You're not there to protect your wife from the enemy that you were fighting. So he's now in that space. He's got two young children he's barely able to like take care of, right? He can't take care of himself. He's barely able to take care of. And here comes this intel officer, far lefty, who becomes his world. And again, like, you see the incongruency. I'm not, I don't want to blame her. I want, because everybody has agency. Okay, so he is doing what he is doing fully on his own agency. I want you guys to see that with his interview with Tucker. He's answering the question, she's not. Maybe she prepped him, maybe not. But you see the difference of just 3 months ago, where he was on podcast talking about Iran. He never changed his tune until this week. So it brings up two questions, right? One, is he going through a mental break? Okay, is that a possibility? Could it be a mental break? Or could it be that he actually saw information and he's got all the goods and he's warning the American people? Or something occurred that made him quickly run on the defensive or offensive, get ahead of the story in order for him not to take a fall on something, not to. And now we're starting to hear about investigations.
Do you have
And
Yeah,
any
and when I
By the
information?
way, Bree, could
Do you
you
have
check
any
your WhatsApp
information?
DM real quick? Go see what I sent you real quick. Just go
okay,
for one
give me
sec.
a
Yeah.
second.
Okay. Your WhatsApp DMs. Okay.
Hey, can I just
Yeah.
jump in and tell you, like before you were talking about the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, Avi, who's was in spaces with you for a lot lately, he debunked that like 2 days ago. The church is open. Church of the Holy Sepulchre is not closed for any services at all.
Avi, do you have, since he's down below, can you send me that? Do you
Where
see the
is name?
picture, Bree? Did you see what I sent you? That's one of the babies. The other one was sleeping.
I
Are you
can't.
speechless?
It's just
Uh,
so cute. I just want your little
I know, but
babies.
do you see my
So
little
cute.
baby next to it?
I know. I
I mean, he
know.
doesn't.
He looks like he's
I
11.
know, but well, I mean, we're blessed with those genes, but he doesn't normally look like that. I told him that he looks younger with babies because babies make you younger. Like it's just like it's like babies raising babies. It's just the cutest thing ever, 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 ever.
Oh my! You're gonna be
I
like
know. I
the
want
grandma
17.
that is
I told him
literally.
I want 17. He's like, I need two wives. Because I had to explain to him about prolapses and that how you can't just like,
Yeah,
you can't like have your wife have 9 babies. It's a lot. So you have to, and he's like,
right.
why? He's like, six, mom. It's six. We're just having six. Like, that's the upper limit. I was like, oh,
Your house is gonna be filled with joy. It's gonna be like the in the Psalms, where it's like, it talks about the olive tree in the house and like how like your house is filled with blessings with children,
he's
or
like, you
you're
can
like
do Twitter
your air.
spaces,
It's like
mom,
that
with
blessing. I love that
when the
blessing.
babies are sleeping. That's what he sent me a DM. You could do Twitter spaces. Anyways, it's just I just want so many of them.
Do you think you'll be in Israel? Do you think you'll like just go over and
I'll have
live
to,
and be with
I
the
will do, I'll
family?
be like there, like, like 1 month and then come back, depending on like how I do
Yeah.
things. But because I love America way too much. But you
Yeah, I
can't be away
know.
from babies. So like the
I
first baby, I'll
know.
stay there for the first year. You know what I mean? And to help them for the first year, whoever, yeah. And then like,
Are you gonna go by grandma, or are you gonna go like by like? Do you know what you're gonna like? You're gonna want them to call you
I just want them to call me. That's all that I care about. Every, just call me the nanny, the slave, grandma, Savda,
Nana,
Bubby. I don't. It's hard to call me
Bubby.
Bubby
I
when
kind
I
of
look like
love
I could
Bubby.
be a
Like
young mommy.
Savtush.
Sav,
It has to be
Saftush,
Savtush.
you like Saftush? Okay, I'll let them name me.
what does that mean,
It's
Saftush? What
grandmother,
does it
but cute.
mean?
Like Tush is like Saftush is like it's like a
Tush, tush,
Saftush is like
tush.
a
Like
Oh,
nickname,
Granny.
cute.
right? What do you think? Should I go by Saftush?
Yeah, like Savta is grandmother, and like if you want something to be cute, you add a ush
Ush.
at the
Yeah,
end.
Saftush.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's really cute
Yeah.
too. Oh, I need to learn
If
Hebrew. Just add that
if
to
you
my
knew my
list.
son's nickname, the Ush at the end would make complete sense, Axel. So like he's got a nickname with the Ush at the
This
end.
is Yiddish, no?
No, I mean it's more Israeli. No, Ush is more
Are you
Israeli. No,
kidding me? No. Are you?
Saftush.
Oh no! It seems very
I don't
much
know if
Safta
it has
Yiddish.
Safta is
anything to do
Hebrew.
with Yiddish. I don't know, but in Hebrew we use that a lot to like give cuteness
Yeah,
to
two
words.
things. Yeah, I'm sure I'll find maybe something in Italian also. We'll make a mixture of Italian and
I
something.
mean, Nona, it's such a good
I
like
know.
grandma
Nona's
name.
vested for Italian. I know, but
Yeah, it's Nona, Nona. And it's like you could like walk down the street and you see an older woman, you're
I
like,
know.
Nona, como stai? You know, it's just
Yeah,
it's so nice. I wish
yeah,
we had we kind of have that Nana. That's kind of like in
yeah.
that's in Midwestern. I had Nana. That was my grandmother. But I mean, I obviously came from Nona.
We call kids like there's an Israeli term you call them mommy, and like you say mommy for like everything. Boys, it's like this. I mean, I can't explain like you call everybody mommy. Like I
That's kind
don't.
of Latin. That's kind of Latino though, mommy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We have that. We have that as well. Bubby is what he calls my mom. I don't know. It's gonna be weird because
Do Nona. I mean, I know that's great. And it's like a combination of all of that kind of like, and it would be easy for the kids to say. Bubby is an
it's
easy
too
thing for the
old.
kids
Yeah,
to
because
say,
that
and
and I
Nona is
look too
good just
young
to,
to be a Bubby, right? So that's
yeah. So do Nona. And it's cool. I think it's a cool,
Saftush.
like word.
In Russian,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it has a cool sound also. The word.
What is it in Russian?
I think it's babushka, something of the kind.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
babushka. Yeah.
yeah, but I'm not a Russian, so yeah.
Yeah, but
Uh
it's interesting to it's important, I think,
I'm more Italian.
to learn Russian. You know, because you can read Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, right?
I'd prefer to pull out my nails one by
Did
one.
you see my quote of Dostoevsky yesterday in Russian?
Actually,
The
Oh, that was
talking
good,
it's one
Brie.
of
I wrote to
That was
Dugan
really
in
good.
Russian also. I wrote to Dugan in Russian and to
Did you?
yeah, I
Did he
did.
respond? Darn.
No, no, no.
Oh well. Maybe
Congratulations.
next time.
I actually I didn't have the intention to politicize this. You know, it was really intentional to say that the spirit of Russian literature is of such of greatness. You know, that's what I wanted to say.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
I
is.
know that.
No, it's
I know it's
beautiful.
valuable. I know it's a beautiful thing to read the literature in original Russian. I just right now I'm kind of Duganed out. So I mean, listen. I watched a ton of Russian movies, like translated into English. Don't get me
Oh,
wrong.
BB's on Fox right now. Sorry,
Okay,
someone
okay,
DM'd me and I didn't see that BB
okay. Go
Netanyahu's on
Yes,
go
Fox.
see what I just sent you. Go see what I just sent you. That's the girl he said no to. That's
he
him.
announced. He,
What?
Yeah, yeah. He said
BB
no to her.
BB announced that there were Iran was no longer able to manufacture ballistic missiles any longer. That
By the
capacity
way,
would.
Massey is endorsing Carrie.
Carrie, yeah. She's gonna yeah, does she think she's gonna run for office?
No, he's just like coming out in support of her and
Yeah, yeah, I
protecting
saw
her.
that. Because she's there, she's in DC for the event. That's the girl he said no to, Brie. He doesn't like the flowy dresses. Can you believe this? This is like
Wait,
okay.
is that what he
On
said?
on
Is
the
that the
Yeah.
reason?
Yeah, yeah. He wants a girl
Oh,
that wears fitted black skirts. I don't even know. This is like a whole thing. It's like an internal. I don't even understand. It's because I wore fitted black skirts, right? So he's
oh,
like,
but she was so
I know,
cute.
I
Oh,
know, I
I'm
know, I
sorry.
know, I
Okay,
know,
I
I
thought
know.
that they were engaged and everything. It was like gonna go
It
that
was
way.
close. I mean, we were getting there. Like it was close there, but they were at a wedding. But they both
Not God's will.
She
Not
knew
that
the
small.
bride and he knows, yeah. But you see how handsome and like mature he looks in that picture
Yeah.
versus the
And then
baby
when it's
one?
like the picture, yeah. Oh
You
yeah.
see the difference?
Yeah.
It's, I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, but,
Children are a blessing from the Lord.
oh my God,
Blessed
they're the
is the
best.
man, blessed is the man who fills his quiver with them.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
love that. I love those blessings from it. That's from, is that from Proverbs or is that from
Psalms
Psalms? I thought I love the one
or
that's about
Tehillim.
like the blessing of like blessed is the man who fills his quiver, and then there's another one that has to deal with like the olive tree in his house. Like there's just this beautiful imagery of like all the branches of an olive tree being like that your family would be that way. Let me find it. It's so beautiful.
You know, Israel is so inspiring, the culture around family and especially children and marriage. It's just, it's so beautiful. I keep hearing all these stories in your spaces, Stealth, about, you know, children and families being created during all of this wartime. And I just really wish that we could get some of that over here in the United States. We've got like 35-year-olds who are too afraid to have a kid because they don't have enough money. And it's like, it's not about the money. It's about your priorities and the lack of appreciation for family here. And I just look forward to a future where America can get back to its roots and start creating families again.
Including the fact that they married. There was a marriage that occurred in a bunker, you know. So during a war,
Do you see the, I just realized that this was I think it was at 4 years old. Go look, Bree, what I just sent you. Go look at my Italian stallion at 4 years old. Look at what he looked like. Okay, Bree's looking at pictures. I'm sending her pictures. Okay, sorry. Yeah,
Marriage also increased before World War II as
yes.
people entered World War II.
Who's talking in my other? Isn't he? See, isn't he? I know. You see the hair and the eye color when he was 4 years old.
I mean,
I
so
know
cute.
that girl approached
So
him
cute.
at a store. He was being pursued like from the very young. They're all aggressive with him. And
Stealth.
it's
Did you
yeah,
did
I
you
know.
did you know that there is a kind of an agent that can post on X?
Are we listening to BB? Do you want to go? Do you
Yeah.
need the
Is it
link?
a long interview or is it like? Let me see
I
here.
don't know. Someone just sent it to me. Let me send
Okay,
it
do you
over
have
to
the
you.
link? Yeah, send it over to me.
It's a
Yeah.
little long.
What does he talk about?
It was
Being
me.
the
I was
last, by the
talking.
way. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that there is a kind of an agent that you can use to post tweets on X?
Really? Which
It's
one?
called Open Claw. It's very interesting. I didn't test yet because you need to have credits in XAI in order for you to automate this. But it's quite simple.
By the way, do you remember when people said they weren't going to use A10 warthogs and I said they were coming and they argued with me in the space? So they're very active.
They're coming, and there's
Well, they've been
also
using
other
them.
yeah, and there's close support as well, Apaches, etc.
Yeah. Okay. Is this it? Okay.
It's not enough to be moral.
Is this the
It's not
one?
enough to be just.
Here. Okay. Here's the beginning of it. Let me see.
Listen,
Is this an interview or is it the live press hearing? Here.
אחיי ואחיותיי אזרחי ישראל, אני גאה בכם. אני גאה על העמידה...
Hold on one
לא,
second.
אתם מכירים את זה גם.
This is in Hebrew. This is not the interview
שהיו
from the news,
אמורים
right?
I guess they had
It was
a
translated.
translator.
It
Here
was
it is.
work.
translated on Fox.
Israel is helping in its own way, and intel and other means, the American effort to open the Straits of Hormuz, rather. But I want to ask you to imagine how the Ayatollah regime would be able to blackmail the entire world if they had ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads. Just imagine what they would do. Look at what they're doing now and imagine what they would do if they had ballistic missiles, international range ballistic missiles, and nuclear tipped warheads. Just imagine what a great threat that would be. So today, Israel and the United States are protecting America, Israel, the entire Middle East, but I venture to say the entire world. Despite the fake news that is unfortunately being spread since the start of the war 20 days ago, we are winning and Iran is being decimated. Iran's missile and drone arsenal is being massively degraded and will be destroyed. Hundreds of their launchers have been destroyed. Their stockpiles of missiles are being hit hard, and so are the industries that produce them. That's important. In Rising Line, we destroyed missiles and we destroyed a lot of the nuclear infrastructure. But what we're destroying now are the factories that produce the components to make these missiles and to make the nuclear weapons that they're trying to produce. We're wiping out their industrial base in a way that we didn't do before. Iran's air defenses have been rendered useless. Their navy is lying at the bottom of the sea. Today we hit the other part of their navy in the Caspian Sea. Their air force is nearly destroyed. Iran's command and control structure is in utter chaos. And I can tell you that there's still more work to do, and we're going to do it. And I want to close these opening remarks with one other fake news, and that is that Israel somehow dragged the U.S. into a conflict with Iran. Does anyone really think that someone can tell President Trump what to do? Come on. President Trump always makes his decisions on what he thinks is good. Sorry. Is also good for future generations. In this case, those interests are absolutely clear, and so is the clarity of our achievements. Together in close coordination with President Trump, the close coordination between America and Israel, our militaries, our intelligence services, we're achieving goals in lightning speed. But I want to say another word. It's been said that for 40 years, I've been saying that Iran is a danger to Israel and a danger to the world. That is true. You know who else said that? President Trump. 47 years ago, when the Iranian thugs took over the American embassy, he said how dangerous this regime is. In his first term in office, he didn't need any convincing. He said the Iranian nuclear deal was the worst deal that he'd ever seen, and he walked out of it. Right before his second term, before he was reelected, I went to see him in Mar-a-Lago. The first thing he said to me was, baby, we've got to make sure that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. He said that to me. I didn't say it to him. He didn't need any convincing there either. Now, why did he say that? Because for more than 4 decades, this regime, as I said in the beginning of my remarks, is chanting, death to Israel, death to America. But they say Israel is only the small Satan standing in their way. The great Satan is the United States of America. And these ideological fanatics, these lunatics, define their raison d'etre, their reason for being, is wiping out Western civilization in America that leads it. They have claimed the lives, they've maimed and wounded thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan. They killed the American Marines in Beirut. They bombed your embassies. They tried to assassinate the American president, Donald Trump, not once, but twice. Now they blackmail for oil. Just imagine what they would do, what they're capable of doing, if these lunatics had nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city and every European city and everywhere around the globe. This is a danger for the entire world. It's certainly a danger for Israel. It's certainly a danger for America. We see eye to eye on that. President Trump and I, Israel and America. But I think if people are honest, if leaders are honest, they would understand that we're not only fighting our fight, we're fighting their fight. I speak to dozens of world leaders, dozens. They all know that. And privately, they all say that. Yep. They say that privately, but I say it publicly. The world owes a debt of deep indebtedness to President Trump for leading this effort to safeguard our future. Thank Questions? You. We'll now take a few questions. The first question is from Zach Anders from Newsmax. Prime Minister Zach Anders, Newsmax.
Hold on. Oh, is this wait, is this live or why do I not hear the audio? Do you guys?
Maybe it just closed.
No, I'm looking at it. It's they're asking his question, but they're not. Does anybody have the? Let me grab it from YouTube. Hold on, son of a gun. Let me see here. Or no, actually, there should be a live link on. You know how like it streams live. Here. Let me grab the live clip. I'd love to hear the Newsmax questions then.
Is that a baby or his double or his triple or his quadruple? I'm confused.
It is the AI,
Yeah, they're like still counting
but only
fingers.
the fingers.
They're very busy. People are really weird. Okay, how do I get?
How many glitches have you noticed, Health? I mean, you have to laugh at this crap.
And I don't think
It's just
Iran will
ridiculous.
succeed in expelling.
Oh God, this is the Mario's guesser. Exceedingly retarded lately. Hold on a second. Let me see if this is it.
At the end, what is the task of leaders if you're a leader? The most important thing, the most important thing.
Hold on, let me back up first.
Doing the same to you.
Hold on.
Look at this operation and
Hold on.
I mean, that this is security. Like, good to see you, sir. Appreciate.
Okay, so it's
That
live.
is
Hold on.
a prerequisite for the survival of any biological organism. You have
Retweet
to
this space,
identify
everybody.
danger in
Retweet
time
this
and
space.
act in time against it. You either fight or flight. These are the two options you have. Where can you flee? Nowhere, because Iran can reach any part of the world. So you have to, at a certain point, fight. And this is the juncture where we reach in time. Not too late, but in time. I just will encourage all those who agree with what President Trump is saying, with what I'm saying, to act. I didn't have to convince President Trump of anything. He didn't need any convincing. He acted as a great leader does to protect his country and to protect the future. Thank you. Next question. Alex Trayman from JNS. JNS, right behind you, yes. Mr. Prime Minister, Hezbollah. And what would eradicating Hezbollah do to transform Israel-Lebanon relations and the greater Middle East? Look, Alex, I can't divulge our battle plans. Obviously, Hezbollah is not what Hezbollah had been. I said in my opening remarks in Hebrew that they were talking about 150,000 rockets and missiles that they had, ballistic missiles. They had thousands of Ridwan terrorists right next to our fence underground, ready to invade. And we knocked them back. We destroyed the bulk of their missile capacity in 6 hours. We knocked out Nasrallah. We destroyed all the Hamas, or rather all the Ridwan infrastructure right next to our border. We now have a security corridor, a security zone that is there that prevents this kind of invasion. And we have plans for the future. Obviously, our number one effort is geared towards Iran. If the regime goes, you know that Hezbollah goes. But in any case, we're devising our plans in such a way that we could remove this threat as well. Thank you. Final question from Jeremy Diamond at CNN. Mr. Prime Minister, Jeremy Diamond, CNN. Nice to see you. You've assassinated Iran's supreme leader and dozens of other senior Iranian officials. The result of that so far has been the appointment of a new supreme leader considered to be even more hardline than his father. The Iranian regime is
not showing any signs of collapse as of now. So I wonder, what do you say to those who say that killing those individuals is in fact empowering the hardliners in Iran? And are you confident that your strategy will still lead to regime change? And then secondly, if I may, you've also indicated today that you made a commitment to President Trump not to strike these oil and gas facilities in the future. Should President Trump come to you one day and say, oil prices are too high, it's time to end this war, will you listen to him? And do you need the United States in order to continue this campaign alone?
Was that a single question? Jeremy, you really hogged it, but I'll answer your questions. I'm not sure who's running Iran right now. Mujtaba, the replacement Ayatollah, has not shown his face. Have you seen him? We haven't. And we can't vouch exactly what is happening there. There is a cloud here that's not clear. What we see is that there's a lot of tensions inside the people who are edging for the top. It's not a uniform position. You see that sometimes with contradictory orders that are given. You know, they do one thing and then they withdraw it and so on. I think it's important that they know that if they think they're going to target the world, target the president of the United States and so on, they themselves are being targeted. That creates a lot of uncertainty. We found that can have an effect. The removal of Nasrallah has never been really been replaced, because some people are not replaceable. I think the authority and the hold that Khamenei has had is not going to be translated to anyone, not to Mujtaba if he's there, and not to anyone else. But I think this is part of the effort to crack the regime. It's not going to happen in one day. We're 20 days into this war. Yes, we're seeing cracks. We're seeing cracks, and we're trying to propagate them as fast as we can. Not only in the top command, we're seeing cracks in the field. It's sort of like a hollowed out, rotten piece of wood that's holding on the outside, but there's a lot of rot inside. We're seeing some defections. We're seeing fear and trepidation in the IRGC units that are manning the ballistic missiles. You know why? Because they're afraid to die. They're not all suicidal. In fact, most of them are not. So we're seeing cracks, but we're going to hit them again and again. The minimum thing we want to do is, again, erase the industrial capacity that they had to produce these weapons. They'll have to build it from a start, and that's very hard. It's very hard to do underground, too. So they're not going to be able to just take the pieces and move them below the earth. It's going to be a lot harder for them. But ideally, if it cracks enough, and with some other things that I won't get into, yes, the regime could change. Is it guaranteed? No. And is it up to the Iranian people in the final accounting to make use of the conditions that we're doing in weakening this regime? We'll see. I cannot tell you. They're very brave, by the way. I don't come and criticize them in any way. I think they're very brave. I think they've suffered enormously. And the question is, will we have a meeting ground between the weakening of the regime and the rising of the people in many ways that could develop? We'll see. On the oil and gas questions, I can only tell you this. Look, I don't think any two leaders have been as coordinated as President Trump and I. He's the leader. I'm, his ally. America is the leader. Israel is, as the National Security Memorandum described us, I think a month ago, 6 weeks ago, I think, something like that. They called Israel the model ally. That's how they call it, the model ally. It's not a superpower, but America is seeking around the world, and you hear it from the speeches of President Trump and others in the administration. They say, where are you? We've helped you all these years. Where are you when we're doing something that is as important, at least as important for you as it is important for us? And yet one country is there, and against all the vilifications that are leveled at Israel. Israel is sponging off America and all that. No, it's not. It's not. Israel is a brave country, a resolute country with an incredible army, incredible soldiers, incredible courage, and we're fighting alongside the United States when the chips are down. We're fighting with the United States. We're fighting for a common goal. So I can tell you that that's the most important coordination. But in practice, President Trump and I speak regularly. Uh, we discuss things. Our staffs discuss things. Our militaries are in close coordination as never before. But ultimately, President Trump makes his own decisions. And do I respect them? Yes, I do. The question is whether you could continue the war without. Just one question, Jeremy. Thank you. Could you without the United States? Without the refueling capabilities, for example? We're going to close. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you, everyone, for your questions. Okay, there's some more questions. Just so you know, Donald Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. It's on my feed. I'm going to play it for you. It's a few seconds. It's a question from Japanese media. I love this man. Oh God, I would say the same thing, but I'm not as diplomatic as him. Just listen to this. Listen. Let me pick a beautiful person from Japan. A question for the Prime Minister. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't believe this. Oh. He's just shouting shit. Go ahead, please. Of course, now Japan and US are very good friends. But one question: why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens. Well, one thing you don't want to signal too much. When we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Oh my God! Why did you tell us about Pearl Harbor? That could be. Now you believe in surprise. I think much more so than us. Oh shit! And we had to surprise him, and we did. Oh my God! I love this man. We knocked out the first 2 days. We probably knocked out 50% of what we. And much more. By the way, I'm just curious, was Tulsi Gabbard in a closet, like rocking herself back and forth with the helmet on when he said that? Because that's the reminder everybody to need. So somebody should grab that video and post this video on top of it as a reminder of what an actual antibiotic is to nonsense. Let me remind you what you did to us before you open up your mouth and ask us why didn't we warn you of something. We all remember that you know what surprises are. So this could be 100 years later. And this is why I love my president, because he puts you in your place. And you people need to be put in their place because they forgot what it's like when they showed their asses against America. He is going to remind you because he actually loves this country. It's not about diplomacy. It's about reminding the world of we will never forget. We may forgive, we won't forget, but do not think that when we go and do what we need to do to protect our sovereignty, that we're not going to remind you of that when you ask us a stupid question. It's no longer the woke whatever where you get to play victim, perpetual victim, and we get to sit back and take your snide remarks. I'm sorry. It's the only way to reestablish deterrence, and it's the American way. And he's got his giant yellow tie on specifically because of Japan. Anyways, that's all I have to say. This is why I voted for him. That's like completely what he did in a nutshell in 15 seconds. Now, on the couch is Rubio and JD Vance. If somebody has the other footage of their faces when he said that, that's what I actually want. If you love me and you've listened to me and I never asked you for anything, get me the footage of what both of their faces looks like on the couch when he says that to them. And you could just see the president or the prime minister of Japan just looking at the reporter going, oh my God, the Yakuza is going to visit you tonight. There's no question about it. So I'm sorry.
This is definitely a Saturday Night Live skit. And you remember Self in the Trump 45 when he was talking to the German delegation and he's like, why are you idiots buying Russian gas? And General
Exactly.
Mattis was over there. He was like, oh my God. And then Rex Tilton was Tillerman, whatever his name was, was also just like a gas that he called out the Germans, for funding the Russian invasion of Ukraine or propping up their money.
Yeah. Rick Tillerson didn't last very long, did he? Huh?
No, he didn't.
Thank
No, he
you.
did
That's
not.
all I have to say. Yeah.
Although I have to say the Japanese PM, she's amazing. And when they met, she like ran over to him and gave him a hug. Did
Oh,
you see
she
that?
hugged him. Yeah, yeah. The reporter who
Yeah, it's
asked
so
that question
Yeah,
was
cute.
just
being
the
led by
reporter.
the Yakuzo, not her. The Yakuzo. This guy is gonna be sleeping with the fishes. I don't know. I don't know. He may not ever make it back to Japan. I don't know. This reporter, he's like, let me ask for a handsome reporter. Like he was looking for somebody like an attractive Japanese reporter. He's being cute. You know how Trump is. He like says these things. He's like being funny or nice, but he was serious. He was trying to be complimentary. And this guy asked him, why didn't you tell the Europeans and why didn't you tell the Asian countries you're going to do the strike? Instead of saying you're a moron, listen, he's so quick on his feet too. We had to, it's a surprise. You guys know about surprises. In fact, you're the expert at it. Remember Pearl Harbor? Oh my God, he's amazing. You don't even know. I could never have said that because I would have just. Let me pick a beautiful looking person from. See? A beautiful person from Japan. Let me pick a beautiful person from Japan for a question. And she giggles. Oh, he doesn't believe he's beautiful. And they stare over at him. He's just shouting shut. Go ahead, please. One more time. So, Japan and US are very good friends. But one question, why didn't you tell US allies US allies, Asia, like Japan, Europe and Asia, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens. Well, Japanese citizens are confused. Too much, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay, right?
I can't.
This could be. Now you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us. And we had a surprise, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise. I am here. If you guys understand Japanese culture, what they're going to do to him is going to be, I don't know, somebody just, I want JD Vance and I want Marco Rubio, who are both sitting on the couch. Maybe they're going to make like Rubio one of a Japanese reporter now to replace that guy. I don't know. I don't know. Somebody make a meme. Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah, like the yeah, for Japanese culture, like that guy thought he was gonna catch catch Trump in something, and that guy's gonna be just all over the news, being humiliated. That guy's gonna be all over the news, and the Japanese are gonna be like, "What did he ask?" Like,
They're very big into honor and like
yeah,
respect.
oh yeah, like you don't that that completely like was destroyed. That guy's
Yeah,
career is done.
someone's gonna hand him a samurai sword in the back green room, and say, "Just you dishonored your family."
Totally. Oh
God
my God, they
forbid,
made
but like
it.
that guy,
They
I mean,
made
like
the meme.
literally,
No,
that's a
no, no.
big
Marco
deal.
We got
Rubio. Listen, I don't know who's listening to this space. They made the meme. Marco Rubio realizing he has to smooth things over with Japan now, and he's wearing the Japanese. I literally just said this. Like, are these people listening to my space? I'm like in shock. I cannot believe.
Does he have a rising sun headband on now, drinking a little shot of sake?
Well, what's the name of
This
the
is
clothes?
amazing.
What's the name?
What?
What's the name of the clothes that they use in Japan that Rubio?
It's like a samurai. Go look at my feet. It's what is it?
Harikari, harikari.
Harakiri is when you kill yourself. I'm talking about with the knife.
That's what they're going to tell that dude to do. He's like dishonored
Yeah,
the
that's the name.
profession.
That's
He
the name,
dishonored his
Sunlight, I
family.
think.
Oh, in Kashmiri Shiite Islamists were mourning the Ayatollah Khomeini in India. Hold on. Yeah, it's not a pretty scene over there, guys. It's they're slapping themselves quite a bit.
There are some guys that say that they are using AI to make the number of the people higher.
They do. They also use old footage. They do all
Oh,
kinds
you
of
mean about
stuff.
the
And
people
then
mourning? Is that what you mean, Edie?
No, 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 no. I'm talking about the Iranian people. There are some rumors that they are using AI in order to grow the number of people in the streets.
Protesting or advocating for Khomeini? You mean advocating, right?
Yes,
Yes, yes.
yes.
So Honest Reporting put out a thread saying that this was coordinated. So this is what we said, obviously, when this first came out. Joe Kent goes on Tucker within minutes, the exact same clip, same caption, same outrage floods the internet. It's not organic. It's not a coincidence. HonestReporting.ai labs tracked it in real time. What we found will shock you. So action, which we knew would set off a series of events, meaning the Iranians would retaliate. Now, I think there's a potential there where we could have done several different things. We could have simply said to the Israelis, no, you will not. And if you do, then we will take something away from you. I think that it's fine that we offer defense to Israel. But when we're providing the means for their defense, we get to dictate the terms of when they go on the offensive. Otherwise, they stand to lose that relationship. And the Israelis felt emboldened that no matter what they did, no matter what situation they put us in, that they could go ahead and take this action, and we would just have to react. And so that speaks to that relationship. But also, it just shows that there was a lobby pushing for us to go to war. I know we'll get into that later on in the statement, but we had a real potential, I think, knowing what we know of the Iranians and how they react, and in particular, how they react to President Trump's leadership. The Iranians, under President Trump's leadership, especially in his second term, they have shown that they take a very calculated approach to the escalation ladder. For instance, in the lead up to the 12-day war before Midnight Hammer, this is a calculated approach to the response, Bree. Would you say that what the IRGC is doing now since the first day, literally the first day, is a calculated approach? Bree is making a
No.
tweet.
No.
Yeah, it's the opposite. It's
Yeah.
like
Who said it was calculated?
Joe Kent.
Well, we know now that all of his assessments are wrong. Okay.
Iranians right.
Attack us. They were engaged in negotiations with us. When President Trump came back into office, they stopped their proxies who were attacking us under the Biden administration because they knew Biden was weak. They stopped their proxies from attacking us as well. No, the proxies kept attacking and we struck Yemen. Does everybody forget that? I'm very confused. Everybody, okay, all right, we're okay. They knew President Trump was someone who wanted to negotiate, but more importantly, they knew that President Trump was not someone to mess with because he killed Qasem Soleimani, he killed Abu Mahdi Mohandas, he had defeated ISIS. They knew that President Trump was a man of action. He is militarily strong, and so they said, before we take an action, we need to make sure that it's calculated. So I think in this scenario, even if the Israelis told us we're going to strike on this date at this time, and we didn't, try to negotiate with the Israelis and say, hey, we'll take something away from them, I think we still could have back channeled to the Iranians and said, hey, if something happens here in the next couple of days, it's not us. We're still serious about negotiations, and we don't want to escalate this because it's well known what the Iranians' plans were. We knew that they were going to hit potentially our bases in the region, potentially our allies. We knew about the Straits of Hormuz. All of these things, I think, were fairly well known. Okay, so then the response is from Morgan Ariel. So let me get this straight. Our U.S. counterterrorism chief Joe Kent resigns from office and says Iran poses no imminent threat to the U.S. He goes on Tucker's show and tells the public that Israel forced the U.S. to attack Iran. Now he's under FBI investigation. Less than 24 hours later, the Jewish mafia must be stopped. So Honest Reporting shows the side-by-side reporting. The trigger quote, the Israelis drove the decision to go to war with Iran, was clipped and posted across hundreds of accounts almost simultaneously, not minutes after it trended, during the broadcast, actually live during Tucker's broadcast. Real breaking news takes time to spread. This had a running start ahead of time. So it shows a graph. I'm going to post this so you guys understand the op. It only has 813 views, so it's very important to get this out. So hold on one second. Let me read this now. So read this now. So I'm going to post this so you guys can start to read this yourselves. So it shows the trigger quote and the amount of hours and the peak hours, right? So foreign state media like RT, Hispanic TV, and Sputnik within 0 to 30 minutes were the first to post it. Within 30 to 60 minutes, it was foreign accounts, then MAGA dissident amplifiers. So like the woke right amplifiers, foreign and domestic. Then and pro-Palestinian Islamist networks as well. So Al Jazeera, blah, 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 all those like the Al-Quds network, blah, blah, blah. Then also counter messengers, which is interesting. Okay, so that's like a small response. And then 1 to 2 hours, MAGA dissident amplifiers, double, then triple. Then you see more pro-Palestinian Islamist networks. So there's a whole graph. Interesting.
So who amplified it? Russian state TV, Iranian state TV, which is called Hispan TV, Hamas aligned Kuz Network. What did I say? Oh, Turkish as well, TRT broadcasters, Sputnik Brazil. Okay, that makes sense. And Jackson Hinkle, Candace Owens, MTG, Max Blumenthal, Russia, Iran, Hamas, and alt-right dissidents, all posting the same thing at the same time, coordinated. Ask yourself, when does that happen naturally? The rollout wasn't spontaneous, it was scripted. Kent resigned. Tucker booked within hours, which means it was obviously pre-scheduled because of flights and everything. Real whistleblowers are chaotic. They call journalists from parking lots. They don't have media tours lined up before the ink dries on their resignation letter. This had a plan, which I said this in my space, very obvious. The narrative quickly evolved, escalating beyond what Kent actually said from the beginning. Number one was Israel forced the U.S. into war. This was Kent's primary argument. Number two, Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Jackson Hinkle at Adam Media manufactured that. Number three, Israel controls America, a lazy repackaged anti-Semitic trope. That's called narrative laundering. So we know about that. And then it shows who laundered those statements and the amplification of it in this thread and across like the left and right. One final tell, what got buried from 2020 to 2024, Joe Kent publicly called for destroying Iran's nuclear and ballistic capabilities repeatedly. That record was almost completely absent and wiped from conversations. Narrative laundering doesn't only determine what to amplify, but also what to suppress or erase, which I've said. The FBI was investigating Joe Kent to begin with. He resigned to control the narrative. The speed, uniformity, and foreign state amplification of the story are not organic. It was weaponized within minutes. Jack Posobiec was one of the people as well. Oh, wow. Wow. I'm just looking at look at the people that a lot of bots pushed it for, excuse me. Okay. Somebody says super sessionism. I don't know what that means. Okay.
Diet Coke, Diet Coke, Diet Coke.
I know it's time. I know. Real Candace put out that video she said was dropping tomorrow 3 days ago, and all that Candy supporters told me is she always comes with the receipts. Wait, she didn't release the video that she was okay. That's interesting. There's now a clear divide in the podcast world. Which side are you on, Team Dan Bongino or Team Carlson? Watch Japanese Prime Minister's reaction when Trump makes Pearl Harbor jokes.
Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor?
Look at her face. I'm telling you. Right? She was looking at her assistant going, nodding, Yakuza.
Now you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us. And we had to surprise her, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what we, and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise, right?
Okay, I just need
to Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon.
Studio 6B.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago when this started.
Who are these guys?
Either. I mean, the Iranians.
Who's the Real American Voices live from Studio 6B? Who are these guys? I don't know this cast and crew of individuals. Does anybody? Anybody watch them? Okay, I just was curious.
You know,
The way that
yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to quickly say, like, the coordination is not surprising nowadays because he likely let them know ahead of time that he was resigning, and they spread the news really quickly. And then you see Dugan promoted it as well. So, like, they're like it's the network.
Yes. By the way, promises made, promises kept. So, Iran Security Chief Larijani recently said Trump talks too much. You should definitely not take him seriously at all. Today he is in a box. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Victor Davis Hanson, with all due respect to Joe Kent. Oh boy, here we go. 1 hour ago.